The Supreme forgets love. The divine sword rings without wind. Bai Xiaosheng is naturally familiar with this divine sword representing Yin Yu. It is indeed the Supreme forget love sword of Yin Yang sect. This thing is known as the double best with the other Yang sword of Yin Yang sect, and ranks 23rd in the list of divine weapons. Bai Xiaosheng, who stepped back dozens of steps, clearly saw that the Supreme forget love sword killed the enemy without any pause. Bones, muscles, and blood could not block any of its sharpness. And even when Mu Bai put away the sword, this extremely weird divine sword made a sword sound similar to human laughter. Weird. Too weird. According to the records, Bai Xiaosheng remembered that the previous generation of sword masters of this divine sword were all invincible figures who dominated the world. But almost everyone died suddenly in their prime. There are thousands of divine swords in the world, but they are also divided into righteous swords and evil swords. The righteous sword is moderate and peaceful, in accordance with the laws of nature, and can help the sword holder step into the pinnacle of the swordsman step by step. This is similar to the relationship between the sword holder and the divine sword as an apostle. The righteous sword will continue to help the sword holder as an assistant. The evil sword goes against the righteous sword. The evil sword often goes against the will of heaven. The two words going against the will of heaven are easy to say, but they are equivalent to the devil's way of violating the laws of nature. With the help of the evil sword, the sword holder will often make rapid progress in swordsmanship and reach the peak at a very fast speed. But the same evil sword will also constantly erode and assimilate the heart of the sword holder in this process. In the end, the sword holder will be enslaved to become its own slave. Often, the sword holder who is enslaved by the divine sword will go on a killing spree and create endless killings. There have been many such precedents in the history of Zhongzhou. It is even said that the rise of top forces such as the royal court is due to a swordsman enslaved by the divine sword. In fact, whether it is a righteous sword or an evil sword, Bai Xiaosheng once heard his master say that these two kinds of magic swords are neither high nor low, nor good or bad. Everything depends on the sword holder. Mu Bai. This sword can't be used often. Bai Xiaosheng, holding a fan, whispered in his ear. To be honest, he had never seen a genius at the level of a star apostle holding an evil sword so easily. Mu Bai, who shocked everyone, looked around coldly and saw that no one dared to step forward. So he let go of the hand holding the sword. This sword is indeed full of evil. It may be possessed by demons in the hands of ordinary people, but in my hands it is just a tool. Enslave Mu Bai? This is simply ridiculous. You know, even if Mu Bai opens the door, the Supreme Forgetful Sword will not succeed. The barrier of the eternal system alone will never be broken through by this magic sword. To put it bluntly, the extremely high authority of the eternal system is enough to guarantee the purity of Mu Bai's spirit and soul. Bai Xiaosheng was stunned. He had seen crazy people, but he had never seen crazy people. This is not a toy wooden sword but an evil magic sword that is on the list. Who is this person? I have never seen him before. He looks like an extraordinary person, with such a magic sword and decisive killing skills. A 3-meter-tall figure on the city gate looked down at the scene, and asked with a little surprise. The soldiers guarding the city, who had been like dummies, quickly turned their heads and saluted. Report to the general. It was the Shintongzi of the royal court, who brought him in, with the royal court token. The armored man called the general frowned slightly. He had naturally heard of the name of Shintongzi. The other party had left the border of Zhongzhou, where he was guarding a few days ago, because of the barbarian incident in the northern borderland. This time, he was able to bring him to Zhongzhou with his identity. It seems that it must be an order from the high-level officials of the royal court, and the only ones who can order the identity of Shintongzi to move must be the mini-star masters. Could it be Ziwei Star Master? The general, who was speculating, instantly thought of the recent boiling point in Zhongzhou about the selection qualifications of the fifth son of God. He stroked his beard and thought about it. But he still didn't want to meet Mu Bai. The water in the royal court was too deep, and he didn't need to get involved. After Mu Bai's sword, the people who were ready to move scattered as if they saw the king of hell. Mu Bai felt bored when he saw this. He thought that there would be a few bloods among these people. But now it seems that they are all a mob. If any of you still refuse to accept it, I will teach you a lesson here. After looking around, no one dared to look into Mu Bai's eyes. Just when this farce was about to end, a cold voice broke the inexplicable silence. You killed my disciple, and you are still so shameless here. Who are you? Tell me your name. Everyone only felt the whistling wind. A big hand attacked from the air. The ground collapsed under the descending of all kinds of divine power. In a trance, the wild sand rolled up and everything was dead silent. and the cold big hand crossed over everyone and wanted to capture Mu Bai. Hurry up. A strong man at the level of the Star Master has arrived. Not good. Everyone, disperse quickly. If you are accidentally injured, it will be bad luck. The people who were originally watching the excitement outside the city entered the city one after another. As long as they entered the city, they would not be affected by the aftermath of the attack. After all, no one dared to take action within the power of the royal court. The corners of Bai Xiaoxing's mouth twitched. He had heard from his master that Mu Bai came to Zhongzhou in what capacity, and he was very speechless about this inexplicably rushing out of the Star Master. What's wrong with killing your disciple? If you act rashly without understanding the other party's background first, it would be strange to be wiped out in the future. Mu Bai, hide first. Before Bai Xiaoxing finished speaking, Mu Bai had already punched the big hand with a terrifying fighting spirit. Transformation into mythical form. The armor of the god of heaven, the golden crow, illuminated the city in the light and shadow. And under the illumination of the golden crow divine fire, Mu Bai's right fist was already covered with a pale white vibration ball cover. He smiled and used all his means directly. He had not fought with a strong man at the level of Star Master. So at this moment, Mu Bai was also a full-strength attack. He wanted to measure his own depth and see if he was the opponent of the other party in this peak form. Shaking the sky, the divine fire roared. Mu Bai, who attacked like a tide, collided with the big hand, and the terrifying shock wave generated was stirred up. If it weren't for the city's own defense measures, the entire city wall would have been blown up. Madman. Sure enough, none of those who can be called Tianju are normal people. It's crazy to confront a strong man at the level of Star Master with the realm of Star Apostle. You know, according to common sense, even if hundreds of the former besiege a Star Master level strongman, they may not be able to hurt the latter. This is an insurmountable gap. Looking for death. The voice behind the monstrous hand was extremely angry. I guess he didn't expect that a young man who just entered here would have the courage to attack him. After the extreme flash and roar, the middle-aged man in the purple gold python robe retreated hundreds of steps. He retracted the big hand in his sleeve. If you look carefully, you can clearly see that his hand was shaking slightly before retracting. Mu Bai in his peak state was just the opposite. His white hair swept by the golden crow divine fire was scattered on both sides like a god or demon. Mu Bai, who only retreated 3 steps, obviously did not suffer any damage. Instead, his fighting spirit became stronger. What a joke. The generals on the city wall looked at this scene in astonishment. He himself was a strong man at the level of Star Master, so he could naturally see that Luo Yun, who was at the level of Star Master, did not let up. Instead, this was his full-strength attack. He could defeat a higher-level opponent in 1 round with the Star Apostle realm. This young man is so terrifying. That's the second elder of the Luo Yun sect in Hingshan, the Luo Fong, who is known as the God Hand. The crowd in the city only then realized the identity of the man in the python robe, which was the second elder of the local Luo Yun sect. Luo Fong. Feeling the trembling of his right hand, Luo Fong forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart. After a long time, he raised his head and said fearfully, "Who are you? If you don't tell me your identity, even if you are the king of heaven, I will peel off a layer of your skin." Elder Luo, why don't you attack anyone else? But you have to attack this Mu Bai from the northern border. Bai Xiaoxing shook his head and sighed, slightly helpless. When Luo Yun heard that he was from the northern border, his heart, which was originally unable to calm down, was immediately put down. The northern border? It turns out that such a person can appear in such a place. If I guess correctly, it was the ability of the phantom beast fruit just now. It's a pity that your fate ends here, Luo Yun said with a cold face. In his eyes, this Mu Bai, who had no identity and no background, had been killed by him 10,000 times. Being defeated by a young man of a lower level would be such a disgrace to him if it got out to others. In Luo Yun's eyes, the other party was just a genius from the north, who had entered the country by chance. He might show his talents in the future, but at this moment, he could let him die here as long as he wanted. But before he could finish thinking, Bai Xiaoxing in the distance said speechlessly, "The one standing in front of you is the mythology fruit ability user, the holder of the Yin Yang sect's magic sword. The genius Mu Bai who killed the barbarian Tianju in the north, and has the hope of becoming the 5th son of God in the future." After saying this long list of names, Mu Bai also looked at Bai Xiaoxing in surprise. Obviously, he didn't know that the other party actually knew him so well. What's more important is who is this Yin Yang sect? Luo Yun. who originally wanted to wait for an opportunity to act, was struck by lightning after hearing the quota for the fifth Son of God. You must know that having the opportunity to run for the position of the Son of God in the king's court does not necessarily mean that you will become the Son of God. But the key is that the person who gave the position of the Son of God is the top of the king's court. In other words, the enemy he is going to deal with next is the person valued by the top of the king's court. Wang Ting's power ranking in Zhongzhou can be ranked in the top 3. If a superpower of this level wants to deal with him, he probably doesn't need to do it himself. He only needs to send the inferior forces to uproot him. Regardless of whether he succeeds or not, he will probably be killed by Wang Ting in the future. In comparison, it doesn't seem to be that important if a few sect disciples are killed by others. Thinking of this, Liu Yun's brain is working fast. I misunderstood. I'm still cooking at home. I'll leave first. After patting the dust on his body, Elder Liu Yun disappeared here like flying. Even Bai Xiaosheng could only sigh in despair when he saw the speed. Mu Bai, who was a little speechless, didn't expect that his first fight with a Star Master level strongman would end so hastily. Seeing that there was no excitement to watch, everyone dispersed one after another. Wang Shiji, who was hiding in the corner, also quietly followed the little donkey to mix into the crowd. But before he could move, his magic donkey Erguzi was grabbed by the nose. Wang Shiji looked up with a bitter face, and found Mu Bai's smiling face, and Bai Xiaosheng's unfathomable smile. The magic donkey Erguzi also had a bad temper. He glared at the small eyes, and suddenly rushed forward madly. Even Mu Bai was shocked by the power. It can even be said that the power of the opponent was enough to make Mu Bai's normal power stalemate. What a great power! Seeing this, Mu Bai also knew that the magic donkey had a strong physique. He did not hold back, and pressed the donkey to the bottom until the donkey was out of breath. Erguzi, foaming at the mouth, screamed like a donkey being killed. Brother Mu Bai, you are a genius. Why do you have to argue with me? A little donkey? Wang Shiji said with a smile. And at the same time, he took out the currency of Zhongzhou and stuffed it into Mu Bai's arms. He was afraid that Mu Bai would take advantage of his donkey, so he wanted to annoy him in this way. In his impression, this kind of genius would definitely disdain such behavior of stuffing money. And then, he could take advantage of the situation and disappear in front of the other party. Thank you. I just don't have a penny on my body. Mu Bai waved his hand, and put the currency stuffed by the other party into his pocket without hesitation. And at the same time led the donkey named Erguzi to enter the city. This scene made Wang Shiji's head black. What a guy. He met a road today. Hey. Hey! You want money? Why do you steal it? Wang Shiji said with a clenched fist angrily. And when Mu Bai turned around, he immediately looked around like a little lamb. When will you give me the heavenly stone? I will give you this divine donkey. Mu Bai's cold words almost made Wang Shiji faint. Where can a poor boy like him find the heavenly stone? The divine donkey Erguzi, who was quite human, heard Mu Bai call him that, and immediately cried out in joy. When he passed by Wang Shiji, he kicked his former master. He almost kicked Wang Shiji into the ditch. You are really not a human. You dog. If I had known, I would not have saved you, and would have made you into donkey meat. Bai Xiaosheng was not in a hurry to leave. He circled around Wang Shiji for several times before saying leisurely, I didn't expect that there is such a divine body. What a pity. If I am not mistaken, you will also enter this test of gods and demons. Right? What divine body? I don't know, Wang Shiji said carelessly while whistling. After entering the city, the combination of 3 people and 1 donkey was particularly conspicuous. What's the Yin Yang sect you just mentioned? Mu Bai turned around and asked Bai Xiaosheng. He had indeed seen the 3 words Yin Yang sect in the library of Shengdao sect before. But the strange thing was that all the records about it were torn up artificially. Bai Xiaosheng heard this gentleman speak, and naturally told him everything he knew. The Yin Yang sect is located in the heart of Zhongzhou, and is a superpower that can be ranked in the top 100. In terms of power division, it can also be regarded as a lineage of the Wang Ting. Hundreds of years ago, the Yang sect and the Yin sect and the Yin Yang sect had a disagreement, and a civil war broke out. In the end, the Yang sect was defeated and left the heart of Zhongzhou. This is also the predecessor of the Shengdao sect. The supernatural man in the Wangting said that the Wangting high-level officials asked us to return to the Shengdao sect. So this is what they meant. Mu Bai, who came back to his senses, now understood why the Shengdao sect had the Tai Shan Wanqing Gonfa and the Tai Shan Wanqing sword. These 2 things are treasures that cannot be found in any sect in the borderland of the north. But they appeared at the same time in the Shengdao sect. Brother Bai Xiaosheng is really knowledgeable. And I, Mu Bai, really admire him. The other party was so patient that Mu Bai praised him for a long time. But Bai Xiaosheng, who was shaking a paper fan, didn't care about it. These are things that can be easily found and things I can say. There are many things about the wanting that I can't say a word more. As he said this, Bai Xiaosheng pointed to the sky above his head with the paper fan that he was shaking. There was nothing in the clear sky above. There was someone up there. After realizing that the other party was reminding him that someone was watching him, Mu Bai nodded. Whether the other party was referring to the people in the Tianji Tower or the people in the Wan Court, he had to be careful. Brother Mu Bai, don't worry about your identity. Whether you come from above or from below, as long as you are in the main world, you are a part of the main world, Bai Xiaosheng said with a smile, squinting his eyes, and he could obviously see some of Mu Bai's worries. The other party saw that he was from the world below. This Tianji pavilion is quite interesting. The two smiled at each other and walked shoulder to shoulder in the front. The two people with their own thoughts continued to test each other. Seeing that Malu Urguzi followed Mu Bai away without looking back, Wang Shiji had no choice but to follow him. Despicable villain. Greedy ghost. Wang Shiji muttered in a low voice and cursed with lifeless eyes. Why are you following me? Mu Bai turned around and said lightly. Wang Shiji, with a twitching mouth, had the urge to chop Mu Bai alive. You took my hacking mount away. If I don't follow you, I'll be in trouble. With my physical condition, I'll never be able to reach the place of the God and Demon assessment without a donkey. This brother Wang is probably going to the God and Demon assessment as well. Why don't we go together? The commotion you just caused is not small. Even if you were searched, it doesn't prove that some people will let you go. Wang Shiji, who was holding a dogtail grass in his mouth, pricked up his ears after listening to Bai Xiaosheng's words. Suddenly, he realized that there were several eyes on the street that had been staring at him. With a throbbing heart, he hurried to the front of the two people and looked around cautiously. 15 people. 10 are at the level of Star Warriors. 2 are at the level of Star Apostles. And the other 2 kids can't see their strength clearly. I don't know if they have a treasure with a hidden aura. The Golden Crow's consciousness moved slightly, and Mu Bai retrieved the strength and number of nearby observers. After hearing Mu Bai's voice, those people obviously restrained a lot. At least at this moment. Wang Shiji was an obviously weird person, and couldn't see it. In his eyes, the originally lively street seemed to have become a dangerous area full of temperature. Brother Mu Bai is really sharp. I have only discovered 10 people who are also at the Star Apostle level. Bai Xiaosheng was slightly surprised and sincerely admired him. He, who had the Divine Machine Stone, was actually inferior to the other party in observation. This in itself could explain a lot of problems. Physical fitness, fighting talent, keen observation. All these things showed that even if the other party did not have the mythical devil fruit, he still had great potential. Forget it. It seems that there will be a lot of trouble with this donkey. You go. Mu Bai let go of the donkey and strode away. Wang Shiji, who was stiff all over, dared not stay there. He led the dazed donkey and followed him quickly with a smile on his face. Brother Mu Bai, what are you talking about? To be honest, I realized you are a great hero the first time I saw you. I am not. I am a mean person. Ah, Brother Mu, what is wrong with you? Mean person. I just gave you money, and you accepted it calmly, which shows that you are an open-minded, broad-minded and interesting person. I am not. I am a greedy ghost. Then if I give you the Heavenly Tao Stone, can you protect me to the God and Demon assessment site? I am serious. Although Mu Bai was a little surprised to hear this, he nodded after thinking for a moment. Of course. Looking at the voices of the two people, Bai Xiaosheng was almost laughing like crazy. He turned back and looked at Bai Xiaosheng meaningfully and followed the two people and left along the streets of Hingshan City. Why is this kid with the recently famous Jinwu Prince Mu Bai and Bai Xiaosheng from the Shinji Pavilion? That Bai Xiaosheng obviously discovered us. A feminine voice said lightly in the alley at the corner of the street. Then should we chase him or not? We are not far from the place where the gods and demons are tested. If we let him go, there may be endless troubles in the future. Humph! Trash will always be trash. Even if Wang Shiji gets the method to awaken the divine body, it will be too late when he comes back. Before he finished speaking, a flame penetrated the wall like bright moonlight and covered the other's chin. In the terrifying sound of crushing, the man who had not finished speaking had his neck twisted in an instant. The man with a broken neck punched back and blasted behind him. The terrifying power caused a series of whistling sounds. And the man behind him used his hand as a sword to stimulate the sword intent and pierced his heart. It was Mu Bai who made the move. He looked calm and used the golden crow divine fire to burn the twitching body to ashes. Then turned his head to look at the slender figure in the shadow. A strong man of the first level of the Star Apostle died just like that. Can't even withstand a face-to-face encounter? The enchanting and feminine woman in the shadows quickly retreated. And the hidden weapon in her hand quickly covered her like a rainstorm of pear blossoms. The dense needles penetrated the wall with sharp force. But Mu Bai ignored the needles and instantly came to the top of the woman's head. He grabbed her hair with his backhand and hit her face with a knee. The terrifying force instantly smashed the woman's beautiful face into a pulp. There were no gorgeous moves. Only pure power at this moment. Mu Bai was like the god of death to this kind of enemy of the same realm. Enemies who met him were like mantises on the rails about to be hit by a train. Extreme pain swept through the woman's body. And before she could scream, she suddenly pulled out a flower-like hidden weapon from her sleeves and stabbed it directly into Mu Bai's neck. The index finger slid across the root of the hidden weapon at a very fast speed. While breaking the hidden weapon, Mu Bai held the metal flower part and inserted it into the opponent's neck in reverse. A large amount of venom flowed out of the metal hidden weapon. The woman with a bloody face covered her bleeding neck in pain with a look of horror in her eyes. Mu Bai lifted the opponent's hair expressionlessly, and then burned the golden crow divine fire in his hand. The extremely high temperature instantly burned it to ashes. 8 seconds. In the whole 8 seconds, Mu Bai solved 2-star apostle level strongmen with a devastating means. When Bai Xiaosheng arrived, the battle was over. Only the silver needles on the ground in the alley showed that a battle had taken place here. Wang Shiji, who came on a donkey, also had his pupils contracted. He had recognized who was following him through the silver needle hidden weapon. There was an unspeakable resentment in his bloodshot pupils. Mu Bai shook the heavenly Dao stone in his hand and said softly, "I have paid half of your reward. I have also eliminated the other people who followed you. Now as long as we reach the location of the God and Demon assessment, we will owe each other nothing. You are so eager to enter the God and Demon assessment. It seems that you really have that special physique. The strongest waist body outside the God body list. The immortal body God body." Bai Xiaosheng said with interest after putting away his fan. The strongest useless body. This contradictory title made Wang Shiji feel indescribably angry. For some reason, Wang Shiji ignored Bai Xiaosheng on the road afterwards. He was obviously sulking. As if just mentioning this title would make him uncomfortable for several days. After passing through several urban areas, the 3 people and the donkey also arrived in the mountains. When they sat down in the restaurant outside the Burial Emperor Ridge, Mu Bai turned around and asked Bai Xiaosheng, "What kind of divine body is this immortal skeleton divine body? I have already realized the power of ordinary divine bodies when I fought with the barbarian Tinju before. In that battle, if the upper limit of the barbarian Wuka's 100 battles divine body was doubled, then even Mu Bai himself would not be sure to defeat the opponent. Oh, that barbarian genius actually has a divine body? It seems that Wang Ting's decision to let you enter Zhongzhou is absolutely correct. In the main world, there is a classic saying that only a divine body can suppress a divine body." Wang Shiji, who was leading a donkey outside the restaurant, was looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. He looked to be only about 14 or 15 years old, and his height was only about 1.34 meters. His yellow Taoist robe was slightly eye-catching, but he was not much different from a child of ordinary age. After Bai Xiaosheng's explanation, Mu Bai also had a preliminary understanding of the so-called divine body, and was also greatly shocked. He originally thought that even if the divine body in the ranking was stronger than the barbarian Wuka's 100 battles divine body, it would not be much stronger. But now it seems that he was wrong. The divine body is divided into innate divine body and acquired divine body. There is no essential difference between the two. The only subtle difference is the degree of integration with the host. The higher the degree of integration between the innate divine body and the host, the stronger its ability will be. This is a bit like the awakening degree of the devil fruit. If the 2 ways of forming the divine body are compared to the devil fruit, then the innate divine body is the devil fruit with a higher awakening degree, and the acquired divine body is the devil fruit with a lower awakening degree. Except for the top 10 divine bodies, the difference between the 2 is not big. The ranking of the divine body is the most important. The difference between the divine body ranked 30th and the divine body ranked 40th is so big that ordinary people can hardly imagine it. For example, Wuka's 100 battles divine body is the innate divine body ranked 55th. But any divine body of this kind will be crushed when it encounters the Dragon Ape divine body ranked 40th. The gap between the divine body at the front and the divine body at the back is self-evident. The Shinji Pavilion is also known as the Tianji Pavilion. The divine body ranking list ranked by the Pavilion Master based on the calculation fruit has unquestionable fairness. But it also has a limitation. That is, it can only be compared based on the strength of the divine body at the moment. Some divine bodies with special mechanisms will inevitably change their status over time. Such as this immortal body, which was originally the top divine body that dominated one side 3,000 years ago. However, as the total amount of star power in the main world continued to decrease, this kind of divine body gradually withdrew from the stage of history. Until nearly 100 years ago, this divine body, which was originally ranked 34th in the divine body rankings, became an unprecedented waste body. Not only will it not enhance the host's abilities in all aspects, but it will also impair the host and make his physique weak. I guess that friend Wang Shiji came to the god and demon assessment to try his luck. As long as he finds those few divine bodies that can increase the purity of star power, his original waste divine body will be reversed. However, dual divine bodies are rare, and there are not many people who can do it. Of course, this still depends on his performance in the god and demon assessment. As long as he can pass the assessment, there is still a small chance that the immortal body god body will be revived. Or replacing the original god body in the god and demon assessment can also change his fate. From what you said, the god and demon assessment can even tamper with the god body? Mubai said with some emotion. He thought that the god body was irreversible before. But now it seems that he was ignorant. Of course, you can think of the god body as an organ in the human body. After the results of the god and demon assessment are released, as long as the results meet the standards, you can apply to replace the god body. Of course, this kind of replacement of the god body cannot specify a certain god body. It is completely random. Bai Xiaosheng, who was shaking the fan gently, squinted and said, Mu Bai, who was drinking tea, was suddenly confused when listening to the other party's story. In your opinion, the ability of this god body is also very different according to the ranking. What about the devil fruit rankings? If the devil fruits on the devil fruit rankings also have strength differences, Mu Bai himself can refer to it and prepare for his subsequent acquisition of other devil fruits. The difference between these devil fruits is not that big as the difference between divine bodies. The main reason is that everyone's devil fruit awakening degree is different, and it is difficult to compare. The current devil fruit list only ranks by rarity, and not by strength. It's quite interesting to say that after your mythical Great Sun Golden Crow fruit ranked 35th in the mythical system, the top of the superhuman system was actually won by a fruit called the Tremor fruit. Bai Xiaosheng, who was talking non-stop, said in high spirits. Mu Bai was slightly surprised but soon calmed down. Obviously, Bai Xiaosheng didn't know that he had the Tremor fruit and was a dual fruit ability user. It's not surprising that the Tremor fruit, a superhuman fruit that is not inferior to the natural and mythical natural disasters, can reach the top. Not to mention that this fruit does not belong to the main world. This is the Burial Emperor Mountain. Wang Shiji clenched his fists and shouted excitedly at the top of the mountain. Looking forward, he saw hundreds of thousands of meters of waterfalls hanging on the cliff. And from the top of the mountain, he could vaguely see the majestic imperial mausoleum. Although it is a cemetery for the dead, there is no sense of death here. Instead, the vegetation is lush and green, giving the feeling of a fairyland on Earth. Yes, this is the only Burial Emperor Mountain in the entire main world. And it is also the only god and demon test in the entire main world. The feng shui distribution here is considered to be a strange vein in Zhongzhou. If it were the southern border, I'm afraid that a monster like the Emperor's corpse would have appeared long ago. Only a place like Zhongzhou where thousands of veins gather can achieve the life and death vein, Bai Xiaosheng said with a little emotion. They walked south from the restaurant for 2 days, and finally arrived at the 8,000-mile Burial Emperor Mountain. South of Hingshan is the Burial Emperor Mountain. 10,000 years ago, it was rumored that the Sword Emperor was buried here. And until 1,000 years ago, the so-called God and Demon test was inexplicably opened here. Passing the test can get you the acquired divine body, or the innate divine body. It all depends on your luck. Anyone who enters the test will face different levels of tests. No matter what realm or origin you are eligible to compete for the divine body quota. However, this test of gods and demons also has an age limit. That is, under 50 years old. Even if you are a peak strongman in the main world, you cannot enter it if you are over 50 years old. This is quite similar to the fairy fruit space. After spending many days with Bai Xiaosheng, Mu Bai also asked directly when he had questions. He could vaguely see that Bai Xiaosheng wanted to rely on himself for some things. So he was not polite when asking questions. What kind of monster is this Emperor Corpse? Mu Bai knew about the Star Beast and the Star Demon, but he had never heard of the Emperor Corpse. Bai Xiaosheng, who put away the fan, looked a little depressed. The Emperor Corpse is not a simple monster, but the most terrifying world-destroying existence among zombies. Star Warrior, Star Apostle. When the Apostle realm reaches its peak, he will be called a Star Lord. The original Star Sea or Star River in the body will be transformed from liquid to solid. It is like water turning into soil to form a star territory. Only after crossing the Lord State can you enter the Star Domination realm. Then, there is the Star Wheel realm, the Moon Wheel realm, and the Sun Wheel realm. The three realms raise the purity of star power to a more terrifying level. And after the three wheels gather together, you can prove the Great Tao. Enter the strongest realm of the main world, the God Emperor realm. The realms before the God Emperor realm are like passing clouds and smoke compared to it. After all, entering the God Emperor realm means that it is difficult to survive an era, and you will never be able to transcend. The era here refers to 129,600 years, which is equivalent to a catastrophe in myths and legends. Whether it is the Zhongzhou Royal Court or the Western Desert Temple, the most prominent representatives of these top forces in the main world are created by the strong men in the God Emperor realm. Although there are no powerful people in the realm of God Emperor in the current main world, the invisible wealth they left behind still dominates the entire world as a top-level force. There are many rumors about the disappearance of the God Emperor in the main world. Some say that it was caused by the exhaustion of star power, while others say that it was the annihilation of the Great Tao. So the God Emperor disappeared naturally among the people. Of course, some people also believe that the strong men at the level of the God Emperor still exist, but they have already lived in seclusion in the mountains and do not care about worldly affairs. The God Emperor will not die, but the peak powerhouses at the Sun Wheel realm will die. And these strong men who are half-step God Emperors are also respected as emperors by the world, such as the Sword Emperor buried in the mountains of the Zhongzhou burial ground. Their bodies cannot decay for thousands of years. It is rumored that even if the strong men at the level of the half-step God Emperor die, their bodies can exist for a whole era. If the area where he is buried is full of star power, his body will lie normally in the coffin. And if he is in an area where the star power is scarce, his dead body will automatically collect the star power. And finally, a new consciousness will be born on the dead body. Countless catastrophes in history have arisen from this. 10,000 years ago, the Corpse Emperor of the South Territory was suppressed by the other four regions and was spared from disaster. Otherwise, the entire South Territory would have become a purgatory on Earth. However, good and bad are interdependent. Now the power of the stars in the main world is gradually declining. It is impossible to break through to the realm of the God Emperor in this Dharma-ending age. At least no God Emperor has been born in the main world in the past 10,000 years. The legendary deeds of the emperors fighting for supremacy, and the road to the emperor hundreds of thousands of years ago, will never happen again. Bai Xiaosheng's eyes were full of admiration. The realm of the God Emperor. Mu Bai's eyelids moved slightly. He now understood why the main world was so vast. If there really was a figure like the God Emperor, who could live through countless epochs, then this main world might really be the final destination of all the worlds. As the three talked, the Burial Emperor mountain ridge gradually began to be filled with its monstrous fog. The range of the fog was very large, and in the center of the fog, a light purple halo was emitted. That's the prelude to the God and Demon test. Let's go! Bai Xiaosheng casually wrote a bird character with the writing fruit. And the next moment, the dozens of meters long divine bird transformed from a font into a black and white flak creature, carrying Bai Xiaosheng and flying towards the center of the fog. Mu Bai also took a step forward with a fiery look in his eyes. And the scorching golden crow divine fire distorted the space, and his figure instantly disappeared on the spot with the flames. Wang Shiji, who was leading the donkey, was dumbfounded. He just left like that. Erguzi, fly quickly. Wang Shiji, who patted the donkey's butt, said anxiously. Erguzi, who was kicked several times, still had a funny look with big eyes and small eyes. But his ears and tail had begun to accumulate power. With the rapid rotation of the tail, the seemingly inconspicuous donkey actually flew up. And Wang Shiji quickly grabbed his hind legs and flew towards the other side of the valley. When Mu Bai came to the center of the fog, he found that millions of people had gathered nearby, scattered in all directions of the forest and grassland. They also gathered towards the center because of the sudden fog. It was during this chaotic moment that a violent storm broke out in the air. The terrifying sound waves blew towards everyone. What the hell? Such a strong wind. Hold me, and don't let me be blown away. Some people managed to hold onto nearby trees and rocks with difficulty. But most people were still blown hundreds of meters away by the strong wind. And some even hit hard objects and fainted. Mu Bai, who was standing not far away, was not affected at all. He was not interested in this level of deterrence. He was more curious about the sound that seemed to come from the ancient deep sea and the thunder and wind. Under the violent storm, the fog in the Burial Emperor mountain range slightly dissipated, and the coldness filled everyone's heart as if the land under their feet was no longer soil, but a bottomless abyss. What is that? Wipe the rain off his cheeks. The young man wearing a hat raised his head with difficulty to look at the sky above his head. I saw a blue giant floating in the air like a mythical creature. Even a glance at the body of Noda can arouse people's giant fear. Whale? Looking up, Mu Bai looked at the giant and instantly thought of a whale. The roar of the other party just now was really no different from the whale on the blue planet. But when the other party was flying in the sky, you could still see the sharp horns flashing with lightning on the top of the other party's head. While everyone was talking below, the huge whale had changed into the size of a human and quickly fell to the ground. Boom! When the astonishing weight hit the ground, a lot of smoke and dust were stirred up. If the ground had not been wet by rain before, everyone would have been covered in dust. A bunch of losers came here to try their luck at the age of 50? You can get a divine body with your strength? It's really ridiculous. In a voice as cold as the sea, a one-horned young man in blue jeans said arrogantly. His messy blue hair added a bit of unruly look. With his mouth gritting to one side, he stared at everyone with contempt as if he was looking at an unevolved ape in the zoo. Who are you to be so arrogant here? Don't you know that you are not allowed to fight in the Burial Emperor mountain ridge? That's right. This guy looks like a shaman young man. And his brain is probably not normal. I think so. Everyone whispered. And the blue-haired young man punched the ground. The terrifying power spread to the surroundings along the collapsed ground. Such a powerful force even made everyone present swallow their saliva. I am Chukwanga, the user of the mythical fruit Leviathan whale. I am also a candidate for the fifth son of God in the royal court. Is my status something you rubbish can discuss? Roar! The angry roar spread all around with the ancient roar of the deep sea. Everyone who heard him covered their ears. Even the Star Warriors could not resist the ultra-high audio. Many people even vomited the food they had eaten a few days ago and fell to the ground in a daze. Seeing this, Chukwanga was even more satisfied. He came from the east region on the hegemonic route. This is the effect he wanted. He wanted these people to be afraid of him all the time. Chukwanga, you are a bit like your name. A soft voice came from the depths of the forest. And the phantom of the strange beast came with a little firefly light. Who? Hiding like a thief? Chukwanga suddenly opened his mouth and spit out a large amount of water column sweeping towards the source of the sound. The rapidly rotating water column instantly cut through the nearby ancient trees. In the green light and shadow, an illusory creature with a white lion's body and antlers on its head gracefully walked out from the depths of the forest. She inexplicably dodged all the water columns that rolled around her. It was more like the water columns automatically avoided her than she dodged them. When the illusory creature walked in front of everyone, a mysterious woman wearing a veil slowly revealed her true identity. Coincidentally, I am also a mythology type ability user. Lin Yanju, a mythology type by Zay fruit ability user. You and I are both candidates for the fifth son of God in the future. Her voice was very moving, as if it was the sound of nature. Against the backdrop of the green starlight around her, she really looked like a goddess. Besides you and me, isn't there another person who is also a mythology type ability user? Lin Yanju narrowed her beautiful eyes and looked at Mu Bai intentionally or unintentionally, as if she also knew Mu Bai's identity. There is another one? This is the first time I have seen two mythology type people without abilities in all my years of life. It seems that today's god and demon assessment is a bit interesting. Who is the person you are talking about? At this time, Bai Xiaosheng, who was driving a paper bird, landed beside Mu Bai. The donkey not far away also rushed over panting with Wang Shiji. Seeing the strange combination of 3 people and 1 donkey, Chukwanga also cast his eyes over. He had seen Bai Xiaosheng before, so Chukwanga had already noticed Mu Bai's extraordinariness the moment he saw him. At least his beast instinct told him that he must be a strong man. I look forward to fighting with you. I have never fought with a mythical ability user, So I am very curious about how my Leviathan whale's ability ranks in the mythical system, Chukwanga said, shaking his head, looking very unserious. Just like an idle little punk. If your strength depends entirely on the devil fruit, then I really have no interest in you. Others are afraid of this Chukwanga. But Mubai is really not afraid of him. If the opponent's strength is as bad as he just showed, he really has no desire to fight. No interest. Hearing this evaluation, Chukwanga laughed instead of getting angry. Just when he was about to rush forward, he was suddenly knocked over by a stick. With his terrifying physique of the mythical system, he couldn't resist this kind of damage. I don't know when an old man stood behind him holding an inconspicuous wooden stick. This is the Burial Emperor Mountain Ridge. You are not allowed to act wildly. This time, I will let you go, because you are Wang Ting. Next time, I will just take your hands and feet. Chukwanga, who was in great pain, felt a chill. He didn't even notice when the other party came behind him, let alone the trajectory of the other party's attack. Seeing the mark of Wang Ting on the other party's sleeve, he walked aside without saying anything. The old man of Wang Ting smiled and disappeared on the spot, leaving a few big words in the void. No action is allowed in the Burial Emperor Mountain Ridge. Those who disobey will be killed. Chukwanga, who lost face, naturally had no intention of taking action again. He was ready to teach these two mythical ability users a lesson in the god and demon assessment, so that they would know that even mythical ability users have different levels. If you are not allowed to fight outside, I will not be polite after entering the god and demon assessment. The huge phantom of the Leviathan whale behind Chukwanga rushed out of the illusory deep sea and pressured everyone present. Seeing this, Mubai did not waste words. He saw a sun crow of the same size flying in the sky with the burning of the golden crow divine fire. The terrifying power was no less than that of the opponent's giant whale. And even as time passed, the oppression of the sun crow was getting worse. Just as the two mythical species were confronting each other in momentum, the purple halo not far away quickly expanded. The boundless power of the god and demon assessment space pulled everyone into it. In the quiet and desolate cage, only the panting of a beast could be heard, and the dead silence echoing in the valley could not dissipate for a long time. As if this land was a cemetery. Mubai opened his eyes, and felt a dizziness and fatigue filling his body. He had not felt that kind of powerlessness for many years. He wanted to activate the power of the fruit and the power of the stars. But he suddenly noticed something strange. Only the weak power of the stars echoed him, and the power of the devil fruit seemed to be deprived. Looking around, Mubai found himself in an empty valley, and he was hung on the mountain wall in an iron cage at this moment, with a strong wind in the valley. The sound of the iron cage rubbing against the rocks on the mountain wall was particularly harsh. As Mubai woke up first, the people in other iron cages on the mountain wall also came over one by one. My fruit power and star power seem to be suppressed. Why is the god and demon assessment like this? The fruit power is not suppressed but deprived. It seems that we have entered the most terrifying trial in the god and demon assessment. My power has dropped a lot. It feels like 9/10 of it has been taken away. The endless voices echoed in the valley. Mubai touched the material of the cage and found that he couldn't dismantle it violently with his current strength. He didn't know the situation of others, but his overall strength was at least suppressed to a very low state. If you have to describe it, it's probably not yet the level of a star warrior. Just when everyone was hesitant, an inexplicable memory poured into everyone's brain like a spring. The feeling of being forcibly implanted with memory is not pleasant. Many people trembled in the cage and made painful sounds. The feeling of the brain bursting was even more uncomfortable than killing them once. Mubai, who was calm and focused, also obtained the clearest data when he took on these memories, because his mental power was not weakened. In the 523rd year of the god and demon era, the human race, which had experienced the catastrophe of world destruction, survived the natural disaster, but could not escape the man-made disaster. The god emperor disappeared, and the creatures infected by the world-destroying demonic energy evolved rapidly in these years. It took only more than 500 years to have a powerful force close to the total amount of human beings. Under the dust of the catastrophe, the entire main world has entered the night for hundreds of years. Those humanoid creatures transformed by the demonic energy have united to form the overlord of the new era, the Night Dynasty. In order to compete for survival resources, the human race and these creatures infected by the demonic energy have fought for a long time. And I am currently at the end of this war. The human race strongman named Sword Emperor stood out in this era of disputes and killed many knight nobles in succession. The Sword Emperor, who is expected to advance to the realm of God Emperor, led the remaining human race to launch the final attack on the Night Dynasty. And those who were trapped in the cage of the valley were the defeated warriors on the front line who were captured by a Night Noble. Unfortunately, they were chosen as sacrifices by the Night race. And the time of sacrifice is today. If these wounded soldiers want to recover their original strength, they can only try their best to kill the Dark Knight race. The stronger and higher the status of the Dark Knight race they kill, the more strength they will recover. Mu Bai was not interested in this kind of memory similar to the game introduction. But he was still a little surprised when he saw the time point. It was 150,000 years ago. Mu Bai, who was familiar with history, naturally knew about this period of history. After all, the main world he was in was the era of gods and demons at the moment. And many books about this were not lost. Mu Bai had heard by Xiaosheng say before about the rules of the gods and demons test, which was to randomly enter certain scenes to complete special tasks. But the other party did not mention entering this strange 100,000 years ago to fight. It's getting more and more interesting. This gods and demons test seems to be improvisation and unpredictable. Just as Mu Bai was thinking about this, several light spots appeared in the dark sky. Humanoid creatures holding torches and bat-like wings shuttled around the mountain wall and threw cages to the ground one by one. Obviously, this sacrifice is about to begin. The Batman with wide wings is very powerful. At least 10 times that of ordinary people. Hack! Just thrown down like this? Everyone hold on to the edge of the cage. Don't let go. A large number of cages were thrown down one by one. Because of the fog below, it was impossible to see the depth. If they really let themselves fall to the ground, they would definitely be lucky to survive with their suppressed strength at the moment. Mu Bai, with a calm expression, let the claws of the high-speed flying Batman loosen the rope on the top of his cage. Just when the iron cage was about to fall, Mu Bai, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, grabbed the Batman's calf along the gap of the cage. The Batman, staring with scarlet pupils, obviously didn't expect that this sacrifice would dare to resist and catch himself at such a speed. In panic, he kicked fiercely with his other foot. The powerful force instantly bent the square cage. Mu Bai didn't care what the other party wanted to do. At this moment, he grabbed the thigh and desperately sent it into the cage. Although his physical strength was greatly weakened, he could still limit the movement of the Batman by angle. The ferocious-looking Batman obviously didn't expect the opponent's strength to be so great. In a moment of distraction, his wings lost balance and fell into the bottomless abyss with the iron cage. Boom! After hitting the rock wall twice, the Batman's breath had become weak. Mu Bai in the rolling cage used his hand as a knife and pierced the opponent's throat at the cost of a broken finger. As the Batman's blood sprayed, the cage fell to the ground with a bang. In the Batman's twisted body, Mu Bai seemed to have recovered a little strength. His broken finger recovered quickly, and he himself pulled the iron railing with both hands to tear it apart. As he came out, he quickly ran towards the bottom of the rock wall not far away. The cages rolling down like hail in the air were all fatal. At this moment, he had to find a safe place. After dodging several falling cages, Mu Bai hid under the rock and looked at the scene indifferently. The number of people who survived the fall from such a height was very good. Many people had broken legs or arms, and some were in a horrible state. At least Mu Bai didn't want to take a closer look. Half a minute later, almost all the cages were smashed down, before the people who barely walked out of the cages could catch their breath. A large number of scarlet eyeballs appeared in the midst of the valley. When the screams of evil wolves continued to rise and fall, the 2-meter-tall werewolves of the Dark Knight dynasty wearing armor had already arrived in front of these poor people with metal swords. Those who did not have time to dodge were cut in half when the sword fell. There was not much sound in the tall black shadow. Obviously, these werewolves responsible for killing the surviving sacrifices were the elite warriors of the Dark Knight dynasty. Mu Bai, who was recovering his strength under the rock, did not rush forward but watched them harvesting calmly. Some people who were still able to resist would often be torn into rags by several werewolves. In a blink of an eye, the ground was full of blood. All those who participated in the god and demon assessment had basically been killed. Of course, these people only experienced death once in the god and demon assessment, and they were eliminated in the real world. Mu Bai, who was sitting against the mountain wall, looked at those scarlet pupils and smiled. He roughly glanced and knew the number of werewolves present. About 2,000, each with the strength of a star warrior. Hunter and prey often transform in an instant. 2,000 should be enough for me to recover a lot of strength. As he spoke, Mu Bai walked towards the cliff with bare hands. He was suppressed to almost no fighting power by the god and demon test. But at this moment, he burst out with overwhelming fighting spirit. The werewolf warriors tilted their heads and looked at the sacrifice walking towards them step by step with a little sarcasm. A skinny werewolf warrior took the lead, and his bleeding mouth opened quickly. Under the reaction force of the strong hind legs, he chopped vertically. Mubai turned over to avoid the sword and grabbed the white blade with his bare hands. He chopped 3 times in a row, and sparks burst out on the opponent's armor. So hard. After testing the hardness of these werewolf armors, he naturally knew the solution. Before the werewolf laughed at him, Mubai backhanded and inserted the sword into the werewolf's throat. The cold sword sprayed with hot blood. Mubai, who cut off his neck with a backhand, felt that the strength limit on his body was reduced a little. After killing 5 or 6 werewolves in a row, his realm has been restored to the level of a star warrior. Even if he puts aside the fighting skills, he can barely compete with a single werewolf in strength. The werewolves who were watching the show had obviously discovered something strange. The power and speed of this sacrifice seemed to be increasing rapidly. More than a dozen werewolves nearby all rushed forward with swords in hand. Mubai, who consumed a lot of physical strength, killed to feed his own. Every time he killed a werewolf, his physical strength limit would rise rapidly. At this moment, seeing dozens of werewolves rushing towards him, his sword was slightly raised. Wind blade technique. The star power that could barely support the sword technique was completely consumed, and Mubai's figure swept through the gaps of the werewolves like a gust of wind. The fierce and decisive sword technique descended on all the attacking werewolves like a warning of the god of death. When he passed through the werewolves with a sword in his hand, the rolling heads rolled to the feet of his fellows. Draw the sword. Put the sword away. Mubai's strength rose rapidly in one go. More than a dozen streams of hot blood sprayed at the same time. The strange beauty made some werewolves tremble with fear. They were shocked and fearful. They were the warriors of the Dark Knight dynasty, who had been through many battles. They were afraid of a sacrifice. This would have been ridiculed in the past. But it was very different now. At least many werewolves retreated when they saw Mubai walking on the blood. What are you afraid of? Come on! Go and tear this lowly man into pieces. After the werewolf captain howled to the sky, the werewolves nearby grew bigger. The adrenaline in the violent blood surged, and the instinct of the beast was also activated under the call of wildness. The hungry werewolves discarded their swords and pounced with their claws. That's right. Even if I, the Dark Knight werewolf warrior, face. Before the tall werewolf captain finished speaking, he saw a series of wind slashes from the werewolves surrounding the human. Its speed and power even broke the bones of most werewolves. The ferocious werewolves were collapsing at a faster speed. Double blade flow. Furious sword technique. A small tornado rose into the air. A terrifying sword wave storm swept across the earth. Seeing that things were not going well, the werewolf captain, who was at the Star Warrior level, knew that if he didn't handle it properly, he would probably be implicated. So at this moment, he clenched his fists and roared a few times like a werewolf. The terrifying power immediately flattened the sword wave. The two figures fought more than a dozen times in an instant. The werewolf captain tried every means to hit the other party, but was hit all over by Mubai. The huge difference in fighting skills made this werewolf captain at the Star Warrior level helpless. After more than a dozen rounds, the werewolf captain retreated dozens of steps, panting and staring at Mubai. He really couldn't understand how the other party could do this with the help of the Star Warrior. Everyone, come on! Even if you die, you have to pile him up to death. All the remaining werewolves rushed over at once. The momentum of 2,000 elite werewolf warriors charging at the same time was really compelling. Mubai smiled even more as the smoke and dust rolled on the ground. These werewolves were enemies in the eyes of others, but in his eyes, they were bottles of unsealed potions. Is this your way of fighting? Human wave tactics? You should know that the werewolf marshal is discussing government affairs in the Dark Knight dynasty at this moment. You, a guy who is incompetent, may become the next role model. A good role model to be nailed to a stake. The werewolf in a robe said coldly. As a werewolf supervisor, he was very dissatisfied with the way the werewolf captain handled the battle. This sacrifice is a bit strange. I'm afraid that the results of a normal duel will be more unpredictable. As long as these werewolves were down his physical strength, I can take the opportunity to chop off his head with one sword. You'd better do it. Otherwise even the werewolf general above you can't save you. As the two were talking, the situation in the center of the battlefield had undergone a dramatic reversal. If Mubai couldn't deal with a siege of hundreds of people before, he can do it with ease now. Not only can he use the Mad Knife technique, but he can also use the mysterious level Mad Knife technique. The casualties of a large number of werewolves have accelerated the speed of Mu Bai's strength recovery. As one thing grows, the other loses, and the number of more than 2,000 werewolves decreases rapidly. After killing more than 500 werewolves, Mu Bai instantly entered the realm of Star Warriors, and the vibration fruit in his body instantly unlocked the suppression. Looking at the overwhelming werewolves, Mu Bai suddenly covered his hands with a white vibration ball cover, and under the gaze of everyone, he tightened his arms and smashed into the void. Squeak! The huge air waves swept the earth. The void was shattering like a mirror. An earthquake was coming. The void exploded, and the sky collapsed and the earth split. The whole valley was shaking at this moment. Rocks of all sizes rolled down from above, and a large number of werewolf elites were smashed into meat paste. The surging shock wave came like a tide, and groups of werewolves were blown away by the shock. The batch of werewolves closest to Mu Bai was crushed by the shock wave, and their bones and internal organs were ruptured and died. It seems that even if the ability of a single fruit is restored, the upper limit of the fruit is limited. Mu Bai, standing in the center of the battlefield, said with some dissatisfaction. According to his prediction, if it is normal and full strength, not to mention the entire valley, even the entire mountain range will be turned upside down. But now the power of the shock fruit has been greatly reduced, and can only shake the valley. This is obviously that the upper limit of the fruit is greatly limited. Forget it. It should not be a problem to kill the remaining werewolves with this level of strength. His figure was like a ghost. He wrapped the shock ball cover with one hand, and smashed the heads of 3 werewolves with a punch, and then fell into the air from a distance. The creaking void suddenly exploded. The terrifying power knocked dozens of werewolves out like a runaway train. Before the werewolf captain and the werewolf supervisor could come to their senses, Mu Bai had already killed hundreds of werewolves. What? The werewolf supervisor, who realized that something was wrong, immediately blew the whistle. And the next second, the batmen who were resting in the fog fell from the sky with a covetous look. Assist the werewolves to kill this human. With the order of the werewolf supervisor, the batmen emitted high-frequency ultrasonic waves. The terrifying sound waves made even the werewolves present feel trembling and headaches. And the batmen took this opportunity to collectively cut through the sky and wanted to tear this human to pieces with their claws. Can ultrasonic waves have an effect on Mu Bai? The answer is yes. But it must be when his realm and strength limit are suppressed, and the shock fruit is blocked. When his shock fruit is unlocked, this high-frequency ultrasonic wave has no effect on him at all. What are you flying for? Come down and take a rest. Mu Bai, who compressed the vibration ball cover with both hands, suddenly pulled his hands to the ground. It was as if something in the void was turned upside down and made a cracking, creaking sound. The Batman in the air only felt the air pressure suddenly darken. The pressure on the wings increased sharply, and the turbulent airflow suddenly turned the sky upside down, and the flying Batmen fell down like birds with broken wings. When the Batman was about to touch the ground, Mu Bai broke through the air. A vibrating iron fist swept across, not as strong as the werewolves. These Batmen were instantly torn into pieces by the vibration. Mu Bai stepped on the blood and punched the ground while blood and flesh flew everywhere. Boom! Dozens of werewolves were instantly killed. And at this moment, he was only 100 meters away from the werewolf captain. The werewolf captain, wearing black dark knight armor, suddenly panicked. He clenched his fists and said coldly to the stunned werewolf supervisor beside him, "There is a change in behavior. It is obviously abnormal that this human is getting stronger and stronger. We must send the werewolf hunting team over. Otherwise the werewolf general, or even the werewolf marshal will have to take action." Although the werewolf captain was suspected of exaggerating, the werewolf supervisor was obviously terrified. Hundreds of air units were killed in just a few shots. This was a scene he had never seen before. So without thinking, he nodded immediately and rode on the wolf next to him to ask for help from the nearby barracks. Hold on. All of you. Come on. After more than half of them were killed or wounded, the werewolves were already terrified. After all, this human was just like a monster, getting stronger and stronger. And now, he was harvesting the lives of werewolves like harvesting wheat. In this situation, the army's fighting spirit was gone. The elite werewolves, who used to slaughter humans fiercely on the battlefield, now retreated like dogs that had lost their homes. Seeing this scene, the werewolf captain also let out a long howl. The fanaticism in the wolf howl made the remaining werewolves on the scene lose their minds, and all surrounded Mu Bai again. Mu Bai, who was leisurely, was not in a hurry to kill the local leader first. but continued his harvest. When Mubai killed the last werewolf warrior 5 minutes later, the bodies of the werewolves had piled up like a hill under the moonlight. In such a scene, even the werewolf captain knew that he had no chance of survival today. He did not beg for mercy or be passive, and drew out the special sword at his waist and slowly walked towards Mubai. Just a little bit more. After wiping off the wolf blood on his face, Mubai could feel that as long as he killed another werewolf, his strength would be restored to the level of the first-grade star warrior. I don't know who you are, and why you were captured on purpose. Today is your death day. The werewolf captain's voice was very low. The language he spoke was very similar to the current main world, but the pronunciation was still slightly different. Under the bright moonlight, a man and a wolf both held swords and confronted each other from a distance. I have heard your conversation with the werewolf in the robe just now. It seems that I have entered the werewolf's territory. Mubai, holding the sword in his backhand, sat on the werewolf corpse mountain and said lightly. He looked into the distance with a bit of expectation. If he didn't ask the other party to send reinforcements, he was afraid that these werewolves would not appear and hinder his strength recovery. It doesn't matter if I tell you. This is indeed the camp of our night werewolves. Not only that, this is also the hinterland of the Night Dynasty. Even if you have the ability to turn the world upside down, you can't get out of here. The werewolf captain stopped when he was less than 10 meters away from Mubai. He looked down at this thin human in his eyes and smiled unconsciously, as if he had seen the other party's tragic death in the future. Mubai ignored him and took out a map from his arms. This was something he had put in his arms before. On the back of the map was written the task before they were defeated. Mubai looked at the task and turned the map without paying much attention. After seeing the scope of the werewolf territory clearly, Mubai also understood why the werewolf captain was so sure that he would not have a good end. This werewolf territory is indeed located in the hinterland of the Night Dynasty, but some of it is close to the southern sea. If you want to leave this place, you have to take a boat from the werewolf port to the frontline battlefield. The whole process can be said to be an extreme challenge. According to the memory of this world, that ocean has many strange deep-sea monsters, and the danger of these deep-sea monsters is far higher than that of the star beasts on land. If this god and demon assessment is regarded as a game, then it is obvious that I have to complete the task to get a higher score. So I need to leave here and go to the front battlefield to complete the task. This is the best choice instead of staying here. Mubai muttered to himself and determined the course of action. The werewolf captain saw Mubai's unguarded look and immediately had a crooked idea. With his adrenaline soaring, he lowered his eyes and waited until he tightened his sword before immediately attacking him. He slashed towards Mubai's neck. If the werewolf captain had attacked Mubai right after he landed from the cage, he might have succeeded. After all, Mubai had not yet entered the realm of star warriors. With his strength at that time, he could not fight against the violent werewolves in the realm of star warriors. But now it is different. Mubai, who killed more than 2,000 werewolves, has recovered from the level of a mortal to the level of the second-grade star warrior. At the same time, he has also recovered some of the power of the vibration fruit. In this case, it is absolutely impossible to kill him 100%. When the werewolf captain suddenly attacked, Mubai flicked his index finger, and the vibrating ball cover on it instantly burst the fiercely slashing sword. What? A few minutes ago, Mubai's strength was far lower than his own. But now, he can crush him in terms of strength. Before the bursting sword flew far away, Mubai's ghostly figure had already cut off the werewolf captain's hands with one knife. Before the opponent screamed, he hit him in the face. The powerful vibration power exploded, and the werewolf captain's life burst together. Too weak. Facing Mubai at the same level is no different from facing death. After wiping the blood off his hands, Mubai took off a clean werewolf suit from not far away, put on a cloak, and left quickly. 20 minutes later, when several weird-looking werewolf warriors followed the werewolf supervisor to the valley, they were all stunned. 2,000 werewolf warriors were killed in such a short time. Even if you say that the other party is a star apostle, I believe it. Is he really just a star warrior? Several werewolf hunting team members all looked at him coldly. The supervisor looked at the miserable state of the werewolf captain and swallowed his saliva and replied quickly, "It must be. The more werewolves he kills, the more strength he recovers." At first, he was a star warrior, and later, he was promoted to the star warrior realm. If he is left alone, I am afraid that the entire hinterland of the Dark Knight dynasty will be destroyed. The one-eyed white werewolf warrior nodded. He followed the clues around and immediately found that the direction the other party left was the southeast. He was transported here from the frontline battlefield. The werewolf supervisor hurriedly stepped forward to explain. The people transported here for sacrifice are ordinary people without strength. Not only him, but all the people sacrificed are human soldiers captured from the frontline battlefield. The one-eyed werewolf touched the bloodstains nearby and looked into the distance. If he remembered correctly, the southeast direction was exactly the direction of the werewolf Zip's port. It seemed that the other party was leaving the hinterland of the Dark Knight dynasty and returning to the place where the human race was. He stripped the armor of a werewolf warrior. We must speed up. We must block the port now. Otherwise it will be difficult to catch him if he escapes from here. Everyone started to act and quickly left the quiet valley. More than 10 minutes later, when the strong wind in the valley was still blowing, the one-eyed werewolf came back again. He looked coldly at the werewolf corpses piled up into a small hill and climbed up the mountain wall to the place where the cage was originally hung. He was relieved when he saw that there was nothing unusual in the werewolf sacrifice valley. After waiting and collecting several maps from the human soldiers, he also realized the mission of this group of humans. This once again confirmed his judgment that the fleeing human must have gone to the port disguised as a werewolf soldier and wanted to leave by boat. The wind in the valley was still blowing. 15 minutes after the one-eyed werewolf left, Mubai climbed out of the pile of werewolf corpses with blood on his face. He was confident in his breath-holding skills. Even if the werewolf masters at the Star Apostle level just now were probably unaware, only the white-haired one-eyed werewolf was worth paying attention to, because the other party was too alert. Everyone thinks I will leave through the port, but I won't. After wiping the blood off his face, Mubai left in the northwest direction. He did think of leaving through the port at first, but there was a fatal problem. That is, the time problem and the degree of danger. He couldn't fly because he hadn't recovered the Great Sun Golden Crow fruit. So he was in a dangerous sea area. The risk factor was too high. Any wind and waves and deep-sea monsters attacking him would leave him isolated and helpless in the deep sea, rather than putting himself in such a dangerous situation. It would be better to give up crossing the sea route directly. He wanted to cross the land to the front battlefield. It not only saves time, but also completes the tasks on the back of the map. As long as you avoid the master-level strongmen, you will be safe. In the next 3 days, the one-eyed werewolf carried out a nearly crazy blockade of the port. He found nothing amidst the complaints, and even said that he had not seen any suspicious people. After sitting in the port for 3 days, he suddenly thought of something. When he returned to the Sacrifice Valley, he found another blood trail leading to the north. We have been fooled. That human was hiding in the corpse that day. Quickly mobilize the werewolf spies to investigate the traces in the north. The angry one-eyed werewolf waved his claws and overturned the trees next to him. He had never been so humiliated before and ordered at the top of his voice. Several subordinates quickly took the order. The one-eyed werewolf, who quickly calmed down, frowned. It is very likely that he has reached the border of the werewolf territory in 3 days. If he is really allowed to leave, there is really no way. The north of the werewolves is the territory of the vampires. If they want to investigate the humans in the vampire territory, the werewolf marshal can only report to the monarch of the Night Dynasty. And then the monarch will inform the marshal of the vampire tribe. The round trip is enough for the other party to escape the encirclement. His guess was right. Mubai had indeed arrived at the border of the werewolf forces. But the difference was that he had crossed the border and arrived at the territory of the vampire forces. A gorgeous carriage was speeding on the road leading to the vampire border city. The vampire blood slave with a black hat listened to the laughter in the carriage with some jealousy. In the pure black pupils, he couldn't understand why the man who was also a human was so handsome and could be valued by the mistress with that appearance. If the other party was also transformed into a blood slave, he might have a higher status than himself. Thinking of this, he was extremely unbalanced and didn't dare to attack rashly. There was indeed laughter in the carriage. Mubai looked gentle and elegant in the costume of a vampire noble. In a trance, he really looked like a pure-blooded vampire with an extraordinary status. The two graceful and elegant vampire ladies were amused by Mubai and laughed continuously. In Mubai's guess, the god and demon assessment could not be without time limit, and no one knew when it would stop. This led to a very serious problem, which was how to take advantage of the opportunity to leave the werewolf territory to complete the task on the north side of the map. The content of that task was very simple. With only a short horizontal character, seize the vampire scepter and give it to the Sword Emperor. In order to understand what this vampire scepter was, Mubai slaughtered at least hundreds of vampires on the border and obtained a lot of information from them. First of all, the vampire scepter was a symbolic treasure of the vampire church, on which flowed the blood of several generations of pure-blooded vampires. To a certain extent, Only potential vampires could briefly touch it when they were promoted to pure-blooded vampires. It was rumored that this scepter contained a lot of secrets. At least the kind that even the leading figures of contemporary vampires could not comprehend. Mu Bai didn't know what the Sword Emperor would do with this symbolic treasure. But he had to complete this task. And the premise of stealing this scepter was to promote himself to a pure-blooded vampire. Only then could he touch this symbolic treasure within the rules of the church. This is also a necessary prerequisite. After all, the mission requires a vampire scepter. But there are a large number of imitations in the church. It will not appear unless someone is promoted to a pure-blooded vampire. If Mu Bai finally steals something that is not genuine, it will be a joke. Can humans be promoted to pure-blooded vampires? Strictly speaking, it is unlikely. In the rules of vampires, there are pure-blooded vampires, noble vampires, and civilian vampires. Although these three types of vampires can transform humans into vampires through blood, the results of this transformation will also vary with different identities. Pure-blooded vampires transform humans into ordinary noble vampires. Humans transformed by noble vampires are blood slaves. And humans transformed by civilian vampires are vampires, which are crazy creatures with snow-white skin and similar to human-shaped beasts. If Mu Bai wants to become a pure-blooded vampire of the lowest level, he can only transform through the most primitive blood. Only the high-level pure-blooded vampires with the purest blood in the royal court can do this. It is very dangerous to complete this task, but it is expected that the future gains will be considerable. After collecting intelligence, Mu Bai began to lay out. First, he encountered hungry werewolves on the border, then encountered noble vampires on their way to the royal city, and finally took refuge on the carriage by chance. In this case, he can reduce the vigilance of these vampires and achieve his goal. To be honest, I have long been disgusted with my identity as a human. If someone with talent like me could become a vampire, it would be perfect. It is wonderful to have a long life and enjoy the benefits of the Night Dynasty. Taking advantage of the gap between the two vampire ladies, Mu Bai expressed his wish with great emotion. The two beautiful women looked at each other with strange looks in their eyes. Their purpose in rescuing this handsome young man named Mu Bai from the werewolf hunt was naturally not simple. It would be an infinite enjoyment if they could use such a top-quality human as a blood slave. After hearing the other party's initiative, the two of them naturally had evil thoughts. Indeed, I have never seen a human with the quality of you. Mu Bai. The war between the human race and the Dark Knight Dynasty will not end in a short time. If you can take this opportunity to become a vampire, you may be able to obtain God's exemption and cleanse the dirt on your soul. When talking about the topic of blood, the two elegant ladies seemed extremely enthusiastic. Mu Bai, who saw the scene, showed a faint smile. In fact, I was able to escape from the werewolves this time, because these werewolves wanted to get my information and deliberately did not kill me. I want to report this important information to the king's court through your introduction. I don't know if you can agree to it. While talking, Mu Bai's admiring expression made the two more excited. The vampires are the most incompatible with the werewolf forces in the Dark Knight Dynasty. Now this human would rather keep the secret in front of the werewolves at the risk of death. And when he meets the kind and fair vampire, he wants to tell the secret. This performance is simply a role model. If his deeds are spread as a model, it will not only humiliate the werewolf forces, but also show the elegance of the vampire race and the kingly demeanor of all races. Mr. Bai, this is of course possible, but I hope the secret you said is really important. Otherwise we can't protect you when those people of the royal bloodline get angry. I know this. This secret is of great importance. If it weren't too dangerous, I would have told my two sisters long ago. Mu Bai sighed with a little melancholy, as if it was very uncomfortable for him not to be able to tell the secret at this moment. Oh, Mr. Bai, don't force yourself. We naturally know your difficulties. Listening to the extremely harmonious conversation in the carriage, the blood slave coachman who was driving was a little indignant, which caused the whole carriage to shake violently when turning a corner in front and almost flipped over. The vampire lady who originally had a gentle voice in the carriage immediately scolded the coachman who was driving the carriage like scolding a dog. Lowly race. Lowly life. If you don't concentrate on your work, I will hang you upside down at the gate of the city for half a year. Let you know how powerful I am. I don't dare. I don't dare. The coachman who begged for mercy was immediately terrified. He was transformed from a human to a blood slave. And the vampire who transformed him had absolute control over him. So at this moment, when he heard his master scolding, his original jealousy disappeared, and only the fear of the stormy waves continued to eat away at his heart. Mu Bai, with an indifferent expression, ignored this matter. After the vampire lady finished scolding, the three continued to talk. The terrified blood slave coachman couldn't help trembling all over until he entered the royal city. The fear from the blood and soul was not so easy to dissipate. When Mubai entered the royal city, he could smell the smell of blood everywhere. The two ladies led him straight to the guest house closest to the royal city. After arranging Mubai's residence, they went to the royal court to ask for orders and report everything they knew. Mubai, who was waiting for news in the guest room, immediately used the netherworld heart technique to restrain his own breath. His breath-concealing technique could conceal it from two vampire nobles at the Star Warrior level, but it was difficult to conceal it in front of vampires at a higher level. So the best way at this moment is to use the netherworld heart method to resuppress his own aura. Just after he had restrained all his aura, the door was knocked. As soon as he opened the door, he saw the groom rushing in. His pure black eyes were very scary, especially with his angry expression. He looked like a monster. You betrayed the human race. You are a sinner. The vampires will use you and discard you like scum. He grabbed Mubai's collar and looked particularly bloodthirsty, as if he couldn't help but tear him apart at any time. Mubai pretended to be shocked and terrified, but he wanted to laugh in his heart. Such an obvious test clearly showed that the two noble vampires still had doubts. Let go! Mubai pushed the other person away suddenly, straightened his clothes and said leisurely, even if I am abandoned, it doesn't matter. As long as I can become a vampire, I will be willing to be used. As a human, the short lifespan is simply the stupidity of the creator. Only the great immortality can match me. The driver looked at Mubai coldly with a complicated expression, then snorted and closed the door and left. Mubai, who felt that his acting skills were explosive, smiled and sat on the chair listening to the voice downstairs that was difficult for ordinary people to hear clearly. Sister, I said that someone like Mr. Mubai could not be. Isn't this just to be safe? Let's go and report to the king's court. Mubai tapped the table with his fingers and looked at the shaking water droplets rolling as if he saw a big show about to begin. Are you saying that a human has escaped from the werewolves? In the magnificent blood crystal palace, the royal pureblood Queen Ella asked with interest. Marshal Fenglang gave an example of the security of the werewolf territory in the parliament a few days ago. But now it seems to have become a bunch of jokes. I must bring up this matter again in the parliament of the Dark Knight dynasty. Under the bloodstained dress is white jade skin. From a distance, it seems like a dreamlike figure. The blood-red hair makes her look a little crazy. She is very beautiful. At least, there is no flaw in her from the perspective of the vampire community. This perfect and overly perfect appearance often gives people a sense of extreme danger. Facing the queen's rose-colored eyes, the two ladies seemed particularly restrained. Under the level of blood suppression, the two vampire ladies with noble blood felt numb all over, as if the one standing in front of them was not the queen, but a flood beast. Since he was able to escape from the werewolf territory and has a secret to tell me, I'd like to take a good look at his secret. Are you sure he's not sent by the werewolves? If I find out, I'll hang you two at the city gate. The vampire queen's voice was very soft and gentle, but it sounded like the devil's whisper to them. My lord, I can guarantee that he's definitely not sent by the werewolves. Yes. Yes. He looks so good. He definitely can't be an undercover agent of the lowly werewolves. He's not an undercover agent just because he looks good? Queen Ella, who wanted to laugh, pointed outside the palace. Let him in. Yes. The young vampire guard, standing upright and wearing light armor, saluted gracefully and strode out of the royal court. After a while, he led Mubai into the palace. Mubai felt something was wrong almost at the first sight of the vampire queen. The Ken Absolute that the other party gave him was almost the same as that of the Supreme Elder in the Holy Dao sect, which meant that the other party was at least a strong man in the Star Wheel realm. Are you the Mubai who escaped from the werewolf territory? I am Mubai, who ran away from the werewolf sacrifice valley and escaped to the border by chance after killing 2,000 werewolf warriors. Mubai, who had a change of mind, told the truth directly. If he hid something at this time, he would really look down on the other party. The two kneeling ladies raised their heads in astonishment. They never thought that Mubai was actually able to kill 2,000 werewolf warriors. Before, the other party only said that he escaped by chance, but did not say that he escaped after killing 2,000 werewolf warriors by chance. Suddenly, a chill surged into their hearts. Star Warrior Realm, your method of hiding your strength is interesting. After seeing Mubai's face clearly, Queen Ella said softly in a trance. She looked at Mubai with a complicated expression. as if she had seen this face before. As expected, Mubai remained calm and did not argue or refute, but lowered his head with no joy or sadness. Since you want to become a pure-blooded vampire, then tell us your secret information. If it is not something important, you can just wait to become a dry skeleton. The two ladies slowly left the hall at the queen's signal. Seeing this, Mubai also looked up and stared at the elegant queen with his black eyes, with a faint golden color. Is it important information that the Sword Emperor is about to be promoted to the peak of the Sun Wheel realm of the God Emperor? Promoted to the peak of the Sun Wheel realm. Queen Ella, with a frown on her face, was silent for a long time before she said coldly, "This is indeed important information. If you are right, the war between the Dark Knight dynasty and the human race will also come to an end. He may become the strongest person in the world at present. But how to confirm the truth of your words? If you are just talking nonsense, I can't prove it at all." Queen Ella naturally knew the importance of this news. At present, the old monsters of various races that are lingering in the Dark Knight dynasty are only at the Sun Wheel realm. If the Sword Emperor can be promoted to the peak of the Sun Wheel realm, it means that the other party is not far from the God Emperor realm. In this case, the vampire race must reevaluate its position. If the benefits of joining forces with the human race are greater, perhaps the strategic focus of the entire race will really be closer to the human race. Of course, this is not a problem. As long as you transform me into a pure vampire, you can know what I think. Not only that, you can also completely control my life. Mubai, who was showing his true colors, immediately said this. Queen Ella circled around Mubai with interest for a few times and then slowly said, "You are very strange. I can see you are here. But for some reason I feel that you are not real. Is this not an illusory scene?" Mubai also felt something strange when he heard the other party's words. According to reason, these existences in the god and demon assessment should be illusory. But now the illusory characters say that they are not real. Which is really a bit like Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly and a butterfly dreaming of Zhuangzhou. But this is not the time to think about these things. Mubai said in a deep voice, "I am here. Life and death are all in your mind. How can it be illusory?" The vampire queen saw that Mubai was not afraid of life and death and had some trust in him. "Unbutton the collar," the cold voice said in an ordering tone. Mubai was speechless for a moment. He had never been ordered like this by others. However, he didn't care after thinking that this god and demon assessment was just a test. His ultimate goal was to complete the task and obtain the rare god body. After unbuttoning the collar, Queen Ella came to his neck and sniffed. Feeling the fresh blood, her mouth opened a kind of arc. The other party's blood was delicious and had an inexplicable fragrance. This taste was completely different from that of normal humans. Very good. The sharp fangs in Queen Ella's mouth slowly stretched out and then bit Mubai's neck. A stinging pain came and then a feeling of anesthesia. Even Mubai felt a little dizzy. Fresh and delicious blood was exchanged at the same time as the contract of purebred vampires. Mubai's black hair gradually grew longer until it reached his shoulders, and his human pupils also shrank rapidly at this moment. When his rose-colored eyes turned, the fangs in his mouth began to grow. His skin became whiter, and the flow and beat of his blood and heart became slower. When the vampire queen pulled out her fangs, Mubai had completely transformed into a purebred vampire. The feeling of becoming a cold-blooded animal is very strange. At least Mubai feels very uncomfortable. His mind seems to be gradually becoming cold due to the power of blood. Mubai is not panicked about this change. After all, he had already thought of a way out before he wanted to become a vampire. "You are not lying," Queen Ella nodded and said after wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth. After she transformed the other party into a pure-blooded vampire, she repeatedly asked the other party's heart through blood control 30 times. Every time the blood feedback answer is that he is not lying. Compared with language, she believes the answer of blood feedback more. Mubai, who is adapting to his body, is thinking about another problem. After the external blood enters the body, the internal system will block it. If the system does not block it, it means that this god and demon assessment is indeed illusory. After figuring out this relationship, Mubai's smile became even bigger. "Congratulations on becoming a pure-blooded vampire with noble blood. And also a slave of me, the Supreme Lord. Raise your head." The blood in Mubai's body instinctively complied with this command and made the same reaction. "Now you need to go to the Blood Clan Cathedral to receive the baptism ceremony of the leader. After that, you will stay by my side and become a follower." Mubai was naturally happy to hear that he could touch the vampire scepter. After all, Touching the scepter was his purpose of becoming a vampire. In the cathedral at night, Mubai got his wish and touched the vampire scepter. The moment he touched the scepter, he remembered the weight, temperature and material of the scepter. After touching the vampire scepter, the purity of his blood seemed to increase by 1 point. Okay. Your blood purity ceremony is over. You can come and pray to the statue of the vampire ancestor every 7 days in the future. In this way, your heart will become more pious and more pious. The extremely old leader seemed to be unable to breathe for the next breath. Mubai didn't listen to his words while he was talking. After the ceremony, Mubai heard the voice of the vampire Queen Ella in his mind before he walked out of the church. Now lead the vampire guards to the deserted town to suppress the reactionary human race. I hope you can complete this task successfully. The ghostly vampire guards under the moonlight have come behind Mubai. Obviously, these people have been waiting here for a long time. Or are you still worried about my position and let me suppress the rebellion of my own race? At this moment, he was still under the watchful eyes of the queen in the city. It was unlikely that he could complete the task of stealing the vampire scepter. Thinking of this, he had no intention of disobeying the other party's order and took the guards to the deserted city quickly. At this moment, the deserted city has become a pile of ruins. Tens of thousands of prisoners have escaped collectively. The culprit is slaughtering vampire cubs and old vampires in the city. No matter whether they are young vampires or old vampires, they can't escape his hands. It's not enough. Haven't your reinforcements come yet? This level of realm can't let me recover to the apostle realm at all. The little giant Chukwanga in the half-human and half-whale state is simply a killing machine. Many vampires who want to escape are all crushed into meat dregs. Mythological ability users are extremely powerful, and he is a Leviathan whale. With the blessing of the two, his strength and speed have risen to an incredible level. Many vampire legions at the level of star warriors are like white paper in his hands. He led other gods and demons to make a big fuss and felt unhappy. So he immediately started the city slaughter mode. During this time, a vampire lord at the level of star apostle was even smashed to death by his punches. Mad Wolf Shock Wave. He transformed into a Leviathan whale and blew out the sea waves crazily, sweeping across the 4 directions. But he soon held on, just because an acquaintance came not far away. When Mubai arrived, he couldn't help shaking his head. Chukwanga, this is your stupidity. With such a huge momentum, any vampire at the level of Star Overlord will kill you. Right? The vampire guards quickly surrounded Chukwanga, and Mubai stood on the gravel and said with a little regret, Mubai, you actually appeared so soon. Just in time for you and me to continue fighting. The excited Chukwanga rushed directly in the form of Leviathan whale. And Mubai saw this and easily dodged it by tiptoeing. The nearby vampire guards quickly surrounded them. And just as they were about to pierce Chukwanga's skin with their swords, the surrounding ground quickly seeped into muddy water and trapped them. The beast-like Chukwanga transformed into a half-human form and swung his hand over. The terrifying power exploded one by one. The vampire guards who were blocked by the mud exploded like watermelons and died. Only 2 vampire guards ran to Mubai and managed to escape. Really brutal. After sighing, Mubai broke the necks of the 2 guards with his backhand. After 2 warm currents entered his body, his first-grade realm of the Star Warrior began to loosen. Huh? You turned into a vampire? What's this? After shaking off the blood on his hands, Chukwanga walked over with a smile, and was slightly surprised to notice the change in Mubai's appearance. It's just for the mission. Don't tell me you're not ready to complete the mission and just kill people here. Mission? You mean the mission list? That thing is too laborious. I threw it away a long time ago. Somewhat speechless, Mubai always felt that the other party was deliberately playing dumb. If the god and demon assessment is only ranked by killing, what is the difference between it and the subworld conquest in the main world? The tasks given at the beginning of the god and demon assessment are obviously of great importance. Just like the multiple choice questions or essays in the Chinese test paper. How can you get a high score if you don't get the score for this part? Chukwanga, I find that you have some problems with your brain. You are really lucky to get the mythical fruit. Mubai casually sent out a vibration iron fist, and the already broken ground was directly overturned by the vibration shock wave. Is there something wrong with my brain? The mission says to assassinate the high-level officials of the Dark Knight dynasty. I will kill them with my life. Weird fruit ability. Where is your mythical fruit ability? Water waves and torrents. The waves in the whale's mouth rotated and shot out, just colliding with the vibration shock wave. Under the impact of the 2 energies, the water waves were surging in the high-temperature friction. Hot rain fell from the sky. The two figures collided again. The whistling shock wave killed a large number of nearby contestants. When the two figures crossed, they all raised their heads, just because a stream of warm currents also poured into their respective bodies. At this moment, the two people realized a problem at the same time. That is, the eliminated contestants seemed to recover their strength faster. It seems that you want to do this too. Mu Bai. You are really inhuman. Humanity? I see that you can't stop smiling on Chu Kuangji's face. The two people who withdrew at the same time directly avoided the battle and turned to slaughter all the contestants. Such a change is naturally shocking. Many contestants, who were slaughtering vampire civilians, were in trouble. As soon as they looked up, they found that a blue behemoth turned around and slaughtered them bloodily. Chu Kuanggu. Are you crazy? We are in the same group. Someone screamed in astonishment. In the same group? In the eyes of the strong, there is no place for the weak. Are you qualified to be my companion? Chu Kuanggu said coldly. And the murderous intent in his tone could not be concealed at all. Chu Kuanggu came from Dongou, which is vast and has all kinds of star beasts. Chu Kuanggu, who survived and grew into a strong man in that environment, has a thorough understanding of the survival of the fittest. He who survived between life and death is more like a beast in human appearance than a human. While the contestants were fleeing, the blue body had already crushed them like a giant battleship. The heavy body was the best weapon. He killed very quickly without any mercy and compassion, and his strength recovered rapidly at this juncture. Mu Bai. I just don't know if your harvesting speed can match mine. He wanted to turn back and mock Mu Bai, but the scene he saw made his heart sink suddenly. Just because Mu Bai hunted faster, he was more ruthless. Blood and flesh flew under the vibrating iron fists. Hundreds of blood mists broke out again nearby before they had almost dissipated. Each group of blood mists was the life of a contestant in the god and demon assessment. This scene was shocking even for the reckless Chu Kuanggu. He originally thought that Mu Bai would be like those geniuses he had met, who were hypocritical and righteous in front of others. But this Mu Bai was a real villain. He killed more easily than him. Damn. Were you a butcher in your previous life? Chu Kuanggu cursed and did not dare to delay and immediately started his own killing. Chu Kuanggu had no psychological burden in hunting contestants in reverse. And Mu Bai was even more handy. He shuttled through the ruins, and dozens of heads flew into the sky with a knife. He turned around and punched the ground, and hundreds of contestants were killed by the shock wave. In terms of the decisiveness of killing, Mu Bai has never lost. He has an advantage that as long as he is determined to do something or is doing something, he will carry it out to the end, and will not think too much in the process to be distracted or doubt his judgment. He has never been a righteous person or a villain. Other people's will cannot determine his actions. Even if he is criticized by thousands of people, he can continue to do his own things without paying attention. That is why he can step into the main world step by step and grow to the present stage. Mu Bai, who has traveled in many worlds, has long understood some things that ordinary people understand but can never face up to. If you want to pursue fairness, you can't compromise and tolerate. Instead, you must make yourself the person who controls the fair rules. If you want to pursue strength, you can't look back and forth. Instead, you must act immediately and step on everyone to become the strongest. If you want to win, you can't value the means of winning. Instead, you must exhaust any method, even if it means slaughtering billions of lives. This is Mu Bai, a person who walks between the righteous and the evil. In this slaughter competition, there is no doubt that Mu Bai is faster. He has stimulated the Xinjiang fruit to the extreme that his body can currently bear, and the speed of his strength recovery is also extremely amazing under the continuous harvest. In order to catch up with Mu Bai's killing speed, Chu Kuanggu had to passively continue this game of racing against time. He was so tired of killing that he was really scared of this young man named Mu Bai. He had never seen a ruthless person who killed faster than himself. When the number of slaughters reached 10,000, Mu Bai's Star Warrior realm also reached the peak of the first grade. And the supreme forgetful sword that was originally taken away by the god and demon assessment was also transmitted out from his waist. And at the same time, the memory of the supreme forgetful sword technique in his mind was awakened. Very good. My killing speed can be further improved. Mu Bai's eyes were cold as he drew out the magic sword with his backhand. And the endless Xinjiang fruit cover appeared on the blade of the magic sword. A sword fell lightly. The turbulent sword intent mixed in the sword wave cut through the sky like a natural moat. Under the extremely wide-ranging slash, all the buildings that came into contact were evenly shattered. And at the same time, the Xinjiang fruit on the sword wave also exploded. Supreme Forgetful Sword plus Supreme Forgetful Sword Technique plus Jinjin Fruit plus Magnificent Sword Intention plus Fatal Slash plus Wide Range Coverage, with all kinds of blessings. Mu Bai's sword collected thousands of heads, and rolled to the ground. In such a scene, all the contestants of the God and Demon assessment, who wanted to fight back, fled away like crazy. But unfortunately Mu Bai would not give them this opportunity. The vast amount of inexplicable power further unlocked the shackles in Mu Bai's body. His strength was restored again, and he moved his mind. Dozens of cold and moon-like deadly slashes burst out. All the characters and buildings within the range of the sword intention were shattered, and each sword could cause a small-scale earthquake. After dozens of swords, Mu Bai had touched the threshold of the recovery of the mythical Sun Golden Crow fruit, and his offensive intensified again. This monster is actually a master of swordsmanship. The shocked Chu Kuanga knew that time was running out, and he had to show some real stuff. He was seen transforming into the animal form of the Leviathan whale, and swimming towards the sky. His huge body stirred all the wind and rain. At this moment, the whistling thunder and rain continued to bombard the surface along the high space like a punishment from the gods. The flowing thunder and sharp water droplets kept killing. The increasingly dense thunder even formed a magnetic field along the body of the Leviathan whale, which continuously accelerated the operation of the electric current. The thunder bombardment with massive rain as the medium was at its peak at this moment. Its killing efficiency was also exponentially improved. However, Chu Kuanga was feeling uncomfortable at this moment. The most important reason why he did not use this trick before was the heart-piercing pain, because his compatibility with the mythical Leviathan whale fruit was not high. He often had physical intolerance when using large-scale attack methods. This is similar to some people being able to drink milk normally, and nothing happened, while some people felt uncomfortable in their stomachs after drinking milk. To solve this contradiction, Chu Kuanga could only continue to deepen his awakening of the mythical Leviathan whale fruit. The slaughter game at both ends of the city ruins was about to reach its end. On one side, the purple thunder roared and controlled the rain to stir up the wind and clouds, while on the other side, the sword energy was constantly slashing. The two of them almost slaughtered all the tens of thousands of people on the battlefield in 5 minutes. Almost at the same time, their realms were all restored to the realm of the Star Apostle. The last shackles that restrained Mu Bai were also removed at this moment. White flames flowed on his body, and the blood of the mythical Great Sun Golden Crow was about to flow back into his body, instantly suppressing his original pure-blooded vampire blood. It works! After feeling the changes in his body, Mu Bai was relieved. The important premise for him to accept the pure blood transformation was actually the mythical Sun Golden Crow fruit. Because he was highly compatible with this fruit, his own blood was also transformed to some extent. In this case, the blood of pure-blooded vampires will be suppressed as long as they come into contact with it. Even if Mu Bai is willing, the power of the Golden Crow blood can help him remove the vampire blood in his body. But Mu Bai did not do so at this moment. He retained this alien blood for a while, in the ruins of the deserted city with corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river. The two mythical species faced each other from a distance. The atmosphere gradually became tense at this moment. The faint screams of pain from the nearby ruins added a bit of dead silence here. The decisive battle of the mythical species is about to begin. The two who had recovered their full strength confronted each other, and neither of them acted rashly. Originally, you and I were supposed to fight in the selection of the Son of God in the royal court. But I didn't expect that the first battlefield would be in the God and Demon assessment. Chu Kuangji's voice, in the form of Leviathan whale, was as loud as a bronze bell. Are you confident that you can become the Son of God in the selection of the Son of God in the royal court? Mu Bai, who was wiping the sword, was not in a hurry. This was the first time he heard of this selection of the Son of God. If it was held by the royal court, it would really have something to do with him. Hee. Even if I, Chu Kuanggu, am crazy, I don't have that kind of mind. As long as you have seen the selection of the third Son of God, you can know the difficulty of this selection of the fifth Son of God. A small figure like me from Dongzhou can only become a foil. I am invited to gild myself. It doesn't matter whether I can become the Son of God. Speaking of which, it is the third Son of God in the contemporary royal court who invited me. Emperor Yu. Emperor Yu. Mu Bai was startled. These two words were naturally familiar to him. He had heard about the other party's deeds more than a dozen times in his conversations with Bai Shaosheng these days. It is rumored that the third Son of God in the royal court, who is called the Ghost Emperor, is a rare person with special abilities in the mythology system. His ability can command all ghosts. So in the outside world, he is also called the Ghost King, although he is nominally the third Son of God in the sequence. He has inherited the inheritance of 2-star masters, and is a congenital divine body. So he is called the strongest son of God in the contemporary era. With the blessing of various titles, he can be regarded as a big figure who can be ranked in the top 10 in the royal court. What's more terrifying is that he is only 24 years old now. But he has entered the 3 realms. Some people say that he has entered the Star Wheel realm a few years ago. And some people say that he has entered the Moon Wheel realm. This most powerful person among the young geniuses in the royal court must not be that simple. If the geniuses of the entire Zhongzhou are divided into several levels, then the other party is undoubtedly the top one. In the words of Bai Xiaosheng, the other party had the qualifications to become a divine emperor more than 100,000 years ago. Mu Bai is not a fool. He has understood the hidden meaning in Chu Kuangda's words. The other party is not determined to make things difficult for him. He came to Zhongyi Mountain to participate in the god and demon assessment for someone's reasons. The other party's target is him. You mean this third son of God? Emperor Yu asked you to come? I don't have anything worthy of the attention of such a big shot. When he said this, Mu Bai paused. He vaguely remembered that the person who was looking for the Netherworld Heart method seemed to be ghostly. And this third son of God, Emperor Yu, was called the Ghost King. Could there be a connection between the two? In other words, the mastermind behind the incomplete upper half of the Netherworld Heart method being placed in all parts of the main world is Emperor Yu. Thinking of this, Mu Bai frowned. He didn't know the power division within the royal court at the moment. If the Ziwei Star Lord who recruited him to Zhongzhou and the third son of God, Emperor Yu, were in the same group, then his situation might be a bit difficult. I didn't say who asked me to come. You said it all by yourself. I'm just a little dissatisfied with these big guys for using me as a chess piece on the chessboard. I still have to defeat you. A blue figure broke through the air and attacked. A huge amount of lightning and shadows blasted through the ruins, like a thunderflower rainstorm. Mu Bai dodged and slashed away. The void was shattered by the Xinjiang fruit, and the sharp slash fell swiftly on the Leviathan whale. Emperor Whale Water Shield. Dense seawater flows out from the body surface, and at this moment, it quickly condenses into a thick water shield. These special water shields can actually block the cold moon-like slash. Mu Bai was surprised and naturally guessed that this seawater was not ordinary. Thinking of this, he immediately activated the power of the mythical Great Sun Golden Crow Fruitless Fruit to let the surging Golden Crow Divine Fire merge into the Divine Sword. In the white high-temperature Divine Fire, hundreds of slashes with raging seas of fire burst out in an instant. Falling water wall. The figure of the Leviathan whale was blocked by the water wall. In the blurred light and shadow, you can still see his faint smile. Mu Bai's guess was indeed correct. Chu Kuangji's seawater was not ordinary seawater, but a whale falling into the water. This special water can dissolve any attack means, and is considered a defensive means of the Leviathan whale. Its horror lies in the fact that the whale falling into the water can transform the enemy's attack, and make it unable to hurt itself. Chu Kuangge had used this move to fully compress and resist the full-strength attack of a Star Master-level strongman. It can be said that he has absolute confidence in the defensive whale falling into water. Useless Mu Bai. The flame can't. Huh? Just when Chu Kuangge was about to taunt the opponent, he was surprised to find that the water wall, with full defense power, disappeared quickly under the opponent's flame slash. This was something he had never seen before. It really worked. The Xinjiang fruit could not break through the opponent's defense, but the Golden Crow Divine Fire could. Seeing that the offensive was effective, Mu Bai directly entered the mythical state of the Great Sun Golden Crow, and saw that his black hair turned into white hair burning with fire. And he was also wrapped in the Golden Crow Phantom. The white Golden Crow Divine Fire spread in the void. He stretched out his Golden Crow wings, and the illusory armor of the Heavenly God Golden Crow armor appeared outside his body. At this moment, Mu Bai, who was in full state, controlled the Golden Crow Divine Fire burning in the void, and quickly ignited the opponent's water wall. The steaming heat waves rolled over, spreading in the air like a boiling oil pan about to burst. The extreme high temperature followed the trajectory of the Golden Crow Divine Fire, and continued to invade the water wall outside the Leviathan whale. As long as the water wall disappeared, Mu Bai could ignite the opponent's muscles, ignite the opponent's blood, and ignite everything that existed in the god and demon assessment. Not good. Seeing such a scene, Chu Kuangde naturally couldn't sit and wait for death. He saw him exit the animal form and break through the fire blockade while landing on the surface. His eyebrows were burned and curled, looking particularly embarrassed. Emperor Whale skill. Swallowing the sky and the earth. The blue illusory Leviathan whale behind Chu Kuangde continued to expand its volume, like a planet. The powerful attraction broke out in the void. The shadow of the Leviathan whale was particularly dazzling in the night sky. And the high-level vampire army in the distance noticed the movement here almost immediately. Chu Kwangda, who suddenly stopped, was shocked. Mu Bai, you are still looking for help. You are crazy. If you want to fight, keep fighting. If you don't want to fight, get out of here, Mu Bai said unceremoniously. But he had already withdrawn from the mythical form, and obviously did not intend to continue fighting with the other party. This may be due to Chu Kwangda's frankness when talking about the mastermind behind the scenes. Or it may be due to the approach of the vampire army. But these are not what Chu Kwangda is considering at the moment. That's good. Since you are not going to deal with me now, let's talk about our business later. After that, Chu Kwangda quickly transformed into the Leviathan whale and swam towards the north. Several Legion-level vampire armies heard the news and chased in the direction of his escape. Mu Bai, who stayed in the original place, suppressed the original Golden Crow bloodline and let the bloodline of pure-blooded vampires reappear in his body. His ears, which were originally normal, gradually became pointed and his skin became snow-white. An inexplicable coldness appeared on his face, making him look very cold. The vampire army wearing medieval armor stopped when passing by Mu Bai. The leading vampire general looked around and said in surprise, I thought the queen's servants were all useless. I didn't expect there were people with your strength. This has greatly changed my mind. Killing the enemy is our mission. As long as it is the queen's order, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Good guy. This guy is actually a die-hard fan of the queen. The vampire count looked at Mu Bai speechlessly, and immediately pulled the reins to speed up the flying speed of the fierce bat under his crotch and flew towards the direction where Chu Kwangda fled. Before leaving, he turned back and praised, I remember your contribution. And I will definitely ask for credit for you in the future. Looking at the other person's back as he walked away, Mu Bai felt that it didn't matter whether he asked for credit or not. After all, he was about to take away the most noble symbolic treasure in the entire vampire territory. He turned into a blood shadow and staggered towards the direction of the vampire king's court. The morning light spread in the holy cathedral, and the old vampire leader felt irritated when watching this scene. As a vampire, what he hated most was sunny weather. If there was only one thing that made him dissatisfied in the vampire territory, it might be this reason. It would have been better if the werewolves had taken the territory when the fiefdom was divided. It's cloudy almost every day, which is more suitable for vampires to survive. It's too bright here, and an old man like me can't adapt to it, let alone the new vampires. Walking back into the dark church, the old bishop grabbed the trembling human girl next to him and was about to bite her when he suddenly found a young man with a cold temperament walking slowly in front of the church's sacred book. The long sword on the other party's waist exuded a compelling murderous intent, and even the old leader had to admit that he felt a little scared at this moment. After pushing the serving human girl away, the old leader said with a little curiosity, I don't know what the queen's entourage is doing here. You may not know that you can't break in here. Otherwise it will be a serious crime. When the old leader said the last two words, his voice was very low, and an aggressive aura emerged from him. Under his white hair, he looked down from a high position. Mu Bai walked down the steps step by step with his hands behind his back. Every step he took brought bright red blood dripping on the bricks and stones. The old leader was very familiar with the smell. It was the young blood clan member he was going to use to seize the body. How could the other party's smell be here? Mu Bai, smiling, stretched out his right hand behind his back, and saw a bloody head dripping blood. The shocked face clearly proved that the other party was killed in one hit. Seeing this, the old leader laughed instead of being angry. What do you mean? Aren't you afraid that the queen will hang you if you kill people in my church? The human girl curled up in the corner watched this scene carefully at this moment. She didn't dare to breathe and clearly saw the smile of the young blood clan member, as if he had already regarded the bishop as a turtle in a jar. Stop talking nonsense and give me the vampire scepter. Scepter? This is the one in my hand. Do you dare to take it if I give it to you? It seems that you are also an undercover planted by the human race, but you are destined to not find the real one. The old man smiled playfully, and just as he was about to continue speaking, his left arm was cut off instantly. The next moment, the terrifying sword intent cut off the old leader's legs along the trajectory. In the other party's astonished eyes, Mu Bai repeated the previous sentence. Give me the vampire scepter. I want the real one. The old leader, who was crawling on the ground, slowly closed his eyes, and Mu Bai frowned slightly. Only because at this moment, in the highest coffin, An ordinary-looking Blood Clan youth had put on a black dress and slowly fell to the ground. Even if that old body is broken, I won't feel sorry for it. You took the opportunity of the Queen's absence to attack the church. It seems that you are confident to deal with other roundups. The handsome Blood Clan youth with a red ponytail was obviously injected with the soul of the old bishop at this moment. The red blood light and the white sword intent kept colliding at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. The desolate church building collapsed. Many vampires who came to worship died in the aftermath of this battle before they understood what was happening. Elegantly blowing out the sparks on his fingers, the bishop who controlled the young body seemed to be at ease. On the other hand, Mubai gradually became serious. In the brief confrontation just now, the two were evenly matched. But the other party was obviously more relaxed. I didn't expect that my first time to kill a Star Master level strongman would be completed in this god and devil assessment. You must hold on. Otherwise the battle will end too quickly, and there will be no fun. Faced with Mubai's arrogant words, the old bishop was also amused. He was a vampire duke at the level of Star Master, and the other party dared to provoke a small star apostle like this. I really don't know how many ways to write the word death. Blood demon tribulation. 10,000 rains. The scarlet blood condensed from nearby, and the black and red blood of the vampire shot out like the toughest divine weapon. The continuous offensive was like a natural disaster. This kind of attack would kill even 100 star apostles. Not to mention one. Old man, do you really think realm is everything? Let me wake you up now. The two fists compressed the vibration ball cover. At the same time as the void suddenly burst, Mubai had already brought the golden crow phantom to suppress the enemy like the sun descending. The vibration and the blood rain intertwined to form a large vacuum zone. The moment the white vibration shock wave dissipated, the blood rain on the periphery actually burst one by one. This was something the bishop had not expected. In addition to being shocked, he began to re-examine this strange human. Interesting. This is the first time in my life that I have seen a person who can fight against me with the combat power of the Star Apostle level. I will not let you go, Mubai. A human prodigy like you. The scarlet light enveloped the world. The whole sky seemed to have become a kind of cage. Mubai, who was trapped in it, followed the sound and saw a large number of church members wearing white clergy robes appearing in the spider web-like sky. The two vice churches were actually strong men at the level of Star Master. The other hundreds of vampires were strong men at the level of Star Apostles. With such a lineup and the net of heaven and earth, even Mubai felt a little tricky. He could confidently break free from the enemies in front of him, but he was afraid of the return of the Vampire Queen. If the other party received the news and rushed back from the Dark Knight dynasty, he would really be dead. If you want to challenge the church, you must first defeat the blood demons. The bishop with a young body casually cut his finger, and when the blood in his hand dripped, the ground of the Scarlet Formation was full of gorgeous red spider lilies. As the flowers bloomed, the tentacles several centimeters thick extended and gathered into monsters more than 10 meters high, with the wings of bats and the strong bodies of giants. The breath of these giant bat monsters is extremely strong. Some of them are even as strong as the breath of the Apostles of the Stars. And there are more than 100 blood demons of this level in the entire block space. Old thing, you are actually a devil fruit ability user? Mubai, with his eyes slightly narrowed, drew out the Tai Shan Wang Qing sword and immediately rushed into the formation. Blood demons were killed every moment under the sharp and fierce swordsmanship. But as the blood demons died and injured more, the flowers on the other side of the periphery bloomed faster, and the number of blood demons condensed was also more. The bishop smiled and said nothing, but watched Mubai fall into the quagmire quietly. He is indeed a devil fruit user and a superhuman red spider flower user. He can easily spread the blood power through the red spider flower to mass-produce blood demons on a large scale. This method does not improve personal strength too much, but it is a monster-level ability that can withstand thousands of troops on the battlefield. This is one of the reasons why the Vampire Queen is relieved to hand over the royal city to the other party. Bishop, kill this human. If the Queen comes back and sees such a scene, she will be furious. Do you want to take out the vampire scepter as well? If the other party has a companion. No. The two vice bishops were interrupted by the bishop before they finished speaking. He smiled strangely and said, "The fact that someone in the human race wants to steal the vampire scepter has long been known to the top leaders. The scepter has been carried by the Queen from beginning to end. Aren't we fishing just to wait for such a fool?" The bishop naturally knew why the Sword Emperor needed the vampire scepter. He would not let down his guard and let the national treasure flow out of the country. The overall goal this time was to find the traitors in the territory so that they could be eradicated. This was also the reason why Mu Bai was able to become a pure-blooded vampire so quickly without any review. They were not stupid. So how could they not know that there was something wrong with Mu Bai? He was just cooperating in the play. Mu Bai, who was fighting hard in the block space, gradually reacted when he heard the words from above. He originally thought that the god and demon assessment was just a game-like task. But now it seems to be infinitely close to reality. At this moment, he understood why Bai Xiaosheng said that the god and demon assessment was extremely fair. The difficulty encountered by everyone is matched with their own. This random difficulty matching is fair. But I am afraid I will suffer today. Mu Bai, who was killing non-stop, held a magic sword and killed his way out of the siege. The sword pointed directly at the bishop and others above his head. The strange thing was that time actually stopped at this moment, and Mu Bai's body gradually stagnated. At this moment, several huge blood words appeared in the void. Mu Bai looked at it and felt secretly shocked. Currently you can settle the assessment. Task completion. Number of enemies killed. Faction tasks. Rescue. Currently you can get an elite quality divine body after completing the divine and demon assessment. If you want to continue the assessment, the difficulty of the assessment will increase and the reward will also increase. Continue or end. When the bloody words flashed in the void, Mu Bai smiled. If he decisively gave up the assessment at this moment, it might be very convenient. The random selection of elite-level divine bodies depends on luck. As long as the luck is not too bad, you can get a pretty good divine body. This may be a rare treasure that a small number of people want to win but cannot get. Unfortunately, Mu Bai is not one of these people. He likes challenges the most. The random divine body of the elite level cannot satisfy his appetite. What he wants is the top divine body in the top 10 of the divine body rankings. What he wants is the invincible divine body that can help him reach the peak. He wants the best. Continue. The stagnant time continues to speed up. Mu Bai, who came to his senses, stretched out the wings of the great sun golden crow and rushed into the bloody sky and punched at the void barrier. The golden crow divine fire and the vibration power burst out at the same time. The two entangled forces roared and impacted the formation like a real dragon. Squeak! The constantly broken lines made the outer star apostle strongmen panic, while the two deputy bishops and the bishop watched the scene coldly. In their eyes, even if Mu Bai rushed out of the formation, he would not be able to compete with the three-star masters at the same time. Mythology form activated. Animal form. The armor of the god of heaven and the crow appeared on Mu Bai's body. In the dazzling light, he rarely transformed into the appearance of an animal in the mythology form. A real sun gradually rose from the formation. The dazzling light of the sun forced back all the vampires present like a burning ray. Under such light, even the three vampire peak strongmen at the level of Star Master had to avoid its edge. What kind of joke is this light? Is he the sun? The nearest low-strength vampire was dissolved by the light in an instant. As a race of the night, vampires are very afraid of the sun's rays. So even if Mu Bai, who has transformed into a pure golden crow form, does not attack, just hanging in the air is enough to kill 90% of the vampires. The fiery red wings are gradually burning with white void divine fire. The layers of wings emitting heat are full of ancient runes. The divine bird with 3 white flames on its head makes a soul-stirring cry facing the gray sky. The white flames broke through the seal and the formation, and with the sun's light that cannot be looked at directly, it steamed over the vampire king city and the sea of fire. Mu Bai, who broke through the shackles, immediately sensed the breath marked by the golden crow mark hidden in the ground of the church, following the information of the golden crow's divine consciousness. This old guy is really lying. The real vampire scepter is in the space under the church. If there was no mark when he was crowned as a pure-blooded vampire, Mu Bai might have been deceived by the other party. The mythical Great Sun Golden Crow fruit is a unique way to enhance the host's vision, and the same is true for enhancing the sense of smell. After learning the whereabouts of the scepter, Mu Bai rushed out of the blockade formation and turned into a high-temperature fireball and blasted into the surface. Under the light of the Golden Crow's divine fire, I can't get close to the vampires at the level of Star Apostles. Those who are slightly closer will be inexplicably burned by the flames. Even some of the weaker ones were ignited by the flames. The purgatory on Earth is just like this. The whole scene is horrible. The only high-powered people who can still move in the whole scene are the 3 vampire dukes at the level of Star Lords. How could he know? Stop him and never let him get the scepter. The bishop who controlled the young body said coldly. Seeing the situation was so critical, The two deputy bishops beside him had to follow the trajectory of the fireball and enter the underground space together with the burning of the Golden Crow divine fire. The bishop opened his hands and summoned a large number of red spider lilies with the flesh and blood of hundreds of nearby vampires as the foundation. These blooming red spider lilies gradually opened their bloody scarlet stamens and screamed miserably. Even larger and stronger blood demons were being born one by one. Even if you find the real scepter by chance, you can't escape from the royal city. And you can't escape from my net? The murderous intent in the eyes of the bishop, who clenched his palms, was unreserved. He hated the sun. Especially Mubai, a human prodigy who could emit light almost like the sun. If he was allowed to return to the human race, who knew if he would become the next Sword Emperor? So Mubai must die. The space underground in the Blood Clan royal city is very wide, like a maze-like structure, plus the bottomless abyss. It looks like L from a distance. Mubai kept shuttling through the cave, following the Golden Crow mark he sensed with his sense of smell, and the two bloodlights behind him followed closely. The dazzling light shining on the dark and narrow walls of the abyss made a large number of prisoners of the night race miserable. After going thousands of meters deep, Mubai realized that this was not a naturally formed space at all, but a man-made underground prison. Mubai saw a large number of werewolves, vampires, and other creatures imprisoned in cave cages. The deeper they were into the abyss, the higher the level of the imprisoned night monsters. Mubai, who could not get rid of the two master-level strongmen behind him, immediately came up with an idea. He turned around and came to the bottom of the abyss at a very fast speed. Without any hesitation, he used the Golden Crow divine fire to melt the shackles of the night monsters. These monsters, who had been imprisoned for an unknown period of time, fought against other prisoners the moment they broke free from their shackles. Obviously, these monsters were starving. The two deputy leaders were immediately shocked when they saw the scene. As the number of prisoners released by the Golden Crow divine fire increased, many lunatics, who were not afraid of life and death, even came in groups to hunt them. Mubai withdrew from the chaos and disappeared into the vast abyss, because his whole body was covered with dazzling light. Even the powerful prisoners did not dare to approach him. Even those who wanted to catch Mubai had white eyes and could not catch up with him. The two deputy leaders looked at each other and had no choice but to start killing the prisoners. If these prisoners, who had been there for hundreds of years, were allowed to go to the surface, it would cause countless disasters. In the bloody and dark abyss, the prisoners were killed one by one amidst the screams and shrill cries. But just when the two deputy leaders wanted to leave this place and chase Mubai, a pure gray werewolf over 50 meters long came to bite them at an astonishing speed. Interesting. I can actually break free from the shackles in my lifetime. I want to tear all the Blood Clan bastards apart. I want to make you vampires into dried fish and enjoy them slowly. The powerful werewolf at the dominant level brought huge pressure to the two people as soon as he made a move, especially after seeing more powerful monsters gradually rushing out of the abyss in the darkness. The two people were almost going crazy. Mubai! Don't let me catch you or you will be in trouble. The two vice leaders who were drowned by the monsters almost roared to vent their hatred for Mubai. You said you would release the prisoners, but you released these powerful monsters first. In this case, it was not up to them to decide whether to chase Mubai or not. After rushing into the maze-like underground world, Mubai followed the smell and traveled through countless winding roads before he found a secret room. He smashed the secret room with a punch and found the vampire scepter in it. He stopped suddenly when he picked up the scepter and was about to leave. He looked down and saw a worn-out three-pointed two-edged sword emitting a pale white light. When Mubai wanted to pick it up to take a look, the worn-out weapon turned into a white light and shot straight into his soul. Mubai, who was shocked, looked inward at the sea of stars and found that the thing was floating on the sea of stars at the same time as the Jojo Ding. The Jojo Ding seemed to be dispersing its power to repair the worn-out three-pointed two-edged sword. Ding dong. Detected abnormal weapon intrusion. Soul is blocking. Ding dong. Insufficient authority. Unable to resist. Ding dong. Found unknown weapon. Gained 50 legendary points. This eternal system is too unreliable this time. It can't even do anything to a weapon. However, after seeing the sudden increase of 50 legendary points, Mubai's face gradually became heavy. He had never seen so many legendary points. It seems that this weapon has a great origin. Eternal system identification. Following Mubai's command, the system immediately began to identify, and the system's voice slowly sounded after a few minutes. Three-pointed double-edged sword, a weapon made of unknown material. Mubai felt that it made no difference whether to say such a brief identification. The system can prompt that this is not an illusory world but a real world? This god and demon assessment is really incredible. Mubai, who no longer entangled with ease, picked up the vampire scepter and teleported towards the north. He didn't know how big this underground world was, but as long as he could buy time to escape from the vampire territory, it would be okay. The bishop who was waiting for Mubai to reappear did not wait for him, but waited for countless powerful prisoners. With a gloomy face, he had to order the blood demon to suppress these crazy prisoners, and he himself disappeared on the spot, as if he wanted to find Mubai's trace. Mubai, heading north, kept using the golden crow divine fire to burn the void to move. This movement speed was faster than the thunder fruit's thunder teleport. As he rushed to the border battlefield, the endless military orders of the Night Dynasty had come over like a mountain of pressure. All the night races along the way began to block him, and several border cities were directly blocked. When Mubai arrived in the Halkian territory at the border of the Night Dynasty, countless night races were ready to go and wait for his arrival. Among them, the leading few people were the figure of the vampire archbishop. Looking at Mubai's lonely figure, the archbishop laughed. Mubai, let me see how you can get out of the Halkian border now. This is a blockade created by the ancestors. Even if you really have wings, it is difficult to escape. After that, the archbishop looked around and said in a deep voice, whoever can capture this blood clan traitor, I will ask the upper level for a reward. Upon hearing this, countless night races in the sky and on the land immediately swarmed in. Everyone wanted to take Mubai's head off immediately. After all, the fact that the blood clan bishop could say such a thing meant that the reward from the upper level must be very generous. 100,000? 1 million. At this moment, Mubai no longer cared about the number of enemies. He turned his head and saw the Halkian barrier that covered the sky and the sun through the vast border. Ordinary means could not break the blockade and leave the border. Even the Star Lord might not be able to do it. So many people want to take my life. So let me see if the night race is all cowards. After saying that, Mubai raised the middle fingers of both hands and compared them in a very insulting manner. The furious Night Clan immediately roared and attacked. Even from a distance, the momentum could feel a suffocating and terrifying pressure. The more people come, the better. The more people kill, the rarer the divine body I will get after settling the god and demon assessment. Mubai drew out the supreme forgetful sword with his backhand and slashed it down. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The terrifying sword intent penetrated through the Night Clan at an astonishing speed along the trajectory of the slash. All the warriors affected were cut off, and a bloody rain rolled, shocking several masters at the master level. Is this really a human at the level of Star Apostle? This boy is so terrifying that he must not be kept for long. If he is released, there is no guarantee that there will not be a second Sword Emperor. The human race actually has such a genius, and the Dark Knight dynasty does not know about it. This time the intelligence department must die to apologize. Good. 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 Only such strength is worthy of our men to kill him. While several masters at the level of Star Master were talking, Mubai was surrounded by countless bat people. Dense air masses kept blocking his trajectory of action, and storms were turning into wind blades that kept cutting towards Mubai. With adrenaline soaring, Mubai did not waste any words and directly activated his strongest form. His black hair gradually grew longer, and the white flames baptized his hair into pure white. At this moment, the heavenly god Golden Crow armor appeared on Mubai's body, and the dazzling wings of the sun Golden Crow behind him spread out to more than 10 meters long. 2 Golden Crow phantoms stood on his shoulders, which was the double blessing of the Golden Crow divine cannon. The left hand held the sword, and the white Golden Crow divine fire was steaming and burning on the long sword. The right hand condensed the vibration ball cover, which was intertwined. The netherworld mind method was running backwards, and the vast sea of stars was transforming into a pure netherworld power. The moon behind him appeared, which was a sign of triggering the supreme forgetful sword technique. And Mubai's eyes gradually showed a cold meaning. The killing intention that transcended life and death, and everything was revealed around him with the most simple emotions. With all the blessings, Mubai's combat power reached an unprecedented height. Everything was ready, and the killing was about to begin. Tens of thousands of bat people suddenly burst out from the black group. The bright Golden Crow fire that covered the sky and the sun turned into a boiling heat wave and instantly swept away thousands of bat people. And with Mubai's shaking iron fist and the swing of the magic sword, the terrifying and efficient killing efficiency was being demonstrated at an astonishing speed. This sword fell and killed thousands of people. And the next punch smashed into the sky and killed tens of thousands of people. The moves of the Golden Crow fire emerged in an endless stream. And the millions of Dark Knight races were actually pierced by him. Such a scene, let alone the warriors present. Even several Star Master level strongmen changed their faces. Fortunately, hundreds of the Knight races Tianjiao, who had been plotting but not taking action, now set out together to encircle and suppress Mu Bai. Their average strength is basically at the peak level of the Star Apostles. The power they created when they attacked at the same time is more terrifying than that of hundreds of thousands of troops. They actually resisted the first move of Mu Bai's Tai Shan Wanqing sword technique. If you can resist my sword together, you will be very good. After that, the vibration ball cover and the Golden Crow divine fire suddenly appeared on Mu Bai's sword. And with a double blessing, he cut off another sword. Everyone is the top Kinju in the tribe. When have they ever suffered such humiliation? Seeing Mu Bai cut off another sword, they stepped forward and used their own skills to defeat the opponent's sword intent again. But it was a pity that this time was different. The Golden Crow divine fire was so hot that it could not be touched. If you touched it, you would either die or be disabled. The vibration shock wave of the Jinjin fruit was even more irresistible. The sword moves full of murderous intent, and the sword intent intertwined together to burst out a beautiful arc. All of these were carried by the divine sword and swept everyone in an irresistible manner with the king's posture. One sword fell and shattered hundreds of Kinju. Only a few of them could fight again. At this moment, hundreds of thousands of troops became fish on the chopping board. And Mu Bai became a never-ending killing machine. The number of the enemy's entire army continued to decrease rapidly. During this process, Mu Bai discovered an amazing phenomenon. That is, his realm was also growing rapidly with the speed of killing. In a few moments, he had entered the peak realm of the Star Apostle, and was only one step away from the Star Master. This means that Mu Bai can not only recover his original strength in the main world through killing, but also rely on killing to continuously increase his own strength. Thinking of this, Mu Bai became even more crazy. He was unstoppable and killed people all over the sky and the ground. And blood flowed like a river and corpses lay thousands of miles away. It was an understatement. This madman is so powerful. What are you still hesitating about? Are you really going to wait until Mu Bai kills all of our troops before you attack? The vampire bishop said hoarsely. And the other Star Masters naturally could not stand by and watch. The 5 of them attacked at the same time. And Mu Bai, who was killing the enemy in the air, was suddenly knocked away tens of thousands of meters. 5 powerful forces continued to flow along the armor of the God of Heaven and the Crow. Mu Bai, who smashed several mountains, showed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He walked out of the ruins and had completely entered the level of Star Master in the world of the gods and demons. The ocean of star power in his body was completely transformed into Star Land. His strength has made a qualitative leap. The transformation of the Star Sea in the body into the Star Land is like transforming water into stone. When the two collide, water will splash everywhere while the stone will remain intact. This is the horror of the Star Master realm. The more star power there is, the higher the quantity and quality of the Star Land it transforms into. At this moment, Mu Bai, who has entered the Star Master realm in the God and Demon assessment, has surpassed at least 10 times in overall strength. More importantly, after entering this realm, Mu Bai's originally obscure cultivation problems have all been solved at this moment. And the 3-color domineering that has troubled him for many years has been solved one by one at this moment. The 3-color domineering of the main world that the Star Sea cannot carry has all been supported after the birth of the Star Land. Mu Bai, who is very familiar with the observation color domineering, arm color domineering, and domineering color domineering, has undoubtedly moved up a level in overall strength. When the 5 Star Masters landed on the ground, they vaguely felt a sense of inexplicable palpitations, as if a king was quietly born in the ruins. When the 5 were about to act again, Mu Bai in the ruins went straight into the sky like a god possessed. Under the gaze of millions of troops, Mu Bai snapped his fingers. The siege game is now over, and the weak ones should all leave. The next moment, the tyrannical domineering aura burst out. The black and red lightning waves swept across the sky and the earth like a god. The spirit with the ultimate sense of oppression formed the phantom of the sun and golden crow above Mu Bai's head. Under dozens of domineering color aftermath, all the night races at the Star Apostle level and below collapsed. Millions of troops were annihilated. The well-equipped Night Ace army was no exception. Under Mu Bai's level of domineering color, all things were equal. The Apostle level was all stunned. And the night race soldiers at the Star Warrior or Star Warrior level were even more dead. The blooming red blood stamens bloomed one by one in the sky and on the ground in the most eye-catching way. In the endless splashing of blood, fresh lives disappeared in the border of Halcyon. And Mu Bai, who watched the millions of lives die, felt that his realm was raised again. His realm was raised from the early stage of star domination to the middle stage of star domination. His breath was like the breath of a blue dragon. When he turned to look at the 5-star domination level night race strongman on the surface, Mu Bai was no longer as cramped as he was at the beginning. The offensive and defensive forces are different. The hunter has become the prey. Mu Bai, who shook the wings of the golden crow, punched the surface of the ground without saying anything. The vibration iron fist, which was amplified dozens of times, has exceeded the limit of Mu Bai's previous damage. If the vibration fruit of the Star Apostle realm can barely be called a natural disaster fruit, then at this moment, this vibration fruit has surpassed the scope of natural disasters and reached the level of world destruction. A range of hundreds of millions of meters collapsed. As the earth was torn apart, huge waves of sand and dust rolled up from the surface. The 5-star lords on the shattered surface were suppressed by him and could not move. The vampire archbishop was even more unbelievable. At the beginning, Mu Bai was still a star apostle. But now he has become a star lord. Crossing a great realm in a short period of time is simply unheard of. He half knelt on the ground and barely raised his head to look at the dazzling figure that he could not look directly at. He only felt inexplicably absurd. Overlord Haki. Star Domination Realm. Mythology Fruit Ability. Who is being besieged in this battle? Blood Clan Bishop. You better explain it clearly. With Mu Bai's strength, we are simply sending ourselves to death, the werewolf warrior said coldly. He originally hated vampires. Now the millions of Night Army were destroyed, and the 5 of them were also in danger of being killed. In this case, how could he not blame the Blood Clan Archbishop? The Blood Clan's dominant warrior forcibly suppressed the pressure on his body and rushed towards the dome. But the next second, the iron fist in the sky was like a raindrop, and it mercilessly bombarded every part of his body. The indescribable shattering force burst in his flesh and blood at geometric multiples. In just 3 seconds, the originally aggressive Blood Clan warrior had lost consciousness like a dead dog and fell into the cracks on the ground along the trajectory of free fall. The other 4 people were shocked and immediately got away and thought of fleeing in 4 directions. The Blood Clan Archbishop even shouted into the void, "Ancestor, help me! Ancestor!" Old. The fierce golden crow divine fire instantly swept through the body of the Blood Clan Archbishop. The powerful flames almost killed the opponent in an instant, and Mu Bai stepped on the opponent's body and immediately went to kill in other directions. He wanted to take this opportunity to kill all the 5-star masters. The remaining 3 strong men of the Night Clan were all terrified when they saw the end of the Archbishop. Mu Bai, holding the supreme forgetful sword, was about to chase him when he found that the observation Haki was issuing a fierce warning. Mu Bai, who was in a bad situation, immediately gave up chasing the 3 people and turned around to raise his vibrating iron fist to bombard the barrier at the border of Halcyon. Under the explosive attack of more than a dozen punches, the indestructible Halcyon barrier was actually smashed through by Mu Bai. Looking at his bloody palm, Mu Bai did not dare to delay and immediately urged the Golden Crow Divine Fire to burn the void and teleported to the north. "You can actually smash through the little toys I set up. It seems that I really can't keep you alive." An extremely old voice sounded from the edge of the sky, and a huge hand covering the sky in the void spanned across the space and slapped Mu Bai, who was moving at high speed. It was an old monster in the Star Wheel realm. Mu Bai, whose pupils contracted, could sense that he could not dodge this attack. In desperation, he tried his best to activate the strongest form and hold the Tai Shan Wang Qing sword horizontally to resist this huge hand covering the sky. A cold snort resounded through the world, and the old monster hidden in the dark seemed to sneer at Mu Bai's idea of parrying. The illusory giant hand spanned a distance of millions of meters and pressed the sky with one palm. Under such pressure, Mu Bai also activated the Tai Shan Wang Qing sword technique and used the sword intent to drive the killing intent and slashed out with the sword intent. After a dazzling white light, a giant palm print appeared on the surface of thousands of meters. The whistling shock wave annihilated more than a dozen peaks outside the border of Halcyon and almost turned the nearby hilly terrain into a plain terrain. Mu Bai, who was holding the divine sword in the center of the palm print, was pale. His internal organs and body were on the verge of collapse. The only thing that could force him to live was the Golden Crow Divine Fire of the mythical Golden Crow fruit. which made him sober. At this moment, any ordinary person could kill him. Sure enough. It's fierce enough. The top powerhouses in the Star Wheel realm were indeed not something he could shake, regardless of the blood on the corners of his mouth. Mu Bai, who knew that the god and demon assessment was about to end today, decided to die happily. He just didn't know what level of divine body reward he could get with his current god and demon assessment results. A finger came from the void with pressure, and the boundless power gathered on it as the sky and the earth changed color. After Mu Bai laughed bitterly for a few times. He didn't know if it was an illusion. With a blurred consciousness, he vaguely saw a person holding a heavy sword standing beside him. "Can you still stand up?" The voice of the man in white holding the heavy black iron sword was very light, but it sounded like thunder in Mu Bai's ears, and repaired all the injuries in his body. Even Mu Bai had never heard of such a method. "I can still do it. I guess I won't die if I'm hit by this old monster." After wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Mu Bai slowly stood up. The finger in the void above his head pressed the sky like a force that could move mountains and tread seas. Seeing this, the man in white was neither happy nor sad, holding the heavy sword horizontally and taking a step forward. The next moment, time seemed to stand still, and a slash that broke the void and cut off everything disappeared across millions of miles in the sky. And the shadow of the finger above their head seemed to have no support and dissipated into the void at this moment. Even if the Star Wheel realm hides its breath, I can easily kill it. Why don't you show up? Are you really waiting for me to find you one by one? The man in white asked the sky, and his sword intent had locked onto the powerful people hidden in the void. The heavy sword was sharp and uncut, and the pure black heavy sword was extremely inconspicuous. If you didn't look closely, you would think it was a half-finished sword blank like a fire stick. But just now, such a strange heavy sword burst out with a murderous intent far beyond a supreme forgetful sword. Mu Bai's attention was all on the heavy sword. It was not until the shadow that covered the sky and blocked the sunlight that he noticed the shocking changes in the dome above his head. Thousands of Buddha statues were hung above the heavens in the yellow Buddha light on the left. It seemed that the Buddha light was shining everywhere, but it was numbing to look closely. Under the Buddha statues, there were all demons wearing cassocks and meditating. Good and evil were reversed. Among them, the old monk in the center looked down with a kind face. On the right, there were countless ghosts and monsters. The ghostly aura seemed to be that these ghosts had come to the world from the abyss of H.L. The 1,000-meter-long phantom at the head was a three-headed green evil ghost, holding a glass fork and looking at this place with vigilance. Above these two was a pure black seat. The person on the seat could not see his face, but the entire void was gradually distorted because of his arrival, as if his mere presence here was enough to cause everything to move. Mu Bai, who had those memories, naturally recognized the identities of these three. Mithrayod Demon Buddha in the Sun Wheel realm, Ghost General in the Netherworld realm, and the strongest person in the Dark Knight dynasty at the top, Wan Yeti, who was known as the #1 person in the world. He could confront these three tit for tat without any guessing, and he knew who this human man in white was. Amitabha, Sword Emperor, you made a mistake, and then made a mistake. Now you can turn back. If you can let go of the evil thoughts in your heart, I can take you straight into the blue sky. It is not impossible for you to become a strong man in the realm of God Emperor in the future. The Buddha sound rolled, and Mu Bai always felt that the illusory mountain behind him was very familiar. Humph. A young man who is less than 200 years old dares to compete with us? What qualifications do you have to stand here? As long as Emperor Wan Yi gives an order, I can take off your head and hang it in the hall of the Dark Knight dynasty. The ghostly ghost of Yudu was obviously more murderous, and he was extremely disdainful of this human who only lived for 200 years. Emperor Wan Yi, who was sitting on the highest throne, looked at Mu Bai with a little surprise. He said with interest, Zhuangzhou dreamed of a butterfly, and the butterfly dreamed of Zhuangzhou. I thought you were a genius of the human race, but I never thought that I couldn't see your future clearly. It seems that you are also a man of destiny. Mu Bai was struck by lightning when he heard this. Zhuangzhou. The fact that the other party could say Zhuangzhou meant that he could read his own memory. The fact that the other party could not see his future clearly was because his future was not in him. How could he read it if it did not exist? Could it be that this god and demon assessment really brought the participants to the past history? Before Mu Bai could turn around, the Divine Sword Emperor had already killed into the 9 clouds with a black iron heavy sword in his hand. At this moment, the space was collapsing. The vampire scepter in Mu Bai's hand flew involuntarily into the constantly collapsing space. After a burst of black flashes, His consciousness had gradually been pulled out of this space. The Sword Emperor and the One Yi Emperor all disappeared, and his vision was blocked by the white light. Blood words appeared in front of him one by one. The assessment is over, and the settlement begins. The Emperor's mausoleum in the Burial Emperor Mountain Ridge is slowly closing. The fog covering the sky is gradually dissipating, and the undulating mountains are returning to calm. At this moment, millions of people who participated in the God and Demon assessment were teleported to the tombstone of the Emperor's mausoleum. Flashes of light appeared on the walls covered with strange runes and inscriptions. Most people's bodies did not change, which meant that they failed the assessment and could not obtain the divine body, while some people's bodies radiated all kinds of colorful lights. It's the barbarian bull physique. Ha ha! I'm so lucky! Ancient snake body. Ah! What's the use of this? I wouldn't have come if I had known. It's the iron meteorite divine body. Damn! I got it! In the lively atmosphere, some people were happy and some were sad. Chu Kuanga, who was dizzy, felt a burst of tearing pain in his body as soon as he was teleported out. He gritted his teeth and endured the unbearable pain. After a line of blood words flashed on his head, Chu Kuanga, who was originally relatively strong, suddenly grew taller. The green airflow flowed through his muscles, and the powerful force burst out with endless vitality. Hack! Chu Kuanga actually got the Qinghua Divine Body ranked 54th on the Divine Body ranking. It is often said that this divine body can have sex 700 times a night, and it is known as the golden gun that never falls down. Chu Kuanga, who was originally very satisfied, almost fell to the ground when he heard this. He had no requirements for the quality of the divine body he obtained. But this ranking of 54 was really disgusting. If this divine body was given to anyone else, that person would probably laugh like crazy. But Chu Kuanga was not happy at all. It's a waste of time. If I had known, I would have waited until the threshold of 49 years old to come again. I guess I would have definitely won the first place with my strength by then. Although he said so, he was helpless when he thought of the request of the son of God of the royal court. Emperor Yu. He happened to see Bai Xiaosheng while constantly looking for Mu Bai's position in the crowd. The other party was holding a fan with a very strange expression. When Chu Kuanga walked over and was about to ask the other party about his divine body, the other party pointed at Mu Bai, who was resting with his eyes closed. Mu Bai, who was originally not very prominent, suddenly burst into a dazzling flash all over his body. There was actually a faint figure of the Sword Emperor in the light. What kind of divine body is this? Chu Kuanga asked with a frown. The fan had been crushed by Bai Xiaosheng himself, and he said in disbelief, I have never seen it either. But if the figure of the Sword Emperor appears, it is probably the legendary divine body. Emperor's divine body. Bai Xiaosheng said word by word with a dry mouth. The weight of these 4 words was beyond imagination. Because this was a terrifying divine body that could be ranked in the top 10 of the divine body rankings. It is rumored that 100,000 years ago, the Sword Emperor possessed a self-evolving divine body. It is a very special physique that can continuously evolve the functions of the host and continuously upgrade the owner's senses. Even the material emperor's divine body can strengthen it. For example, an ordinary long sword in his hand can also evolve into a supreme divine sword that can kill through the world. The organs of his own body can also be evolved into super organs. In the ancient times, it was not humans, but the unspeakable ancient gods who possessed this divine body. It is rumored that the late Sword Emperor can kill through the main world even if he is in the realm of a half-step divine emperor, because he has this divine body. Bai Xiaosheng originally thought that this divine body was only a legendary existence. But after seeing the phantom of the Sword Emperor on Mu Bai today, he finally understood that the rumor was not illusory. This abnormal super-growing divine body really exists. But what did Mu Bai do in the God and Demon assessment to obtain such a qualified divine body? Mu Bai, who closed his eyes and rested, did not know the changes in the outside world. He could truly feel his rapid growth in the process of gradual transformation of his body. Ding dong. The Eternal System detected the divine body distributed by the God and Demon assessment. Do you want to merge it now? Merge it now. Mu Bai responded in his heart and wanted to see what this so-called divine body could do. The next second after Mu Bai confirmed the fusion of this divine body, all the star power in the Burial Emperor Mountain seemed to be swallowed up by countless big mouths. A huge amount of star power was continuously injected into Mu Bai's body. This level of infusion made his original sea of stars gradually expand. The moment he opened his eyes, he also broke through one after another at this moment. Star Apostle 2nd Level Realm. Star Apostle 1st Level Realm. Star Apostle First Level Peak Realm. After entering the peak level of the Apostle, the star sea in Mu Bai's body was constantly compressed and shrunk at this moment. When the pure star essence was filtered one by one, the volume of the star sea in his body was shrinking, and the pure black solid soil replaced the disappeared sea area. This was the sea turning into land. Mu Bai, who was like a god, was rapidly approaching the realm between the Star Apostle and the Star Lord. The Star Lord. The so-called Star Lord is the realm of converting all the sea of stars in the body into territory. When the entire star territory is completely stable, the realm of the converter will directly cross this level and become a strong person in the realm of Star Lord. Immersed in the sea of stars, Mu Bai felt that many forces in the dark were helping him, including the power of the Jinjin fruit and the power of the Sun Golden Crow fruit, including the Tai Shan Wanqing sword, which also differentiated a kind of power to help Mu Bai complete this transformation. The soul body floating on his own inner sea looked at this change and had a new understanding. I have heard that some people turn the sea into soil, and some people turn the sea into land. But today I want to go against the will of heaven and turn the sea into a world. There are records in the ancient books he has read. It is rumored that when a strong person turns the sea into land in this realm, he often transforms the energy space in his body into a new world. In this case, the strong person who steps into the Star Lord can have star power far superior to people in the same realm. If Mu Bai couldn't do it before, now he has the help of the Emperor Yin divine body and is qualified to take this step. Mu Bai, in his soul form, transformed the endless sea of stars under his feet like a creator god. There must be light, and there must be a place that can carry living things. He pointed to the sky with one hand and the ground with the other, and the area of the sea of stars was greatly reduced, while a bright sun floated up in the center of the deep sea. The other part of the consumed ocean area was transformed into a large area of land, which gradually occupied the entire world in the form of islands. Once there is land, it must be connected to form a continent. Mu Bai, who whispered softly, used his hands as lines to continuously expand the area of countless islands until these islands formed a continent. There must be stars, and there must be a moon. In the countless boiling sea of stars, huge stars flew out from the sea surface, and the power of any part of these stars far exceeded the sum of the power of ordinary star apostles. After the sun, the moon, and the stars were all there, Mu Bai started a more crazy move. I saw that a large area of the sea of stars was being transformed into sea water. This consumption is far greater than the creation of stars and land. After several dozen seconds, the pure seawater was transformed many times before flowing into the land of the extreme terrain. More and more seawater gathered into the ocean, until the last bit of the ocean of stars in Mu Bai's body disappeared. The star world rooted in Mu Bai's body was finally created successfully. At this moment, Mu Bai, who was immersed in it, did not know how shocking the natural celestial phenomena he caused were. Everyone in the Burial Emperor mountain ridge only saw Mu Bai floating in the air. A huge illusory celestial phenomenon appeared above his head. The rolling sea of stars transformed into land, and the sun, moon and stars hung at the top of that world. When the last step of transforming seawater was completed, Bai Xiaoxing's back teeth were about to break. I have never seen it in the past. I have never seen it in the past. I have only heard of the sea turning into a world, but I have never seen it, the excited Bai Xiaoxing said incoherently. He knew that if Mu Bai succeeded, he would create a miracle that would be rare in 10,000 years. Xu Kuangde, who was not sure what was going on, frowned and looked at this scene. He did not know what the sea turning into a world was, but he knew that if someone could cause such a grand celestial phenomenon, something extraordinary must have happened. What's going on? Hack! How come all the star power here has been sucked away by this Jinwu Prince Mu Bai? What kind of divine body is this that can actually create celestial phenomena? Amidst the discussions, an old man sat on the mountain wall and looked at Mu Bai's celestial phenomena in amazement. As a member of the royal court stationed at the Burial Emperor mountain ridge, he naturally knew that Mu Bai was a candidate valued by the Purple Star Lord. But he never expected that this young man who came from a remote area would have the powerful ability to turn the sea into a world. You know, even the Yu Emperor, who is known as the strongest son of God in the contemporary royal court, only turned the sea into the sun back then. How could he not be shocked by such a comparison? I'm afraid that after leaving the Burial Emperor mountain ridge, this young man from a remote area will really be a hidden dragon out of the abyss and soar for thousands of years. After all the natural celestial phenomena ended, Mu Bai also woke up, and the sound of the system came from his body. Ding dong. The star world is stable. Congratulations to the host for stepping into the realm of star domination. Ding dong. The fusion of the Emperor's divine body was successful. After the transformation of the Eternal System, the Emperor's divine body will have a more specific and intuitive performance. Ding dong. The fusion of the Emperor's divine body and the Eternal System opens up a new system function. Unlimited points. Unlimited points? Just as Mu Bai was about to ask the system to explain this function, another powerful and ancient power gradually emerged from him. Chains in the void firmly blocked his entire body. Mu Bai, like a prisoner, felt that his bones were being polished by thousands of swords, as if his flesh and blood had been hammered in the deep sea for tens of thousands of years. The breath from the ancient times rushed straight into the sky. The birds and beasts within a range of hundreds of thousands of meters were terrified, and the millions of people below could not stand firm under this breath. What is that? Xu Kuangde, clenching his teeth, felt inexplicably horrified at this moment. The beast instinct in his body kept telling him that Mu Bai was the top of the food chain at this moment. Not standing at the top in the form of a golden crow, but in human form. The yellow-red ancient fluctuations suppressed the world one after another. The Burial Emperor Mountain seemed to be collapsed at this moment. The illusory chains wrapped around Mu Bai's body gradually collapsed. With the collapse of the chains, Mu Bai also explored a higher realm in physical strength, which was the strongest form beyond his imagination. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the second divine body, the 8 Desolations prison body, distributed in the God and Demon assessment. May I ask if you want to fuse it? Fusion. Fusion in progress. Please wait. 8 Desolations. Prison body. Divine body. Open. The power of the limit exploded in the sky with an unparalleled posture, and his eyes were filled with a faint violent golden light and a sense of desolation. This level of power is what I am looking for. Mu Bai, who was mumbling in his mouth, was hanging in the sky like a god or demon. The black and red light waves continued to wash the entire territory of the Burial Emperor mountain ridge. In the horrified eyes of everyone, Mu Bai's strength and physique soared at the speed of a rocket. Seeing that the wave was about to shock the contestants present to death, the guardian of the royal court here broke through the air and tried to prop up the star shield to block this momentum impact. And Mu Bai, who was in a daze, thought that someone was going to attack him. He had just merged with the divine body and his blood and she surged. And he punched the old man in the royal court. Bang! Squeak! In the black and red halo, countless chains broke. And Mu Bai, with bloodshot eyes, seemed to be possessed and punched the old man in the royal court again. After the old man in the Star Wheel realm resisted Mu Bai's first punch, his bones made a crisp sound, and he himself also had blood at the corner of his mouth. He could cross a realm and injure a strong man with one punch. This level of genius was unheard of by everyone. This young man's power is a bit too great. The old man in the royal court, whose nose was also bleeding, smiled bitterly. He looked at the second round of fists in the sky and was even more frightened. He didn't know that the second divine body obtained by Mu Bai was the divine body. But this kind of physique and this kind of power was simply a foul. The possessed Mu Bai didn't give the other party time to prepare. His figure spanned hundreds of meters and knocked the old man in the royal court away. At the same time, he turned his sight to Xu Kuangde. Xu Kuangde, who was scared, immediately transformed into the form of the mythical Leviathan whale. He summoned a water shield and wanted to block the power of Mu Bai's punch. Unfortunately, he was obviously overthinking it. The possessed Mu Bai punched down with a black and red wave that swept the earth. Xu Kuangde was almost instantly beaten into a mythical form. After rolling down for thousands of meters, a hole suddenly appeared right below his chest. He was actually beaten through in the mythical state. Seeing Mu Bai in such a state, the others had already fled. Fortunately, the possessed Mu Bai had no interest in him, and just chased after the old man Wang Ting to attack again. The old man Wang Ting, who was complaining bitterly, had to reluctantly deal with him. After several rounds, he was bruised and swollen and could not fight again. So he had to escape and leave. Just when Mu Bai, who was in a demonic state, was about to chase again, a wisp passed over his eyes. And the next moment Mu Bai lost consciousness and was rolled into the sky by the whisk. Seeing such a magical power, the old man Wang Ting naturally guessed who it was. Disciple greets the Purple Star Lord. He knelt on one knee and did not dare to hesitate at all. While the man in the cloud did not respond but just gathered the whisk and broke through the boundary and disappeared. After the stars fell, the old man Wang Ting's injuries recovered quickly, and Xu Kuangde, who was seriously injured before, was also healed. Bai Xiaoshang waved his fan excitedly. He vaguely felt that the Tianji Pavilion might undergo some changes in the next few days. And even the entire Zhongzhou and the entire royal court would undergo earth-shaking changes. Zhongzhou Tianji Pavilion. Tianji numerologists announced several rankings one by one as usual. This is the rule of Tianji Pavilion to update the entire set of rankings every afternoon. And there will be special personnel in various parts of Zhongzhou waiting for the news of daily updates. As the sun sets in the west, with the announcement of several rankings, there is no change as expected. The rankings such as the God and Demon ranking have not fluctuated for more than 10 years. As if the rankings of these people have been deeply imprinted on the Tianji ranking. The top masters in Zhongzhou are still the same. But the masters in the other 4 regions are gradually increasing. It's normal. Although there are many top resources in Zhongzhou, they can only support a few masters. In this case, it is normal for Zhongzhou to lose talents. I don't know if there will be a new ranking in the Divine Body ranking. I heard that the Burial Emperor Mountain Ridge has just been opened today. It's hard to say. Go away. What's the hard to say? Is there anyone who can enter the top 10? Don't dream. That's impossible. There were many people watching the excitement under the Tianji Tower. Every list that was announced could trigger a lot of discussion. After the Divine Body ranking was released, the people who were originally discussing gradually became silent. Some people on the periphery looked over and were also shocked. The top 3 of the ranking have changed. Changed. The top 10 of the Divine Body ranking have all changed. Someone retreated and said loudly, as if the whole world was about to be destroyed. The intelligence personnel of several major forces in Zhongzhou were also shocked. 2 new Divine Bodies appeared in the top 10 rankings. And both of them belonged to the same person. Number 1. The owner of the 8 Desolate Prison Body, Mu Bai. Number 2. The owner of the Qingquan Dao Body, Qian Mingzi. Number 3. The owner of the Fengdu Ghost King Body, Yudi. Number 4. The owner of the Tathagata Buddha Body, Gu Su. Number 5. The owner of the Emperor Yin Divine Body, Mu Bai. 2 Divine Bodies in the top 5. This is an unprecedented wonder. What is even more shocking is that the 8 Desolate Prison Body can actually suppress the Qingquan Dao Body, the Fengdu Ghost King Body, and the Tathagata Divine Body. This is simply unprecedented. The 8 Desolate Prison Body, the Emperor Yin Divine Body, and the name Mu Bai resounded throughout Zhongzhou today. Not only Zhongzhou was shocked, but even the top leaders of the 4 major domains remembered this name firmly. With the announcement of the Tianji Pavilion Divine Body list, Mu Bai was pushed to the forefront of public opinion for the first time. Ding dong. The 8 Desolate Prison Body has been successfully fused. Legend +1. Legend +1. Legend +1. Mu Bai was always trapped in the darkest corner in his nightmare. In that nightmare world, he suffered a lot of setbacks and hardships when he just entered the Devil Fruit version of the Blue Star world. The Tremor Fruit and the Thunder Fruit all passed him by. In this dream, he had no system help and no progress speed that he was proud of. He spent the rest of his life in pain and suffering. At the end of the dream, that voice always echoed in the old and weak Mu Bai. That voice advised him to give up and let him accept his fate. He said that everything is like this, and the sufferings that everything has experienced are the blessings of the next life. You have to endure it with gratitude. Go and sing praises for the sufferings you have experienced. He said that this is a fixed number and this is fate. The inner demon gradually grew stronger, and he used the cold winter to punish Mu Bai with low temperatures. He sent down a sea of fire to burn his skin with high temperatures. He punished and tortured Mu Bai from a high-profile perspective. But in return, he only got indifference in the other's eyes. Is this all the heart demon of the Star Master realm has? What's the point of focusing only on the short-lived suffering in this world? Life is short and fleeting. I don't want to be grateful to anyone in this life. Nor do I want to be grateful for the hypocritical suffering. I just want to get closer to the sea of stars and the ultimate beauty of life. Can you do it for me? Mu Bai's last soul-searching question seemed to make the heart demon stunned for a few seconds. But soon the heart demon, a collection of negative emotions, had already thought of the words. I can help you. Stay. In this illusory world, you are 1,000,000 times more powerful than the God Emperor realm. You can even become a creator with my help. Wealth, beauty, scarce resources are all at your fingertips. And the price is that you have to be with me forever. The voice of the heart demon was full of bewitching meaning. As if as long as Mu Bai nodded in agreement, he could instantly get the super strength that might not be seen even if he worked hard for thousands of years. Mu Bai, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, became interested. He pointed at the dream world with disdain and said, "You want me to stay in this broken place? And accompany you? Why don't you look in the mirror and take a good look at what you have done to this broken place? With this little ability, you still want to seduce me as a demon? Go back and practice for a few years before going home to farm. The voice of the demon disappeared. And after a long time, he uttered a few words. Stubborn. Alright. You can't even curse people. So you're a demon. In my opinion, you are simply a civilized person. In elementary school, you might even be a 3 good student. You are a great person. Mubai became more and more excited as he spoke. And finally, he even pointed at the demon's nose and started to curse. Great person? 3 good student? The demon, who had never been insulted like this, finally broke down a little. Before he could vent his anger in the dream, he found that Mubai's figure had disappeared in this illusory world. The inner demon looked around in amazement. And then he opened his mouth, like a swallowing sky, to bite the dream into pieces. The skill of the Emperor's divine body is activated. And the points for swallowing the inner demon are +2. Defeating the creator of the inner demon in the home world. This seemingly mythical thing was easily achieved by Mubai. What's more terrifying is that even in the dream, Mubai's Emperor's divine body actually activated its terrifying ability. Mubai in the nightmare gradually regained his youth. With his words, his consciousness gradually awakened, and the illusory dream gradually collapsed. When he suddenly woke up, he was still chewing something in his mouth, as if he had just eaten someone. Swallow the inner demon. Get points +1. Swallow the inner demon. Get points +1. Swallow. After many points were gathered in Mubai's body, a new power system was born from his body. Mubai, who was shocked, immediately opened his personal panel. He felt that he might rely on this Emperor Yen divine body to embark on a new path. Name Mubai lifespan 28001, 8001 plus 20,000, Realm Star Master Elementary Star Power 10.97 million, 810,000 plus 10.16 million, Comprehensive Attributes 1.45 million, 51609 plus 1400000, Devil Fruit Mythical Sun Golden Crow Fruit, Awakening Degree 16%. Fruit Increase 1.1%. Par Human Tremor Fruit, Awakening Degree 10%. Fruit Increase 0.9%. Skills Berserk Blade Skill. Fire Shield. Berserk Blade Skill. Netherworld Heart Sutra, Incomplete. Golden Crow Divine Scripture. Supreme Forgetful Sword Skill, Unknown Grade, Hockey Overlord Hockey 1 point. Observation Hockey 1 point. Armament Hockey 1 point. Divine Body Emperor's Divine Body. 8 Desolations Prison Body Divine Body Point 16 points, Legend Degree 241. His lifespan has skyrocketed by 20,000 years. That is to say, if Mubai stops making progress at this moment, he will have a lifespan of nearly 30,000 years. This is amazing enough in the main world. And the 3-color domineering that was accidentally enlightened and opened in the God and Demon assessment was reopened because Mubai broke through the Star Master in the real world. In terms of his familiarity with the 3-color domineering, he is a well-deserved king. With 3 major aids, he is undoubtedly a monster-level existence at a higher level in terms of actual combat ability. The increase of the 2 devil fruits is also gradually increasing due to daily sign-ins. Although the number seems small, as long as time goes by, the quantitative change will become a qualitative change. This is something that can't be rushed. The Eternal System describes the functions of the 2 divine bodies in detail. Mubai, who was meditating in his heart, noticed the surrounding environment. He saw that the ancient wooden carved wing room was unusually clean and tidy. There was also purple and gold pattern incense in the bedroom. A sniff only made people's star power stable. Obviously, this has the function of calming the breath and concentrating the mind. This by Xiaosheng is quite interesting. He seems stingy, but actually spends so much money on this. He mistakenly thought that it was Bai Xiaosheng who brought him out when he was unconscious. At this moment, he had a much better impression of him. The members of the Shinji Pavilion, who were keeping an eye on all directions, also seemed to be taking care of the wounded. It seemed that he was too wary of the other party. When he thought about this, the voice of the Eternal System also sounded. Emperor's Divine Body, a special physique that can continuously evolve its soul and body. It can absorb some of the strange energy from the outside world and convert it into the energy it needs. It can evolve all parts of the body and the spiritual will at will. And there is no upper limit to the evolution. Currently combined with the Eternal System, it can be concretely manifested as the ability to add points. The description of the Emperor's Divine Body is extremely brief. The meaning of energy conversion reminds Mubai of the process of devouring the inner demon in the dream. Although this divine body did not bring him any special abilities, It was extremely terrifying that it could make the evolution of the body unlimited. The Star Wheel Realm, the Moon Wheel Realm, and the Sun Wheel Realm are the watersheds of the strong. And each realm is very different. If the upper limit of the body is never capped, then to some extent, Mu Bai no longer needs to focus on the improvement of the realm. As long as the body is strong enough, Mu Bai can even sweep all enemies with his body. Thinking of this, he got up from the room and turned on the point-adding function of the Eternal System. 16 points appeared above the field of vision, and at this moment his body was divided like parts, and he could feel that every area could be added. Skin defense and flexibility, eyes field of vision and high-speed dynamic capture ability, ear super hearing, nose's super sense of smell, the strength and intensity of the wrist, the toughness and intensity of the arm. Every organ in the body can be strengthened. Even all the bones in the human body can be strengthened. It can even do this after realizing that the devil fruit, divine body, and skills in the personal panel can be added. A strange meaning appeared on Mu Bai's face. The ability to add points produced by the combination of the Emperor's divine body and the Eternal System is really a bit against the sky. Even when he touched the Tai Shan Wanqing sword on his waist, the words at points would appear. Not only that, the wooden furniture in the room, and even when Mu Bai put his hand on the white candle would appear. White candle, add points. The burning candle can last for half an hour. Add points. Mu Bai tried to add a little power to the candle, only to find that after a slight loss of power, the candle, which was originally burning very fast, gradually stopped burning. White durable candle, add points. The burning candle, it seems to have undergone some special enhancement and can be used for an hour. After realizing that this addition of points really worked, Mu Bai added all the remaining 15 points of power to his heart. A strong body requires an extremely strong heart. Mu Bai's heart, add points. This heart has strong vitality. Mu Bai's heart, add points. This heart has been slightly enhanced. After the enhancement, Mu Bai was surprised to find that his overall strength had increased significantly. His own physique and heart blood supply capacity have been significantly improved. And even the strength of the domineering color domineering has been significantly improved. This is a chain reaction caused by strengthening the heart. If I enhance all the organs in my body, I'm afraid I will get incredible enhancements. Mu Bai, muttering to himself, turned around and found a crucial problem. That is, the system has not yet explained the source of the added power. How to create more points. Does it mean to hunt the inner demon specifically? But it is difficult to meet an inner demon in 1 or 2 years. If you want to increase points by killing the inner demon, you might as well spend time to improve your own realm. System. How to increase points. Mu Bai asked in his heart for a long time without waiting for an answer. After a while, the Eternal System issued a prompt. Ding dong. Insufficient authority. Please search by yourself. This reply almost made Mu Bai spit out a mouthful of blood. If he looked for it himself, the chance would be slim. You know, the entire main world is too big. If you go to look for intangible creatures like the inner demon, you may find it, but it may take hundreds of years. Excuse me, do you want to continue to identify the divine body? Continue. He also wants to see the system's description of the 8 desolate prison body. After integrating this divine body, his combat power can be said to have soared straight up. In the state of demonization at the Burial Emperor Mountain, he even pressed the old man Wang Ting, who was in the Star Wheel realm, to the ground. It can be said that if someone had not stopped him halfway, he might have been able to kill a strong man by leaps and bounds with his initial entry into the Star Domination realm. Of course, at this moment, Mu Bai did not know about the divine body list, and he did not know anything about the 8 desolate prison body becoming the first on the divine body list. 8 desolate prison body, even if there are thousands of years and 8 wastelands, the owner will obtain the heaviest body in the world, the strongest flesh divine body known so far. The increase in strength and defense is far greater than other divine bodies. This physique has a total of 8 blockades. Each time a blockade is opened, a huge increase in combat power can be obtained. When all 8 blockades are unlocked, an immortal body will be obtained. Immortal body. Even after experiencing so many things, Mu Bai was stunned for a long time by these 4 words. Unlocking the 8 seals can obtain an immortal body? This feeling is as shocking as if the originally ethereal legends and myths were suddenly placed in front of us. There is nothing eternal and immortal in the main world. Only the God Emperor. As long as you set foot on the God Emperor, you can transcend life and death, reincarnation, and the mundane. The God Emperor is naturally immortal. The limit of this 8 desolate prison body is to directly obtain an immortal body. For some reason, Mu Bai suddenly thought of the One Yi Emperor of the Dark Knight dynasty in the God and Demon assessment. This Emperor Yin divine body is the inheritance of the Sword Emperor. Then will this 8 desolate prison body be the inheritance of the One Yi Emperor? When Mu Bai, who was a little confused, pushed open the wooden door of the room, he found that he seemed to be no longer near the Burial Emperor Ridge. He saw the magnificent mountain palaces spreading along the mountains like a fairyland, and large buildings appeared and disappeared in the clouds. In the evening dusk, the stars were flickering on the edge of the sky. It seemed that the world was integrated into one during the communication between day and night. Groups of cranes followed the pace of the setting sun and flew towards the west mountain in the clouds. At this moment, he was standing on the top of the palace on the top of the mountains, overlooking all this. Looking back, I saw a plaque clearly hanging on the building behind me, with 4 big characters inscribed on it, Ziwei Xingdong. There is only one place in Zhongzhou that can be called Ziwei Star Palace. That is the Ziwei Palace of the Royal Court. Mu Bai, who came back to his senses, realized that the power of the stars here is dozens of times stronger than the paradise in the northern borderland. The Royal Court built in the Qi vein of Zhongzhou is indeed extraordinary. If he was born here, the time to step into the Master of the Stars would be shortened by more than half. Are you Mu Bai? Mu Bai is you? The black and white figures had landed on the 2 stone pillars beside Mu Bai without knowing when. Mu Bai looked over and saw 2 girls with cold and strange looks constantly looking at him. The reason why they look strange is that one of the twin girls is wearing white clothes and has white hair, and the other is wearing black robes and has black hair. The same face appears in this world as if it is a symmetrical copy, and even the voice and speed of speaking are extremely the same. My name is Mu Bai, but I seem to have been in the Burial Emperor mountain ridge of Hengshan Mountain before. I don't know why I ended up here. Is the Purple Star Lord here? Can you 2 take me to see him? Mu Bai, who was holding his fist, spoke very politely. If he was still a young man who had just entered the main world, he might have disdained the so-called Royal Court Star Lord. But after Bai Xiaoxing's reminder, he also understood what the so-called Royal Court Star Lord represented. Only the strongest Sun Wheel Realm powerhouses below the Divine Emperor realm are qualified to compete for the position of Star Lord. In other words, every Royal Court Star Lord may be the strongest group of people in the world, because some of them are infinitely close to the Divine Emperor. It seems that an ordinary person can actually have the first-ranked Divine Body. The first-ranked Divine Body was actually obtained by this ordinary person. The voices of the 2 sisters were very cold, as if they were not close to the world, but the words they said were very impolite. If Mu Bai hadn't seen their expressions, he would have thought that the other party was deliberately trying to intimidate him. I'm leaving now. Seeing that the 2 didn't answer him, Mu Bai didn't bother to continue entangled. But when he just stepped onto the first step of the stairs, he found that the girl with white hair and even white eyelashes was standing in front of him, and a barrier like a car window separated the 2. Par-human barrier fruit? The fruit of Luffy's little fan in One Piece is said to be a defensive barrier that can withstand all attacks in the world. Unexpectedly, the first person he met in this Ziwei Palace is the ability user of the rare fruit. What are you 2 doing? If you want to spar with me, you don't have to do this. After reaching out to touch the barrier wall, Mu Bai compressed the vibration ball cover of the vibration fruit with one hand and impacted with the domineering color domineering. Squeak! Squeak! The black and red domineering shock waves spread out. The unstoppable might of the king crashed into the barrier like thousands of troops. With the shattering of the vibration ball cover, the absolute defense barrier that can theoretically block all attacks in the world is vibrating violently. Under the action of the 2, the indestructible barrier wall was broken like white paper. Just as Mu Bai was about to leave, a new barrier appeared behind the previous barrier, blocking his way forward again. This time the barrier showed the rhythm of liquid flow, and the element of armed color domineering could be detected in it. It's endless. Right? Mu Bai, who originally didn't want to get too entangled, now understood what the 2 meant. The next moment, he also became serious. He would not treat the opponent's invitation to fight with pity. Mu Bai would go all out. The vibration ball cover exploded with both hands. The entire Ziwei Star Palace vibrated violently under the traction of the vibration power. But soon the vibration disappeared, when the white-haired girl raised her crystal-clear fingers and merged into the illusory barrier. The original solid barrier was reversed like a liquid state and blocked Mu Bai in all directions. The cube barrier that even an obsessive-compulsive disorder patient could feel very pleasing to the eye easily blocked Mu Bai in it. The terrifying shockwave continued to increase its power along the 4 walls of the barrier. If an ordinary person was placed in this environment, he would have been shaken to death. Fortunately, Mu Bai himself was a vibrator, and coupled with his strong physique, this uncontrolled vibration was quickly suppressed by him. According to common sense, the barrier fruit would not show such a heaven-defying function. But the opponent's wonderful operation was obviously not a normal superhuman barrier fruit. The only explanation was that the opponent was a fruit awakener. Mu Bai fully understood the difficulty of the 4 words fruit awakening. The awakening of the devil fruit in the main world was different from the difficulty of the devil fruit on the blue planet. If the latter was a simple mode, the former was AHL mode. The difficulty and progress were at least 100 times different. Otherwise, with his understanding of the tremor fruit, the awakening degree of this fruit would not be so low at present. Overlord Color Domineering Release. The strong Overlord Color airflow accompanied by Mu Bai's Golden Crow Divine Fire gradually ignited the barrier. The retreating barrier turned into liquid and continued to flow backwards. The white-haired girl turned her hand, and the retreating barrier liquid actually merged into a transparent big hand and slapped Mu Bai on the steps. The strongest barrier was transformed into the strongest attack weapon. Facing such a powerful move, Mu Bai directly hit it with his physical body. Bang! After the violent collision, Mu Bai, who was wrapped in extremely strong domineering aura, flew through the barrier like a bird and aimed a golden crow at the white-haired girl. The terrifying high temperature of the golden crow fire burning the void extended for hundreds of meters. When the fierce fire was about to hit the opponent, the black-haired girl, who had not made a move, stood in front of the golden crow fire like a ghost and raised her hands. An unknown white gas mass appeared on her hands. The fierce golden crow fire and domineering aura impact actually returned in vain on the white gas mass. What's more incredible is that the attack set back swallowed Mu Bai at a faster speed. Mu Bai, who waved his hand to wipe out the golden crow fire, looked a little weird. Is the opponent a superhuman rebound fruit ability user? He just clearly sensed that the golden crow fire and domineering impact waves that were bounced back no longer belonged to him. As if the things touched by the white gas mass would be multiplied and rebounded. The 2 fruits of defense are combined, and I will crush you with the strongest destruction. The golden wild aura in his eyes continued to fluctuate in the sky and the earth. Countless illusory chains continued to break apart on his body. And the powerful divine body that disturbed the void was activated. The 8 desolate prison body was activated. The ancient and savage original power exploded in the air like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, creating black and red lightning waves. The whole world seemed to be trapped in a deep red L imprisoned by chains. And it was cold and quiet. After opening the 8 desolate prison body, Mu Bai snapped his fingers and punched across 100 meters. The rolling air waves tore through the Ziwei Star Palace wrapped in the sea of clouds like a shocking change. In the ruins, he was like a god or a demon. And he almost instantly came to the front of the Yin girl with his super physique and strength. Infinite rebound. Vacuum field. The black-haired twins activated the fruit power in advance. The powerful rebound bubble gradually expanded, and the figure of Mu Bai was just wrapped in the dozens of meters covered by it. The black-haired Yin girl saw that Mu Bai was trapped and launched a new offensive without hesitation. From a distance, the nearby rebound bubbles fell into the nearby rebound vacuum field like a downpour. Under the infinite rebound, Mu Bai only felt that the amount of power he used was the amount of power exerted on him by the outside world. This feeling is very uncomfortable. According to common logic, when he bursts out his limit power, the final result is to be killed by the rebound. No one can escape such a high-density rebound in the same realm. Even if it is. The cold Yin woman said softly until she stopped talking after a cracked sound appeared inexplicably nearby. I saw that Mu Bai, who was wrapped in dense rebound bubbles, not only did not restrain his strength, but at this moment he launched the limit power and physique of the 8 desolate prison body. As the rebound pressure gradually increased, there were actually cracks on his body, and deep purple smoke-like things kept flowing into the air in the cracks. The muscles on Mu Bai's body, who was of normal size, gradually swelled up. The indescribable sense of power continued to accumulate with the growth of his body muscles in a domineering posture. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. When he took the 4th step, the rebounding air mass, which was known as one of the strongest defenses, actually produced signs of bursting under this pressure. This was a scene that Yin Nu had never seen before. She was shocked, and Mu Bai and the field seemed to have evolved into a monster, with steam and deep purple mist coming out of his body. A few seconds later, Mu Bai, who was less than 2 meters tall, burst into a crisp sound of bone growth. With the blessing of the 8 desolate prison body, his height was raised to 3 meters. The first layer of blockade that could be vaguely seen in the pale golden eyes was completely broken. Ding dong. Feeling the strong pressure prompted the 8 desolate prison body to open the first layer of blockade. The evil ghost Mubai felt the joy and vigorous growth of his whole body and laughed in a low voice. Pressure will only make me stronger. And anything that can't beat me will be used by me. When he said the last word, Mubai shook all his muscles and punched the rebounding air mass. The violent energy fluctuations even caused deep red cracks in the void. All things are equal under the power of gods and demons. When the 10th punch was thrown, the vacuum field of the rebounding air mass was completely broken. Not good. The black-haired Yin woman immediately activated the defensive skill of rebounding air masses. And the rebounding force, like a firefly, gradually merged into an indestructible rebound wall in front of her. Mubai waved his rain-like fists, like a god of war rushing out of a cage, and broke the rebound defense almost instantly. When the massive rebound force was transmitted to his arm, Mubai's arm was twisted into a knot in an instant. It's really tough. If my physique was a little weaker, I would have been shaken to death. The powerful recovery ability of the 8 desolate prison body repaired the injured arm. Mubai could find that the new arm had stronger strength, tougher skin, stronger bones. The more he fought, the stronger he became. The 8 desolate prison body was indeed the strongest divine body in history. Mubai gave up all defenses and rushed out of the blockade, grabbed the black-haired Yin woman's surprised face, and pressed down on the surface of Ziwei Star Palace. Under the super weight and super speed, the Yin woman fell at an extremely fast speed. Seeing this situation, the white-haired Yang woman immediately deployed a flowing barrier in the void in an attempt to separate Mubai and his sister, who had not yet landed. Mubai was already crazy at this moment and ignored the attack behind him. He just increased the strength of his palm a little bit. At the same time as he was about to land, the Overlord's domineering aura, together with the Jinjin fruit and the powerful power of the 8 desolate prison body, tore the face of the Yin woman alive. The beautiful face had already shed a lot of blood under Mubai's continuous force. Mubai, who lifted the opponent with one hand, didn't waste any words. His super offensive punches almost blew up Yin Nu's head in a few seconds. Such a decisive and bloody killing method shocked the white-haired Yang Nu. In her expectation, even if her 2 sisters were defeated by Mubai, they could still be invincible with 2 defensive god-level fruits. But now it seems that she thought too simply. After throwing away the opponent's crippled body, Mubai gradually noticed a difference at this moment. That is, the entire Wangting Ziwei Star Palace was too quiet. According to common sense, even if it was not Ziwei Star Lord's turn to come forward, someone should have stopped this kind of movement. More importantly, Mubai could actually feel a faint uneasiness from the Jiuzhou Ding in his soul in this space. He raised his head and faced the sky. At this moment, he was extremely sure that this world was illusory. Perhaps he was no longer in the normal world from the moment he stepped out of the room. It is needless to think that it must be Ziwei Star Lord who made this move. I'm sorry. Mubai, who clasped his fists in the sky, looked serious. He turned around and went straight to the position of the white-haired young girl with full firepower. The fierce momentum made the white-haired young girl feel terrified. And even the several star gods, who were observing the scene from the outside world, were dumbfounded. The real Ziwei Star Lord smiled but said nothing. And several tense gods looked thoughtfully at the Yin and Yang women standing under the Star Lord. Seeing that she was killed in the illusion in one blow, the black-haired Yin girl clenched her fists slightly. The more rational white-haired young girl sighed and said, "If my sister and I formed the Yin and Yang formation in advance, we might be able to delay for a while. Unfortunately, Mubai, who has the 8 desolate prison body, acted too decisively. I think he is extremely cold-blooded and is not suitable for our Ziwei Star Palace. The killing in the illusion is still going on. How terrible is Mubai, who is punching and punching with all his strength. Today, the white-haired young girl has seen it. In the 4th round, he can continuously break through the obstruction of dozens of blue barriers. In the 6th round, she had nowhere to hide, and her arms were torn off by the opponent. Amid the heart-wrenching pain, Mubai crushed her cold face with one foot. The entire battle process was impeccable, as if the opponent was born for killing. The Tao can be said, but it is not the Tao. Ziwei Star Palace always welcomes everyone. The words of Ziwei Star Lord immediately left the white-haired young girl speechless. After defeating the Yin and Yang girls in the illusion, the world that Mubai was in suddenly collapsed. A whisk swept across the sky, and the colorful world gradually faded. And Mubai himself was taken away from the illusion world by the whisk. The magnificent power on the whisk could not be shaken even if Mu Bai activated the 8 desolate prison body. This feeling of powerlessness is like an ant facing an omnipotent god. Mu Bai, who had not experienced this feeling for a long time, was still a little uncomfortable. But soon as the speed of the whisk twitched faster, he stumbled and came to the real Ziwei Star Palace. The star power that was almost condensed into liquid flowed in the Golden Palace. Such a pure palace exudes a pure breath. And the breath that can be integrated into all things moistens things silently, and interweaves with the star power to form an indescribable feeling. The 20 Star Lords looked at the person from the northern borderland chosen by the Star Lord in silence. Even the Yin-Yang twins lowered their heads and said nothing, as if they had become dead objects. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. Mu Bai, who had just arrived at Ziwei Star Palace, was shocked to find that he couldn't even raise his head when facing the Star Lord with almost the strongest combat power in the main world. The powerful 8 desolate prison suppression body and the Emperor's divine body seemed to be child's play and could not play any role. The fantasy beast species Great Sun Golden Crow fruit and the Jinjin fruit were like being sealed and could not be used at all. Even the eternal system seemed to have lost its function and did not appear. When Mu Bai was in doubt, the pressure on his body seemed to be relieved a little. He took a breath and slowly raised his head. What came into his sight were 20 Star Lords in purple Taoist robes, followed by the Yin-Yang twins. When he was about to set his sights on the person at the top of Ziwei Star Palace, he suddenly felt a warning. That was a warning from biological intuition. Not only that, the observation Haki also gave out a warning at this moment. This was a feeling he had never had before. This subtle feeling was like you knew that God was in front of you, but you couldn't look directly at him. You had already tried your best to sense the existence of the other party. How could you still have the strength to face the unknown face of God? Since you have seen the Star Lord, why don't you bow? The Star Lord, who looked like a beautiful woman in Taoist robes, asked in a deep voice. She wanted to see what Mu Bai would do. It was impossible for Mu Bai to pay homage to the Star Lord with his current physical condition. And it would be more interesting if he did. How can I pay homage to him if he doesn't exist? Mu Bai, who was under great pressure, said softly after a long time. The beautiful woman in Taoist robes laughed and said, "The Star Lord is right in front of you. How can he not exist? Are you deliberately disrespectful?" Mu Bai, with a slight arc on his mouth, tried to stand up. Even if the great pressure crushed his spine and broke his bones, he would still try to stand up without saying a word. This scene even moved the Yin and Yang women slightly. The super-physical recovery speed provided by the 8 desolate prison body allowed his bones to continuously strengthen and adapt to this kind of pressure during the process of breaking and repairing. Half a minute later, Mu Bai, who had been bending over, was able to stand up straight, but he still didn't dare to look directly at the purple Star Lord at the top. There are many people who are cruel to others, but few are so cruel to themselves. Since ancient times, those who can accomplish great things are no more than this. Under the gaze of the Star Lords, Mu Bai stood up like a bloody devil, and the sound of bones bursting continued to ring. If the Star Lord exists, then I can surpass him. So why should I worship him? Mu Bai, who was smiling, was also very creepy when he spoke. Although the drops of blood flowing from his eyes and nostrils were a little funny, no one present had a smile on their faces. Not to mention the Yin and Yang twins. Even the Taoist robed beautiful woman Star Lord was shocked. The name of the Star Lord is a taboo in the royal court. Even if there is disrespect, it will be severely punished. Now this Mu Bai dared to say that he would try to surpass the Star Lord in the future. This is simply an old man who hangs himself because his life is too long. He is here. And he is not here? A low voice sounded slowly. And the Ziwei Star Lord spoke very slowly. Hearing this voice, Mu Bai still lowered his head and said without daring to look directly, "If it is there, it is there. If it is not there, it is not there. If it exists in the material world, it can be surpassed. The same is true. If it does not exist in the real world, how can it be surpassed? Do you know that you have no secrets anymore? The Jojo Ding can indeed be regarded as a magic weapon, but it cannot protect you in the main world. The old 3-pointed two-edged sword in your body is of some use." Although he had expected it, Mu Bai was slightly shocked when he was really seen through. After a long time, he clasped his fists and said, "My previous words were not to offend the Star Master, but just to express my determination. If the Ziwei Star Master has an order, I will obey it." Sweet words. Look up. The ethereal voice of the Ziwei Star Master gradually approached, as if the dangerous veil covering him was gradually disappearing. and the terrifying existence with another face was gradually approaching. The pressure around him dissipated, and Mubai dared to look up and look directly at the person at the top. An ordinary middle-aged man in a Ziwei Taoist robe was walking with his hands behind his back. The surrounding celestial phenomena moved automatically. In Mubai's vision, the other person's appearance was not fixed. He might have been an old man in his twilight years in the last moment, but he turned into a young man in his prime in the next second. Follow your heart. I am what you want me to be. I have always been here, but you just can't see me. The Ziwei Star Lord's words, with a hidden meaning, made Mubai vaguely aware of something. When Mubai held his breath and concentrated on deliberately ignoring the other person's figure, he actually found through his peripheral vision that the other person's figure was gradually fixed into a face. That face was old and young, energetic and old, as if it was a combination of contradictions. Strange but incomparably harmonious. You guys go out. The Star Lord said that the Star Lord and the Yin-Yang twins, who were present, left one after another. At this moment, there were only two of them left in the huge Ziwei Star Palace. The Purple Star Lord was mysterious and unpredictable. Even Mubai did not dare to have any psychological fluctuations when facing this person alone. The fact that the other party could see through the 9 provinces cauldron, and the strange 3-pointed double-edged sword in his soul showed that there was not much he could hide. In this situation, he was undoubtedly passive. Do you have any questions about why I brought you from the northern border to this Zhongzhou area? In the empty room, the Purple Star Lord held the illusory star body in his hand and moved it. The star body, that was constantly spinning on the top, merged into the wall of the Purple Star Palace along with the flow of breath. In an instant, the whole space seemed to be stained with a magical coat. Hearing this, Mubai looked a little strange. I heard from the messenger who met me that it was to represent the Star Lord to win the position of the 5th Son of God in the royal court. Could the other party have a hidden meaning in his question? After Mubai answered truthfully, he did not speak but just waited quietly for the reply from the Purple Star Lord. After the Purple Star Lord smiled lightly, he told the internal rules of the royal court. After listening to all of it, Mubai understood why the Shintongzi, who had led him, respected him so much. As the dominant power in Zhongzhou, Wangting has the strongest legion and the strongest top masters. But these are the power of Wangting that the outside world thinks. The most important thing in Wangting's inheritance is the position of the 5-star masters and the Star God Cave Heaven. Star God is the creator of Wangting and a top powerhouse of the same era as Jiandi. Unlike Jiandi, who failed to enter the realm of God Emperor, this mysterious Star God defeated all kinds of powerful enemies at that time and promoted to the realm of God Emperor with absolute strength. The division of the 5 major regions of the main world was also completed by him. After unifying all the forces of the chaotic era, this mysterious Star God created the immortal fruit space channel, famous in the main world with supreme divine power. The current stable fruit channels in the main world are all polished by him. His reputation can be said to have reached its peak in that prosperous era. But with the passage of time, tens of thousands of years later, not many people still remember him. And the rules and assets he left behind are still shining all over the main world. As for the so-called Star God Cave Heaven, it refers to the special space with the strongest star power in Zhongzhou. At the beginning, the Star God used his supreme power to transform the direction of the sun, moon, mountains and rivers, and raise the concentration of the star power in Zhongzhou. At the same time, he also specially opened up the star power containing hundreds of thousands of years to compress it. Unfortunately, with the gradual decline of the star power in the main world, the Star God Cave Heaven was also completely closed. This mysterious space, which is considered the strongest trump card of the royal court, has been silent for nearly 100,000 years. The positions of the 5 major star masters are Ziwei Star, Tanlang Star, Pajuan Star, Yubwang Star, and Chisha Star. The positions of the 5 major star masters are not innate, but inherited. Under the Star Master is the Star Lord. For example, the Ziwei Star Lord of this generation is the 2nd generation Ziwei Star Lord, and the Star Lords around him are also nominal Ziwei Star Lords. Those who serve as Star Lords generally need to be in the Moon Will realm to obtain this qualification. In the more ancient times, the entire royal court was created under the leadership of the Star God, with 14 Star Lord positions. But with the passage of time, there are only 5 main star positions left. The remaining 9 main star positions were all divided up by the 5 winners. Based on the divided star power, the 5 Star Lords of the royal court were able to continue to maintain their super strength in this age, when the star power was annihilated. The peak of the Sun Wheel realm is already an invincible existence in this declining era. The 5 star masters select the sons of gods to inherit their star masters according to the ancient rules. This is their mission and their inescapable fate. Each star master must have a son of God. And if all the sons of gods under the star masters are complete, the so-called God War will begin. The 5 sons of gods fight each other, and the 4 who win will inherit the power of the star master who died tragically. After defeating the 5th son of God candidate, you will become the 5th son of God, and then take over your position as the Lord of Ziwei Star. According to what the star master said, shouldn't I immediately fight to the death with the previous sons of gods? Mubai frowned slightly and felt that he would not be timid. But the gap between his realm and these people was too big. For example, the 3rd son of God, Emperor Yu. Mubai could sense this person's talent just from by Xiaoxing's mouth. I am afraid that even if I have obtained a double god body, I dare not compete with him in a short time. He is confident but not arrogant. The gap of hundreds of years of cultivation is difficult to make up in a short time. The stars in the fantasy universe around Ziwei Star Lord lit up, and the star image of the great emperor of the north of the sky was shining brightly, as if it was a living thing, watching Mubai's every move. If the Shoutian movement was still the same as before, I would definitely not choose you to inherit this qualification. But times have changed. At this point, Ziwei Star Lord's voice gradually became low, and the shadow of the great emperor of the north of the sky in the Ziwei Star Palace dissipated in the void like rolling thunder. As the other party disintegrated and dissipated, Mubai faintly felt that the power of the stars around him was constantly pouring into the space like a tide. This is the change in the next 50 years. All the forces in the main world have now known that the power of the stars is recovering at an astonishing speed. At this speed, the environment in 100 years will be enough to give birth to a destiny person at the level of the God Emperor. With the help of the Ziwei Star image dissipating in the void, Mubai's entire soul seemed to be integrated into the entire Zhongzhou, the entire main world. From his perspective, the power of the stars is like a rolling torrent that washes over this Dharma-ending age. Ordinary flowers, plants, fish, and trees are transformed into spiritual creatures under the nourishment of the vast amount of star power. And the reincarnation that covers the main world seems to be collapsing. Countless black and white souls are going against the will of heaven and reborn all over the main world. This is a great change that has never happened in the world. The rules of the star power have changed, and ordinary dead things can also give birth to spirituality. The collapse of reincarnation means that those who failed in the fight for the path of the God Emperor will live again. When Mubai's soul body looked down at all this, Ziwei Star Lord came to his side with his hands behind his back and said word by word. He saw farther than Mubai and knew that the future would be a chaotic era of constant fighting among hundreds of schools of thought. For this reason, the royal court will conduct a final assessment of all the sons of God. The God War will be postponed for 50 years. When the 5th son of God is born, there will not be 4 winners of the God War, but only one. This one will inherit the priceless treasure of the Star God Cave Heaven and the position of all Star Masters, and shine in the future battle of destiny. In the Starry Night scene, Mubai finally understood what the royal court was going to do. They were going to put everything on the line to let a son of God stand at the pinnacle of the new era. It seems that you understand. You hope that you will not only become the 5th son of God, but also inherit the Star God Cave Heaven. And you also hope that you can inherit the destiny and become the God Emperor of the next new era. Accept the destiny. Promote to the God Emperor who is unique in the history. What a glory and brilliance. Leave your name in history for thousands of years, and be praised by future generations for thousands of years. Throughout several eras, those who can do this are all peerless geniuses, who are unrivaled in ancient and modern times. In every era, there are countless people who want to fight for the destiny. But in a cruel competition, there is always only one who can succeed. Those who lose the destiny competition hidden in the long river of history are destined to be supporting roles. In this era, there is only destiny. The illusory star scene gradually dissipated. Mubai's brain was still filled with those world-shaking scenes. In that future scene, heroes competed for supremacy, and the ancient monsters, who were reincarnated and reborn, fought each other on the cracked earth. As the sun and the moon rotated, all things in the world seemed to be in an eternal H.L. evil and desolate. But now, he has little interest in the corner of the future scene by Ziwei astrology. He is a selfish person. Not to mention the death of 10 million people in the main world. Even the death of hundreds of millions of people will not arouse his interest. Whether he accepts the destiny or not, he does not want to get involved in this chaos. But what can he do if he enters the game? As long as he is on this land, He will inevitably experience the war of accepting the destiny in the future. He has no power to choose. Only the fate of being chosen. Actively joining the game may be like a dragon out of the abyss, and a tiger into the forest. Passive withdrawal will be hunted by stronger people in the future. In this case, why don't I join the game? I feel that I can do better than others. I will decide the position of the fifth son of God. I will definitely go all out to accept the destiny in the future. Mu Bai, who has the blessing of two divine bodies, spoke with a wild momentum, like a tiger roaring in the forest. In his sincere words, he also expressed his attitude to the Lord of Ziwei Star. He is bound to get the position of the Son of God. And in the future chaos, he will also go all out to represent the royal court to impact the highest realm. Ziwei Star Lord was not surprised by this reply. Smart people will understand one thing. That is, the times make heroes. If you can't go with the flow when the general trend has come, you will definitely go against the current. Even if you are stable for a while, it will eventually be nothing. I can't help you all the time in the next 50 years. You can follow the Yin and Yang girls to practice in the Yin and Yang sect under my seat. Under the seat. Yin and Yang sect. Yin and Yang sect is naturally the predecessor of Shengdao sect. Many years ago, Yin sect severed its relationship with Yang sect and Yin sect left. So it was renamed Shengdao sect. If Yin and Yang sect is under Ziwei Star Lord, then by this calculation, he has an additional relationship with Ziwei Star Lord. You have already practiced the Supreme Forgetful Sword. This sword technique is extremely evil. If you are promoted to the Sun Will realm in the future, you will definitely be backlashed. You can go to the Yin Yang sect to practice another top-level technique to integrate the evil meaning of the sword technique. When your technique is perfected, I will pass on my own technique to you. Do you remember it? The door of the Ziwei Star Palace moved without wind. The cold moonlight and the breeze blew on Mu Bai's resolute face, blowing the ends of his hair. Disciple remembers it. After Mu Bai responded, the figure of the Ziwei Star Lord gradually dissipated, and the Yin Yang women who were waiting outside the Star Palace had already stood up and came to Mu Bai's side. Mu Bai, with his pupils contracted, realized at this moment that the top-level powerful existence that he couldn't even look at was not the other party's real body, but a wisp of clone? This Ziwei Star Lord is a bit too scary. There are countless subworlds under the jurisdiction of the royal court. If it weren't for the Star Lords to adjust the balance of the subworlds, the main world would have been swallowed up by the subworlds. It is difficult for the 5 Star Lords to return to the main world in their true bodies. Today, the Star Lord has specially divided his soul, which is a great gift to you. The two Yin and Yang women spoke in unison. The voices of the two people were similar, and the speed of speaking was the same. Suddenly, it sounded as if they were copied and pasted. Mu Bai frowned slightly. He understood why the superpower of Zhongzhou, such as the royal court, was so low-key and conservative. It seems that the liberation mentioned by the Purple Star Lord before was probably related to this. But if it is according to what you said, then the God War after the Son of God will further reduce the number of Star Lords. In this way, the Star Lords after the royal court will probably continue to enter the subworld to maintain the stability of the main world. Right? And their work tasks are more cumbersome? When he said halfway, Mu Bai felt that it was a bit stupid to ask this question. How could the supreme power who could even split the soul so easily across the boundaries be the same as the ordinary people he imagined? The Yin and Yang girls looked at each other and said in unison, the spiritual energy will revive, and the power of the stars will tend to be balanced. In 50 years, the subworld will gradually stabilize. At that time, the Star Masters can return to the main world forever. But these are not the issues you need to consider now. Mu Bai was speechless for a moment, but he stopped talking immediately. He could vaguely sense that these two people disliked him a little. Perhaps because of his identity as the Yin sect of the Holy Tao sect. Since these two girls were also from the Yin and Yang sect, they were obviously from the Yang sect. The two girls took Mu Bai to the transmission channel of the Ziwei Star Palace and wanting without saying a word. The Yin and Yang girls and Mu Bai, who adjusted their coordinates in the star-studded transmission space, disappeared in this space like gorgeous fireworks. After the three disappeared, the black and white chess pieces on the chessboard quickly returned to their positions, and the Zhongqian Jibei Great Emperor, who represented the Ziwei constellation, also stopped flashing, and the space channel was completely closed. The Yin and Yang sect territory in the Wanchuan area of Zhongzhou. When Mu Bai opened his eyes again, he had already arrived at the center of the horn-shaped mountain range. The horn-shaped mountains on the left are undulating like a dragon roaming freely, and a large number of buildings are stacked on the cliffs to form a series of protruding ripples. From a distance, Those magnificent attics are shining like a temple. And the sun-reflecting yang sure looks very warm. The horn-shaped mountains on the right look a bit spooky. Even though they have been abandoned for a long time. You can still see a lot of wild beasts. The trees and weeds make the whole horn look lush and green. As if wrapped in a layer of green coat. The white-haired Yang woman whispered, "This is the Yin Yang sect. The Yin vein is abandoned. You can go to live in the Yang sect." "No!" A loud voice came with a flying sword. The moment it landed, it was less than half a meter away from Mu Bai's feet. It is a rule that sinners of the Yin meridian of the Yin Yang sect are not allowed to step into the Yang meridian. Don't the two adults, who serve the Purple Star Lord, know this? The arrogant and domineering voice seemed to have its own electronic music. As more than a dozen flying swords fell one after another. The young man who looked like a Taoist priest had already approached Mu Bai. As the last disciple of the young master of Yin Yang sect, Qin Xiaoyang had long heard that a man named Mu Bai in a remote place was chosen by Ziwei Star Lord to be the so-called candidate for the fifth son of God. After learning that the other party was a Yin vain disciple of Yin Yang sect, he cut down hundreds of ancient trees on the spot. It is a great honor to be a candidate for the Son of God. In his first half of his life, he always believed that Ziwei Star Lord would choose him, a direct descendant of his seat, to be a candidate for the Son of God. But he never expected that this supreme honor would be taken away by the wild people on the border. More importantly, the other party was a disciple of the traitors of Yin Yang sect. The education he received since childhood, and the rules of Yin Yang sect are infinite hatred for these Yin veins. It can be said that even if the enemies of the sect and the people of Yin vein are placed in front of their young disciples at the same time, these disciples will cross the enemies and risk being attacked from behind to pull down the people of Yin vein. So after hearing that the other party was coming, Qin Xiaoyang directly summoned more than a dozen disciples of the sect to come and set up a show of power. Qin Xiaoyang, with wild hair, looked at Mu Bai, who was standing in front of him, and felt that he was just ordinary. He didn't think he was a top-level genius who could dominate the world with two divine bodies. It seems that he is just a show-off. After passing by the other party, Qin Xiaoyang went directly to the side of the Yin-Yang twins. Mu Bai was not angry at being ignored. He looked at the other party's performance calmly, and didn't know what he was thinking. It's not that I, Qin Xiaoyang, am arrogant. If I can gain the trust of the Star Lord at this level, then I can also replace him to become a candidate for the Son of God. Next, winning the position of the fifth Son of God will probably be as easy as taking something out of a bag. Qin Xiaoyang, who was extremely emotional, spoke with a lion-like wildness, as if all the heroes in the world could not catch his eye. I think the so-called Golden Crow Prince Mu Bai is nothing more than that. The dual divine bodies may just be a means for the Tianji Pavilion to confuse right and wrong. Maybe the list will be corrected tomorrow. The eldest brother is extremely talented. If he can replace this person, he may be able to create an immortal foundation for the Yin-Yang sect. Qin Xiaoyang did not feel humble at all after hearing the flattering words of more than a dozen people. On the contrary, he was praised by everyone and his confidence increased. He looked at the Yin-Yang twins with a sharp gaze. The white-haired Yang girl and the black-haired Yin girl looked at each other and felt that Qin Xiaoyang was too arrogant. He even dared to question Mu Bai, who was chosen by the Purple Star Lord, the entire Yin-Yang sect, let alone him. Even the few supreme elders behind the sect master were not qualified to make comments on this matter. Mu Bai, do you think he is right? The black-haired Yin girl asked Mu Bai indifferently. But she never thought that Mu Bai, who was looking at the mountains, had almost walked 100 meters. The scenery here is really strange. By the way, what did you ask me just now? Mu Bai turned his head and asked casually with a little emotion, which made Inu almost pull her hair out of anger. This Mu Bai was obviously pretending to be dead. She was a little worried that Qin Xiaoyang really angered Mu Bai. After all, this man tore his sister's phantom in the illusion not long ago. The scenery here is nice. Brother, if you can abandon the dark and turn to the light, and automatically turn to the Yang vein, and give up your own position as the Son of God, maybe I will look at you with a higher regard. Sure, I can quit at any time as long as you win the support of the Purple Star Lord. Qin Xiaoyang, with a smile on his face, saw that Mu Bai had no intention of fighting. So he also smiled, and put his arm around Mu Bai's shoulders, and pulled him back to the Yin-Yang twins. The two girls were a little speechless at this moment. After so long, no one from the Yin-Yang sect came to support them. Could it be that the Yin-Yang sect was crazy? Turning back to look at Qin Xiaoyang and Mu Bai, who didn't care, they were even more confused. Mu Bai, since you have come to the Yin-Yang sect, we sisters will leave. I hope you can remember what the Star Lord told you. The very elegant Yin Yang twins left here in an instant, looking at the backs of the two, Qin Xiaoyang, who wanted to follow them and introduce them to the Star Lord, paused. Just because you follow the purple Star Lord, you don't take me seriously? Uh-huh. You really forget your roots. It's a pity that they were members of the Yin Yang sect before. Qin Xiaoyang, who was mumbling, suddenly complained. He glanced at Mu Bai and said helplessly, "You don't look that annoying. Are you really from the Yin Pulse?" In his impression and memory, people from the Yin Pulse should be synonymous with meanness and shamelessness, and are sinister and treacherous villains. They are beasts that are profit-seeking, disloyal and unjust. The star beasts that are closest to humans are 1,000,000 times kinder than these Yin Pulse people. Who told you what a Yin Pulse person should be like? The evaluation criteria for good and bad people have never been fixed. Mu Bai, who saw Qin Xiaoyang's thoughts at a glance, said directly without mercy. Qin Xiaoyang, with a slightly frowned brow, was thinking about something. It seemed that what the other party said was right. Others' evaluation of him was not too positive. If he deduced according to this standard, wouldn't he be as mean and shameless as the Yin Pulse people? While he was still thinking, the other Yin Yang sect disciples were furious. Do you know Yang Mai and you are just talking nonsense here? I think you Yin Mai are despicable and shameless. Without any blood. Maybe this Mu Bai is just a softie. I think so too. He has a sword on his waist, but doesn't have the pride of a swordsman. It's really shameful. Several people talked one after another, as if they were going to judge Mu Bai on the spot. In the heated words, some people even rushed up to provoke Mu Bai. However, Mu Bai, who was watching the show, asked Qin Xiaoyang a question after everyone finished speaking. What is the top swordsmanship that you Yang might practice? Qin Xiaoyang came to his senses and rolled his eyes before spitting out 6 words. The supreme swordsmanship. Why are you asking this? Could it be that Ziwei Star Lord asked you to learn this unique skill in the sect? Mu Bai became interested when he heard the name of this swordsmanship. The highest sword technique of the Yang Meridian is the supreme sword technique of ultimate passion, while the highest sword technique of the Yin Meridian is the supreme sword technique of forgetfulness of passion. Forgetfulness of passion is in itself diametrically opposed. If so, he could understand the irreconcilable differences between the Yin Meridian and the Yang Meridian. The supreme sword technique of ultimate passion can only be learned by people with ultimate passion in nature. People like you who are scheming may not be able to learn the basics even in your lifetime. After saying that, Qin Xiaoyang even drew out his sword and slashed at the river not far away. The crisscrossing white sword lights were like a daytime dragon crossing the sky and falling into the river. Under the white mist were the praises of other disciples. Great. Good. As expected of senior brother Qin. Seeing this, Mu Bai smiled and drew out the supreme forgetful sword. He slashed out with a sword that was lifeless and powerless, and was extremely lonely. The originally empty water mist completely dissipated, seeing that the river water not far away had not changed at all. Several disciples were about to mock when the abandoned oxhorn cliff of the Yin vein of the Yin Yang sect a few thousand meters away suddenly shattered. This sword cut off the endless mountains behind. The river water rushed and tore apart as the top sword intent dissipated. And along with the river water, several people around him, who spoke rudely, were torn apart. On this day, Qin Xiaoyang saw with his own eyes that a sect disciple was beheaded by a sword. The hot blood just sprayed on the collar of his white Taoist robe, which looked particularly bright in the sun. Look! Isn't this much more harmonious? Smiling, Mu Bai slowly put away the magic sword. Cut off the mountain with one sword. Such a shocking scene made the disciples who survived dumbfounded. They thought that Mu Bai was just an embroidered pillow, and never thought that he could be so strong. It seems that even the Star Apostle can't do this. A disciple of Yin Yang sect was beheaded in front of the mountain gate? This earth-shaking event in the past happened so easily at this moment. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyang was a little suspicious whether Mu Bai was crazy, killing Yin Yang sect disciples for no reason. Mu Bai, are you going to be our enemy? While speaking, Qin Xiaoyang had already drawn his sword and approached fiercely. The disciples who survived wanted to hold the eldest brother, but it was too late. Stepping on the blood sprayed by the heads, Mu Bai said nonchalantly, "It is reasonable for me to kill them because they insult me." Just as they said, I am extremely despicable, and simple morality cannot restrain me. More importantly, I was sent by Ziwei Star Lord. Anyone who questions me is equivalent to questioning the Star Lord. Those who insult the Star Lord seem to be dead. Qin Xiaoyang, whose veins were bulging, was already furious when he heard this. He had never seen someone who killed a sect disciple so confidently. Today, Even if the Star Lord came in person, he would kill this person, looking for death. A huge eye appeared faintly behind Qin Xiaoyang in the high-speed flow of breath. The cold eyeballs stared at Mu Bai and then quickly dissipated. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyang also operated the supreme sword technique like a madman. The bright white light accompanied by the sword intent was continuous, like a surging river. More than a dozen slashes fell almost at the same time a few meters in front of Mu Bai. In less than a second, the target will be evenly cut into several pieces. Unfortunately, the target this time is Mu Bai. This sword technique is simply rubbish. Facing the opponent's sharp slash, Mu Bai opened his arms and let the opponent attack. Such a mocking action naturally made Qin Xiaoyang even more crazy. Killing the Yangmai disciples was fine. But now the opponent even looked down on his sword technique. This is simply more uncomfortable than killing him. Arrogant guy. Let me show you how you die. Qin Xiaoyang, whose sword intent reached the sky, kept slashing at Mu Bai at a speed faster than thunder. The expected blood and flesh did not fly. But the sword blade and Mu Bai's skin made a crisp collision sound. Bang! 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 The sound was very similar to the sound of metal colliding with each other. Mu Bai opened his arms without even closing his eyelids. He stood with his hands behind his back and let the opponent launch a violent attack. When Qin Xiaoyang slashed the 100th sword, he even yawned. This kind of skin hardness. Is the opponent still human? Qin Xiaoyang's mouth twitched, and he suddenly felt powerless. When he slashed the 1000th sword, he gasped and quickly distanced himself from Mu Bai. In the corner that people couldn't see, his Taoist robe was shaking, because his hands were numb from the recoil. Mu Bai, who had endured the torrential attack, was not injured at all, and even felt a little tired from the tickling attack. Although your swordsmanship is rotten to the core, I have to say that it is quite interesting as a sleep aid before going to bed. Mu Bai's lazy evaluation made the trembling Qin Xiaoyang completely explode. A large number of cracks suddenly appeared on his body. These cracks were of different lengths, but the moment they opened, they all flashed scarlet light. The rotating blood-red pupils occupied Qin Xiaoyang's face, and even his mouth was full of that weird light. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyang, who seemed to be possessed by an evil spirit, made several sect disciples dare not approach him at all. They knew that the eldest brother was out of control at this moment. Oh no! The eldest brother has activated the eye demon state. His superhuman eye fruit is probably going to go out of control. I heard that senior brother Qin once relied on the apostle realm to defeat a strong man in the Star Master realm in this state. Let's go quickly. Otherwise, when senior brother defeats Mu Bai, he will go out of control and kill us. Several Yin Yang sect disciples supported each other and ran away quickly. And the crooked flying swords were almost unstable. Facing the opponent's sudden explosion, Mu Bai was quite interested. He had never seen the superhuman eye fruit before. Obviously, from the opponent's performance, it was not as simple as simply increasing the field of vision on the body. Countless red eyes covered Qin Xiaoyang's face, and even the long sword that had chopped Mu Bai and had some broken blades was occupied by red eyes. The unique power was connecting the bloodshot on the eyes with the damaged part of the sword body. After a few moments, the strange long sword covered with bloodshot had appeared in the opponent's hand. Kill! Countless blood flashes disappeared in an instant. Qin Xiaoyang's demonic figure swung his sword wildly at a speed far exceeding 3 times the previous speed. The gradually increasing force and the gradually accelerating swordsmanship were like a hurricane passing through the land. The river not far away even exploded and rolled because of Qin Xiaoyang's swordsmanship. And a large amount of water blades and the endless slashing attacked Mu Bai together. Interesting. Combining a special divine body with a superhuman eye fruit to increase combat power in a short period of time. This method is worth learning. This time, Mu Bai did not choose to resist with his body. He operated the arm-colored domineering aura attached to his nails, and collided with the blood-stained long sword at the same speed as the opponent. Although he did not use a sword, every time Mu Bai swung his arm, he had a cold sword intent. But this sword intent was constantly merging with Qin Xiaoyang's collision. In the end, the cold sword intent had unknowingly turned into a white masculine domineering aura. He was learning Qin Xiaoyang's swordsmanship. He was learning the supreme swordsmanship. Qin Xiaoyang, who was in a crazy state, obviously had not discovered this problem. At this moment, he only felt that the opponent's swordsmanship was becoming more and more similar to his own. In the end, even his swordsmanship had been completely suppressed by the opponent. The several supreme elders in the 10,000 mountains of the Yin Yang sect all sighed when they saw this scene. At this moment, they also understood why Ziwei Star Lord chose Mu Bai. The fusion of the yin-yang swordsmanship was probably only he could do it. However, being able to learn the opponent's swordsmanship and surpass the opponent in just a short fight. Mu Bai's talent in swordsmanship can no longer be described as genius. A monster among monsters. I don't know whether his coming to yin-yang sect this time is a blessing or a curse for us. When Qin Shaoyang woke up, he was numb all over and half kneeling on the ground. While Mu Bai, who was learning to defend with sword intent with bare hands, looked calm. The supreme sword of love and affection is not in line with me. I am a little curious about what kind of wonderful swordsmanship will be formed if the final swordsmanship of the yin and yang veins is combined. He muttered to himself, as his inner sea automatically deduced the two swordsmanships. Two illusory little people automatically formed in his mind. They were in the same realm, and were both sword masters. The only difference was that one person performed the supreme swordsmanship of the yin vein, and the other performed the supreme swordsmanship of the yang vein. The former was cold and resolute, and under the renunciation of thoughts and emotions. It was like the stars, and the Milky Way in the night sky of the 9 days cut through the sky. The latter was pure yang and affectionate. Like a broad ocean embracing everything, carrying the sun and covering the vitality. The two sword techniques run in opposite directions, but are related to each other. Mutually exclusive, but can be integrated together. This feeling fits the law of the operation of the Tao and all things. However, Mu Bai, who keeps deducing the two top sword techniques, has never been able to truly integrate the two together from the essence. Mu Bai opened his pale golden eyes, and looked down at Qin Shaoyang, who was half kneeling without speaking to him. He saw Mu Bai's figure disappearing from the spot under the high-temperature melting void. The scorching flame surrounded him, and brought him to the gate of the yin-yang sect. The Yangmai sect master and others, who had been waiting here for a long time, held their breath and concentrated when they saw Mu Bai appear in the void. The leader of the Yangmai sect was quite normal. When he saw the sword intent on the other party, he already understood the true meaning of the Purple Star Master. This is to use Mu Bai to coordinate the yin and yang veins, so that this nominal son of God can find the crucial treasure. If Mu Bai is found, his position as the fifth son of God will be stable. In the future, even the ethereal destiny may not be in dispute. Of course, if he can't find it, it means that he has no chance, and the treasure may not be born in this era. The Yangmai sect master said with a sense of loss. The yin-yang sect is looking for a genius in Zhongzhou to merge the swordsmanship of the yin-yang sect, but never thought that the most suitable person for this path is actually in the Yimai sect. I don't want to say anything more. Mu Bai, why did the Ziwei Star Master ask you to come here? The supreme sword of love. The Ziwei Star Master said that this sword can reconcile the disadvantages of the impulse sword and the supreme sword of forgetfulness in my body. However, I just learned a few points of the sword of love from the disciple outside the mountain. But I accidentally discovered an interesting thing. It seems that the swordsmanship of the yin-yang sect can be combined into one sword? Mu Bai, who was full of sword intent, blurted out when he saw the other party being so straightforward. The Yangmai sect master, with his eyes slightly narrowed, twisted his beard, and a strange look burst out of his eyes. And even the hatred for the impulse in Mu Bai was reduced a lot. It is said that all the laws in the world are derived from those mythical skills. The highest palm technique of Buddhism in the folk legend of the Western region is the great sun Tathagata palm of the Western heaven. And the Green Emperor and the Eastern King's skills circulated among the folk of the Eastern region. These mythical skills are the source of all laws. But with the exhaustion of the power of the stars for countless epochs, they have become legends. Compared to this, even if there are such skills in the world, they cannot be used. The sect leader raised his head slightly, and said word by word when he said this. The yin-yang sect was passed down from ancient Taoism. If the legend is correct, the combination of the two supreme swordsmanship is the legendary top-level swordsmanship. 7 heaven-severing swords. 7 heaven-severing swords. Mu Bai's heart was stunned, as if he was baptized by thunder. He was not unfamiliar with the 7 heaven-severing swords, and could even be said to be very familiar with them. Before he had his soul penetrated the blue star with the devil fruit, he had read the records of the 7 heaven-severing swords in the mythological stories. According to legend, Panga followed the meaning of Hongyuan's law, and used the Panga banner to split the chaos, and used the Tai Chi diagram to formulate the earth, fire, wind and water, dividing the upper heaven, and the lower heaven, and the lower heaven and earth, so as to open up the prehistoric era and evolve the 6 reincarnations. When Panga was unable to support the divine power of the evolution of heaven and earth and died, His soul was divided into 3 parts. This is the famous Wenqi into 3 pure ones in later generations. And the 3 pure ones are Taishang Lao Jun Yuan Shi Tianzuan Ling Bao Dao Jun. And the 7 heaven-severing swords are said to be the supreme swordsmanship created by Taishang Lao Jun when he evolved himself, which contains the pure truth of Taoism. Mu Bai still remembers the description of the 7 swords of the sky-cutting swords. The annotations of the 7 sword techniques are, cut the Tao to see me. The Tao cannot be discussed. The Tao has no time. All things become the Tao. The Tao spreads throughout the universe. The Tao leaves a line. And the Tao is destroyed, and the Tao is born. It was not until this moment that Mu Bai gradually connected the memories of coming to the main world, and found that the figure of the Taoist had already appeared in front of him. When he joined the Holy Tao sect to pay homage to the Supreme Elder, he had seen the remaining scene of the cave heaven-blessed land. He would never forget the phantom of the giant spirit god. If he thought about it again, even the 3-pointed two-edged sword in his soul was related to Taoism. After all, the most famous person who used this weapon in the legend was the mythical Erlang Shen Yang Jian. In Journey to the West, he was the nephew of the Jade Emperor and the god of Guanjianku. He had great magical powers and could fight against the great sage Sun Wukong. In the list of gods, he practiced the 9-turn Yuan Gong and mastered the 72 changes of the body to become a saint. He was a disciple of the Jade Dingzhenren and the Qingyuan Miaodao Zhenjuan of folk Taoism. Mu Bai, who gradually felt that this world was becoming more and more mysterious, seemed to have found some clues. Perhaps the myths and legends on Blue Star originated from this incident. Seeing Mu Bai in a daze, the Yangmai sect master thought that Mu Bai didn't believe him. He was a little angry at first, but then he shook his head and regretted it. He casually took out the secret manual of the skills that he had prepared long ago from his arms, and threw it in the direction of Mu Bai. This is the sword manual of the supreme sword skill. Unlike the Yangmai sword skill, the Yangmai sword skill can be written on paper. But if you want to comprehend the mystery, it may take hundreds of years. Mu Bai took the sword manual and opened it directly to read it. Seeing that the records in it were the same as the sword skills that Qin Shaoyan was practicing, he took it into his arms without hesitation. It doesn't take 100 years. It only takes 10 years to achieve great success. After saying this, Mu Bai glanced at the people present and turned to walk down the mountain. The leader of the Yangmai sect was confused and could not figure out what Mu Bai was going to do. He originally thought that this genius would stay in the Yin Yang sect. But judging from the current situation, he was going to leave. Where are you going? Without looking back, Mu Bai replied softly, traveling around Zhongzhou, practicing these 2 sword techniques. I will be back within 10 years. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure had disappeared here. The power hub of the Zhongzhou royal court lies in the Star Lord. And the one who holds the highest authority under the Star Lord is the Son of God. Excluding the vacant 5th Son of God position, the other 4 veteran Sons of God are all top figures who hold great power in one area. If compared with the dynasties of mortals, the Son of God can be compared with the governors of frontiers. Shinyu Pavilion. This simple place has been trampled on since it was occupied by the Emperor of Yu 100 years ago. All forces in Zhongzhou and the other 4 domains want to contact the owner here. After all, for hundreds of years, this famous 3rd Son of God has always been the strongest genius in the royal court. The word strongest is not simply said, but it is really fought out by countless bones. Those famous geniuses from all over the country retreat, like weeds, when they meet the Emperor of Yu. For hundreds of years, he has always been the #1 genius in Zhongzhou. This is even more true for him in the godly body ranking. The 2nd rank Fengdu Ghost King body can control all the ghosts in the world and harness their extraordinary abilities for his own use. Even if it is suppressed by the 1st rank Qianku Endao body, no one dares to question the power of the Fengdu Ghost King body. But now his godly body has dropped 1 more place in the ranking. I have been to the northern borderland. The resources there have been plundered by the northern territory. It is extremely difficult to get out of there. This Mu Bai is a miracle. 2 figures sat opposite each other in the beautiful Yuta Pavilion. The ancient and elegant wooden boats nearby seemed to have their own consciousness and moved automatically on the lake without wind. The trajectory of the boats was more like a naughty child playing a game. The 3rd Son of God, Yudi, in a black python robe, was holding a black piece and slowly tapping the chessboard. When the black piece fell, the full star power continued to dissipate. And the black chess piece that seemed to be real was also between reality and fantasy. The magical color of the chess piece and the wonderful scenery around it complemented each other. When the old man in purple patterns was about to continue speaking, the Emperor Yu, who had closed his eyes to rest, had already opened his eyes. The fact that he sees the fortune of heaven and earth itself shows that Mubai is born with an opportunity. Now I would not be surprised even if he is said to be a resurrected old monster from ancient times. The face of Emperor Yu raised gave people a very strong sense of oppression. And the black hair with black light was as pure as the evil spirit from the abyss. His skin was very fair. And that kind of fairness was not the rosy whiteness of the living, but the coldness of the dead. The most eye-catching thing was his eyes. In ancient legends, double pupils were the appearance of emperors, such as Shun in the 3 Sovereigns and 5 Emperors period, Duke 1 of Jin in the Spring and Autumn 5 Hegemons, and Xiongyu who overthrew the Qin dynasty and the Chuhan contention. These people were all born with double pupils in legends. And Emperor Yu was undoubtedly more weird. He was not born with double pupils but double pupils. If you look closely, you will find that there are 4 pupils in his eyes. If you look closely, you will find the trembling charm in the pupils. The purple-robed Star King in the Moon Realm just glanced at it, and his Tau heart was already a little unstable. Haha. God's son. You are joking. If Mubai is the resurrected ancient monster, the Purple Star Lord will definitely not choose him as the candidate for the highly anticipated 5th God's son. I think Mubai must have something extraordinary. As he spoke, his hand was holding a white chess piece condensed by the power of the stars, and slowly dropped it. As his chess piece fell, the position of the boats in the lake near Shinyu Pavilion also moved, as if they were comparing with the situation on the chessboard. Awakening the 2 divine bodies is already beyond ordinary people. He has a promising future. It's a pity that there can only be one son of God, one royal court, and one person who carries the destiny in this era. 3 consecutive regrets made the purple-robed Star Lord slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the Yu Emperor, who has been extremely low-key in the past 10 years, would value this newcomer Mubai so much. At the same time, he could also hear the confidence in the other party's words. It seems that the Son of God has already planned to deal with him. The situation in the future is changing suddenly, and no one knows who will stand at the top. I heard that many top forces in the East region have begun to close the mountain gates. I think it is to welcome the era of spiritual energy revival. The white piece fell on the chessboard to build a dragon-slaying formation. This move cut the dragon that was about to be resurrected by the Yu Emperor in half. The black pieces were difficult to connect, and naturally lost the opportunity to kill the white pieces. Seeing this scene, the Yu Emperor was calm and composed. Even if the mountain gate is closed, the chickens and pottery dogs are just lingering. Except for the Qingdi sect, other forces in the East region cannot cause any big waves. Did you find what I asked you to find? After taking out a strange wordless, heavenly book from his arms, the purple-robed Star King respectfully presented it with both hands. Fortunately, we have fulfilled our mission. Although we lost 90% of our troops on this trip to the South region, we still found the most important things. It's a pity that the Emperor's tomb has collapsed, and the other treasures have been forever annihilated in that space. It doesn't matter. As long as this technique is still there, it's worth it. After taking the wordless heavenly book with one hand, the chessboard under the Yudi suddenly shattered. The black and white chess pieces originally constructed by the power of the stars also formed a star vortex at this moment, constantly washing the Yudu Pavilion area. The originally beautiful scenery has become a purgatory on Earth under such an energy vortex. Even the ancient-style ships nearby are roaring with evil spirits. The purple-robed Star Lord looked in the direction of the sound and felt his scalp tingling. Countless evil ghosts appeared on the originally peaceful lake water without knowing when. They seemed to be very afraid of the wordless book in the hands of the Emperor Yu. And they were all wandering here with their heads in their arms. Son of God. This, the Emperor Yu, holding the wordless book, seemed to be fighting against it. Countless evil ghosts followed the Emperor Yu's arms, and continuously hit the white paper of the wordless book. The extremely distorted weird cries seemed to never stop, as if it had entered the underworld. The Emperor Yu, who looked normal, snorted coldly when he saw that ordinary means could not break the seal, and immediately activated the Fengdu Ghost King body. The next moment, the ghost hand that covered the sky and broke through the void tore the space, and swallowed the book. After taking the wordless book into his body, the Emperor Yu whispered 2 words to the ghosts wailing on the lake. Silence. All the ghosts were silent. The beautiful Yudu Pavilion seemed to have returned to its original appearance. The purple-robed Star Lord, whose scalp was tingling, swallowed his saliva and dared not speak. So he could only stand aside quietly. I heard that Mubai left the Yin-Yang sect and went to travel to other places in Zhongzhou. You can ask someone to stop him. He must not act blatantly under the protection of the Purple Star Lord. A silent black shadow in the shadow nodded lightly and quickly disappeared from the spot. Emperor Yu turned his head and looked at the beautiful scenery on the lake in the eyes of ordinary people. He only felt that it was very beautiful. But in his eyes, there were countless evil spirits. There were enemies slaughtered by him, and the geniuses killed by him. Those existences were climbing towards his feet in a miserable way, as if they were going to drag him into hell together. How can I be like you? Stay by my side forever and look up to me to carry the destiny. Under his eyes, the wordless heavenly book suddenly appeared in the empty space in front of him, and 4 big characters were clearly written on it. 8-9 Mysterious Art. Taihang Town is very lively. Unlike other places in Zhongzhou, it is almost the same as the towns in the ancient dynasties. If it weren't for some flying vehicles flying in the sky, people in the town would probably think they had traveled back to ancient times. The hawking sounds on the street are endless, and the whole Taihang Town market has a bit of the atmosphere of human fireworks. The signs of inns, escort agencies, and weaving houses can be seen on the corners of the street. Some people coming and going are residents who have lived in the town for a long time. Some people come from all over Zhongzhou or the other 4 major domains to play. If you look at the time, it is May 1st. If Mubai remembers correctly, it is Labor Day in Blue Star. For steamed buns for $1. Hee hee. The ancient tomb magic just excavated. 10 books and 5 Zhongzhou currencies. Come and see. Special snacks. Special snacks. If they don't taste good, they don't charge. Boss, give me 2 kilograms of unpalatable ones to try first. Get lost. The simple young man who shuttled through the bustling crowd looked very low-key in cloth clothes. No different from the strong men in the surrounding villages. The only difference might be that the eyes on his dark face were particularly bright. And if you look closely, you might even see a little golden halo. A few people in the crowd looked at each other and made a secret signal. And then 2 hunched young men followed Mu Bai without knowing when, and immediately bumped into Mu Bai, who was walking normally while speeding up his pace. The young man on the left-hand side was very fast, and in an instant he actually untied the purse on Mu Bai's waist and put it into his sleeve like a magic skill. Why are you walking without eyes? If we didn't have something urgent, we would definitely make you pay for it. The 2 people who bumped into Mu Bai were the first to complain, which made the simple young man stunned. While talking to themselves, the 2 figures disappeared in the crowd. Seeing that the wallet of this green countryman was stolen, the stall owners nearby didn't want to cause any more trouble, and all watched and didn't care. Mu Bai stood there alone with a simple face. He touched his waist and realized that his wallet had been stolen. He turned around in a panic. He looked like a simple country boy. Really? It seems that you don't know the Green Snake Gang. You must be very careful in Taihang Town. Where are you going? The one-eyed old man who was selling sesame cakes suddenly stood up and walked to Mu Bai and pulled him to his stall. He didn't want to care about him, but when he saw his slightly bitter eyes, he softened his heart. Old man, I use this money to join the army in Taihang district. What should I do if it is lost? Mu Bai actually cried faintly. This look was obviously not pretended, but came from the heart. It was hard to imagine that the double god body genius, who was originally powerful in Zhongzhou, would cry in a small town. I guess even the Purple Star Lord didn't expect such a thing. You are so stupid. Why are you still going there when the situation in Taixing Army is so bad? Have you been deceived? How could that be? When I passed by the nearby military camp, I heard that the treatment there was very good. So I thought. The old man felt really overwhelmed when he heard this. He originally thought that this dark-skinned young man was an introverted child, but now he seems a little dull. The Taihang Mountain Militia was formed to fight against the nearby star beasts. Although the treatment is good, the casualty rate is extremely high. If this innocent guy goes there, he will definitely be fooled and killed on the front line. The residents of the nearby town, who were originally watching the excitement, were also amused by the speech of this simple young man Mu Bai. Young man, don't talk nonsense. Those who join the army to kill star beasts must be at least star warriors. I think you are probably an ordinary person. Yes. This is a life-threatening job. In my opinion, although ordinary people in Zhongzhou have stronger bodies than those in the outside world, the star beasts in Zhongzhou are also stronger than those in the outside world. You might as well learn to sell sesame cakes from old song. These people almost confused Mu Bai with their words. The one-eyed old man Song who sells sesame cakes saw that although Mu Bai was dull, he was strong and tall, and he must have some strength. After thinking about it, he also had some ideas. Young man, you don't have any money for the journey. What are you going to do next? Mu Bai scratched his head and lowered his head in confusion, as if he didn't know what to do. Old Song pulled Mu Bai and said something. until he saw Mubai nodded and agreed to stay with him as a helper. His expression eased a little. That's right. Why go to the army? Come to me. At least you can learn a skill in the future. By the way, what's your name? Young man? When he heard his name being asked, Mubai, who had been lowering his head, slowly raised his head and said word by word, Old man, my name is Song Hao. You have the same surname as me? This is interesting. It's fate. Let's go. The sesame cakes are sold out at noon. Come home with me and learn this skill well. The one-eyed old Song, carrying a shoulder pole, took the silly Song Hao through the busy streets and walked towards the winding alleys. The yin and yang women on the roof looked at this scene and didn't understand what Mubai was trying to do. Starting from the mountainous area tens of thousands of meters ahead, Mubai changed his appearance and disguised himself as an ordinary country boy. From then on, his every move was strange, as if Mubai's original personality was covered up, and the one occupying his body was a simple and innocent young man. The two women who used the observation hockey to hide their figures on the busy streets were not worried about being discovered by ordinary people. I don't understand what Mubai is going to do. If he wants to hide his identity, why would he waste so much time? Is he really playing another role with his heart? Ah Yang. Do you think he is doing this to learn the Yang sword of the Yin-Yang sect? The black-haired Yin woman, with a cold voice, and a figure like a snow lotus on the mountains whispered softly. It's possible. The Yin sword Tai Shan Wang Qing sword technique emphasizes the severance of emotions. It's not difficult for Mubai to comprehend this sword technique as a decisive and ruthless person. But the Yang Pulse Tai Shan Ji Qing sword technique emphasizes the extreme emotions and nature. It's probably difficult for Mubai to do it. The Yin woman naturally knew what the extreme emotions and nature in the Yang woman's mouth meant. Sometimes being too smart is not suitable for practicing certain techniques. Some techniques require you to exhaust all your thoughts to study and comprehend them, while some techniques will make you never make any further progress if you think too much about them. This is just like the spirit of all things. Humans. Everyone has their own special and unique talents. Everyone is a genius in a certain field. Most people seem to spend their lives in an ordinary way. But that is just because their talents have not been tapped. The extreme passion and nature required by the Supreme Passion Sword technique is too difficult for people like Mubai. Although it was only a brief contact, the Yin and Yang women could see that Mubai was not a stupid person nor a person who blindly believed in morality and justice. Even if they set the standard of good and bad for him, Mubai was undoubtedly closer to the dark side in their hearts. People who have experienced too much darkness and pain often understand the cruelty of reality better. How can such people be simple-minded? How can they be passionate? Forget about him. Why did Lord Ziwei Star Lord ask us to pay attention to Mubai's movements this time? Could it be that the son of the Yu Emperor will take action? The black-haired Yin woman showed a trace of solemnity in her eyes. She didn't care what game Mubai was playing or what he wanted to do. What she was most worried about was that the Yu Emperor would take action. If the other party really wanted to kill Mubai at all costs, it would be difficult for the two of them to resist. The white-haired Yang Nu was silent for a moment, and then came to her senses. These are not issues we should consider. Lord Ziwei Star Lord must have thought of the actions of the son of the Dark Emperor. We just need to do what we should do. I haven't eaten candied haws for several years. Do you want to take this opportunity? The Yang Nu blinked her white eyelashes and laughed like a foodie. The frowning Yin Nu sighed. She always had a bad premonition. She hoped that Mubai could handle some things by himself. After taking Song Hao home, the one-eyed old Song began to teach him how to make sesame cakes. From driving the donkey to grind wheat, to the dosage and time of adding various seasonings, and finally mixing them with good lard or donkey oil as auxiliary materials. After being roasted at the right flame temperature, the hot and fragrant sesame cakes came out of the oven. Excited Song Hao just wanted to touch it with his hand, but he stepped on the hot spot. This scene made the one-eyed old Song laugh. He originally wanted to test the other party's character before deciding whether to keep him. But after a short time of getting along, he found that Song Hao, this young man, was indeed very simple, even stupid and cute, and the whole person was as curious as a child. Facing such people, he, Song, had never seen many in his life. People from poor families often need to squeeze their own time desperately to survive. In the long run, even the simplest people will gradually become realistic. Unless they are born stupid, they will always be affected by the outside world. Old Song has seen some sons and young masters from wealthy families. These people are often very generous and simple. But sometimes he would do things that angered the heavens and the people for no reason. For example, more than 10 years ago, His left eye was shot blind by an arrow from a rich young man who passed by. After a day of hard work, Old Song took Song Hao to tidy up the bedding and left alone. When the fire in his room went out, Song Hao, who was too excited to sleep, gradually fell asleep. When the moon slowly rose, Song Hao, who was already asleep, sighed and sat up slowly. Under the moonlight, his originally dark skin had returned to its original state. There was no emotion on his handsome face, as if he was a banished immortal descending to the mortal world. The man on the street was like a jade-like young man, and he was unparalleled in the world. It seems that I succeeded. Putting his palms together, the endless sword intent and it was running in the opposite form of the Tai Shan Wang Qing sword technique. This wonderful feeling was like a person who had been speaking normally for decades. And suddenly one day, he had to speak backwards. The Supreme Forgetful Sword Technique and the Supreme Emotional Sword Technique stand opposite each other. If you want to achieve it in one go, it may be harder than ascending to heaven. No wonder no one in the Yin-Yang sect has ever successfully integrated these two top-level sword techniques that can take away the fortune of heaven and earth. Mu Bai, with a little emotion, gradually restrained his breath and integrated the sword intent into his own bones. Mu Bai, who was running the Supreme Emotional Sword Technique quickly in his body, could clearly feel the improvement of his sword technique. As long as he maintained this trend, it would only be a matter of time before he could fully comprehend the Supreme Emotional Sword Technique. Feeling all the memories of today, Mu Bai also felt like he was living a new life. The purpose of suppressing his consciousness and creating another new consciousness was for this. To some extent, Mu Bai is Song Hao. But Song Hao is not Mu Bai. The Supreme Emotional Sword Technique requires that the practitioner be a person of temperament. And both his actions and swordplay must be extremely emotional, which is obviously inconsistent with Mu Bai's original character. Although he sometimes does things as he pleases, he has general considerations and is definitely not impulsive and reckless. According to common sense, even if Mu Bai was given hundreds of years, he would not be able to get a glimpse of the Supreme Sword Technique. Even if he could successfully deduce its various moves, he would not be able to grasp its essence, let alone the ability to combine the Yin and Yang sword techniques together. But who is Mu Bai? Since he is not suitable for this sword technique, he can create a suitable person in his body. As long as Mu Bai plays the song how he created vividly, it will be enough to deceive himself. Only by deceiving himself can he master two completely opposite top sword techniques from an extreme perspective at the same time. He is not afraid of problems, because he always has a solution. Practice positively to become a Buddha. Practice negatively to become a demon. If there is no eternal system, I am afraid I will not take this extreme route. Mu Bai has considered all the negative effects while thinking in his heart, but he still decided to continue doing so. Keeping Song Hao's fictional consciousness has more advantages than disadvantages to a certain extent. As long as he controls it properly, he can use this chess piece to open the way to the supreme skills. Ordinary chess players only use the chess pieces on the chessboard to build momentum for themselves. And top chess players can give up everything just to win that ray of opportunity. Even themselves can be regarded as a chess piece. Looking at the taskbar that was just opened today, Mu Bai felt that everything was under control. Legendary Path of Kung Fu. Fuse the Yin-Yang sects Yin Pulse Top Swordsmanship and Yang Pulse Top Swordsmanship within 10 years to obtain the legendary Supreme Swordsmanship. Task Reward. Restore the host's Thunder Fruit and restore it to the main world Devil Fruit type. Failure Penalty. Deprive the host of all the ability to use the sword. Task Progress. 51% progress of the Supreme Forgetful Swordsmanship. 2% progress of the Supreme Emotional Swordsmanship. 0% fusion degree within 10 years. I am still confident that I can complete the fusion of the two. If the Thunder Fruit can be restored, it will be a pleasant surprise. He has not experienced the feeling of turning into thunder for a long time. If I can regain the Thunder Fruit, it will also be a boost to my own combat power. Green Snake Gang? Recalling Song Hao's memory, Mu Bai touched his chin. He didn't want someone to steal his money and still be safe and sound. His figure disappeared in the wooden house in the scorching firelight. Taihang Town, as a border area of the Taihang region, has poor overall economic development because of the frequent appearance of star beasts. The most critical thing is that the nearby Zhongxing Mountains have special magnetic field interference, so large mechanical equipment cannot be used normally. This makes the whole town like a closed town in ancient feudal society. In the unmanaged area, several local snake organizations such as the Green Snake Gang are thriving. And even in recent years, under the development of the top leaders, there are signs that they are spreading to the surrounding areas. For example, The pickpockets of the Green Snake Gang stole so blatantly in the chaotic city in the morning. They also have other businesses, such as kidnapping young and middle-aged people from other places to dig out their organs and sell them to the nearest Taiwan city, or setting up checkpoints along the road to collect tolls from foreign caravans. The goods transported by large caravans often weigh hundreds or thousands of tons. Because of the magnetic field, there is no special mechanical floating airship and can only be transported by the most primitive method. For example, carriages or transported by warriors themselves. The strong Green Snake Gang naturally dare not provoke, but the small chambers of commerce can be said to be making full use of them. After the leader of the Green Snake Gang came to power this time, there were more than 100 bankrupt small chambers of commerce that were defeated by these rolling knife meets. In the area near the port, a dark hall with the name of Juyi Hall hanging on it was now in a carnival. The dancing girls, the star warriors competing in wrist strength, and the vicious criminals who ate meat and drank wine in big mouthfuls were so numerous that they could not be counted at a glance. The leader of the Green Snake Gang, holding a 2-meter-long wine bowl, drank a jar of wine in one breath amid the exclamations of his younger brothers. Such a huge amount of wine was secretly shocking even the drunkards in the gang. But they were somewhat relieved when they thought of the name of the gang leader, Taihang Dragon Snake King Juyi. Such a loud name naturally also symbolizes that Wang Juyi is extremely good at water, and it is normal for Jialong to drink so heroically. Wang Juyi drank 3 bowls in a row while his throat was moving. The tattoos on his body kept wriggling like living things, which made the people sitting under him a little scared. He was muscular with green dragons and snakes tattooed all over his body, and his long hair was tied up behind his head. The wine dripped down his naked upper body to the ground. "What are you looking at here? Can you drink?" The slightly drunk Wang Juyi saw the maidservant, who was serving beside him with her head down, and immediately became energetic. King, I can't drink." The weak-voiced girl was terrified and took a few steps back while refusing. Wang Juyi laughed heartily and didn't care. But his next sentence made several nearby leaders tremble with fear. "Who caught this?" The bald leader next to him said hoarsely. "Boss, I caught this. She is the daughter of the president of a small chamber of commerce, who passed by last month. I thought she was pretty and wanted to give her to you. Should I drag her out and beat her to death for being so ignorant of the current situation?" The trembling girl with her head down felt cold under her feet. She never thought these beasts were so cruel and merciless. They would kill her just because she refused. She was so anxious that she waved her hands and said, "I can drink. I can drink." Good looking? Glancing at the girl's plain appearance, the gang leader Wang Juyi always felt that his subordinates had some problems with their aesthetics. "Since you can drink this bowl." Wang Juyi waved his hand, and 2 strong men nearby pressed the girl's head directly into the wine bowl. The struggling girl was drowned alive in the 2-meter-wide wine bowl without much time. Seeing this scene, the bald little leader's hanging heart relaxed a little. He was still worried that the gang leader Wang Juyi would be angry with him. "I'm going to recruit some people recently. There are too many businesses, and this gang is short of too many people." Wang Juyi, who was sitting in the first chair, wiped his face and said leisurely, "Boss, what if we annex the Honghu gang? I heard that their gang leader died strangely recently. He looked like he saw a ghost. If we gather their forces, we could also alleviate the urgent need for insufficient manpower." The mustached military advisor rubbing his hands said with a smile. "The leader of the Honghu gang died?" Wang Juyi's eyes narrowed. He was a little surprised. After all, the other gang was only 1 level lower than the Green Snake Gang. But the leader was extremely powerful. It was too strange for a strong man at the level of Star Apostle to die tragically. How did he die? Did external forces intervene? The military advisor shook his hand and explained. "I heard that he was obsessed with practicing martial arts and caught himself alive in his own territory in the middle of the night. It was so miserable. But his death was quite timely. It would be good if external forces did not intervene. He had just started. If he withdrew his forces and acted cautiously at this critical moment, all his previous efforts would be wasted." When Wang Juyi was thinking about it, the younger brothers who were drinking and eating meat below actually started to make trouble. After a few words, they actually started fighting. Before Wang Juyi, who was slightly cold, could speak, several small leaders had already separated the fighting people. Wang Juyi stood up with a face full of anger and walked in front of those people without any nonsense. The dragon and snake tattoo on his body burst out of his body and ate all the hearts of several people in a flash. When the stunned people came to their senses, Wang Juyi had licked his lips and said with some dissatisfaction, "This taste is really bad. No matter what your status in the gang is, You must die to apologize for making trouble here. A whistle sounded in the fear of everyone. Who? While the people of the Qinglong gang looked around, Wang Jui suddenly looked up at the top of his head and saw a figure wrapped in firelight looking down at them. Who am I? I am a victim. Members of your gang stole my wallet during the day. You, the gang leader, tell me how to apologize? Mu Bai said softly with a smile, and everyone heard it clearly. Wang Jui also frowned slightly. He felt that the person above his head was not simple. My friend, you are joking. With your strength, the pickpockets in the Wuwang gang probably won't succeed. How about I, Wang Jui, compensate you 10 times the amount of money you lost? After Wang Jui said this, he ordered his men to get some money and belongings. He had no interest in entangled with the other party at this juncture. It didn't matter whether the man above him let the pickpocket steal his wallet intentionally or unintentionally. Seeing him so polite, Mu Bai immediately smiled. The leader Wang Jui is as his name suggests. He is really righteous. No, my friend is joking. You could enter my territory quietly without me noticing. It seems that you also have special skills. If you don't mind, why don't you join my Green Snake gang? I'm relieved to leave the second position to you. Wang Jui is not a fool. The other party can sneak in while he is drinking. In a sense, he is a genius. You should know that the tattoo next to his ear has the ability of a 1,000-mile ear. The slightest movement nearby cannot escape his ears. The other party must be a master of observation hockey to sneak in. Hearing the invitation of the leader at the cost of the second position, the leaders present looked at each other with unwillingness in their eyes. But before they could refute, Mu Bai above them had already fallen to the ground and said word by word in front of Wang Jui, if you make trouble in front of me, no matter what your identity or status is, you must die to atone for your sins. This sentence was exactly what Wang Jui said when he executed the troublemakers. If you don't accept my toast, you will be punished. If you don't have the face, I will peel off your skin. Wang Jui, who was angry and laughed, waved his hand forward with a bad look, and the nearby Green Snake gang members rushed forward. Some animal-type ability users had already roared like beasts and transformed into wild animal forms. Mu Bai, who was about to be besieged in the next second, said speechlessly, you really don't understand human words. Don't you know that you should die to atone for your sins? With the last word falling, Mu Bai lightly snapped his fingers, and the next moment 2 golden crow wings extended behind him. The scorching golden crow divine fire spread rapidly like the red light of the sunset. Under the scorching high temperature, the nearby Green Snake gang members screamed heartbreakingly. Under the high temperature divine fire, bones melted and flesh evaporated. In 2 moments, the originally dim Ji Hall had turned into a sea of fire, and the fire was spreading towards the port. Wang Jui, who activated the dragon and snake carved by the tattoo fruit to protect himself from evacuation, saw such a scene through the sight of the dragon and snake, and his whole brain crashed for a second. Who is this guy? In a thought, he was the only one alive among thousands of star warriors. Who are you? I, Wang Jui, have never offended you? Wang Jui, who was retreating with the help of the water mist of the dragon and snake tattoo, said indignantly. Mu Bai walked out of the sea of fire and said with a smile, who said you didn't offend me? My wallet was indeed stolen by your pickpocket. Madman. Madman. Wang Jui manipulated the dragon and snake tattoo to lower his own temperature and said speechlessly, what are you kidding? Just because of a wallet, you took the lives of my Qinglong gang members? You are so cruel and ruthless. How different are you from the devil? Being called a devil by a devil. Mu Bai has experienced it many times. Mu Bai compressed the fireball in his palm and absorbed the high-temperature divine fire nearby crazily. In a blink of an eye, the flames that were about to spread throughout the port were collected in his palm. Whether there is a reason or not. Do I need a reason to kill you? Shouldn't it be natural for the strong to harvest the weak? Yes. I also believe in the logic that the strong are everything and the strong dominate the weak. Wang Jui, who was choked by Mu Bai's words, now thought of the small chambers of commerce that were forced to nowhere by their Green Snake gang. The survivors of those chambers of commerce seemed to have asked the same question as himself, and his answer was merciless beheading. When I was at the mercy of others, I begged the other party to let me go. When I was at the mercy of others, I ruthlessly swung the butcher knife at the weak. Some self-deprecating Wang Jui also gave up the idea of escaping and released all the tattoos on his body. As a superhuman tattoo fruit ability user, he can consume energy to create all kinds of tattoos. The exquisiteness and vividness of the tattoos are the standards for measuring whether the tattoos are powerful. Wang Jui, whose skin is covered with tattoos, took the lead in swimming 2 black dragons from his arms. The 2 black dragons looked very dreamy when they transitioned from tattoos to entities, as if they were weird from 2-dimensional creatures to 3-dimensional creatures. The breathing sound of the dragons was particularly real, and Mu Bai, who was nearly 100 meters away, could detect the powerful dragon physique. The aura of the 2 dragons was at the level of star apostles. Interesting. While Mu Bai was amazed at the magic of this devil fruit, Wang Jui's legs also showed special tattoos. Looking closely, they turned out to be 2 extremely powerful turtles, tens of meters in size, and even had traces of years of waves hitting their hard LS. These 2 powerful turtles were also at the level of star apostles. This was not over yet. A huge centipede crawled down from Wang Jui's scalp, and the sound of its limbs hitting the ground continued like music. After the centipede came out, Wang Jui felt a little unwell. If he hadn't been forcing himself to support his body, he would have fallen to the ground at this moment. The huge centipede wandering on the ground was nearly 100 meters in size, and its momentum was far superior to the previous 4 creatures. At this moment, Wang Jui only had the dragon and snake tattoo on his chest that he had not summoned, and the rest of the tattoos had already surrounded Mu Bai with a covetous look. Mu Bai, who was stroking his chin, was thoughtful after seeing these tattooed creatures. He took a step forward without hesitation and came behind Wang Jui almost instantly. Wang Jui, whose hair stood on end, immediately activated the tattoo to return. Mu Bai used his hand as a sword to slash at Wang Jui, and the giant turtle tattoo on his arm returned to protect the master urgently. The hard turtle SHL resisted Mu Bai's sword intent and burst instantly. The remaining sword intent was like the sickle of the god of death and chopped off Wang Jui's arm together. Then Mu Bai smashed the opponent's head with a punch. Wang Jui, dead. With Wang Jui's death, all those tattoos lost their vivid appearance. There was no fancy fight. It was so easy for Mu Bai to kill him. Looking at the dead body on the ground, Mu Bai activated the Golden Crow Divine Fire and disappeared instantly. The dead body lying on the ground suddenly moved after more than 10 minutes. And after a long time, it seemed to realize that there was no danger. Wang Jui's skin began to rise and fall strangely, and the human face tattoo on his skin seemed very tired. It seems that it is still useful to keep a hand. The strength of this monster is too terrifying. I can't even take a move. I think the opponent should be a star master. While talking to himself, Wang Jui, who was resurrected from the skin tattoo, found a pair of eyes looking at him coldly. Turning around, he saw 2 twins who looked like goddesses staring at him. Startled, he immediately activated the dragon and snake tattoo on his body and wanted to bite the opponent to death. But the next second, the blue barrier and the rebound of the white gas directly blocked the movement of the dragon and snake tattoo, and the flowing barrier also penetrated into his skin, cutting it into small pieces evenly under Wang Jui's desperate begging for mercy. Interesting devil fruit. It can actually survive by tattoos, relying on tattoos to survive. It's really an interesting devil fruit. While the yin and yang women were talking, Mu Bai, who had disappeared for a long time, actually came back in the firelight. How should you compensate me for stealing my prey? And why are you following me now? Is this the order of Ziwei Star Lord? Since entering the port, Mu Bai has sensed the familiar auras of these 2. The black-haired yin woman didn't show much expression when she saw that they were discovered. She looked at the harbor sparkling in the moonlight and said in a deep voice, Mu Bai, the 3rd son of God, Emperor Yu, may have noticed you. You should be careful. The name of Emperor Yu can be said to have been heard repeatedly by Mu Bai since he set foot in Zhongzhou. Hearing that this person might have noticed him, his expression was slightly gloomy. What is the chance of winning if I meet him head-on now? Being in the royal court together, he was sure that the yin-yang women must have a clearer judgment of each other. He was also a little curious about what the scene would be like if he was one-on-one with Emperor Yu at this moment. The yin-yang women looked at each other in silence for a long time, and the white-haired yang woman replied after a long time, we didn't know before, but now you will definitely die if you meet Emperor Yu. According to rumors in the royal court, the direct forces of the 3rd son of God recently obtained the mythical level skills known as the 8-9 mysterious art in the southern region. If nothing unexpected happens, with his understanding, I am afraid that this time he will definitely win the destiny. 10 deaths? 8-9 mysterious art? Mu Bai knew that there was no need for these 2 to deceive him. If the 3rd son of God, Emperor Yu, had obtained a mythical skill of the same level as the 7 Swords of the Sky. His combat power would probably be several times greater than that of the 7 Swords of the Sky. But don't worry. He has been staying in the royal court all this time, and will not appear here. But his subordinates may come to trouble you. Mubai nodded thoughtfully. Before, in his eyes, the royal court was still the most important. But now it seems that the position of the Son of God is probably more important than he imagined. Even the Purple Star Lord cannot control the Emperor Yu. Yet he does not compete with the third Son of God for the final spot in the royal court. He may not have a chance to admit defeat in the future. I never believe that the strong are eternal. I believe in the survival of the fittest. There were many enemies who were stronger than me. But they were eventually surpassed by me step by step. I hope you have confidence in me. This you naturally includes the Purple Star Lord behind the Yin and Yang twins. Mubai may be cruel, but he attaches great importance to promises, especially those related to his own survival and development. After saying that, Mubai turned around and left, disappearing into the port. The expressions of the Yin Yang twins did not change at all. Compared with the promise, they hoped to see the other party's actions. If the situation was allowed to develop, the lineage of the Purple Star Lord would probably be swallowed up by the lineage of the greedy wolf star represented by the third Son of God, Emperor Yu. In the days that followed, Mubai would hand over the control of his autonomous consciousness to Song Hao during the day, and he would wake up every night to start tempering these two top swordsmanship. The supreme forgetful swordsmanship was handy for him, while the supreme emotional swordsmanship was relatively slow. Even with Song Hao's extremely emotional personality, the balance of the two swordsmanship could not be reversed in a short time. After the destruction of several gangs, Taihang Town has become much quieter. There are rumors that the destroyed gangs such as the Green Snake Gang were destroyed by the Zhongzhou forces. And some people say that they died tragically because they offended people they shouldn't have offended. During the year from spring to autumn, Mubai has always been the dark-skinned Song Hao. His skill in selling sesame cakes has become more and more sophisticated, and his understanding of the world has undoubtedly become richer and richer. This personality named Song Hao has experienced the ups and downs of human nature and the 4 seasons. Gradually, he has changed from a young man who knew nothing to a very introverted person. But his simple character has not changed. He would cry for the tragic experience of strangers and feel sad for the departure of others' lives. Sometimes Song Hao would feel that the world is very beautiful, and sometimes he would feel that the world is very painful. Laughter and sadness are very clear on his face. Such a pure and simple person has a good relationship with his neighbors. Even Old Man Song wants to take him as his adopted son. Unfortunately, Old Man Song, who has been ill for a long time, is already terminally ill when winter is approaching. Song Hao, who returned home with a burden in the wind and snow, saw Old Man Song, whose consciousness was gradually blurred. At first sight, his eye disease is getting worse. The old injury for many years has brought his life to the end. He barely opened his one eye and held Song Hao's hand tightly, not knowing what to say, as if it was a last gasp. Old Man Song bit his teeth and slowly spit out 2 words. Li Zhuang. After barely saying these 2 words, Old Man Song had completely died. Song Hao hugged the other's body and cried bitterly, while Mubai looked at this scene coldly. He had thought about treating the other's eye disease during the past year, but once he made such an intervention, it would affect the formation of Song Hao's personality. Only after experiencing great sorrow and joy can a person's personality become more complete. Blind sadness and pain or blind comfort and joy are not the best whetstone. What Mubai wants is to turn Song Hao's new personality into the purest and growing new life. And he is a spectator, a player who stands in the perspective of God to watch the other's behavior. After Song Hao cried bitterly, he took Old Man Song's coffin to the funeral the next day. When everything was over, Song Hao returned to the home of Song Old Man in a trance. Looking at the old shed, he didn't know what he was thinking. After a long time, he knocked his head in pain and said loudly, "I know you were there. Why don't you help me let Song Old Man live longer?" Mubai, who was slightly surprised, obviously didn't expect that the other party would notice his existence so quickly. He responded coldly, "You want to say the other person. That's your business and has nothing to do with me. Song Hao, you have to remember that you and I have our own independent consciousness. I won't interfere too much in your life path." Song Hao, who was close to collapse, was also frightened when he heard the voice in his mind. After a long time, he didn't know what to say. After packing his bag, he took some clothes and left this house in the early morning wind and snow. The direction he was heading was Taiga City. He wanted to go to Lizhuang to have a look. He wanted to know why old Song kept calling these two words when he was dying. Mubai watched the other party's actions coldly. Unless he encountered danger, he would not stop the other party's actions. His current priority was to promote the practice of the two swordsmanship and then integrate them. Everything else was secondary. Stubborn Song Hao quickly lost his way in the wind and snow. He had been to Taiga City several times before, but it was in summer. Now the winter blizzard is getting bigger and bigger, and the visibility is extremely low. Sometimes he can't even tell the east, west, south, and north. Following his memory, he vaguely saw a mountain temple near dusk. There was a faint light from a fire in the dilapidated mountain temple. He walked through the snow with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow and finally arrived at the threshold of the mountain temple. Excuse me. There was indeed a light in the mountain temple without a door. The caravan members, who were making a fire, were slightly relieved when they saw Song Hao's appearance. The man and woman surrounded in the middle of the caravan were chatting enthusiastically. Seeing that the caravan members ignored him, Song Hao was very tactful and sat down by himself against the corner of the mountain temple. No one noticed that the majestic mountain temple statue blinked in a trance. Old Song had just passed away, and Song Hao was in no mood to chat with the caravan. He just sat there waiting for the blizzard to end, shivering and hugging his body. The leader of the caravan saw that Song Hao did not look like a bad guy and kindly reminded him, "My friend, if you don't mind, you can come over and warm yourself by the fire with us. Even if the blizzard stops, it will be difficult to travel. If you are too cold, you will get sick easily." The boy and girl protected by the caravan also looked over. The quirky girl chuckled softly when she saw Song Hao sneezing in a mess. The young man with a transcendent temperament next to him did not laugh, but said kindly, "Brother, don't worry. We are not bad people. We are just going to Taiga City from Wantai Mountain for fun. If you are interested, you can leave with us tomorrow." Fun? After Mubai activated his observation haki, he felt that the boy had an inexplicable aura, which was somewhat similar to when he transformed into the form of the sun and the golden crow. However, the purity seems to be a bit too low. According to this situation, Mubai thinks that the other party is not a mythical ability user, but a descendant of a mythical ability user. The 5 major devil fruits of superhuman, animal, natural, special, and mythical are the most basic rules of the main world. Among them, the mythical and animal fantasy beasts are relatively special. The offspring of both can inherit part of the animal form blood of their parents. The fantasy beast blood with low purity may not be passed on to the offspring, but the blood of the mythical ability user is almost 100% passable to the offspring. However, due to the scarcity of mythical ability users, the offspring with mythical blood are very rare, even in the main world. And the most famous mythical blood descendant in Zhongzhou is undoubtedly the Zhongzhou dynasty. Unlike the top power in Zhongzhou, the Zhongzhou dynasty, although the name seems more domineering, is actually a first-line force in Zhongzhou, and is not a little bit different from the top power such as the Zhongzhou Wangting. Is the other party the prince of the Zhongzhou dynasty? If I remember correctly, the leader of the Zhongzhou dynasty, Zhongtian Shengwang, is the user of the mythical Sanlong fruit. Song Hao naturally didn't know this. He relaxed when he saw that the caravan was relatively normal. He sat down in the corner of the fire with a little embarrassment. The eccentric girl couldn't help teasing him when she saw him being so shy. "Why are you like a good woman? Your skin is as dark as coal." Watch your words and deeds. The young man, with a transcendent temperament, frowned slightly. He didn't want his sister to be so rude. No matter who the other person was, he had to treat her with courtesy. Tsk. Jiang Tianyi, who was pouting, tilted his head and ignored his brother's anger. "Please forgive me, brother. My sister rarely goes out, so I don't know the etiquette." Song Hao scratched his head and didn't know what to say. The snowstorm outside was getting stronger and stronger, and the people in the caravan took out silk-like cloth to cover the leaking door frame. Not knowing what kind of special cloth it was, Song Hao just felt that the temperature in the mountain temple had actually risen a little, and it seemed not as cold as before. But he was confused immediately. He faced the fire and blocked the wind, although his body was warm. For some reason, the bone-deep cold did not fade away. Instead, it became more severe as time passed. The caravan members obviously noticed this problem. Jiang Tianyin approached the caravan leader and looked around, his eyes full of fatigue. The caravan leader looked around the dilapidated mountain temple in the unknown cold and suddenly activated the observation haki. In an instant, the dilapidated mountain temple was seen clearly by him. After looking around, he did not find anything special. When he focused on using the observation hockey to check Song Hao, he did not find anything abnormal. Just when he was about to release the observation hockey, there was a thunder roar behind him. The people who turned back suddenly saw a shocking scene. I saw that the originally weird mountain god statue behind me was actually oozing a lot of blood at this moment. It seemed that there was something alive in the broken mountain god statue that was breaking free from the restraints. The constantly rotating eyeballs were staring at everyone through the broken stone pieces. Hurry up! The leader of the caravan immediately stood in front of him when he saw that things were not going well. And Jiang Tianyin and others also ran towards the only exit of the mountain temple. When Jiang Tianyin fell down, he was helped up by Song Hao, who was following the main group. Thank you. Haydn. Song Hao, with a twitching mouth, almost fell down when he heard this name. The wind and snow outside the mountain temple were very strong. What was even more strange was that after everyone ran out of the mountain temple, red snow actually fell in the vast sky. In this dreamlike and enchanting beauty, there was endless resentment and murderous intent. It was obviously not the first time that the Jiang brothers and sisters had seen such a thing. The two of them ran quickly towards the front that they could not see clearly. The caravan followed them, but gradually separated. It was not far away, but everyone was still separated as the red snow fell. When they ran a few hundred meters, the Jiang brothers and sisters suddenly looked back and saw that there was no one behind them. When they looked back again, the mountain temple that was supposed to stand behind them actually appeared in front of them. And a lonely figure was half kneeling on the threshold of the mountain temple. Jiang Tianyin got closer and saw that the man was actually the leader of the caravan. The master, who was just one step away from entering the realm of star domination, died tragically. He was undoubtedly desperate at this moment. The demons coming this time may be several times more terrifying than before. I'm afraid I really have to stay here forever. Xiaoyi, hold on to the corner of my clothes and don't leave my side. Jiang Tianyin, with a heavy expression, clenched the saber at his waist, and his whole body was covered with a layer of dragon blood ripples. The red snow was still falling all over the sky, and the black mountain temple was filled with dead like whales. 1, 2, 3. When the two came to their senses, more than a dozen mountain temples had surrounded them. What are these? They don't look like ordinary existences. Song Hao, with a light golden halo in his eyes, said in a flat tone, and behind him was the mountain temple pierced by the golden crow divine fire. At this moment, he was not Song Hao but Mu Bai. If the power of stars is a product of the gathering of cosmic energy, then the creatures in these strange mountain temples use energy substances that gather cosmic energy in reverse. The mountain temple that Mu Bai had just burned with the great sun golden crow divine fire was rapidly repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. When the Jiang brothers and sisters looked again, there were more mountain temples surrounding them. What was even more weird was that there were creatures in the mountain temple that were secretly spying on them. The guard leader of the Star Apostle realm, who was killed by the weird power at the beginning, was constantly moving at a weird angle. The inhuman scene was really scary, and the pale pupils kept moving, and the sound of the spine breaking was particularly harsh. Mu Bai, with his pale golden eyes, was infinitely curious about these anomalies. He didn't know if it was an illusion that the skill points on the Emperor Yan divine body seemed to have increased by a few tenths of a point when he ignited the mountain temple just now. You haven't answered my question yet. What are these things? Jiang Tianyi kept whispering with shaking hands. Oh no! We are all going to die here. We are all going to die here. Brother Jiang Tianyin gritted his teeth for a long time before slowly uttering two words. Demons. They are demons. Creatures from the negative world of the main world. They cannot be killed or destroyed. In ancient times, they were also called nightmares. They are species that specialize in devouring the dark power of the stars. The world area where they are located will be distorted. This distortion may be real or illusory. Obviously, Jiang Tianyin's fear of these creatures is extremely deep. Based on this, Mu Bai guessed that it was definitely not the first time that the other party encountered these demons. Sure enough, when Jiang Tianyin reacted, he looked at Mu Bai with more pity in his eyes. I don't know who you are, but you should run as soon as possible. The farther you run, the better. Maybe you can get rid of these monsters with a small chance. The blizzard in the sky was still falling. The scarlet snow fell on his palm and melted into blood. Feeling the temperature, Mu Bai judged from his observation hockey and his own perception that they were definitely not in the virtual world at this moment. Run? Mu Bai, who had taken off the appearance of Song Hao, faced the strange red blizzard and came to the slow-moving zombie-like guard leader. when his extraordinary figure was fully revealed. The Jiang brothers and sisters were all shocked. Among them, Jiang Tiannin's eyes were more shocked. Obviously, he recognized this person's appearance. There was no trace of human life in the pale eyes of the guard leader. And the star power running in his body also strangely turned into the breath of creatures hiding in the mountain temple. Obviously, this was the star dark power mentioned by Jiang Tiannin. The dark power of the stars and the power of the stars are mutually contradictory. One is to gather the power of the stars to the extreme, and the other is to alienate the power of the stars to the extreme. The two extreme powers may have channels for mutual transformation. Seeing that the other party was stupidly standing there, Mu Bai immediately compressed and condensed the vibration ball cover to cover his right hand, and instantly blasted it out and smashed it on the other party's skull. The powerful and brutal force was accompanied by the rupture of the vibration ball cover with an absolutely terrifying range of influence. Since you like to stay in the mountain temple so much, I will sink it into the ground together with these hundreds of meters of surface. The Jiang brothers and sisters looked at the scene in front of them in shock. Mu Bai, who had a well-proportioned figure, smashed the surface like a god. Strong winds whistled from the collapsed mountains and cracks on the surface. The red snow falling on the ground fell in the opposite direction of the sky at a faster speed. Squeak! 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 The air was like a mirror that shattered. The strong airflow blew away the blizzard that had been running in a certain order. Time seemed to stop at this moment. The demons that had been hiding in the mountain temple and spying on the three people disappeared at some point. Dozens of mountain temples had only one left, and the red blizzard that was originally falling in the sky also disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by normal white snow. Obviously, those demons had left here, and the distortion of this area was over. The guard leader of the Star Apostle realm was instantly crushed into pieces by absolute violence. The so-called Dark Star power flowed into the opponent's body along Mu Bai's body. Mu Bai's expression was slightly moved and he destroyed it. Get the Dark Star power. Add plus 10 points to the skills of the Emperor's body. Mu Bai's pupil shrank and his whole body froze. He never expected that the special energy he had been looking for before would be encountered by him by chance this time. It seems that this Dark Star power is a great thing based on his own skill points. As long as he has a large number of Dian Shen Ti skill points, he can grow to a terrifying level in a very short time. He calmed down a little and turned his head to the stunned two people and asked in a deep voice, "Why did these nightmare creatures leave? Aren't they targeting you? By the way, is he a demon creature?" It seems that these demons transformed his body into a humanoid creature with the power of the Dark Star. Mu Bai's continuous questions made Jiang Tiannin a little confused. He had never seen demons leave so hastily, as if they were afraid of the young man in front of them. Seeing a hint of impatience on Mu Bai's face, Jiang Tiannin immediately perked up and responded repeatedly. "I don't know if running the power of the Dark Star is considered a demon, but after the demon marks the target, it will show an endless pursuit. This time they left automatically, and next time, they will gather more powerful forces to kill the target. These are what my mother said." Interesting. When he heard that these demons would come again, Mu Bai was undoubtedly relieved. He was still worried that these demons would only come in this wave. Mu Bai, who re-examined the brother and sister, was undoubtedly looking at them with an extremely hot gaze, as if a pirate had discovered a treasure. Obtaining the skill points of the Emperor Yen divine body was undoubtedly more important. Mu Bai was too lazy to restore his original disguise. He turned his head and looked a few hundred meters away. After seeing that the guards of the Jiang family brothers and sisters were annihilated, he kindly reminded the two. Jiang Tiannin, with an ugly face, clenched his fists. He never expected that he would encounter such a thing when he was just 18 years old. Jiang Tiannin ran over to check the breath of everyone and felt a sense of despair. If it weren't for Song Hao, perhaps his brother's future path would be extremely dangerous. This second wave of demons was so terrifying. Who knows how dangerous the third and fourth waves in the future will be. Thank you, Brother Mu Bai, for the rescue. But I don't know where Brother Mu Bai is going. If you are on the same path, can I am abrupt. Realizing his impoliteness in words, he also apologized and clasped his fists. Do you know me? When Mu Bai heard the other party call him Mu Bai instead of Song Hao, he realized that the other party recognized him. It seems that the false reputation of the double divine body is still spreadable. Even the prince of the Zhongzhou dynasty has seen his portrait. To be honest, I just saw your portrait by chance. By the way, I haven't revealed my identity yet. I am the 15th son of the Holy Emperor, and my sister Xiui is the 16th son of the Holy Emperor. Sure enough, He is the descendant of the Holy Emperor Zhongtian of the Zhongzhou dynasty. Mu Baichao nodded and said softly, "You two should be careful next time. If these demons really come one after another, I'm afraid you will have no way to survive." After that, Mu Bai turned and left. Jiang Tianyin, who was about to speak out to stop him, also moved his throat slightly but didn't speak in the end. No matter what angle, he had no reason to let this royal court genius protect him. He didn't say anything. But Jiang Tianyi was shocked when he saw Mu Bai leaving from afar. She was excited and almost subconsciously ran in the direction where Mu Bai left. When she caught up with Mu Bai, she held the corner of his clothes tightly. Mu Bai was sure in his heart that this was the effect he wanted. It would be best if the other party insisted on keeping him. In this way, it would be that the other party asked him for help, and he helped him out of kindness. Otherwise, the subsequent things would be very troublesome if they were heard by the Holy Emperor Zhongtian. He smiled and held Jiang Tianyi's shoulders and said gently, "What's wrong? Brother Song Hao. Can you go with us? My brother has experienced a demon attack before. If he has to endure it again, he will definitely not survive until he reaches Fengtian City." The excited Jiang Tianyi became more and more anxious and even cried in the end. Helplessness and fear were entangled in her heart. When Jiang Tianyin, who was running over, was about to scold his sister, Mu Bai sighed and agreed to his surprise. "Well, I have nothing to do during this period. If I can help you, it will be a great merit," Mu Bai said with a smile, looking happy to help others. Is Mu Bai a person who likes to help others? Of course not. They are too busy to pay attention to other people's lives. What does it matter to him if all the Jiang brothers and sisters die? Even if the Zhongzhou dynasty is destroyed, he will not feel anything. But if it involves the points of the Emperor Yen divine body, Mu Bai feels that he is undoubtedly the most helpful. The grateful Jiang brothers and sisters smiled when they heard Mu Bai's promise. Jiang Tianyi, who was holding Mu Bai's right hand, realized that he was so close to him. Looking at Mu Bai's almost perfect face, she couldn't help but shyly step back a few steps. Jiang Tianyin, who saw the scene, shook his head helplessly in his heart. If his sister was interested in the other party, it would be nothing in the end. The awakening of the dual divine bodies of Wang Ting Mu Bai before showed that the other party was the future top genius of Zhongzhou. How could such a person like ordinary people? When the three of them set out, Mu Bai gradually learned why Jiang Tianyin was invaded by demons. All this was because of the negative effects of the combination of the blue dragon bloodline and his mother's bloodline. Sunlong has the natural ability to gather the power of stars. But when the descendants of Sunlong bloodline are still in a low level of cultivation, the star power will be reversed because of their own insufficient star power. This reversal will also transform the star power into dark star power to a certain extent while devouring their own realm. And the demons that feed on dark star power will naturally come to the door. As an illegitimate child, Jiang Tianyin went to Xinji Pavilion this time to ask for the Tianji stone to cover up his breath and strive to improve his strength as soon as possible to complete the transformation of Sunlong bloodline. Hearing this, Mu Bai was a little curious why the other party did not take a shortcut to Xinji Pavilion through the transmission channel of Zhongzhou dynasty. Jiang Tianyin shook his head and smiled bitterly, stunned, and explained the reason for a long time. "I am an illegitimate child, and my status in the Zhongzhou dynasty is not as high as that of my half-sister. My elder brother, the nominal Zhongzhou prince, blocked the transmission channel after hearing about my situation, saying that it was the order of my father. I could not meet my father, so I could only disguise myself and hope to reach the Xinji Pavilion before the demons arrived. But you have seen the result, Brother Mu Bai. If it weren't for your help, I would not have survived until now." Jiang Tianyin's face in the carriage was undoubtedly very bitter. In his words, he seemed to be the victim. But Mu Bai was laughing in his heart. He didn't know if this guy was pretending to be weak and pitiful, but he could clearly see the Emperor's aura in the other person through his observation and hearing. This is obviously not something that the waste who complains every day has. Mu Bai was also surprised to find through the eternal system that this guy's realm is not a star apostle, but a star lord. The other party's false report to him in terms of realm should be intentional. This Jiang Tianyin is probably not a simple person. It is estimated that he is a pig to eat the tiger. On the surface, Mu Bai was also happy with the other party's state. After all, his purpose was not to make friends with the other party, but to kill the demons to get the extra points of the Emperor Yen divine body. Jiang Tianyin, who sighed for a long time, seemed to have discovered Mu Bai's indifference and dozed off. Jiang Tianyi, who was sitting in the carriage, was very happy. When chatting with Mu Bai, He was chirping like a lark. The three of them had not left the Taihang area yet, so they could only travel by primitive means of transportation such as carriages. Of course, this was also intentional on Mu Bai's part. If he had used all his strength to activate the instant teleportation ability of the Golden Crow Divine Fire, it would probably only take 2 days to reach the Shinji Pavilion. The carriage stopped when it passed through the deserted town in the dense forest. The driver who was driving the horse didn't know when his whole body was stiff and looking forward. Even the horse that had been very irritable before was surprisingly quiet. Jiang Tianyin, who was squinting and resting in the carriage, felt the throbbing in his heart. He was about to speak when he was stopped by Mu Bai. There was a constant ticking sound outside the carriage. Obviously, it was the sound of rain. But Jiang Tianyi covered his mouth and looked out of the carriage window, and saw only endless darkness and a fishy smell. They are coming. Right above our heads. Mu Bai smiled and slowly raised his head. A faint sound of footsteps sounded on the roof of the carriage. The footsteps suddenly became more and more dense. More and more dense. It was as lively as countless children playing and fighting on it. Playing tricks. After saying that, Mu Bai drew out the Supreme Forgetful Sword and slashed it towards the top of his head. The overwhelming sword intent instantly cut through the sky like a rolling sea of stars. As the top of the carriage was torn apart, the footsteps disappeared without a trace. Under the pitch-black darkness, the scene in the forest was constantly changing. As the power of the stars continued to dissipate, a joyful town appeared in front of him. A large number of pedestrians appeared in the dilapidated town deep in the dense forest ahead. They all looked at the position of Mu Bai and the other two with a smile. Standing in a row like a human wall. Even Mu Bai felt a little creepy when being stared at by those lifeless eyes. Demons can distort the real space, which means they may not be living people. Jiang Tianyin tightened the sword at his waist and prepared for the battle. Mu Bai frowned and didn't care whether the people in front of him were alive or dead. He chopped them down with his backhand. The ancient trees in the forest collapsed at a speed visible to the naked eye. As the sword intent chopped down, everything was silent. The human wall affected by the chopped was unscathed. Mu Bai, who put away his sword, was a little doubtful. With his chopped attack just now, not to mention ordinary people, even hundreds of star apostles would find it difficult to survive. Could it be that these people did not exist in this space? With a bitter mouth, Jiang Tianyin reminded in a low voice, Brother Mu, if they are not threatening, let's just go through them for now. Mu Bai sneered and pointed at the space around him and responded in a deep voice. Where are you going? There are rings full of dark star power around here. When my sword attack just now touched these rings, the sword power and the star power contained in them were absorbed and dissolved. Jiang Tianyin, with a pale face, realized that there was obviously a problem with the area outside his sight. The distorted space here was dark, but the time point in the distance was clearly sunset. Sure enough, the second wave of attack of these demons was stronger, and the danger level of the distorted space also increased. Jiang Tianyi stood timidly behind the two of them with some doubts. Brother Bai, why don't we go through those so-called dark star ring belts? It's obvious that there is a normal world outside. The dark star power runs counter to the star power. Let alone us. Even stronger people can't go through it. As long as people in our main world who practice the star power system set foot in it, they will explode and die. Jiang Tianyin explained softly. He looked at Mu Bai and was a little worried that the other party would collapse. After all, the demon attack before could be easily broken. But this time it was obviously not that simple. When the brother and sister were talking, Mu Bai had already approached the human wall. He was thinking about how to break the situation. According to common sense, if people in the main world fall into this situation, they will inevitably wait for death. After all, your star power is useless here. In the main world, you can mobilize the star power to move mountains and fill the sea. But in this distorted and alienated space of demons, you may not be able to destroy a flower covered with dark star power even if you mobilize all the star power. Since the star power can't work, would it be better if I give up using the star power? Thinking of this, Mu Bai directly blocked all his star power. Knowing his own physical condition, he constantly controlled his muscles and bones to squeeze out all the star power. He also sealed his soul to let the star power block it. As he operated, his realm was constantly declining. Star Lord, Star Apostle, Star Warrior, Star Warrior. After a few dozen seconds, Mu Bai had become an ordinary person without star power. This method stunned the Jiang family brothers and sisters. Among them, Jiang Tianyin's evaluation of Mu Bai was undoubtedly higher. Wang Ting Mubai gave him a lot of shock along the way. The opponent's operation at this moment was also shocking to the outside world. This kind of forced transformation of the internal structure of the body was equivalent to peeling skin and changing bones. Needless to say, the pain was so great that if the body's strength was low, it would probably die in the process of transformation. After gathering all his star power, Mubai was left with only this strong body. He punched the wall of people in front of him casually, and the next moment his fist pierced through the chests of these people. Can't hit? Mubai, who was not panicked at all, did not go through these strange villagers directly, but sat in meditation on the spot, not knowing what he was doing. The Jiang brothers and sisters were also shocked to see him so weird, and thought that he was controlled by the demon like the previous guard leader. Give me 3 minutes to try. If I still don't have a solution after 3 minutes, we will go through them again. Mubai's voice was very penetrating. Jiang Tianin finally relaxed his heart after hearing Mubai's words. If Mubai was controlled by the demon, even if he used the power of the Dark Star to forcibly use the power of the Star Master, he would not be able to do anything to the other party. We brothers and sisters will wait for Brother Mu here, without worrying about the two people behind him. Mubai began to study the meridian lines of the human body and the operation of the star power. In fact, with his current ordinary cultivation, he can walk out of the Dark Star ring belt openly. But if those demons attack him halfway, he will definitely die. So the only way now is to reverse the star power. Let it be transformed into the Dark Star power by operating in the opposite direction. Only he can think of such an incredible and unrestrained method. The star territory is hidden in the soul of an individual. Only through the operation of the meridians can the star territory stimulate the host to use the star power or absorb the star power by itself. He wants to modify the way the soul in the body absorbs the star power and build a new star territory with a reverse thinking. As a man of action, he used his fingers as needles to continuously open up the useless and blocked meridians in his body. The meridians flowed backwards, and a large amount of blood immediately burst out of Mubai's body. The blood gushed into his skin and 7 orifices. In a few seconds, he became a bloody man. Mubai, with his pale golden eyes, did not move at all and let the blood flow out. 10 moments later, he tapped the meridians with his fingers again, and the meridians that were open began to operate. After adjusting the position of muscles and bones, he immediately built a new space on the other side of the star territory with his soul as the main force. And he continued to absorb the power in a direction and method that was completely contrary to the power of the stars. Mubai, who looked more miserable than a demon, said nothing. The pain that erupted in his body was 100 times stronger than death. Mubai had no choice but to immediately open the 8 desolate prison body. Red and black chains wrapped around him in the void, and his pain was gradually suppressed under the continuous blessing of power and the supply of repair power. Just when everything was going well, Mubai's newly opened Dark Star territory actually began to collapse gradually. Even if he had urgently activated the newly opened meridians to absorb the power of the Dark Star, he could not stop it in a short time. Forced to do so, Mubai immediately clicked on the points he had obtained from the Emperor's divine body. With the cooperation of the system, 10 points immediately locked the Dark Star territory he had newly opened up in his soul. The Dark Star territory about to collapse at points. At 10 points, the Dark Star territory about to collapse evolved into the Dark Star territory that will collapse in half an hour just when Mubai was about to collapse. The inexplicable power immediately stabilized his Dark Star territory as the points were added. After the Dark Star power transported by the meridians came into it, Mubai finally returned to a safe stage. After running the power of the new system, Mubai's Dark Star territory was collapsing rapidly. He himself didn't care about this. The star power system was completely different from the Dark Star power system. In other words, his newly opened soul space could only support him to become a Dark Star apostle. The Dark Star territory that will collapse in half an hour degenerated into the fragile Dark Star Si Ding Dong. Congratulations to the host for being promoted to a Dark Star warrior. Congratulations for being promoted to a Dark Star warrior. Congratulations for being promoted to a Dark Star apostle. After feeling the new power, Mubai was like a fish in water in this demon-twisted space. As if he were an aboriginal, he sensed the weak Dark Star power in the air and began to absorb it quickly. Looking at the strange human wall of villagers in front of him, Mubai suddenly opened his mouth, with amazing Dark Star suction bursting out of his mouth. He quickly absorbed these people in the form of Dark Star energy bodies, like a glutton. This scene scared the Jiang family brothers and sisters, and they retreated again and again. Ding dong. Devour 100 points of Dark Star power, and gain 10 points of Emperor's Divine Body bonus points. Ding dong. Gain 1 point of Dark Star power through cultivation. Devouring creatures containing Dark Star power can gain Dark Star power. And Dark Star power can be converted into points of Emperor's Divine Body bonus points at a ratio of 1 to 10. After opening the Dark Star Sea, you can also slowly increase the Dark Star power. This means that as long as you maintain the cultivation of the Dark Star power system normally, you can continuously gain points of Emperor's Divine Body bonus points in the future. This is very important. Even more important than signing in to increase the percentage of fruit power. This means that even if you don't encounter demonic events in the future, you can rely on your own cultivation to collect bonus points. As long as you give yourself enough time, you can completely upgrade and evolve all the organs and skills of your body to the ceiling. Unfortunately, Mu Bai, who noticed this, also realized a problem. That is, after he left this space distorted by demons, the Dark Star power he could absorb would be almost nothing. If he operated in the reverse direction according to the star power, he could obtain the Dark Star power stably. However, if he really did that, the Dark Star power produced would probably become an astonishing 1:1000. That is, he would consume 1000 points of star power to obtain 1 point of Dark Star power. If he continued at this rate, how long would it take for him to have a considerable number of bonus points? Forget it. These are things for the future. And thinking too much now will only add to the trouble. Mu Bai, who burped, felt a little full. These strange villagers made of Dark Star energy bodies were really delicious. Just now, he also instinctively absorbed the Dark Star power contained in them. But he didn't expect to eat these guys directly. Let's go and see what the demons will set for us this time. After turning back to remind the two to follow, Mu Bai had already strode forward. Jiang Tianin didn't understand Mu Bai's operation at this moment. After finding that this gentleman had no signs of demonization, he carefully followed with his sister. Mu Bai, who went deep into the dilapidated village, was not idle. While he continued to practice the Dark Star power system, he also opened his personal panel. He hadn't checked his personal panel for a while. The opening of the Dark Star system this time would probably trigger new projects in the Eternal System. Name Mu Bai Lifespan 28097 Realm Star Lord Primary. Dark Star Apostle 9th Grade Star Power 11.97 million Dark Star Power 100,000 Comprehensive Attributes 1.56 million Devil Fruit Mythical Sun Golden Crow Fruit Awakening Degree 17%. Fruit Amplification 1.9%. Part Human Tremor Fruit Awakening Degree 15%. Fruit Amplification 1.2%. Skills Berserk Blade Skill. Fire Shield. Berserk Blade Skill. Netherworld Heart Sutra, incomplete. Golden Crow Divine Scripture. Supreme Forgetful Sword Skill. Supreme Emotional Sword Skill. Heroic Overlord Heroic 2 points. Observation Heroic 3 points. Armament Heroic 2 points. Divine Body Emperor's Divine Body. A Desolate Prison Body Legendary Degree 249. Emperor's Divine Body points 0 points Things Strengthen Heart. Additional points This heart has been slightly strengthened. Fragile Dark Star Sea. Add points barely able to operate the power of the Dark Star system. Mu Bai looked at the new panel thoughtfully and found it interesting. He was probably the only one in the world who possessed two power systems at the same time. Right? One was the mainstream star power system of the main world. The other was the Dark Star power system that only demons and other dark sides of the main world had. The two systems contradicted each other, but could operate perfectly in Mu Bai's body. I don't know why Mu Bai always felt that this was very similar to the Taoist Tai Chi Yin-Yang diagram, recalling that he seemed to have a great affinity with Taoism since he entered the main world. The two swordsmanship of the Yin-Yang sect was one Yin and one Yang. And this cultivation system was also two extremes. And there was also the three-pointed two-edged sword in the soul that represented the Taoist Qingyuan Miaodao Xinju and Yang Qian. Just as Mu Bai was thinking about this, he went deep into the dilapidated village and found the prying eyes of creatures in the shadows. After operating the power of the Dark Star to activate the observation hockey, he also knew the situation nearby. 100 meters ahead, there was a demon hiding in a dilapidated thatched hut. And in the forest behind the three of them, two demons were moving towards here. And there were also a large number of demons living in it right above their heads. The Jiang brothers and sisters also felt the atmosphere was oppressive. When Jiang Tianin, who was activating the Blue Dragon bloodline, was about to remind Mu Bai, who had been hiding, had already activated the power of the Dark Star to exert the power of the mythical Sun Golden Crow Fruit. The armor of the god of heaven Golden Crow covered his body. And then Mubai, who was as dazzling as the sun, activated the Golden Crow divine fire and pushed it with one palm. In an instant, the silent night sky was illuminated by endless light. The ultra-high temperature divine fire containing the power of the dark star swallowed up a large number of demons, like a flood. Ah! The demons above the head collapsed. A large number of screams were mixed with strange audio that was difficult for humans to understand. Jiang Tianyin looked up in disbelief and saw that the demons with black air wrapped all over their bodies fell one after another in the illuminated night sky. How is it possible? Does Brother Mu have the power of the dark star? Jiang Tianyin, who was somewhat confused, didn't know how Mubai did it. But this was definitely a great thing. As long as Mubai could hold on, he and his sister could at least get through this difficult time. Mubai, shaking the wings of the Golden Crow, rushed into the night sky like a god. And the demons hiding in the darkness seemed to be stimulated and rushed towards Mubai one after another. When a large number of black gas masses rushed to move at a high speed, the nearby area actually changed again. More ring belts of dark star power were generated in the alienated and distorted space of the demons. These ring belts spread throughout the space along the chaotic airflow. This scene scared Jiang Tianyin and his sister and hid in the corner. Obviously, these demons wanted to use their alienated abilities to forcibly change the concentration of the dark star power here in order to restrict Mubai, an outsider from the main world. But obviously they were wrong. Mubai, who was in a space with extremely rich dark star power, sword and combat power. When he came to the highest dome, he pressed the void with one hand. Then endless vibrations began to explode. Don't hide from me now. Come out. Mubai vibrated his Golden Crow wings and rushed out of the encirclement of the demons in the scorching Golden Crow divine fire. He compressed the milky white vibration ball cover with both hands and pressed it down with all his strength like a real god of war. Squeak! 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 The space collapsed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye amid the overlapping sound effects. With the blessing of a large amount of dark star power, the power of the vibration fruit launched by Mubai was undoubtedly further enhanced. Countless demons rushing towards the dome were frozen in midair, and the endless resonance power exploded from their bodies first. As a result, many demons with weak breath were actually shaken to death at this moment, while their bodies were shattered. The demons wrapped in the black dark star gas mass also revealed their original appearance. When the Jiang brothers and sisters hid in a corner and looked at it, they suddenly found that the so-called demons were all humanoid creatures with some deformed appearances. Mubai would not let these delicacies dissipate in the void. He transformed into a huge three-legged Golden Crow with a height of hundreds of meters and opened his mouth full of Golden Crow divine fire. The dark star power that had not yet dissipated from the demons below was sucked into his body like a torrent. As Mubai absorbed more and more wantonly, the entire alienated space even had fine cracks. Obviously, if Mubai continued to absorb the dark star power here, the second wave of attacks by the demons would fail. Immersed in absorbing the dark star power, Mubai also received a large number of eternal system prompts. Ding dong. Swallowed 1 point of dark star power. Ding dong. Swallowed 5 points of dark star power. Ding dong. Swallowed 8 points of dark star power. Ding dong. Under the absorption of a large amount of dark star power, the points added to the Emperor Yen divine body in Mubai's personal panel also quickly broke through from 0 to a terrifying number of 121. The more brilliant divine fire ignited the entire area during the joyful cry of the Golden Crow. A large number of powerful demons could not approach Mubai at all, and could only be burned to ashes in the flames. The cracks in the alienated space gradually expanded, and at this moment, it was about to tear the entire space apart. Just when Mubai wanted to completely destroy this alienated space in one go, a powerful dark star energy was instantly injected into it. Nothing changed in the real world, but a purple-red meteorite fell in the sky above the alienated space. While raising pieces of dust, it also emitted a large amount of dark star power. Mubai, who was absorbing the dark star power of other demons, suddenly found something wrong. He was forced to withdraw from the mythological system of the Great Sun Golden Crow state. Not only that, the Golden Crow divine fire that was originally burning seemed to be extinguished and could no longer be ignited. The total amount of dark star power in Mubai's body was rapidly decreasing. However, the concentration of dark star power nearby suddenly increased. Under the blessing of the two, Mubai felt a sense of difficulty in breathing. When he came to his senses after sweating for a long time, his dark star system cultivation was actually suppressed to the level of a dark star warrior. The remaining demons seemed to be very afraid of the meteorites falling from the sky, and they fled rapidly in all directions of the alien space. After leaving the border of the alien space, these demons also disappeared completely. At least Mubai noticed from his barely operating observation hockey that there were no traces of demons nearby. No! There is another demon. A higher level demon? Mubai guessed cautiously while looking at the meteorite. His guess was correct. The meteorite, which was originally a dead object, began to wriggle violently at this moment. Soon, it gradually changed from a bumpy round meteorite to a humanoid state. His height was no different from that of an ordinary person, but his skin was gray, and he had 2 twisted horns on his head. While it was weird, it also made people feel an inexplicable sense of fear. The most creepy thing was probably his face. There were 6 eyeballs above that delicate mouth. The emerald green eyes gave people a spider-like feeling. Strange. How can people living in another world use the power of the Dark Star? How did you do it? When the strange-looking demon spoke, Jiang Tianyin was startled. He had never heard of a demon that could speak human language when he read ancient books since he was a child. Think about it from another angle. I'm afraid the reason why there is no record is that everyone who met the demon who could speak died. Can you speak human language? Mubai drew out the supreme forgetful sword while observing the other party. After the battle just now, he had a better understanding of these monsters. For example, the realm level of the monsters is probably not divided according to the star power of the main world, but by the purity, quality, and quantity of the dark star power. From this perspective, these monsters are somewhat similar to themselves. As long as the dark star power is enough, they will transcend the constraints of the realm and continue to move towards the strongest from another perspective. If it is compared based on the comprehensive comparison of dark star power, Mubai estimates that the previous monsters can only be regarded as low-level monsters and second-class monsters, and their strength is probably equivalent to the Star Warriors or Star Warriors in the star system power. And the total amount of dark star power of the strange monster standing 100 meters away from him at this moment exceeded his expectations. If it is deduced according to the previous standards, the other party is at least a Star Master level strongman. A bit tricky. Mubai didn't know what means the other party used to suppress his dark star power, but there was no doubt that at this moment his total dark star power was only at the level of a dark star warrior. Fighting against a Star Lord with a dark star warrior was equivalent to crossing 2 major realms. It was almost impossible to win. The main world and the dark star world were born from each other. I naturally know the language of the main world. You, the person from the main world, better get out of the way. I need that guy. The weird horned demon, with white bandages all over his body, pointed at Jiang Tianyin with an unquestionable tone. After hearing this, Jiang Tianyin was a little nervous. In the dark star alien space, he was no different from ordinary people. If Mubai retreated and left, he would definitely die. Although he didn't know why the other party wanted to find him, he was ready for the last chance. Jiang Tianyin, with a cold palm, clenched the handle of the sword and prayed in his heart that Mubai would not retreat. I'll let you go. By the way, what method did you use to suppress the total amount of my dark star power? To the surprise of the 3, Mubai actually let him go. Even the strange demon was stunned. Jiang Tianyin wanted to say something, but was stopped by his brother. Jiang Tianyin, who was desperate, gritted his teeth and said, "Even if we can't kill him, we will bite off a piece of meat from him. It's not that I suppressed the total amount of your dark star power, but dark star power also has different levels. Your secondary dark star power will automatically be afraid of my high-level dark star power." The demon who said this casually came to the left front of Mubai in an instant. He looked at Mubai, who was half a head taller than him, and said impatiently, "You? An alien? Better not be seen by me in the future. Otherwise, I will directly put a nightmare mark on you, and let you be hunted by demons forever." Mubai didn't believe what the other party said about the dark star power being divided into levels. If he did, wouldn't the dark star power of those low-level demons automatically drop a level when they faced him? Mubai was particularly interested in the other party's second sentence. Will you really be hunted by all demons forever, after being marked with this nightmare mark? Just like the person behind me? Mubai said excitedly, as if he had found a treasure. The demon was slightly stunned by the strange excitement on the other party's face. Of course. I, Luosha Ghost, will never deceive the dead. The demon who called himself Luosha Ghost sighed, and then at an astonishing speed, dozens of fists instantly bombarded Mubai's body. Mubai, who was at the Dark Star Warrior level, was beaten into the ground before he could react. Drops of blood dripped from Liu Xiaoguo's fists wrapped in white bandages. These were all Mu Bai's blood. Dead? The famous rising star Mu Bai of Wangting died so hastily. Jiang Tianyin grabbed his sister and quickly ran towards the dense forest behind him. He wanted to try if he could protect his sister through the dark star ring with his body. Staying here would only have one result regardless of success or failure. That is, both of them would die. Seeing the panicked prey running away, Liu Xiaogui did not rush to catch up. Because just as he took a step forward, Mu Bai, who was hammered into the ground for more than 50 meters behind him, had already crawled out with blood at the corner of his mouth. He was panting like a living dead with his whole body sunken. Huh? You didn't explode after being hit by my 3 punches. But why are you still alive? Liu Xiaogui, who was confident in his own strength, muttered to himself in surprise. Mu Bai's appearance at this moment can be regarded as a rare miserable state. He did not even notice the opponent's movement trajectory just now. And he did not even see the figure of this demon clearly until the opponent finished punching. His strong physique was greatly reduced in this alien space. And the opponent's unknown means suppressed his overall dark star power, which directly led to his all-round collapse in physical skills. It hurts too much. You demon are too rude. If it's the main world, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave Zhongzhou alive. While speaking, Mu Bai has already urged the muscles and tissues near the injured part to repair. Just now, he was killed in one blow. After all, he didn't care about face. But this pain really made him unhappy. The demon with his head tilted opened his 6 green eyes and stared at Mu Bai for a long time before whispering, "You can repair such injuries by yourself. Are you really a human? It seems that you can only stop if your soul and body are beaten into meat paste." The Rakshasa ghost turned over in the air and kicked while pressing Mu Bai's shoulder with his left hand, trying to directly use the force to dismantle the opponent's arm. Mu Bai, with a grin on his face, immediately activated the 8 desolate prison body when the opponent got close to him. The invisible chains quickly spread to his whole body. At the same time when the chain completely broke, Mu Bai's reaction speed, physical strength, and limb strength were all rising rapidly. Under the wild and ancient atmosphere, Mu Bai's whole body swelled up like a monster. He was less than 2 meters tall and immediately jumped to a height of 3 meters. At this moment, the power of the Dark Star was too little to satisfy the continuous combat of the Devil Fruit or Kendo. In this case, physical skills were the only means of attack that was not affected too much. Mu Bai, who barely kept up with the reaction speed, dodged the opponent's kick and twisted his body to hold the opponent's waist with both hands for a hug and throw. Unexpectedly, the extremely flexible Rakshasa ghost actually retracted his palm and twisted the joint of the knee to chop at Mu Bai's head in the opposite direction. When the strange and deformed long legs swept across, Mu Bai, who raised his arms to block, retreated dozens of steps before he could barely stand firm. Although he was not injured, the opponent's Dark Star mark was still left on his arms. Strange. How come your body strength has become so strong? The Rakshasa ghost was extremely surprised when he felt that his right leg bones were slightly broken. You know, even the top physical masters will be like lambs to be slaughtered after falling into the alien space. But this Mu Bai, whose Dark Star power was low, could keep up with his own rhythm. And even his body's ability to withstand blows increased by more than 10 times. This really opened his eyes. Mu Bai, who was exercising his whole body, shouted angrily without comment. Open the first layer of the 8 desolate prison body seal. The black and purple waves quickly hit the surface. Under the violent storm, Mu Bai, who had unlocked the first layer of the 8 desolate prison body, continued to grow muscles on his body like a monster. His 3-meter height expanded again until it stopped at about 4 meters. His body was enlarged in proportion. Mu Bai, who was in a violent state, was like a small mountain. The flowing muscles on his body kept stirring. The domineering and arrogant in his eyes could not be concealed and dissipated into the surrounding void, as if his existence itself was the limit of power. Fancy. Let me see how many rounds you can hold on. The Rakshasa ghost with narrowed eyes was also firing at full power. Fists, knees, feet, elbows all turned into deadly weapons. And the boxing techniques that seemed to roll down like thunder in the stunning and phantom-like body movements were even more devastating. Come on! The powerful Mu Bai faced all the attacks of the opponent with all his strength. When the opponent punched, he also punched. The speed of the 2 fists, one big and one small, was so fast that even the sparks caused by the collision were extinguished in an instant. The ground under the feet of the 2 monsters collapsed rapidly. The land within 1,000 meters could not bear the increasingly fast speed of these two people. There was no skill at all. It was just a collision of force and force. Weird. How could this person keep up with my current speed? Even his physical strength has surpassed mine. The more Liu Xiaogui fought, the more frightened he became. And the more he fought, the more astonished he became. He vaguely guessed that the opponent should have a divine body. But it seemed that there was no such abnormal divine body in the main world. Right? The physical fitness that was instantly enhanced by more than 10 times was simply a bug-level existence. Unlike Liu Xiaogui's doubts, Mu Bai's fighting spirit soared. Such a punch-to-flesh attack rhythm was still not satisfying. He had to continue to increase his own strength. Surpass the opponent. Crush the opponent. Crush the opponent. This is the power of the limit. This is the power of the 8 desolate prison body. Mu Bai, who was like a giant beast, smiled. He raised his arms to resist the opponent's output, while wrapping around the opponent's body to restrict his movement. Then he raised his forehead and hit the opponent's forehead with extreme acceleration. Bang! The sound waves swept the earth. The ancient trees in the nearby forest collapsed one after another, before the smoke and dust had dispersed. Mu Bai, who had transformed into a ghost, had already taken advantage of the opportunity to grab the head of the Rakshasa ghost and slam it towards the ground. The Rakshasa ghost, who was hit on the forehead by the opponent, was obviously still a little dazed. So much so that he didn't come back to his senses until Mu Bai used him as a stick to whip him on the ground. Mu Bai, with a cold expression, would not give him a chance to come back to his senses. He controlled his own savage body to bombard the whole body of the Rakshasa ghost indiscriminately. The force of each punch passed through the flesh and bones and passed to the broken ground. The air exploded continuously, and the Rakshasa ghost was beaten by the fist that pulled out a phantom with an attack speed. And his appearance was unclear. He gradually came to his senses and wanted to break free. But Mu Bai's left hand directly strangled his throat. At this moment, Mu Bai, who was using extreme violence, was more like a villain. The Rakshasa ghost, who was beaten so hard that he couldn't even speak, gradually had dense fist marks all over his body. Even with his extreme body at the level of Dark Star Overlord, he couldn't bear such a perverted force attack. Enough. The Rakshasa ghost, who was beaten to the point of rage, tightly grasped Mu Bai's left hand with both hands. Under the powerful Dark Star power, Mu Bai's left arm was quickly necrotic. Black and red blood flowed out of the gradually rotting arm, as if it was only from a dead body. I will dismantle your body again and again, and make you the most miserable loser. The Rakshasa ghost, with a weird smile, hugged Mu Bai's gradually rotting arm with both arms, and kicked his feet on the opponent's chest. Obviously, he wanted to pull out the opponent's arm with absolute strength. Mu Bai's expression was still indifferent when he saw the miserable appearance of his arm. After urging the rare Dark Star power, the Golden Crow Divine Fire quickly spread on Mu Bai's left arm. The Golden Crow Divine Fire has a powerful healing ability. Even Shinshio, who is corroded by the power of the fruit, can be restored to its original state. This kind of Dark Star power is naturally not a big deal for Mu Bai. You should pay the price now, you bastard. At this moment, Mu Bai directly pulled his right arm and smashed the opponent towards the hillside next to him. Then, before the opponent fell, he continued to bombard the opponent's 6 eyeballs and the horns on his head. Obviously, this is the weakest part of the Rakshasa ghost. After noticing Mu Bai's attack, he immediately used his flexible limbs to continuously resolve the opponent's terrifying attack. The two people who broke through the entire forest rubbed a lot of sparks when they passed over the rocks, and the twisted alien space gradually burned. In the smoke, Mu Bai used the mythical Sun Golden Crow fruit to control the nearby flames and directly bombarded the opponent with countless flaming fists. The last punch rubbed the opponent's horn and swung horizontally. The ball cover of the Jinjin fruit that Mu Bai had accumulated in his hand hit the horns of the Rakshasa ghost with his backhand. Unexpectedly, the horns that had been extremely hard before were broken instantly. As the massive Dark Star power dissipated, Mu Bai only felt the ground under his feet soften. At some point, a black ghost appeared under his feet, stopping his movements. Countless wrong souls kept climbing up along his legs. Mu Bai was shocked, and a prompt appeared in his mind. Ding dong. Warning, warning. The host was attacked by the split body of Fengdu Ghost King. Fengdu Ghost King body. Isn't that the body of the third son of God? Emperor Yu? Mu Bai immediately realized that this was a trap set by someone. When he wanted to break free from the attack of the mini-ghosts below, The painful Rakshasa ghost in front of him made a new move. After the horn broke, the dark star power of the Rakshasa ghost was obviously in an extremely unstable state. The 6 eyeballs of the Rakshasa ghost holding the broken horn on his head gradually changed from emerald green to gray, and the original alienated space around him was gradually expanding. What's more terrifying is that the world centered on the Rakshasa ghost is falling into a deeper alienated space. If the star power contained in the main world is 1, then the dark star power contained in the ordinary alienated world is also 1. But when the alienated world continues to fall into a deeper dark star world, the dark star power here will increase to 2 or even 3, which is like the cave paradise of the main world is filled with endless dark star power. Under his feet are the souls of the dead, and in front of him is falling into a deeper alienated space. If he enters it, he may lose water like a fish on the shore. Mubai gritted his teeth and looked at the souls climbing under his feet, and was immediately furious. He didn't know why he was tricked by the third son of God. But at this moment, he had to get rid of these ghosts. Mythical form. The great sun Golden Crow is coming. After activating the only dark star power in his body, Mubai immediately transformed into the purest light. The 3-legged Golden Crow form representing the great sun. Sure enough, all the ghosts were annihilated in the pure heat wave of the Golden Crow form. Unfortunately, the out-of-control Rakshasa ghost's progress in the deep alienation space did not stop. When the extreme light and the constantly falling space collided with each other, it seemed to trigger other strange reactions. Under the interweaving of light and darkness, Mubai and the Rakshasa ghost disappeared together, and the original alienation space also disappeared. The Jiang family brothers and sisters, who were avoiding the sea of fire, were now blinded and followed the guidance of the stars in the north, to quickly run out of the original alienation space. What happened? Brother Mubai seems to be gone. Jiang Tianyi, who was a little anxious, looked around and said loudly. She was blocked by the dense forest, and didn't see what happened clearly. Jiang Tianyi, who was timid but very polite along the way, suddenly smiled. That smile made Jiang Tianyi stunned for a few seconds. She suddenly felt that the brother in front of her was very strange. Brother? Jiang Tianyi, with a calm look, twitched his mouth slightly evilly, and retracted his gaze towards the distance. I didn't expect to see the body of Fengdu Ghost King again in this era. Did the Emperor Wang Tingyu send you here? To deal with me, or just to deal with Mubai? Jiang Tianyin said with a little nostalgia, as if he had seen this divine body in other eras, and his tone was a little old-fashioned. In the shadows, a figure slowly walked out from the reflection of the dead tree. Under the black robe were wandering ghosts. Obviously, he was a special person who was given some abilities of Fengdu Ghost King by Emperor Yu. The face of the man in black robe was unclear, and there was no movement. After a long time, the man in black robe whispered, from your tone, are you the loser who once fought for the road of destiny? Your doubts have nothing to do with me. Since you recognize my origin, you should stay. The dead tree behind the mysterious man in black robe seemed to have regained vitality. Countless ghosts kept drilling into the gap in the middle of the dead tree, as if they were afraid of something. Soon the gap was stretched, and the legendary ghost road appeared in the scarlet gap. After passing through the gap, what caught my eye was the evil ghost standing all over the road. At this moment, they accepted the call, and quickly rushed into the gap, and came to the main world. 1, 2, 100, 1,000. The overwhelming roar of evil ghosts seemed to bring this area into the underworld. And the man in black robe in the middle was the king of all ghosts, and commanded the ghosts. It's interesting that in this era, there are actually people who can train the Fengdu Ghost King body into such a terrifying appearance. Even the small clone can have such power. It seems that the Emperor Wang Tingyu in Jiang Tianyin's mind does have the supreme potential to challenge the destiny of heaven. It's a pity that you met me. With me in this era, you are destined to rewrite it. Jiang Tianyin muttered to himself, with a cold breath in his eyes. He said to Jiang Tianyi beside him in a deep voice, if you want to live, don't leave my side. My body is too bad. If you want to destroy the opponent and leave you unscathed, it will be difficult. Jiang Tianyi felt alienated when he heard that his brother seemed to have changed into a different person. You are so shameless. The end of the Ghost Road is your destination. Fengdu Ghost Road? The black-robed man retreated and disappeared into the ghosts, while the thousands of evil ghosts seemed to be controlled by a consciousness in a regular way, and all gathered into a Ghost King picture. In the gloomy and depressing atmosphere, the most distant city of nothingness in the Ghost King picture seemed to open the door. The Fengdu Ghost King's clone can borrow part of the power of the Fengdu Ghost King's main body. This is his real reliance and ultimate kill. Don't even mention you. A small fry. Even if it's the main body that comes today, I will make him pay the price. The price of angering the real dragon. The mythical blue dragon blood in Jiang Tiannin's body is rapidly returning to its original state. The pure blood continues to evolve. And a more terrifying power that surpasses the ordinary blue dragon blood breaks through the sky. Jiang Tiannin, who has turned into a dragon, pressed down with one palm. Let me, the old man, take care of you. The evil wolf claws who don't know the depth of the water. On behalf of my little guy from the Jiang family. Jiang Tiannin's young voice was gradually replaced by oldness. He transformed into a top blue dragon and took charge of the waters of the 8 desolate lands. The 8-9 mysterious art is all-encompassing and contains all kinds of magical powers. It takes a lot of people to practice this peerless art. The subtleties in it can only be explored by oneself. If you are not a person with excellent talent, it is impossible to comprehend the mysteries. The Emperor Yu, who was practicing the 8-9 mysterious art in the royal court, gradually calmed down the operation of the art. For some reason, all the palaces near the Yuta Pavilion had a crack at this moment. The crack quickly spread to the lake along the terrain of 5 steps, and 1 building, and 10 steps, and 1 pavilion. The stirred small splashes of water directly followed the terrain, and brought the cracks to the Emperor Yu. His double pupil showed no emotion. He was born in the top family of Zhongzhou. His knowledge was far more extensive than that of his peers. The strange phenomenon of being born with double pupils at birth made him appear mysterious. After all, the ancient saints always had something different from ordinary people. He knew that sadness and joy were indifferent since he was a child. And he advocated absolute rationality. For example, when he was 16, the family's collateral branch gradually became more powerful, and the differences between the main branch and the collateral branch became more and more serious. If it were an ordinary young man, he would be at a loss, and could only take advantage of the situation to resolve the conflict. The main branch discussed for 3 days and 3 nights without a definite result. When the elders of the clan shook their heads and walked out of the meeting hall in distress, the steps outside were covered with blood, and the lonely heads of 358 collateral leaders were all among them. There were even strong men at the level of Star Masters who were equally beheaded. A young man killed all the collateral leaders alone with an indifferent look. This move undoubtedly caused a great earthquake in the whole family. Those who originally criticized him were all respectful after this incident. And even the young people of the main branch looked at him with fanatical admiration. Thinking back from his youth to the present, the Yu Emperor, who was not happy or angry, waved his hand to his side. Follow Mubai's clone, and go to the place where he fell to take a close look and report the results to me. 3 mysterious men in black robes in the shadows respectfully accepted the task, and turned into ghosts, and disappeared on the spot. The frowning Emperor Yu didn't care about the cracks in the Son of God's palace. Under the influence of his Fingu Ghost King body, the nearby buildings were all occupied by evil ghosts over the years. The clones of his Fingu Ghost King body were also affected, which would cause the nearby buildings to suffer the same damage. These are all superficial, and the real impact is on Emperor Yu's divine body. The damaged main body of the clone will also bear the corresponding part of the damage. The clones were useful before, but now I have to be more cautious. If a large number of clones die, my Fingu Ghost King body is likely to drop a level of power. On the contrary, it is more reassuring to use the Netherworld Hard method to harvest other people's ghosts. Thinking of this, Emperor Yu has a plan to reactivate the Netherworld Hard method to harvest souls. He stood up and looked at the sparkling lake, not knowing what he was thinking. When he was about to leave Yuta Pavilion, a ghost suddenly merged into his body, and as if he had received some kind of signal, Emperor Yu looked coldly towards the south. Mubai left Zhongzhou? At the same time, the Ziwei Star Lord in Ziwei Star Palace also counted with his fingers, facing the south, thinking, the rise and fall of fate, the blooming and falling of flowers, all have a destiny. At this time, a group of distinguished guests came to the Yin-Yang sect. That is, the people of the Shengdao sect who came from the borderland in the north. As the Yin-Yang sect's in vain, they returned but seemed to be unwelcome. Fortunately, no one dared to embarrass them. After all, it was the Ziwei Star Lord's order to let the Shengdao sect return to Zhongzhou. Mubai's clan also came with the Holy Dao sect. His parents and grandfather all followed the Holy Dao sect and settled down here safely. Mubai didn't know these things at the moment, because he didn't know where he was at the moment. Mubai, who was on a remote island, looked at the Rakshasa ghost next to him, who was extremely uncomfortable in the main world, and collapsed on the ground. He just felt funny. The other party's alienated space ability went out of control, and collided with his own Golden Crow divine fire power, which actually triggered some kind of space jump. So much so that Mu Bai was a little unsure whether he was still in the main world. Looking at the blue sky above his head, Mu Bai wanted to start fishing in a rare, leisurely, and elegant manner. He grabbed the Rakshasa ghost and jumped to the top of the cliff. Rakshasa ghost, weren't you very energetic in the alienated space? Why are you like a salted fish in the main world? Mu Bai, who was slightly teasing, held the other party and felt that even ordinary people could beat him at this moment. Nonsense. I entered you. Your world. It was like a person who couldn't swim drowning. What should I do? The Rakshasa ghost spoke incoherently like a nagging woman, but the resentment in his eyes was hard to conceal. The lifted Rakshasa ghost had some difficulty speaking. Just like Mu Bai felt uncomfortable when he directly entered the high concentration alienation space. It seems that your spirit is still there. Go to the sea to calm down first. After saying that, Mu Bai kicked it directly into the turbulent sea. The thrashing Rakshasa ghost was soon hit by a few waves in the deep sea undercurrent. The Rakshasa ghost used as bait seemed to have abnormal magic to attract the giant sea beasts nearby. When the bubble-spitting Rakshasa ghost reacted, he had been swallowed by the hungry sea beasts in turn. Often, the sea beasts were swallowed by the large sea beasts, as soon as the medium-sized sea beasts dragged it into their stomachs. Mu Bai, with his pale golden eyes, waited for 10 minutes before punching the sea, throwing the Rakshasa ghost in the fish belly to the shore of the island. The dying Rakshasa ghost was not appreciative of the opportunity to breathe, and insulted Mu Bai, who was walking towards him. Mu Bai didn't waste words. Now that he has returned to the main world, his star combat system has naturally returned to normal. The powerful force of the Star Master is already overwhelming for the demons in front of him. Stop talking nonsense. I have some questions to ask you. Where is this place? And why do you demons want to hunt down Jiang Tianyin? It seems that the bloodline in his body is not attractive enough. The answer he got from asking Jiang Tianyin before was that he was hunted down by demons because of bloodline problems. But Mu Bai didn't believe it at all, because it is quite troublesome and difficult for demons to come to the main world to open the alien space battlefield. And now there are top demons like Luo Shagui who want to kill him, which is even more telling. Hunting down? When did I want to kill him? My mission is just to take him back to the Dark Star world. The Luo Shagui, who sneered, obviously knew what happened to Jiang Tianyin, but he deliberately stopped halfway through the words. And with that playful expression, it was obvious that he was mocking Mu Bai's rhythm. Stubborn. The ruthless Mu Bai was not a decent person. He used his palm as a sword to drive the monstrous sword intent and directly cut off the arms of the Rakshasa ghost. The Rakshasa ghost, without the power of the Dark Star, let out a miserable cry. The damage and pain of the star power attack to him was even greater than that of the Dark Star power. After his arms were cut off, he had no ability to repair them. He almost cried in pain when he whimpered softly. After his arms were cut off, it was his legs. Mu Bai was merciless and acted like slaughtering livestock. Tell me, if you answer my question, I will give you a quick death, Mu Bai said generously, crushing the other party's sharp teeth with one foot. You are dreaming. The sweaty Rakshasa ghost turned his head away. Such a tough guy's behavior also moved Ling Mu Bai slightly. I was a bit harsh, but it's okay. I will use the Golden Crow Divine Fire to help you heal your injuries. No matter how bruised and battered you are or how much pain you endure, I will restore you to your peak state. Now begins the first round of repair. As he spoke, Mu Bai had already controlled the Golden Crow Divine Fire to repair the opponent's broken limb joints. When the Rakshasa ghost's limbs were restored, Mu Bai activated the power of the Tremor fruit and condensed a vibration ball on his finger, pointing it at the opponent's newly grown arm. Realizing that the situation was not good, Luo Sha Ghost instantly activated the remaining Dark Star power in his body to break free. However, he never expected that Mu Bai would smash his head with a vibrating iron fist, and then immediately activated the Golden Crow Divine Fire to repair the other party's body while destroying his head. The first time, the second time, the third time, Mu Bai, who repeatedly destroyed and repaired the other party, seemed very patient, and even did not give the other party a chance to answer, but just repeated mechanical actions. The Luo Sha Ghost was undoubtedly collapsed when he did it for the 1,000th time. When he did it for the 10,000th time, Luo Sha Ghost had already answered all the questions Mu Bai had asked before. With his eyes dull, he just wanted to be free at this moment. After listening to the other party's answer, Mu Bai realized that his guess was correct. According to what the other party said, Jiang Tianyin was not their target. Their real target was the soul of the Jiang family ancestor in his body. That is, Jiang Taishu, the first user of the mythical Sanlong fruit. The other party was an old monster who competed with the Sword Emperor and others for destiny in the last era. The other party seemed to have escaped from the Dark Star world through the blood method and possessed Jiang Tianyi, who had his direct bloodline. Mu Bai had never seen such a scene of an old ancestor resurrecting and possessing his descendants. But this time he was really enlightened. As expected, on the eve of the resurgence of the power of the stars and the advent of the great world, those old monsters hidden in the dark side of the world would try every means to live again. Mu Bai had already vaguely sensed that Jiang Tianyin's soul was abnormal. Now it seems that the other party's ancestor is possessing the soul. As for the second question, the Rakshasa ghost didn't know either. I don't know where this is. Please kill me. The Rakshasa ghost with a low tone saw through Mu Bai. If anyone said that the other party was a devil, he would be the first to jump out an object. Because this human named Mu Bai is simply a devil among devils. Don't worry. I still need you to help me with something. Mu Bai smiled and helped the other party up. He patted the other party's shoulder politely and said to him sincerely, "What thing?" The frightened Rakshasa ghost bent his body in doubt. He really couldn't think of what the other party needed him to do. Can the nightmare mark you mentioned before be used on me? I want to be hunted down by demons forever. Facing the rising sun above the sea, Mu Bai smiled and said something that made Lu Xiaogui want to laugh. He stared at Mu Bai for more than 10 seconds before saying cautiously, "You are not a demon. You are a lunatic. Being hunted down by demons forever is no joke." As a demon, Lu Xiaogui clearly knows that this level of hunting order will never stop. As long as you are, or wherever you are, you will continue to suffer the attacks of demons. And this attack will become stronger and stronger. Even if the target lives long enough, there is a chance that he will be hunted down by the powerful in the demon world. In history, many people who were expected to become the God Emperor and bear the destiny were hunted down by the nightmare mark before they fully grew up, and finally fell in the main world. Devil or lunatic, can you use the nightmare mark on me? Mu Bai interrupted the other party impatiently and asked directly. The somewhat embarrassed Rakshasa ghost took a long time to answer cautiously and sheepishly. I was just trying to scare you. I don't have such top-level abilities at my level. You said you don't? Yes. Then what's the point of keeping you? The extremely realistic Mu Bai waved his hand and directly ignited the opponent with the Golden Crow Divine Fire. The Rakshasa ghost, who was burned by the flames, showed an extremely relieved expression. He had been tortured so badly by Mu Bai before that he was not too afraid of death this time. Ding dong. Killing a Dark Star Overlord level demon will gain 100 points of Emperor Yin Divine Body bonus points. Looking at the 261 points of Emperor Yin Divine Body bonus points on his personal interface, Mu Bai felt relieved. Start adding points now. Sitting cross-legged on the shore, he first clicked on the point addition information column of the 8 desolate prison body. This time, it was this extremely abnormal divine body that was able to cross 2 major realms in the Dark Star alien world and fight against the Rakshasa ghost. Otherwise, he would be in great danger this time. Therefore, after the battle, Mu Bai's primary target for adding points also became the 8 desolate prison body. 8 Desolations prison body, addable points currently unlocked the first seal. Divine body level 0. With a move of faith, Mu Bai directly transferred 100 points of points into the 8 Desolations prison body. 8 Desolations prison body, addable points primary. Currently unlocked the first seal. Divine body level 1. Almost at the same time as the points were added, Mu Bai's body underwent a huge change. The stability of bones, flesh, meridians, and the fluctuation of the soul all gained a certain degree of increase. And in the depths of his pale golden eyes, there was a faint reflection of the red chain. Isn't the effect of this divine body level 1 a bit too exaggerated? Feeling the obvious improvement of the whole body, Mu Bai did not hesitate to put another 100 points into the 8 Desolations prison body. 8 Desolations prison body, addable points currently unlocked the first seal. Divine body level 1 evolved into 8 Desolations prison body, addable points currently unlocked the first seal. The second seal is about to be unlocked. Divine body level 2. After the divine body was strengthened again, Mu Bai could clearly feel the barrier of the second seal. As long as he took another step, he might be able to break it. Looking at the remaining 61 points, he went all in. Today, he wanted to raise the 8 desolate prison body to a higher level again. After all 61 points of the Emperor's divine body were all in, a very dazzling change occurred in the column of the 8 desolate prison body. The originally colorless status bar was actually coated with a layer of white light, just like the colorful titles in the Krypton Gold game. Is it evolved? Ding dong. The 8 desolate prison body is evolving. Please stay in a non-combat state. Mu Bai, who was emptying his mind, immediately restrained his breath and felt the transformation of the divine body in his body like a stone. What he didn't know was that the Zhongzhou Tianji Pavilion was very lively at this moment. The first few lists of the Tianji Pavilion list did not change. But when it came to the divine body list, everyone was shocked. They saw that the 8 desolate prison body, which was originally ranked first, was now ranked third. The Qianquan Dao body, which was previously ranked second, became the third, and the Fengdu Ghost King body, which was previously ranked third, was actually ranked first on the list. The first place is Fengdu Ghost King body owned by Yudi. The second place is Qianquan Dao body owned by Qian Mingzi. The third place is Bahuang prison body owned by Mu Bai. The fourth place is Tathagata Buddha body owned by Gu Su. The fifth place is Songlong divine body owned by Jiang Tianin. The updated list of divine bodies has undoubtedly triggered discussions among the crowd below the Tianji Pavilion. You should know that the list of divine bodies may not change for several years, or even more than 10 years ago. But today the top 10 rankings of the list of divine bodies have all been disrupted. Such a scene is really rare in the ages. What is going on? Mu Bai's Bahuang prison body was squeezed out. Did Yudi have an internal transaction with Tianji Pavilion to change the ranking order of the list? Some people are still immersed in the shock of Mu Bai's double divine bodies in the top 10. This time, seeing that the rookie Mu Bai was squeezed out by the old Tianji Yudi, they immediately felt that there was something shady. However, some people who understand don't care. I can see that you don't understand the rules for publishing these lists under the Tianji Tower. The lists guided by the Suansuan fruit are similar to real-time monitoring, and the ranking order cannot be changed even by the pavilion master. Yes, this gentleman is right. I have heard some rumors. The third son of the king's court, Emperor Yu, seems to have obtained a certain magic skill in the southern territory a year ago. It is expected that the understanding of the magic skill has led to the improvement of his divine body. The man who first suspected that there was a conspiracy suddenly felt embarrassed. He asked in surprise, "How does this list evaluate who has a stronger divine body? You are not Emperor Yu. How do you know that his divine body has become stronger? I think you are just making up excuses. Hack. You are a bit ungrateful." The people who gradually quarreled almost fought. If it weren't for the strict guards under the Tianji Tower to stop them, it would have been a mess. Bai Xiaoshan on the top of the Tianji Tower waved a paper fan and shouted a few words to the crowd below. My friends, the list of Tianji Pavilion is definitely not wrong. It seems that Qian Mingzi of the East region and Emperor Wang Tingyu of Zhongzhou have made major breakthroughs in their divine bodies. It is reasonable that Emperor Yu has obtained the mythical skill Bajuxian Gong and has deduced the Fengdu Ghost King body to the first place in the divine body list. Some people in the south region were almost scared to the ground when they heard the 4 words Bajuxian Gong. Bajuxian Gong. Mythical Taoist skills. This top-level skill that circulated in the south region actually fell into the hands of Emperor Wang Tingyu. Bai Xiaosheng, who released such a heavy news, did not seem to want to brush it off, but instead told everyone the legend of the 8-9 mysterious art. The people present were shocked and realized that the Emperor Yu deliberately did not conceal the news of obtaining the divine art. And it is even very likely that he deliberately asked the people of Tianji Pavilion to help him promote it. He is worthy of being a veteran top-level genius. Yes, I originally thought that the newcomer Mu Bai could suppress the other party. But now it seems that I thought too much. It is already rare. This unknown Mu Bai still has an insurmountable gap with Qian Mingzi and Emperor Yu. It seems that the last time he became famous in Zhongzhou was just the peak of the other party. In the lively atmosphere, some people also found that there seemed to be many new faces in the top 50 of the divine body list, such as the 5th Songlong divine body Jiang Tianin. The mythical Songlong and the Jiang family can guess that he is the heir to the Zhongzhou dynasty, but they have never heard of the name Jiang Tianin. Only a few people speculated about the secret illegitimate children of the dynasty. While everyone was discussing, they saw that the 8 desolate prison body, which was originally ranked 3rd on the divine body list, actually surpassed the top 2 divine bodies and ranked 1st again. The whole audience was in an uproar. With the injection of the remaining 61 points of the Emperor's divine body evolution, the enhancement of the 8 desolate prison body immediately rose to a new level. The second layer of seal that was originally suppressed gradually loosened, and more purple-black chains appeared on Mu Bai's body when he was meditating than when the first layer of seal was unlocked. The chain runes in Mu Bai's eyes deepened again during the induction of heaven and man. And the ability of the Emperor's divine body to add points to the skills was extremely amazing. With Mu Bai's talent, even if he had 10 years, he might not be able to open the second layer of the 8 desolate prison body by his own efforts. But with the dual blessing of the eternal system and the Emperor's divine body, he is now rapidly approaching the peak of the current divine body. All people in the world are guilty, but not against the sins of heaven. Only those who suppress the purgatory on earth can resist the mountains and rivers of the 8 desolate. The second layer of the 8 desolate prison body divine body unlocks, accompanied by Mu Bai's roar. More than a dozen 100-meter chains blocked the space. The next moment, the terrifying pressure of hundreds of meters thick spread across the island at a speed visible to the naked eye. The island of tens of thousands of square meters collapsed gradually in a circular shape, followed by the sea area on all sides. Many powerful sea beasts in the deep sea seemed to sense the danger, stirring up the undercurrents of the sea water and swimming quickly towards the distance. Unfortunately, it was too late. Mu Bai, with his upper body naked, tore the empty chains in the air like a madman, as if he wanted to forcibly destroy the things that imprisoned and blocked himself. The pressure of the surrounding 8 desolate prison body gradually escalated. The terrifying pressure swept across the sea. All marine creatures touched by the pressure were crushed into meat foam under the extreme force. And even the powerful sea beasts that reached the realm of the Star Apostle suffered under this pressure. The force of the pressure burst the deep seabed thousands of meters below, and a terrible earthquake occurred. Standing on the broken island, Mu Bai gritted his teeth and tore it hard with both hands. Hundreds of chains dissipated in the void in an instant, and Mu Bai himself half knelt on the ground and felt a sense of powerlessness. 8 Desolation's prison body at points currently unlocked the first seal. The second seal is about to be unlocked, and the divine body level is 2. Evolved into 8 Desolation's prison body at points currently unlock the second seal, divine body level 5, and obtain the ability to seal chains. Warning! Warning! The upgrade of the 8 Desolation's prison body consumes a large amount of material energy of the host, and the host needs to obtain external energy as soon as possible. Warning! Warning! Mu Bai felt a lack of blood supply to his brain under a burst of tinnitus, which was almost impossible for a monster physique like him. Mu Bai, who was weak in his limbs, wanted to move but found that he had no strength to move at all. The warning sound of the eternal system kept repeating the previous warning in his consciousness. But at this moment, his muscles were shrinking, and he had no strength to eat or absorb external energy. And he couldn't even absorb the power of the stars. Unexpectedly, the world in front of him gradually blurred. And finally, like a corpse, Mu Bai rolled into the deep sea and disappeared here with the flow of the sea. Within 10 minutes after he left, several strongmen rushed over, and after searching the nearby seas and islands without finding anything, they left. Under the Zhongzhou Tianji Tower, when the ranking of the divine bodies changed dramatically, Bai Shuxingsfen fell directly in the corridor. Looking at the ranking list below, where the 8 desolate prison bodies surpassed other divine bodies and ranked first again, Bai Xiaosheng guessed that Mu Bai must have made a major breakthrough in the use of divine bodies. It's amazing. It's amazing. No wonder my master asked me to pay special attention to this opponent. It's not long since this gentleman shocked Zhongzhou with his 2 divine bodies, and he has shocked everyone again. It seems that the upcoming battle is getting more and more exciting. Bai Xiaosheng laughed repeatedly with shining eyes. In a trance, he seemed to see the glorious era of the main world. Perhaps in this era, he will witness with his own eyes the strongest person who carries the destiny step into the pinnacle of the world. The 2 people not far below the Tianji Tower were away from the crowd. After seeing the ranking list on the city wall with their own eyes, they couldn't help but take a breath. Especially the young man with a flame in his hand, who was a little sad. I didn't believe that Mu Bai could shine in Zhongzhou before, but he actually topped the divine body ranking. It seems that the gap between him and me will only get bigger in the future. The young man next to him, who looked indifferent and cold, sneered and said slowly, Wang Linfei, you are the eldest disciple of the elder. It would be embarrassing if you belittle yourself because of jealousy. These 2 people are the eldest disciple of the elder who came to Zhongzhou with the holy Taoist sect. Wang Linfei, the user of the burning fruit, and Zhong Yang, the chief disciple of the supervisory department, who has the ability of the frozen fruit. After returning to the Yin Yang sect with a large group of followers, these 2 asked the sect to allow them to go down the mountain to travel. The sect master naturally had no reason to stop them, and let them travel in Zhongzhou to gain knowledge. During the days of traveling down the mountain, The two people have seen the glory of Zhongzhou. In this top land, the two people who were originally the bottom-level disciples in the northern border seem mediocre. Hearing that today was the day when the Tianji Tower announced the rankings, the two of them came together without stopping. Zhongyang, you don't understand my mood at the moment. I am not jealous of Mu Bai. He is too far away from me now. I will not be jealous of someone I can't catch up with. Wang Linfei, with a gloomy look in his eyes, looked at the top figures on the list and felt inexplicably bitter. Then why do you say that? Don't tell me you are a sentimental person. Zhongyang can be sarcastic and never speak well to Wang Linfei. If it weren't for his master's order, he would never travel with this person. As the saying goes, water and fire are incompatible. One of them has the frozen fruit and the other has the flame fruit, which is a natural incompatibility. I'm not jealous of Mu Bai. I hate my bad luck. While speaking, he suddenly raised his head with a look of resentment in his eyes. You and I both come from the northern wilderness. Don't say you don't have this feeling. The star power here is so rich that our remote and poor countryside can never reach it. If I was born in Zhongzhou, I might have the talent and achievements of those top geniuses, instead of being unknown now. Hearing the other party talking about his origin, Zhongyang rarely did not sneer. He knew that what the other party said was right. If people with their qualifications were born in Zhongzhou, even if they could not compare with the top geniuses on the list, they could still surpass the general public and stand at the forefront of the times. Unfortunately, there is no if in this world. Reality is cruel. Some people are born with top resources and are destined to stand above millions of people in the future, while some people are destined not to be able to play supporting roles. This is not what the Wang Linfei I knew before could say. It seems that the travels in Zhongzhou these days have dealt a heavy blow to your self-confidence. Zhongyang, who wanted to say something, pondered for a moment, but finally did not say it. He waved his sleeves and walked towards the periphery of the Tianji Tower. Instead of witnessing the glory of others here, it is better to work hard on your own. If you take steady steps in the future, you may be able to create some glory. Self-confidence? Where do I get my self-confidence from? The previous arrogance was just because I had been a frog in the well for a long time. Now I see that the real world is so brilliant and beautiful. But I can't leave my own traces. As the saying goes, things will turn around when they reach their extremes. After Wang Linfei, who was extremely discouraged, finally looked up at the Shinny ranking and turned to walk through the crowd towards the exit. But this time, there was a faint light in his eyes, which was ambition. His ambition. If Mu Bai can do it, so can I. I can do it better than him. The merchant ship with the flag of the Nangong family accidentally discovered a figure in the reef when passing through the turbulent sea area. When everyone was about to ignore the other party and continue to pass through the turbulence to leave here, the eldest lady of the Nangong family suddenly felt kind and wanted to see if the person was dead or alive. Maybe the person is still breathing. The elegant girl, who was dressed simply and looked only 17 or 18 years old, said softly with some concern. Although she knew that it was dangerous to stay here for a long time, she still couldn't ignore the other party and leave directly. The speechless butler looked ferocious, but had no way to deal with the young lady. Miss, how could the person who appeared in this turbulent sea area be alive? It is likely that the body of the person killed on the nearby island floated here. It's just that there are so many sea beasts nearby that the body seems to have no damage, which is a bit strange. The old butler originally wanted to perfunctorily pass the young lady, but after seeing the other party's pleading eyes, he still sighed and ordered two men who were good at water to see if the body was dead or alive. When the Nangong caravan stopped here, a vortex-like ocean current suddenly appeared nearby. No! There is a large sea beast below. The two sailors were so scared that they quickly moved away from the side of the ship. The butler, dressed as a warrior, was not afraid at all. Instead, he calmly opened his left hand and threw out a few beam-like objects. These beam-like objects were immediately sucked into the vortex after entering the deep sea. In the sea below, a heavy ancient sawtooth shark of several tens of meters was swimming towards the sea surface at a high speed. It was different from ordinary sea beasts with its powerful momentum. Its body was fluid and strong to the point of being outrageous, even through the thick shark skin. Its extremely dense muscle tissue could be clearly seen. There was also a serrated protrusion exoskeleton on the top of its head, which looked more aggressive. Such a terrifying sea beast actually had two broken front teeth. I don't know what broke them, which also made its originally terrifying smiling shark mouth look a little funny. The sawtooth shark, smelling fresh flesh and blood, also speeded up its swimming speed without hesitation. Just when it was about to swim out of the sea, Dozens of beans quietly entered its thick nostrils along the water flow. The sawtooth shark, which originally didn't care, soon felt uncomfortable all over. It was so frightened that it felt that there was a sword in its body that was constantly cutting its body. The beans, which were accelerated by the water source, were growing wildly in its body. The roots and stems of those plants were constantly entwined along the blood vessels and muscles to absorb their nutrients. The thriving beans soon changed into green humanoid creatures. They kept waving weapons made of plants to damage the strong body of the sawtooth shark. In a moment, it had already sank belly up into the deep sea with blood flowing out of its nostrils and eyes. The small sea beasts that had been waiting for a long time saw such a great opportunity, and all went to eat the body of the top predator at the top of the food chain frantically. The old butler seemed to sense something and smiled, taking back the beans in his palm that had not yet been activated. He was still adept at dealing with this brainless sea beast. Okay. The sea beasts below won't attack us for a while. You two are too timid. I'll go see if this man has any breath. The old butler pushed aside the two shivering sailors and stepped on the waves of the sea and jumped to the small reef. After sniffing the breath, the old butler was shocked. This was not a matter of being weak or not, but the other party's breathing force was far beyond that of ordinary people. After turning the other party over and letting him lie on his back, the old butler was even more speechless. I saw that this man's face looked superior to everyone. Even a person like him who traveled all over the country had never seen such a handsome guy in the South Sea. But the other party seemed to have some problems with his body. His muscles were atrophied, and he looked extremely thin. After feeling that the other party was different from ordinary people, the old butler raised his hand and took this person back to the Nangong merchant ship. As the sea horn sounded again, the merchant ships immediately left this small turbulent area and continued to sail towards the southern waters. Miss Nangong stepped forward to support the man and immediately ordered several followers to place him in the guest room of the merchant ship. Although she was kind, she was not stupid. After seeing the solemn expression on the old housekeeper's face, she also found a corner to avoid other people and asked the other party in a low voice, "Uncle Lu, is there any problem with this person?" Lu Chongqing touched his chin and thought for a moment, then said with a serious expression, "This person must be extraordinary. The fact that he can survive in the turbulent sea means that those sea beasts cannot eat him. After excluding the fact that his meat is poisonous, the only reason that can still be established is that his body strength makes those sea beasts unable to bite through him at all. The forces behind such people are often extremely complicated. We don't know whether he is a good person or a bad person. If we intervene rashly, we may bring disaster to us. I suggest that whether he wakes up or not, we should leave him at the Southern Region World Expo, which will also save trouble." Nangong Yu also nodded after thinking about it. The Chamber of Commerce is not hers alone. She has done her best to save the other party. As for the troubles after the other party wakes up, she naturally doesn't want to think too much. "Okay, Uncle Lu, I'll listen to you. Okay. By the way, I heard that a high-end auction house was reopened at the Southern Region World Expo this time. And I heard that there were devil fruits for auction. If the transaction goes well this time, let's go and see if we can use the money to buy you a satisfactory devil fruit." Nangong Yu felt a little embarrassed when she heard Uncle Lu talking about her own affairs. She was already 18 years old this year, but she was eliminated as soon as she entered the fairy fruit space. It's no wonder that Uncle Lu is so anxious. If she doesn't have the assistance of the devil fruit, the future development of the Chamber of Commerce will also be affected. As evening approached, Mu Bai, who was lying in the guest room, still showed no signs of waking up. However, the butler found that his breath was stabilizing after testing him. In fact, Mu Bai had been awake at this moment. It was just that all the nutrients and star power in his body had been sucked dry by the second layer of the 8 desolate prison body. So although he was awake mentally, he was still unconscious physically. A few days ago, he could have written an underwater roaming diary. There were countless sea beasts who wanted to eat him. Fortunately, his body had been strengthened many times, and its hardness had reached an incredible level. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary person, he would probably be torn apart by the ferocious sea beasts within a few seconds after falling into the sea. Under the invasion of sea beasts and the guidance of deep-sea currents, his body also followed the trend and drifted with the current. In the world of soul, at this moment, Mu Bai's spirit body was in his own soul. Since the Sea of Stars had been transformed into the star territory, it was deduced from the star territory to the star planet. So although Mu Bai was seriously injured at this moment, his speed of absorbing the power of the stars from the outside world did not slow down. but became even faster. If nothing unexpected happens, I will probably wake up in 3 days. It seems that this is the South region. I didn't expect that the alien space of the demon actually teleported me here directly. If I remember correctly, the southernmost part of the South region is indeed dominated by islands. Although he has read a lot of books and has never been to the South region before, he has a certain understanding of these places through books. For example, there are many ancient tombs in the northern part of the South region, and the dangerous terrain of the outside world is very dangerous. While the south of the South region is dominated by marine ecology, a large number of caravans are stationed and gathered nearby, and many forces have also formed here, among which the main representatives are 3. The first group is the largest number of caravans. They rely on transporting and reselling rare materials in the deep sea to develop. The second group is pirates. There are many pirates here. Many of them are wanted people who have committed crimes in other areas and have no choice but to become bandits. The third group is the rarest tomb robbers. There are many valuable tombs on the islands in the South region. It is said that this place was originally an ancient battlefield continent in the last era, and after various wars, it was separated from the continent to form a series of small islands. Many ancient tombs buried on the spot contain a large number of extremely valuable resources, which is also the reason for the proliferation of tomb robbers. Of course, in the outside world, tomb robbers basically call themselves pirate hunters. Some are hired to hunt pirates here, and some rob goods and kill people. In short, the relationship is very messy. After today's observation, Mu Bai found that the middle-aged man who pulled him out of the reef had some strength. Apart from that, the entire Nangong caravan seemed to have no masters. This configuration is obviously a caravan of ordinary forces. Forget it. Don't think about it. Speed up the repair of the body. Mu Bai, who constantly mobilizes various powers in his soul, is constantly mobilizing all his strength to dredge the meridians with magical means. For him, time is the most precious. He has no time to waste. If there is nothing worth noting in this South region, he will set off to return to Zhongzhou without hesitation. For him, staying in Zhongzhou is the safest. Although sons of God like Emperor, you are also in Zhongzhou. At least the other party will not cross the bottom line there. But in Zhongzhou, it is hard to say. The sailing route of the Nangong caravan has not changed. In the early morning of the third day, the people of the Nangong caravan saw from afar a super large island with rolling waves on the edge of the sea level. It was Wanchang Island. This year's Southern Region World Expo will also be held there. The crew was relieved when they saw that they were about to reach their destination. The usual dangerous routes often resulted in casualties. But as long as they were close to Wanchang Island, they didn't have to worry too much. After all, there was a top-level Chamber of Commerce, Wanchang Chamber of Commerce, in the vicinity, and its subordinates were enough to deter those pirates who were ready to move. When the old butler Lu Chongqing was about to order the crew to hang up the sail flag of the World Expo, waves of sea vibrations occurred in the sea not far away. The huge waves overwhelmed like mountains, causing the crew to exclaim again and again. Not good. The explosion of mushroom clouds 10,000 meters away was causing even bigger waves, and these waves formed a tsunami when they overlapped. If these waves of tsunamis were allowed to sweep across the ports of the nearby Wanchang Islands and the ships of the Chamber of Commerce in the nearby seas, the consequences would be truly disastrous. Everyone hold on to the roots of the plants. Lu Chongqing, the user of the bean fruit, derived a large number of beans from his palms. After being thrown into the sea, these beans grew rapidly. In a few moments, they took root and sprouted, spreading out roots with strong adhesion to connect several ships of the Chamber of Commerce together. The roots of the plants that spread later even crawled over the bottom of the ship and spread on the bumpy deck. The people who were constantly shaking naturally hurriedly grabbed the plant vines against the waves and barely resisted the waves in the sea. It's bad. This is not a solution. What happened in front? After protecting Nangongyu, Lu Chongqing's face was as hard as iron. If all the materials in the Chamber of Commerce were buried here this time, then the Nangong Chamber of Commerce, which was founded more than 10 years ago, would undoubtedly suffer a heavy blow. This is a price that the Nangong family cannot afford. The battle in the distant sea seemed to have subsided, but the waves did not converge. Instead, the tsunami that gathered had already hit them head-on, with waves of hundreds of meters. Lu Chongqing wanted to continue to stimulate the growth of plants to stabilize the ships, but it was obviously a delusion. Just when the tsunami was about to overwhelm the ships, a yellow flash passed through the tsunami waves and came to the main ship of Nangong Chamber of Commerce. The young man in a white suit with a big back hair said to everyone a little embarrassedly, "It's my fault. I was sniping the pirate ship outside that wanted to force its way in. So I moved a little too much." After that, the man in the white suit raised his left hand and slid gently towards the root of the tsunami. And then something shocking happened. I saw a yellow laser beam instantly evaporate a large amount of seawater at a speed faster than the naked eye. When the tsunami wave without inertia was about to hit the ship straight, the young man flashed and turned into thousands of beams of light to block the trajectory of all water blocks at a terrifying frequency. In just 2 seconds, whether it was the tsunami in front or the large waves nearby, they were all destroyed by this person. Even if Lu Qingyan had never seen such an amazing method, he had heard of this person's name. The Eternal Flash Ma Heng, who was in the top 10 of the Southern Region's Tianjiao list. He possessed the rare natural devil fruit, the shining fruit. "Don't worry. My light attack won't hurt your ships." Ma Heng, who had just solved Wan Haishao, seemed very busy. His figure broke through the air and turned into a flash of light, leaping to a few hundred meters above the sea. "There are too many sea beasts. I'll take this opportunity to clear them out in advance." Dawn! 10,000 beams of light. With the sound of golden flashes, countless silver needle-sized flashing beams appeared in the air. A large number of beams of light shuttled into the sea surface as densely as the judge's spear. These beams obviously deliberately avoided the merchant ships. Otherwise Ma Heng could easily wipe out all the chambers of commerce on the sea in just a moment. Countless beams of light shuttled through the deep sea and tortured the sea beasts that had just entered the sea area recently. Facing these sea beasts, Ma Heng did not kill them all, but focused on severely injuring those large sea beasts with strong breath, and focused on driving away small sea beasts. As long as the sea area near Wanchong Island is full of the blood of these top sea beasts, then the sea beasts in several sea areas will not dare to approach here, which can also save their own working time. The merchant ships that came from all directions to participate in the World Expo couldn't help but swallow their saliva when they saw how powerful Ma Heng was. Ma Heng, the adopted son of the president of Wanshan Chamber of Commerce, is a symbol of the entire Chamber of Commerce. He can be ranked in the top 10 of the Tianjiu list in the South region with the help of the shining fruit. This kind of Tianjiu level figure is probably only qualified to look up to them. Goodbye, everyone. See you at the World Expo. Ma Heng smiled in the air and disappeared in front of everyone. Nandong Yu's heart was also relieved after the false alarm. She was worried that the tsunami just now would directly destroy their ships. Okay. It's okay. Everyone work hard to drive directly into the port. And then everyone will have a day off. Lu Chongqing hurriedly shouted to the frightened people. The port was in front of them. It would be better to drive in as soon as possible. Otherwise it would be difficult to stop the ship in the port when there are more ships going to the outside world. After hearing the words of one of the owners, Lu Chongqing, the crew members of Nandong Chamber of Commerce did not care about resting. They all turned over and began to adjust the merchant ship to enter the port. Nandong Yu, who was talking to Lu Chongqing, suddenly thought of something. The ship was so bumpy just now, especially the subsequent big waves, which almost overturned the merchant ship. Will there be any problems with the person in the guest room with such violent shaking? Thinking of this, she hurried to the guest room to check on the person's condition. But just after taking a few steps, she found that the door of the guest room was opened, and the pale-faced handsome young man waved at her. Lu Chongqing, who was directing the crew to work, felt incredible when he saw Mu Bai wake up so quickly. He had previously judged that the other party would wake up in at least 10 days. But he did not expect that the slap in the face came so quickly. The other party woke up in less than 3 days. You? Wake up! Thank you for the rescue. I just woke up too. Is there anything wrong with the violent shaking of the ship just now? Nothing. Do you want to continue to rest for a while? I see that your face is a little bad. Nandong Yu said carefully and gently. Seeing this, Mu Bai didn't hesitate and said directly, no need to rest. Do you have any food here? The more the better. He could see the port not far away. But at this moment, he could not stand the burning hunger with his physical condition. If he did not eat immediately, it would seriously affect his recovery. Kitchen. Take this friend to the kitchen. He can eat as much as he wants. You don't have to stop him. Before Nandong Yu could answer, Lu Chongqing, who had been paying attention to the conversation, suddenly interrupted. Go ahead. But you just woke up and your body is still weak. Don't eat too much. Nandong Yu kindly reminded him with a smile. Thank you. Mu Bai nodded and followed the people in the kitchen back into the bottom of the cabin without being an outsider. As soon as Mu Bai left, Lu Chongqing said to Nandong Yu in a deep voice, This person's strength level is probably higher than I thought. If so, we can arrange for him to join our participating team. It would be best if he doesn't object. If he objects, the meal we give him will be a gesture of our love. Uncle Lou, this is not a good idea. Even if the other party really agrees, it will not be appropriate. Don't the people from each caravan have to participate in the competition at the World Expo alone? If this friend is registered, wouldn't it be equivalent to asking for foreign aid? Another name for the Southern Region Maritime World Expo is the Southern Region Caravan Mutual Trade Fair. It is held once a year, and the hosts are all the top large chambers of commerce in the Southern region. The entire process of the Chamber of Commerce is a friendly match with precious prizes in the early stage, followed by an auction, and finally an activity for each Chamber of Commerce to exchange the materials they need with each other. The rewards for the caravan-friendly match will gradually increase every year. After all, this friendly match is more like an activity for the host to show off its strength and financial strength than a competition. The champion rewards are extremely precious and even rare, and the result of the competition is often that the host's participating team wins in the end. Looking at the innocent face of his own Miss Nangongyu, Lu Chongqing almost laughed out loud. Miss, the caravans spend a lot of money to invite these foreign aides every year. After all, no matter whether they can achieve results or not, as long as they can enter the top 10, they can show their faces and make it clear when doing business with various caravans in the future. Don't worry about this. King Wu will go and talk to the friend just now. Nandongyu frowned and said in confusion, Uncle Lu, are you sure he is very good? I see that he is not in good condition and his face is pale. Why don't you forget it and let him rest for a few more days? Don't worry. My intuition is very accurate. Of course, this also requires the other party's consent. The two chefs in the cabin cafeteria were staring at Mu Bai's performance with their eyes wide open. What a piece of roasted suckling pig. Half a mouthful of a bucket of fruit is a piece of cake. Mu Bai almost finished several meals of food at a speed visible to the naked eye. What was even more bizarre was that the two kitchen staff discovered that the strange young man's stomach didn't get bigger at all after eating so much food, as if the food had been absorbed after entering his mouth. Such an amazing digestive ability made the two kitchen staff suspect that the other party was a monster in human skin. After eating all the food, Mu Bai immediately activated his life-returning ability that he hadn't used for a long time to quickly convert the food into the energy he needed to replenish his exhausted and weak organs. Thank you for the hospitality. I should be about half full after eating. Mu Bai's face became much better as he touched his stomach. One of the two kitchen staffs, whose faces turned green, hurriedly stumbled out. The supplies that could have lasted for 2 months were eaten up by this big eater. If he didn't report it to the people above, he would have made trouble. Comfortable. Mu Bai, who was exercising his whole body, was directly repairing the star power in his body that was siphoned by the 8 desolate prison body. At this rate, his repair speed would be greatly increased. Butler Lu Chongqing, who was directing and dispatching on the deck, was not angry but happy when he learned that Mu Bai had such an appetite. Good. Good. It's best if he can eat. This shows that this person is different from ordinary people. We will continue to treat him to food and drink after we go ashore. It would be bad if he is polite to us. Lu Chongqing, who was stroking his beard, looked very happy. This made the kitchen staff, who always thought that the manager was a stingy person, look confused. When did this gentleman become so generous? When the Nandong merchant fleet was safely parked at the port, Lu Chongqing immediately announced a group dinner, and a day of paid leave after the dinner, which excited the crew present. After all, it was a rare opportunity to get a salary without risking life and death on the sea. While everyone was happy, Mu Bai followed Nandongyu from the deck of the merchant ship to the port. When Nandongyu saw the scabbard tied around Mu Bai's waist, he said with a little curiosity, "Are you from Zhongzhou? How did you know? I once went to Zhongzhou with my father. The scabbard metal made by the blacksmith shop there is very rare and unpopular, so it is different from the other 4 regions. This is why I can recognize it at a glance," Nandongyu said softly, and deliberately circled around him. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Mu Bai ate a lot without any abnormality. "By the way, what's your name?" "My last name is Mu. And my name is Mu Bai." When Mu Bai said his name openly, he also observed the other party's reaction. When he saw a trace of doubt on his face, he continued to explain with a smile. "I have the same name as Mu Bai, who was very famous in Zhongzhou before, and it caused a lot of trouble." Nandongyu suddenly realized why this name sounded so familiar. Wasn't that the candidate for the king's court who was famous throughout Zhongzhou a year ago? The reputation of the double divine body was a sensation at the time. Even she, who was far away in the south region following the caravan, was impressed. So that's how it is. Zhongzhou is indeed a place of outstanding people and beautiful scenery. If I had the opportunity in the future, I might go there to settle down. As she spoke, Nandong Yu's gentle face inexplicably had a trace of yearning. Unlike the barren sea area in the south region, Zhongzhou's vast land and rich resources, including the top star power gathering area of the world and mountains and rivers, is a place that the other four regions dream of. It can be said that the pattern for thousands of years is that the main world is dominated by Zhongzhou. Living in Zhongzhou has its own troubles, and living in the south has its own beauty. Everything has two sides. I think the seas in the south have a different flavor. Nandong Yu curled his lips and said with some distress, "You think this place is beautiful just because you just came here. But I have lived here for more than 10 years, and I am already tired of it." "You make sense." Mu Bai, who agreed with the other party, suddenly looked towards the south for some reason. Just now, he vaguely felt that someone was observing him carefully through the observation hockey. As they talked, they followed the caravan towards the nearby restaurant. Although it was morning, the lively Wanshan Island was still brightly lit. Unlike the barren islands nearby, the technology here was obviously more advanced. In particular, the commercial street inside the island gave people a sense of separation. The dazzling array of goods and the clean and tidy modern streets were overwhelming. In the villa area of Wanshan Chamber of Commerce on the top of the mountain, a bald young man covered in darkness laughed. "I just used my observation hockey to sweep across the two nearby ports and found a very interesting person. If I guess correctly, the other party should not be an ordinary person. He was able to reversely discover my existence in such a short time." Ma Heng, who was drinking red wine, was a little surprised. He knew how strong the observation hockey of the person next to him was. It is no exaggeration to say that even if his own observation hockey was increased 5 times, it would not be the level of the other party. "Who is it? Could there be a dark horse in the Southern Region League this time?" Ma Heng, who was a little lazy, was also smiling while talking, as if he was a very standard optimist. The bald man in darkness looked at him strangely, and slowly opened his sharp mouth and teeth. Under the watch of the people at the nearby party, he reached out to hold the elegant maid next to him, and slowly approached her neck. After sucking some blood, he said 3 words coldly. "I don't know. You are really annoying. By the way, is your ability of the mythical beast considered the legendary pure vampire race? Can I test my light? Aren't vampires afraid of light?" Wang De's mouth twitched, and he punched impatiently. The pale arm burst out with a speed beyond cognition. But Ma Heng, the ability user of the Twinkle Twinkle fruit, was faster. He turned into a pure yellow line, and condensed at the railing on the other side almost when Wang De took action. "Are you a thug? Come up and fight." The bright beam of light condensed into a heavy sword. Unlike the Aim Kurisaku sword of Kizaru, the ability user of the Twinkle Twinkle fruit in one piece, his heavy sword is particularly wide. More than a dozen flash runes were inlaid on the sword. If you look closely, you can even feel the ancient atmosphere on it, as if this illusory lightsaber is real. Ma Heng smiled and yawned, waving the heavy sword condensed by the light beam in his hand, and instantly slashed hundreds of yellow sword waves. Each sword wave was full of the terrifying explosive power of laser light. Wang De, who used his red nails to harden the next few times, immediately found that his life was slipping away. He was shocked and did not hesitate to activate his observation hockey immediately. At this moment, time is slowing down. Slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Slowed down to the speed of Ma Heng, the ability user of the flash fruit, and slowed down to the speed of time. It seems that time is standing still. In this state, Wang De's eyes turned red, and he perfectly avoided all the offensives of the opponent as if he had an epiphany. It was as if he could see through the opponent's attack moves one step ahead. After a few moments, the fight between the two was over before everyone at the banquet could react. "If I'm a thug, then what's your reputation as the young master? It seems that your time sword is not in vain." Wang De, in vampire form, tapped his toes to face the sunlight, and saw the abnormality of the skin on his hands. If the rest of his body was 50 years old, then his fingers, which had just touched the opponent's heavy lightsaber, had become at least 60 years old, reducing the lifespan of the enemy's body parts. Such a heaven-defying skill. The time sword has also been played with new tricks under the blessing of the opponent's flash fruit ability. It's really boring. I wanted to cripple your palm so that you can help me test the status of my practice of this skill. I'm afraid you are the only one in the South region who has a body that controls pseudo-immortality. Ma Hung raised his hands to signal a ceasefire with a slight envy and returned to his seat to watch the rising sun leisurely. A body with the concept of pseudo-immortality? He, Wangda, is indeed like this. If there is no accident, he can completely become an immortal old monster with this fantasy beast fruit. The fruit he possessed was the bat fruit, a mythical beast-type vampire form, which could restore his youth by sucking the blood of others. If he could keep sucking blood, he could always stay young and in peak condition. To some extent, he also achieved immortality. Ma Hung had a brief fight, and Mu Bai was also restless. The Nandong caravan encountered a very troublesome thing just after entering the restaurant. A drunkard was entangled with Nandong Yu for some reason. Even if Lu Chongqing used his skills to beat him up, it was useless. The drunkard with festering body pointed at Nandong Yu and screamed for a long time before he left the crowd. But the people who were eating could still see the sneaky old drunkard on the corner of the street. Nandong Yu looked a little gloomy. Mu Bai had amazing eyesight, and naturally found that the old drunkard in the distance was looking at a compass and muttering something. Mu Bai found out from the fluctuations of his lips that he seemed to be talking about some church. Really? How come these remnants of the Fate Church are all over the southern region? Miss, I think you should kill them directly, so that every time you meet their followers, they will entangle you like mad dogs. An old sailor was obviously very angry after drinking a pot of wine. If everyone hadn't stopped him, he might really be ready to chop the other party with a knife. Mu Bai, who was not very visible, silently observed and did not speak. On the contrary, Lu Chongqing's face became more and more gloomy, as if hearing the 3 words fatalism could make him angry. Don't worry about him. These people in the cult will not die well. Let's eat and drink well. Lu Chongqing said that the crew members naturally passed over this matter. Mu Bai, who had been silent all the time, suddenly asked with some doubts, when Butler Lu taught the other party a lesson just now, why did I find that the man was blind but could normally distinguish the distance and walk like an ordinary person? He obviously did not have the domineering aura of observation. The atmosphere in the restaurant stagnated. But Nandong Yu said faintly, they are people of the Fatalism Church who believe in the way of heaven. Their doctrine is that people cannot observe their own hearts with their eyes, which is obsession. So they have to dig out their own eyes once to prove that fate cannot be defied. Only by following fate can one transcend the mundane world. Mu Bai nodded and did not ask more questions. After 3 rounds of drinking, when everyone staggered away in groups of 3 or 5, Lu Chongqing stopped Mu Bai. Young friend Mu Bai, let's talk on the way. Lu Chongqing, who was carrying the slightly drunk Miss Nandong Yu on his back, said calmly. Mu Bai, who had drunk several bottles of wine and was not drunk at all, naturally agreed. Walking on the brightly lit streets, Lu Chongqing deliberately talked about things related to Zhongzhou. Mu Bai knew that the other party was testing him, but considering that he had no ill intentions, he answered the other party's questions truthfully after the other party pulled him out. After a few questions, Lu Chongqing gradually returned to the topic. I don't believe there are such coincidences in the world. Mu Bai from the Zhongzhou royal court just disappeared and a Zhongzhou person with the same name as him appeared here by coincidence. If I'm not mistaken, you are Mu Bai, who shocked Zhongzhou with his dual divine bodies a year ago. There were not many pedestrians on the street, so the 2 of them didn't have too many concerns. After hearing what the other party said, Mu Bai smiled and asked back, so what if it is? So what if it isn't? If Steward Lu wants to invite me to participate in the Southern Region League, he can just say it directly. Lu Chongqing, with a smile on his face, looked like he had guessed right. Seeing that Mu Bai was so direct, he simply said what he wanted. This time, if the Nandong caravan wants to regain its glory, it must become famous. This league is crucial. You have seen our situation. Although it is not a small caravan, it is not far from bankruptcy. Nandong Yu is the only one left in the Nandong family. If I can't even protect the Chamber of Commerce, I will really be ashamed of Yu's father in the underworld. So I hope you can participate in this league and represent the Nandong caravan to get a good ranking. Lu Chongqing, who was sincere, obviously knew that his request was unreasonable. So he knelt on one knee after saying these words. Obviously, this help was really important to him. So what is the price? Or what can I get? Mu Bai glanced at the other party and didn't say yes or no, but asked a question in return. Strictly speaking, the other party's rescue of himself in the reef area was not considered a rescue, because with Mu Bai's abnormal body, Even if the other party didn't make a move, he could wake up in the same time. It's just that the place of awakening is different. One is a clean guest room, and the other is a wet reef. If Nandong asked him, he would definitely agree, because he could sense pure kindness in the other person's eyes before. And Lu Chongqing's words, Mu Bai would have to put forward conditions, and his words in the adult world would not be rejected but agreed. Talking about feelings with those who talk about feelings, and talking about interests with those who talk about interests. This is Mu Bai's basic way of treating others. The top 10 prizes of this Wanshan Chamber of Commerce League are mechanical puppets of the first level of Star Apostle. The number is 10, and the opportunity for one team member from each Chamber of Commerce to enter the Wanshan Secret Realm. Wanshan Secret Realm? Mu Bai heard the crew members talking about it when they were drinking just now. In short, this Wanshan Secret Realm is equivalent to a small subworld under the name of Wanshan Chamber of Commerce. It has a top-level repair metal called Wanshan Metal, which is very valuable. After all, this special repair metal is almost extinct in the main world except for a few top forces. Thinking about the broken three-pointed double-edged sword in his body, Mu Bai wanted to see if this Wanshan metal could repair it. And this mechanical puppet Mu Bai is not too interested. The mechanical puppets belong to you. And the entry qualification to the Wanshan Secret Realm belongs to me. By the way, what are the rewards for the top 3? Mu Bai was very impolite, and spoke in an unambiguous tone, as if he had already entered the top 10 of the league. We don't know the rewards for the top 3 yet. But I heard that there are rumors that the ultimate reward for the first place should be very valuable. And it is very likely to surpass the bottom prize of all the competitions in the past few decades. Mr. Mu Bai, if you can really enter the top 3, these extra rewards have nothing to do with our Nangong caravan, and they will all belong to you. While Lu Qingshan was speaking, Mu Bai suddenly raised his index finger to his lips. Did your Chamber of Commerce offend anyone? The next second, a large number of hunters appeared in the dark alley, and they stared at the two like ghosts in the dark night. In the dark and narrow alley, the strange trembling of wings came one after another, and more scarlet eyes appeared in the corners around. Those mysterious hunters seemed to be waiting for some news, and waiting for an opportunity to act. Mu Bai, who had superb hearing, could detect the number of creatures nearby just by listening to the frequency of the vibration of the thin wings. This is the first time I have seen locusts with humanoid appearance. Mu Bai lit the fire source casually, and the white light shone in the alley, reflecting the reflections of those creatures on the damp walls. In the details, you can clearly see the long tentacles, and the obvious thin wings are slightly vibrating. Seeing this scene, Lu Chongqing looked nervous and alert. I don't know who the Nandong Chamber of Commerce has offended, but this killer organization that controls humanoid insects to hunt is called the 10,000 Insects Sect in the southern region. It sends out the same number of insects according to the amount of money received. 10,000 Insects Sect? Mu Bai, who looked a little strange, clearly felt an energy system from these hiding locusts that should not belong to this world. It was the Dark Star power system that could only appear in the Dark Star world. At the same time, the current environment he was in seemed to have changed slightly. It became more humid, and the Dark Star power was growing. This was similar to the previous demon's alienation of the space area through the Dark Star power. Is this Wanchong sect related to the demon power? After this question was born, Mu Bai paid more attention. The sound of the mouth swallowing food, the sound of the wings vibrating, and the sound of the limbs rubbing against the wall were gradually subsiding at this moment. In a trance, these locust creatures hiding in the dark seemed to disappear. At this terrifying moment of silence, hundreds of humanoid locust monsters in the sky rushed towards Lu Chongqing and the drunk and sleepy Nangong Yu like a tide. Obviously, their target should be one of these two people instead of Mu Bai. Lu Chongqing, who frowned, was about to activate the ability of the bean fruit to form plant soldiers to appear when he saw a figure blocking him. Fire tornado. Sea of fire. After snapping his fingers, Mu Bai casually controlled the nearby fire elements to condense quickly. And then the golden crow divine fire ignited the void to form an updraft. In the fierce wind, the hot golden crow divine fire spread rapidly in the sky like the tongue of death. Shocked by Mu Bai's methods, Lu Chongqing swallowed his saliva. As a plant-based ability user, he was most afraid of fire. So he was a little dazed in this situation of fire. This Mu Bai is indeed worthy of his reputation. Under the illumination of the sea of fire, Mu Bai could really see the true face of these locusts. In his perspective, the dense giant locusts were covered with black energy sh. LS. The scarlet eyes mechanically stared at the target below. and the strength of each individual was about equal to that of the Star Warrior. If the target of such a massive attack is a Star Apostle, he will definitely die. However, this level of Locust Tide attack seems a bit boring to Mubai at this moment. After all, even if Mubai has not yet recovered his full strength, he has the ability to destroy them with one move. Under the cry of the Golden Crow in the dazzling sea of fire, the scalding sea of fire swept the entire sky with unstoppable power. Hundreds of locust creatures at the level of Star Warriors can only be ignited in the raging fire, and the ultra-high-frequency screams resounded through the world. Lu Chongqing, who had heard about the rumors of the Wanchong cult killer organization before, protected the young lady behind him, and a large number of green beans appeared out of thin air in his hands. After the green beans drilled into the soil, they continued to grow as if they had life, and in a short time, they took root and sprouted to form a vine structure. After the vines were entangled and intertwined, they gradually formed the appearance of more than a dozen plant soldiers. Mubai, who turned his head to look at the scene, asked curiously, "What kind of devil fruit is this?" "It is somewhat like the legendary immortal method of casting beans to create soldiers." Lu Chongqing shook his head helplessly and said, "How can I cast beans to create soldiers? My superhuman bean fruit can barely control some growing plants. The number of bean soldiers is only a few dozen at most." The sea of fire above the sky was still burning while the two were talking. But Mubai was vaguely aware of something unusual. If you can still hear a few screams of the locust monsters at the beginning, then now it is pure silence. As if only a few dozen locust monsters were set on fire, and the others survived. As if he had also noticed something unusual. Lu Chongqing said solemnly, "This Wanchong cult assassin organization has survived in the southern region for at least 1,000 years. This is the first time I have seen it. It is rumored that these Wanchong cult insects are often immune to all attacks, as if assisted by God. Their screams were so loud just now that I believe the people from the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce will come soon. They can't come. There is an alienated space with the power of the Dark Star here that has blocked a small area. The sound inside cannot be transmitted." Mubai interrupted the other party and said softly. His attention had been diverted from the sea of fire. The power of the Dark Star nearby was condensing. Lu Chongqing, who was suddenly awakened, looked around. Sure enough, he also vaguely found that the space where the three of them were seemed very unusual. According to common sense, even if the nearby residents were afraid, they should not be able to make any sound. This obviously proved that the space was abnormal. "You're right. They are indeed immune to ordinary attacks." With a cold look, Mubai found that the locust swarm in the sea of fire was undergoing some kind of transformation. The power of the Dark Star isolated the damage from the outside world, and they were eating each other, and seemed to be undergoing a kind of evolution, when there was only one locust left among hundreds of locusts. This lucky guy actually had a mouthpart, and spit out a strange liquid to quickly extinguish the golden crow fire in the air. This time, even Mubai was a little surprised. You know, since he obtained the mythical sun golden crow fruit, he has never seen a liquid that can extinguish the golden crow fire. The purification and compression of the power of the Dark Star made this adult-sized locust burst out extremely amazing energy. Its realm is also rising rapidly. Soon it reached the peak realm of the Star Apostle. Interesting. Mubai now knows the existence of these locusts. At first, they were creatures of the star system. But when they were attacked in the Sea of Fire, they turned into creatures of the Dark Star system. Although their levels are not high, they can perfectly avoid most of the damage of the star system. He had seen two-faced people, but he had never seen such a strange two-faced insect. The two systems transformed at will. It seemed that although they were not demons, they were closely related to the Dark Star world where demons lived. If it were someone else at this moment, their combat power would probably be limited. But who was Mubai? He was a monster among monsters, who had the power of two systems in one. The power of the left and right Dark Stars stimulated the condensation of the shock ball in the palm of his left hand, and the sword in his right hand operated the supreme forgetful sword technique, which was also operated with the power of the Dark Star. Mubai, who disappeared in an instant after touching the ground with his toes, slashed down the sky with a sword. The evolving locust was immediately decapitated. Then Mubai punched down. The whistling vibration iron fist smashed the still lively headless locust body into locust juice. In less than a second, the slightly alienated space suddenly broke, and the remaining vibration power of Mubai passed through the alienated space and directly smashed the ground of the nearby island into collapse. The golden flash that sensed the energy fluctuations here in the distance descended rapidly. The light speed whip kick was caught by Mubai. Ma Hung, the user of the flash fruit ability, said strangely. Don't you know that large-scale killing fruit abilities are not allowed in Wanshan Island? Actually, caught it. Lu Chongqing, whose pupils shrank sharply, knew clearly how difficult it was to catch the attack of Ma Heng, the top prodigy in the southern region. But Mu Bai did it. Easily. The user of the Twinkle Twinkle fruit? Mu Bai naturally recognized this natural fruit that is extremely popular in the One Piece comics at the first time. After all, there are too few devil fruits that are immune to physical attacks at this speed. Who are you? Mu Bai's hand with the armament hockey added strength. And Ma Heng's face also showed a trace of astonishment. The other party was so young that he could react immediately under his attack. And he didn't know that he, a famous person in the southern region, was not a local of the southern region. I am Ma Heng, the user of the Twinkle Twinkle fruit from this island. If you don't let me go, something bad will happen. Ma Heng smiled and said with his head turned away. Mu Bai, who sensed the danger, let go of his hand at the first time. Even with the protection of the armament hockey, he could feel that his whole hand seemed to have aged a little, as if some time and life had been taken away. It involves skills or divine bodies such as lifespan or time, plus the natural type of glitter fruit. It seems that you should be a famous person in the southern region. Since you said you are from this island, it means you are the host. Someone just assassinated us here. What do you say? Ma Heng, who was slightly stunned, saw Lu Chongqing from the Nangong caravan standing next to him. He looked around and didn't see any so-called signs of fighting. There were no signs of enemies here except for the large-scale damage caused by the opponent's fruit ability. There are no signs of fighting here. Unless you are talking about the 10,000 Insect Sect? The 10,000 Insect Sect, which was the weirdest in Ma Heng's impression, could create such a scene. But the list of all people invited to the island this time was 100% confirmed. Even tourists and surrounding pirate gangs registered at his request. How could the 10,000 Insect Sect appear at this time? It's the 10,000 Insect Sect. Locusts attacked us in the alien space just now. Lu Chongqing, who was carrying Nangong Yu on his back, said nervously. Trouble. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Ma Heng clearly knew how troublesome it would be for Wanshan Island to infiltrate the Wanchong sect. If the other party's target was only the Nangong caravan, it would be fine. If its main target was those large caravans, even he might not be able to stop the other party's conspiracy from succeeding. Thank you for reminding me. It seems that I misunderstood you. What's your name? Friend? Are you representing the Nangong caravan to participate in the Southern Region League this time? People from the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce arrived at the scene one after another. Ma Heng moved his ankle and felt extremely numb. Obviously, the other party's grip was so strong that even his physique could not resist it. You will know in the game. We are leaving first. We will meet again in the mountains and rivers. Mu Bai, who was too lazy to answer the other party, put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the main street in front without hesitation. Ma Heng, who showed a smile, seemed to have thought of something. He made a pistol gesture towards the other party's back, and imitated the sound of the gun in his mouth. Bang! A beam of light shot out from Ma Heng's fingers at extreme acceleration. The powerful laser beam was enough to destroy a small island. Such an action also left the people from the nearby Wanshan Chamber of Commerce dumbfounded. No one knew what the nominal young master was going to do. Mu Bai, who was facing away from the laser beam, seemed to have a feeling and turned around slowly, just to the side of the laser beam. With a calm expression, he watched the laser beam straight through the crowd and shot into the deep sea far away from the port. The terrifying explosion stirred the sea water to form huge waves. Fortunately, it was far away from the port of Wanshan Island, so it did not affect us. Can I define your behavior as a sneak attack from behind? Mu Bai asked slowly with his hands in his pockets. It's you. The person whose observation color far exceeds that of Batman is actually right in front of me. This world is really full of coincidences. Ma Heng, who was carefree, obviously didn't care much about Mu Bai's reaction. He waved his hand and was about to turn around and lead the team to leave to investigate the 10,000 Insect Sect when he felt a sudden shock in his heart. It turned out that Mu Bai had come to him without knowing when. When Ma Heng narrowed his eyes, Mu Bai friendly gave him a middle finger. And then the terrifying spirit exploded the sky like a substance. The nearby sea area was even more agitated and fluctuated as if frightened under the spirit. The domineering aura of the Overlord was released. The black and red ripples passed through the island and stunned everyone in the Wanshan caravan with terrifying pressure. Ma Heng, the only one who could still stand in front of him, felt as heavy as two mountains on his shoulders. Mubai swept away with a punch without saying anything. Ma Heng, who was shocked by the domineering aura, was hit in the chest before he could react. What? The unimaginable huge force directly blasted him away with a crushing posture. Ma Heng, who flew backwards, stopped only when he crossed half of the sea and hit a volcanic island. Mubai on Wanshan Island said with some regret, "It seems that I avoided the same attack. But you couldn't." After that, his figure was fleeting and quickly disappeared from the spot. Lu Chongqing, who didn't know what to say with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, was silent for a long time before he uttered two words with difficulty. Awesome. He originally thought that if Mubai, a newcomer from Zhongzhou, could surpass someone like Ma Heng who had been famous for a long time in the next few decades, he would be considered a genius. But now it seems that his understanding is still shallow. The pirates, who were having a banquet on the dead volcano island, saw a figure crashing into the nearby cliff before they figured out what was happening. When the dusty figure walked out of the rocks, these ferocious pirates suddenly became good kids. Lord Ma Heng? Ma Heng, who was a little dazed, shook his head for a long time before reacting. The pain in his chest made him frown slightly. Seeing the pirates nearby having a banquet, his anger was directly ignited. I was beaten up, and you are having a banquet? Ma Heng, who turned into a flash man, pointed his finger. In an instant, flashing explosions occurred one after another on the island. This one-sided massacre ended without any suspense in the 10th second. He spit out the blood in his mouth and lifted the pirate leader. Two yellow beams shot out of his eyes. The next moment, the pirate leader was thrown into the sea next to him with his legs broken. The sea beasts that smelled the blood immediately followed the source of the blood and ate the pirate leader alive with screams. Although I don't know much about the geniuses in the major domains now, I have always remembered a few well-known ones. I have never heard of you. Ma Heng, with a subtle look, stared coldly at Mubai, who strode out of the dark corner across the tropical jungle on the island. You don't know me? Which only shows that you are not very knowledgeable. The warm-up activity is not over yet. It's not good for you to leave so anxiously just now. Mubai doesn't care what the other party's identity is, or what he means. Since the other party wants to test him, he will let him test him enough today. Of course, he also wants to see the special ability of this shining fruit. According to his understanding, although the other party's reputation in the South region is not as good as the top few geniuses in other regions, it can be regarded as the best among the middle and lower levels. It seems that you are determined to have a fight today. Anyway, I haven't felt so refreshed for a long time. Ma Heng, whose whole body turned into light, opened his big power without saying a word. Thousands of rays condensed in the air and obeyed the king's order. Ma Heng, who coordinated the rays, clenched his palms in the direction of Mubai. The next moment, thousands of rays of light were reflected. It was like a rain of light descending on the earth. Flash. Rain of light. Ma Heng shouted coldly with his hands crossed. Each of the overwhelming beams of light is a powerful attack method that can blast the ground more than 10 meters. Such intensive offensive accumulation can show destructiveness beyond understanding. Mubai broke through the air with his toes touching the ground. On his back, a pair of golden crow wings covered with boiling divine fire suddenly grew, and the wings waved the divine fire to form a divine bird fire shield in an attempt to take on Ma Heng's thundering attack. Phantom Beast? Ma Heng was also slightly surprised to see this strange fire bird. He thought the other party was a superhuman ability user at first. But now it seems that the other party is obviously more like an animal-type fantasy beast ability user. However, it is too arrogant to rely on the body of a fantasy beast to resist his light rain. It happened in a flash. The moment the divine bird fire shield came into contact with the light, Mubai actually flew in the opposite direction towards Ma Heng with the massive beams of light. When the beams along the way touched his body, they were all swallowed by the golden crow divine fire. Mubai, who was walking against the light, was not only unharmed, but the divine fire on his body became more vigorous. What? Ma Heng's mouth twitched slightly, and he almost dropped his jaw in shock. With the development of his devil fruit, he couldn't break the flames on the other party? What a joke. He became famous in the South region because of the group suppression ability and extreme speed of the flash fruit. Now that he was ignored by the other party, it was a great experience for him. Flash. Sun Finger. Ma Heng, who didn't believe in evil, turned into an element and pointed a finger. The dazzling light contained a highly penetrating laser light that instantly penetrated Mubai's head as if it was free. Before he could be surprised, he found that the wound on the opponent's brain was healing quickly. The opponent's flame also has the ability to heal, burning the sky. Golden Crow Pendant. Mu Bai, who fell from the sky, had the cry of the Golden Crow. The two cries of the Golden Crow indicated that he had used the power of the Golden Crow Divine Cannon at this moment. The magnificent and mixed hot flames broke through the air with brute force and fell down. Such power also forced Ma Hung to dodge one after another. During the retreat, Ma Hung was too close to Mu Bai, so there were traces of burns on his body. The temperature of the natural type shining fruit was suppressed by the opponent's fruit. Ma Hung, who wanted to curse, didn't waste any words and immediately disintegrated into the element and disappeared in front. The short disappearance made Mu Bai's observation Haki unable to sense it. Mu Bai, who had restrained the Golden Crow Divine Fire, looked around vigilantly. And then he vaguely discovered that it was not that the other party disappeared, but that the other party used extremely high speed to deceive his own observation Haki. Good trick. But it's not so easy to stay in the sky. The strong spirit in his eyes drove the violent fighting spirit straight into the sky. The moment Mu Bai activated the Overlord Haki, he accurately located Ma Hung, who turned into light and moved at high speed in the air. Golden Crow Divine Fire Teleport. With one foot, the divine fire under his feet ignited the void. Mu Bai bombarded the phantom in the air with his bare hands, and grabbed Ma Hung's face in a flash. The next moment, he didn't say anything, and the fist covered with armament Haki fell like raindrops. Ma Hung, who originally wanted to dissolve the elements, was unable to move away the other party's face holding his face. But he could cut his neck. When the fist covered with armament Haki was about to hit him, Ma Hung's head made of light instantly fell, and turned into light under Mu Bai's force. The headless body was moving in the air, as if nothing had happened. A second later, Ma Hung appeared on the surface island in the accumulation of light. What kind of trick is this? I have never seen a natural system escape from the armament Haki so easily. Mu Bai, who was a little surprised, could clearly feel that he had just held the opponent's real body. When controlled by armament Haki, the opponent's elementalization should have no effect. But the current situation was just the opposite. It seemed that armament Haki could not block the opponent's actions at all. Ma Hung, who was touching his nose, shook his neck slightly in pain. As a veteran Southern Region Tianju strongman at the level of Star Lord, he had roughly figured out Mu Bai's strength in the previous fight. The opponent was probably also a Star Lord in terms of realm, but his physical strength was obviously one level higher than his own. Could it be a guy who specialized in physical training? What's so surprising about this? As long as I keep my whole body in the state of light, let alone your armament Haki, no attack in the world can limit me. There was no smugness in his words, only naked pride. Ma Hung had figured out the devil fruit, so that the elemental transformation that others would only use to avoid the enemy had become a normal thing for him. If he hadn't been careless on Wanshan Island before, Mu Bai's punch might not have hit him. Mu Bai, who touched his chin, was thoughtful after hearing the other party's words. He had possessed the nature fruit before, so he had some ideas about how the nature type ability users avoided the armament Haki. But he had never seen the other party's evasion method. This Ma Hung had some talent in the use of the nature fruit, at least surpassing 90% of the fruit ability users that Mu Bai had seen before. In the use of light, no one in the second world should dare to claim to be the best. My friend, no matter how fierce your attack is, you will never be able to touch me, because I am a flash man with a full dodge value. But I can continue to stack damage until I defeat you with a crushing attitude. Flash. Infinite Sword System. Ma Hung, whose whole body was transformed into light, slowly disappeared on the surface. The next moment, the lightsaber that suddenly appeared in the air seemed to be endless and continued to penetrate the entire island. Mu Bai, who was targeted by the lightsaber, was undoubtedly very passive, because these lightsabers were endless. Every time he used the Golden Crow Divine Fire to crack the lightsaber, more lightsabers would be born in succession in the reflection of countless light. The dissipated lightsabers were transformed into the nutrients of the next wave of lightsabers. The more lightsabers there were, the more exaggerated the energy power would be refracted through the light. Mu Bai, with a slightly moved expression, no longer used the divine fire, but drew out the Tai Shan Wang Qing sword at his waist. Standing against the light, he slashed with one sword. Thousands of lightsabers were annihilated. The clouds in the sky were split apart because of this. The faster the lightsaber, the more fierce Mu Bai's slash. Hundreds of slashes destroyed the lightsabers. But Mu Bai soon found something wrong, because in just half a minute, tens of thousands of lightsabers had formed a top-level offensive that was endless and repetitive. and the light in the nearby area was dimming. Obviously, this lightsaber was using the refraction of moonlight to continuously enhance its upper limit. If it is really allowed to grow and develop, it may evolve to a point where Mu Bai can hardly contend. Mu Bai's speculation is not without reason. This infinite sword system is essentially the gathering of light in the nearby area, unless the ability of the dark fruit is to eliminate the nearby light from the essence. Otherwise, this infinite sword system will inevitably expand infinitely in a short period of time. By then, even Ma Heng, who launched this move, may not be able to control its direction. At this moment, the lightsaber created by this infinite sword system is still getting stronger. The Tai Shan Hua Qing sword in Mu Bai's hand has become a little weak after cutting off tens of thousands of lightsabers in a row. Mu Bai, whose sword will is gradually weakening, has some helplessness in sheathing the long sword. At this moment, Ma Heng, who has transformed into an element and constantly controls the direction of the infinite sword system, is also a slightly malicious mockery from a distance. My friend, if you admit your mistake now, I will extinguish these lightsabers and let you go safely. If you don't admit your mistake, I will have to continue this game. At that time, whether you live or die will have nothing to do with me. After all, I am afraid that I will not be able to control its direction and operation in the next few minutes. Mu Bai, who used his observation haki to constantly avoid the lightsabers, smiled when he heard this. He was a person who would not take hard measures if the other party could admit his mistake. If the other party wanted to use force, he would accompany him to the end. I said this is a warm-up exercise. Why do you always think that I have run out of tricks? Mu Bai, with a grin on his face, released the 8 desolate prison body without hesitation and immediately released the 1,000 light swords. The chains that implicated the earth seemed to come from the dark H.L. deep in it, where there was a lifeless cage and the destination of all things. It was a prison for all sins. The second layer of the 8 desolate prison body was opened. The black and purple halo continued to explode on the surface. The nearby seas were constantly surging under such might, as if some special forbidden power was emerging from the deep sea. Shocking people. The divine body Mu Bai also transformed from the original handsome young man into the ultimate life form, whose momentum and spirit surpassed tens of millions of people. The 5-meter-tall body was full of violent aesthetics, and the characters that originally represented the meaning of chains in the depths of his pupils became more profound. Unlike the previous first-level state, the second-level form of Mu Bai's body was regularly wrapped with black and purple chains. The chains between the virtual and the real intertwined and exuded the breath from the ancient wilderness. And Mu Bai's originally black hair also turned into pure white long hair in the second form of the divine body. Power. This body full of extreme power is enough to have the ability to blow up all life forms. Feeling such a heaven-defying power, Mu Bai thought of the Sword Emperor in the illusionary space of the Burial Mountain Ridge that day in a trance. The other party was able to defeat the alien Wan Yi King who had the 8 desolate prison body in that era. How heaven-defying is this Sword Emperor, who has no qualifications to become a God Emperor? As his mind was swaying, tens of thousands of lightsabers had already fallen on Mu Bai's head. The pirate island was shattered into dozens of pieces, and Mu Bai, who was attacked by the lightsabers, disappeared on the spot, seemingly sunk into the deep sea. Ma Heng, who was concentrating his body, thought that the battle was over when a powerful figure in the deep sea instantly burst into the void. This person was Mu Bai after his divine body transformation. His face and back were full of shallow wounds. Those infinite sword systems that could destroy the world could only be used on the other party. Scraping? Ma Heng, who was somewhat skeptical about his life, immediately transformed into an element and wanted to dissipate in space. But Ma Heng never thought that the opponent's chain had already wrapped around his body from hundreds of meters away. After finding that he could not transform into an element, Ma Heng turned his body and kicked at the speed of light. The power of the light speed kick with a sonic boom was enough to move mountains. Ma Heng's heart sank after this explosive power hit Mu Bai. He kicked the opponent's chin, but did not make Mu Bai's body move at all. For a moment, Ma Heng even doubted that if he did not use the flash fruit to launch a kicking skill, would his legs break at the moment of contact with the opponent's such a brutal body? The speed is too slow, and the force is too weak. After leaving this comment, Mu Bai, who was slightly disappointed, punched Ma Heng at an astonishing speed. After 5 consecutive punches, the nearby sea area was shaken upside down. Ma Heng entered a state of near death after the 3rd punch. He wanted to dissolve the element, but found that he was entangled by the strange chain and had no way to get rid of it. Mu Bai wanted to laugh after seeing the opponent's attempt. Through experiments on this natural ability user, he proved the power of the second level 8 Desolate Prison Body's new ability, the Sealing Chain. This sealing chain can suppress the opponent's ability to move, and even when the gap between the two sides is too large. This sealing chain can directly create a chain to seal all of his consciousness for a short period of time, making him like a suspended dead person. And this is only the second level special ability of the 8 Desolate Prison Body. If he continues to open the remaining 6 seals in the future, maybe Mubai can really evolve the sealing chain into a terrifying magical power to seal the gods on the day when the divine body is fully developed. After Mubai shot down the opponent and sank into the seabed, the sound of the system flashed in his mind. He thought it would be an ordinary message reminder, but he didn't expect that after a closer look, he felt incredible. Defeating the southern region Tianji Maheng would actually have such an exaggerated reward. Ding dong. Defeat the famous Tianji Maheng in the southern region and get the special reward of building a special organization. The more members you have, the richer the reward. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special invitation token. The special invitation token can invite the defeated Tianjia to join the organization. Task details. The troubled times are about to begin in the future. The ancient figures will break through the shackles of reincarnation and appear in this era one after another. And those ancient huge forces will also surface one after another. You will invite those Tianju in the main world to join your organization as an inviter and create your own glory in the future. Please name the organization. Please write the background of the organization. Organization. Interesting. Mubai has a hunch that he will use this mysterious organization to break some kind of shackles in the main world, and even change the direction of the entire main world situation in the future. Name? After thinking about it, he finally came up with 2 simple yet ethereal and supreme names. Tiangong. Name it Tiangong. After answering in his heart, the original illusory organization name in Mubai's mind suddenly evolved into the 2 words Tiangong. Ding dong. The organization invitation token is automatically renamed Tiangong Invitation Token after the naming is successful. A subspace that cannot be queried is rewarded for the successful naming the moment the subspace was born. Mubai felt that there was an extremely strong attraction that pulled him into another space, and the space he was in was frozen in time. When his consciousness passed through the ethereal void and came to a pure white world, Mubai was shocked. He saw that he could mobilize resources in this world at will. With a thought, the ethereal Tiangong plaque appeared in the empty void in the distance. He disliked the more than 10 meters of white jade door face as too narrow. He waved his hand, and the original constructed plaque and the main gate of Tiangong disappeared. According to some fantasy buildings, Mubai directly created the 99 Tianmen in the void. Behind each gate is a vast galaxy. The gates are stacked like stairs, and each layer is covered with pure meteorite iron, as if this ingenious building was built by humans. On both sides of the 99 gates and the Milky Way are scattered time and space corridors, in which Mubai deliberately imitated the illusory real dragons and phoenixes, gluttonous lions, and even star beasts that are so large that they look like planets. It seems that as long as you step into this 9-layer gate, you will step into a new height beyond the top of the main world. Mubai's consciousness wandering in it also deliberately created a large number of ancient buildings in each layer of the gate. He originally wanted to create a living being in this illusory world, but unfortunately, this world seems unable to actively or passively create living individuals. Here, we can only depict and imitate the breath or phantom of that kind of creature in the void. This heavenly palace must be of high quality. At least it must surpass the prosperity of the Zhongzhou royal court. Thinking of this, Mubai inexplicably had a brush in his hand. He used the world as paper to write those famous works that once shocked the ancient and modern times. The Tao Te Ching contains Lao Tzu's supreme thoughts, and its depth is enough for the top masters of the main world to comprehend for thousands of years. The Diamond Sutra interprets the philosophical thoughts of Buddhism, and its profound Buddhist meaning is enough to be recorded in history. In addition, Xiao Yaoyu, the Sutra of 42 chapters, Wen Zi, Lai Zi, the Lotus Sutra, the Great Peace Sutra, the Shangqing Huangting Sutra, etc. also bloomed with brilliant golden light one by one in Mubai's writing. Lu Chongqing's playing the piano. Wang Bo's preface to the pavilion of Prince Tang. Li Bai's looking at the waterfall of Mount Lu. Shuge Liang's the memorial to the emperor on leaving the capital. And all kinds of poems and songs that have been passed down through the ages also burst out with a lot of light. What is even more shocking is that all kinds of poems and Buddhist and Taoist classics have evolved into various images of saints in the void. The Taoist saints speak of the Taoist classics with the heart of Taoism. The Buddhist saints carry thousands of lotuses on their backs, and speak of ancient Buddhist books with the sound of salvation. The other schools of thought have evolved into the postures of saints, and their momentum and majesty are constantly increasing in this heavenly palace world. When all the poems and classics of the hundreds of schools of thought converged, the most brilliant light of wisdom made even Mu Bai stunned for a long time. I use 99 gates to divide the landscape in front of the entrance of the heavenly palace. Use the sea of stars and meteorites as stairs, and the beasts for viewing. Use the classics of hundreds of schools of thought and poems to create the misty clouds. And use the voice of saints to open wisdom. Now I will start to build the real heavenly palace. Mu Bai, with a bright look in his eyes, believes that these are enough to intimidate the geniuses who have obtained the invitation token to enter here. But these are not enough in his eyes. Since it is called the heavenly palace, the main body of the heavenly palace must be the most luxurious in the world. Mu Bai used the power of this world to create the billions of cloud countries as the foil of the heavenly palace. Above the billions of cloud countries, above the billions of stars, and above the supreme 99 layers of heavenly gates is the ultimate holy land that transcends all existence in the world. The heavenly palace is constantly paved upwards with clouds as its foundation. The bright sun and moon are hanging on the dome of the heavenly palace at the same time. And the rotation of the sun and moon also revolves around the movement of the heavenly palace. The gilded heavenly palace's mighty power is poured into every corner of the secondary space. The magnificent conference hall is fully infused with the divine power of this world and shines brightly under the sun and moon. Among them, billions of faith powers shuttle around the conference hall. The statues of saints become the pillars of the hall. Those faith powers are transformed into 99 seats after being transformed by the gilded divine power. Each dark golden seat is covered by black mist. The 99 seats are constantly transformed by Mu by using the mighty power of this world. Each seat is a god representing the name of a true god. This is the benefit that Mu Bai gives to those new members. As long as he sits on the seat, he will have a unique god name in this heavenly palace world. And each new member does not know each other's true identity, and can only address each other by the name of the god. And Mu Bai also attaches the rules of this world to each seat. First, the existence of the heavenly palace must not be revealed. Those who violate this rule will be killed, no matter what realm or where they are. This is not an exception. Second, people in the heavenly palace organization are not allowed to tell each other their real names. They can only call each other by the name of God. Those who violate this rule will be killed. Third, those who are killed will automatically be stripped of their god name. With the second and third restrictions completed, Mu Bai also perfected the rules of the game for the members of the Tiangong. He was not in a hurry to solve some of the unreasonable ones, but was prepared to slowly modify them later. Above the 99 seats is the ultimate throne at the highest point. From a distance, you can see the grandeur and splendor in it, as if as long as you sit in that position, you will have the authority to surpass all existence. Mu Bai deliberately expanded its volume by more than 10 times. This ultimate throne is naturally an important prop for him to deceive those invited to Injia later. After creating these, Mu Bai looked down at his masterpiece and felt that it was really amazing. If he were to talk about the Void Architect, he would definitely be the strongest player. The following is the detailed introduction of the background of the Tiangong organization. Mu Bai, whose consciousness wandered here, was full of thoughts and immediately began to conceive the background of the Tiangong. When the world was first opened, the Great Way was not yet complete. There was a supreme being who spoke and established the way and passed down an unparalleled reputation. He created all laws, created the rules of the world, and created all living things based on the world. Among them, the most outstanding people of the human race inherited the mantle of this supreme being and built the supreme Tiangong. The Lord of the Heavenly Palace selected the 99 beings with the most potential in the world and gave them unlimited authority. From then on, the era of the Heavenly Palace was completely opened. It has been ruling the immortal 99 gates of heaven for thousands of years, and has been watching the sufferings of the world. However, with the passage of time, the 99 gods gradually disappeared, and the world entered the era of reincarnation. In this era, when the power of the stars was exhausted, the Heavenly Palace also disappeared with the dissipation of many top forces. After countless years of baptism, no one knows the existence of the Heavenly Palace, and no one knows that it has existed. Only the most primitive ripples in the long river of time have traces of the Heavenly Palace. And now in this era, the power of the stars has revived. The disappeared Heavenly Palace has reselected 99 gods. They have experienced reincarnation without destroying their divinity. They have experienced countless disasters, but can surpass ordinary people, and stand on the top of the world. When they return to the throne, they will restore their ancient names. The new gods will become the strongest force in charge of the heavens again, with the awakening of the heavenly palace. After describing the background of the heavenly palace to this extent, Mu Bai felt that it was basically perfect. Ma Heng, who was smashed into the deep sea, had almost all his bones broken. Under the severe pain, he endured the risk of unconsciousness, and used light to continuously repair his body bones and broken internal organs. Under the extreme shock, his face gradually warmed up. The organs and body made of pure light are constantly splitting the original broken body. In just half a minute, Ma Heng, who was originally dying, had been repaired. Although his condition could not be restored to the peak state in a short time, it was already very amazing. Realizing that Mu Bai did not chase him into the seabed, his expression was slightly complicated. He broke through the sea area in an instant in the form of light, and looked at Mu Bai standing in the air not far away, and asked with a little doubt, "Why don't you take the opportunity to solve me? If I was in the state just now, with your ability, I would definitely die without a burial place." Ma Heng is a little arrogant, but he is very clear about his own positioning. The opponent's series of combat performances just now are undoubtedly a terrifying existence that crushes himself. So he no longer has the airs of the southern region Tianji before, but asks in a slightly humble tone. Mu Bai, who stood in the sea in the form of the divine body of the 8 desolate prison-suppressing body, asked back, "Since you asked me, I would like to ask why you don't use the previous ability to age the enemy's body and shorten the opponent's lifespan. Is that the fruit ability? Or the technique?" His question is not nonsense. Since the shining fruit in Mu Bai's speculation involves light, it is very likely to involve time. The use of light and space and time may be linked. If the opponent's fruit awakens, it may really have the special ability to shorten the enemy's lifespan and age its body parts. You mean the time sword technique? The time sword makes people age. This was once the top technique of the Time Saint sect, and the unique technique of the Time Monster, who fought for the destiny of the previous generation. It originated from the 9 Saints' time sword technique. He once killed countless powerful people with this technique. If I use this technique, although I can restrain you, it is meaningless. Speaking of this, Ma Heng's expression was rare and solemn. It's fine if it's just a small fight. I will only really use this ancient skill if it involves my life or death, or the survival of Wanshan Chamber of Commerce. I said I'd let you go. You said you'd kill me? Is it too late for me to kill you now? Mu Bai, who had removed his divine body form, said with a smile. If you insist on killing me, that's fine. As long as you can promise me to protect Wanshan Chamber of Commerce for me in the future, and maintain the charitable organizations under the power of Wanshan in the southern region, and the thousands of Wanshan schools. Ma Heng, grinning, seemed to really care about life and death. And even at this moment, he couldn't wait to stretch his neck very long. Hearing you say that, are you a great good person? According to what I've seen and heard, it seems that the top southern region Chamber of Commerce, Wanshan Chamber of Commerce, is also a black and white one. Don't tell me that you don't have the blood of innocent people on your hands. Mu Bai's voice was very faint, and ordinary people could even hear a hint of murderous intent from it. Ma Heng, standing on the sea in the form of light, looked at his hands, and was a little confused. Are you still a decent person? This world is not a fairy tale. Which of those top powers and top figures, who are now kings and dominate the world, did not step on the bones of innocent people to reach their current positions? Even if they make up their past to be righteous, it cannot cover up the numerous crimes committed under their false justice. Ma Heng, with a deep voice, seemed to recall his childhood, and his tone gradually became serious. Although our Wanshan Chamber of Commerce is not a good person, at least we are restrained when exploiting the weak, and we will take care of the survival of those who are even weaker. Look at the entire southern region. Which force can do this? Those who are in high positions in the southern region are too lazy to even wipe the word cannibalism from the corners of their mouths. Didn't Zhongzhou, the strongest of the 5 major regions, develop to its current level by plundering the star power of those 4 regions? Don't mention Wang Ting Mu Bai, the rising star of the wild north land next to you. You won't know? Mu Bai smiled casually and pointed at himself when he saw that the other party recognized him. I never claim that I am a good person or a decent person. I admire people like you who have a bottom line. But the trend of great struggle will come in the next 50 years. The rise of all races and the death of the Tianju will make the main world devastated. And the people or things you protect in the southern region where you are will disappear. Mu Bai said slowly with a warning tone. Ma Heng, with his pupils contracted, was stunned for a moment. And after a long time he said meaningfully, "Sure enough. You geniuses from the top forces have already known that this chaotic world is about to begin. But I believe that with my ability I can protect those I want to protect. Aren't you going a bit too far? I am inviting you. Inviting you to join the force that cannot be named but can influence the world situation," Mu Bai said, and threw out the Tiandong token. The word Tiandong on the token was covered by clouds. After receiving the token, no matter how Ma Heng opened his observation hockey, he could not see the real handwriting on the token, condensing a laser bombardment that was enough to shatter the island. Ma Heng was surprised to find that his attack seemed to have no effect on this ancient token. Even the fierce attack could not leave any trace on it. This rare metal with this level of defense is rare in the world. The power that can create a token with this peerless material is probably not comparable to the top power in the South region. Right? This Mu Bai seems to have another opportunity. I am very interested in the organization that even you, a newcomer in the Zhongzhou royal court, cannot speak directly. What is the use of this token? After holding the token tightly, Ma Heng took it calmly. He had no reason not to take it. You will understand when the time comes. Goodbye. After looking at the other party, Mu Bai melted into the void and left the turbulent sea in an instant, leaving Ma Heng with a complicated expression, frowning and thinking. That night, due to the traces of the assassins of the Wanshan cult appearing on Wanshan Island, Ma Heng led the forces of the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce to almost overturn the entire island, searching all the places that could be searched and all the hiding places that could be found. Of course, it ended in vain. But this move at least gave some sense of security to the other chambers of commerce personnel gathered on Wanshan Island. After all, the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce was in charge and expected that the assassins of the Wanshan cult would not dare to make a big fuss. And since the battle that night, Mu Bai pretended that nothing happened and wandered around the island with the people of the Nangong Chamber of Commerce. He also found a lot of interesting things in his observations over the past few days. Most people in the South region have extremely complex beliefs, which is a scene that cannot be seen in Zhongzhou. Some people in the South region believe in the Sea Mother, and some even believe in evil gods. In short, there are nearly 200 of them that Mu Bai saw on the street in the past few days. There are many so-called ascetics. They are often highly skilled and can cross the sea with their bodies, which is considered physical cultivation. Mu Bai, who used his observation hockey, even found an ascetic old man at the level of Star Master who carried a bag and went to the street to beg. He did not ask for money, but only asked for food that was enough for an ordinary person to eat. The exotic customs of the southern region culture greatly impacted Mu Bai's three views. Some island residents, who believed in cults, even deliberately cut body parts, and then used the same deep-sea biological organs for transplantation. Those who successfully transplanted were often looked up to by others when walking on the street. Mu Bai, who was following Nangong Yu to the antique market, found a strange human with crab claws transplanted on both hands, and sea spiders transplanted on the lower body. The other party was buying souvenirs from Wanshan store. After noticing Mu Bai's gaze, he waved his big claws coldly, as if he was a general who had returned victorious from an ancient battlefield. "Boy, what are you looking at? You're pretty. Do you want to play with me?" And the girl next to you. The tourists or local residents nearby avoided them. It was obvious that they knew the character of these lunatics. If they disagreed with you, they would attack you with transplanted organs. Some deep-sea transplant lunatics would even plan to massacre the human race to prove that they were noble deep-sea creatures. Nandong Yu, who was selecting jewelry, was a little indignant when she heard this. When she was about to scold the other party, Mu Bai stopped her. "This bastard. You look very funny, and I think it's quite interesting. Can you give me this deep-sea transplanted organ to feed the dog at home?" Mu Bai, who was smiling, seemed to be chatting with a friend and was amiable, but his words were very cruel. The crab man was so angry that he foamed at the mouth for a long time and couldn't recover. "Good. You are very good. You bastard. I will let you know the tragic end of offending me." Not to mention the crab man. Even the people nearby looked at Mu Bai in astonishment. You know, mocking deep-sea cyborgs is a taboo in the South region. Often, the major forces that are attacked by deep-sea cyborgs and mock them will tacitly not pursue them. Is this young man crazy? This is asking for trouble. If the deep-sea cyborgs pursue him, this young man will surely die. This world is really... Alas! What a pity. I'm afraid that the deep-sea cyborgs will be able to grind him to ashes tomorrow. Unless he is protected by the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce, this young man will probably end up in a miserable state. He deserves it. Idiots who overestimate their abilities should be killed. Long live the cyborgs. The crowd muttered in a low voice. When other deep-sea cyborgs heard that someone in the nearby neighborhood publicly insulted their identities, they came to help angrily. Being insulted by ordinary people? Old crab. If you don't deal with him, I will deal with you in a while. The middle-aged cyborg, who was wearing a black suit and looked like a gangster, said in a low voice. There was a shark-like beast head on his back. He was muscular and had a shallow scar on his left eye. As soon as he arrived, the arguments around him gradually subsided. Do you understand? The shark-headed man in a black suit was holding a cigar and looked like a gangster. He was more imposing than the crab man. He was 4 meters tall. Twice as tall as the crab man. Being scolded by the local big brother made the crab man feel extremely depressed. The crab man moved his limbs in anger, crossed 2 streets, and smashed the crab claws directly at Mubai. The 2-meter-long deep-sea crab claws weigh at least 3 tons. And the ferocious barbs are extremely terrifying. Even if the prey dodges, the barbs can still scrape off a large piece of flesh and blood. Hack! Get out of the way! Run! Screams rang out from the nearby streets. The crowded crowd almost caused a stampede. The crowd around Mubai dispersed, and soon only Nangongyu was left. Seeing the other party attacking, Nangongyu instinctively wanted to pull Mubai away. But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't pull the other party at all. Just as she was surprised, the iron hammer crab claws that looked like a meteor came crushing down with the force of Mount Tai. Facing such a fierce attack, Mubai stretched out 2 fingers of his left hand, the index finger and the thumb, and flicked the 2 fingers lightly, and thunder roared in the void. The boundless force instantly penetrated the crab claws that the crab man was proud of, and the remaining force even smashed the building behind the crab man. The crab man, who was in great pain all over his body, gnashed his teeth and begged in a low voice, I didn't know you were like this. Please spare my life. Spare me. The strong wield their swords against the stronger, and the weak wield their swords against the weaker. Mubai naturally has no mercy for the hybrids like the crab cyborgs, giving up human organs to transplant organs of alien creatures. They are no longer considered human after their success. In Mubai's eyes, they are aliens, no different from ants on the street. Does a person need to ask for the consent of the other party to step on an ant on the street to death? Obviously not. The crowd watching was already stunned. The deep-sea cyborg, who could easily defeat the Star Warrior realm, was obviously stronger than this young man. At this moment, the plot turned so fast that some low-level cyborgs felt like a dream. The powerful crab cyborg was actually defeated by someone. Then where's the future of us low-level cyborgs? Mubai, who has been low-key for a long time in the past few days, also released his own breath without covering up at this moment. Several deep-sea cyborgs, who were observing in the crowd, were stunned after feeling his breath. It turned out to be a big boss at the level of Star Master. And the most important thing is that the other party is too young. Being able to become a Star Master at such a young age is enough to show that the power behind him is strong. The deep-sea cyborg who knew the situation in the crowd quietly withdrew from the crowd. But the shark-head cyborg, who was smoking a cigar, raised his eyebrows and spoke with a domineering tone. My friend, you made a mistake just now. How about letting this cyborg friend go now? I can exchange his life for the goods of our shark caravan. Mubai, who exhaled a foul breath, looked at the crab cyborg begging at his feet and crushed its head with a slightly pitiful kick, after picking up the other's body and throwing it on the side of the road. 2 wild dogs, following the smell, actually rushed out of the crowd and ran into the nearby alley with part of the crab cyborg's flesh and blood. Nangongyu, next to him, was obviously shocked by Mubai's behavior. She didn't expect the other party to be so strong. No wonder Uncle Lu was confident that she would follow him to buy goods. The shark-headed reformer, who was pinching out the cigar with his fingers, obviously didn't expect this person to be so determined. He was silent for a long time before he slowly uttered a sentence. No matter which chamber of commerce you are from, as long as you are still in the South region, I will find a way to make you unable to survive. I have acquaintances in Wanshan Chamber of Commerce. You should start waiting for my revenge now. After saying that, he raised his size 90 leather shoes and stepped on the cigar that had just been lit. Mubai wanted to laugh at what this big fool said, not to mention the other party. He didn't even really take the entire Wanshan Chamber of Commerce seriously. Such threatening words would only make him feel funny. Just wait. The shark-headed cyborg with an indifferent expression pushed the crowd away and wanted to leave here. What kind of temper does Mubai have? Before the other party left, Mubai crushed him directly in the air. The golden crow divine fire instantly ignited his body, and made him die in double pain. After doing all this, Mubai looked at the deep-sea cyborgs in the crowd more and more unpleasantly. The Jojo ding in his soul even showed a repulsive attitude. Obviously, this fortune treasure did not recognize these human traders at all. Grabbing an ordinary person, Mubai began to ask in front of everyone present, "Can cyborgs like the ones just now reasonably step into this island?" Yes. We dare not provoke them. Then from tomorrow, if I, Mubai, see a cyborg on this Wanshan island, I will go deep into the south region to slaughter 10,000 cyborgs. If I see 2, I will slaughter 20,000. If the total number exceeds 100, I will spend some time slaughtering all the deep-sea cyborgs in the south region. Who is in favor, and who is against? Isn't the other party very crazy on this island? Then Mubai will be even crazier than them. He has done too many things against the will of heaven. All the way here, Mubai just likes to fight head-on. If the opponent is a stubborn stone, he will crush it. Even if the opponent is the way of heaven itself, Mubai dares to challenge. Mubai of Zhongzhou Wangting. Mubai, who had the strongest divine body and surpassed all the Tianjios with double divine bodies a year ago. The people who came back to their senses quickly recognized Mubai. No one thought why Mubai, who should be on the stage of Zhongzhou, was here. More importantly, the realm of the Master of the Stars could not be faked. If this gentleman reveals his identity, let alone those inferior deep-sea transformation forces, even the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce would never dare to be his enemy. Some of the lower-level transformation people who were angry when they heard Mubai's thud-like words suddenly lost their temper. The name of Mubai of Zhongzhou Wangting resounded throughout the southern region a year ago. Who dared to refute such a godlike figure, who came to the southern region and said such cruel words on the spot? The ashamed transformation crowd immediately left the scene quietly. Mubai carefully scanned the crowd and pointed at the people from the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce, who were hiding, and said softly, "Go back and tell the top leaders of your Chamber of Commerce that I, Mubai, will keep my word. Starting tomorrow, if I see a deep-sea modified person, I will kill them without mercy, even if they are from the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce." The 2 people wearing the yellow work clothes of the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce stood there awkwardly, and no one dared to say much. When Mubai took Nandong Yu away from here, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed. Nandong Yu, who followed Mubai through the antique streets, had a complicated expression. She didn't expect that the other party was the top prodigy who stood out from the prodigies a year ago and was famous in the 5 regions. After all, the probability of such a thing is no less than winning the jackpot. Mubai, sir, are you really going to represent our Nandong Chamber of Commerce to participate in the league? Will this affect you? Otherwise, I will go and talk to Uncle Lu. Looking at the somewhat embarrassed Nandong Yu, Mubai could only smile and explain. It's just mutual benefit. It's easier for me to get rewards legitimately if I use the name of your Chamber of Commerce. Don't feel like you owe me anything. The exchange between you and me is a normal exchange of interests. After shopping in the antique street, Mubai also took Nandong Yu back to the residence of the Nandong Chamber of Commerce. When the members of the Chamber of Commerce learned that this young man was Wangting Mubai, they were so nervous that they couldn't speak. Mubai didn't care too much about it. His identity would be exposed sooner or later, so it would be better to make it public early to save a lot of trouble. That afternoon and evening, the well-known chambers of commerce or other forces on the island learned that Zhongzhou Wangting Mubai was present, and they came to visit with gifts. Many of them were even the helmsman of the Chamber of Commerce, who came to visit in person. Mubai didn't see anyone, not because he was too lazy to see these people, but because the eternal system just reminded him that the first member of the Heavenly Palace had joined. Ding dong. The first member of the Heavenly Palace joined, and the name of the god was codenamed Dong Wangtai. Where is this place? A middle-aged man with long hair and a black cloak stood in this inexplicable world and felt confused. He looked elegant and easygoing, and looked very calm. He wore a half-black mask, leaving only the part below his nose. This dress might be common in other areas, but it was extraordinary in the Zoroastrianism area of the southern region. The double sun embroidered on the shoulders of the black flame cloak was clearly the symbol of the 3 fire emperors. The Zoroastrianism of the western region has 3 top-level sun wheel realm powerhouses known as the 3 fire emperors. They command many forces in the southern region and are as powerful as the Zhongzhou Imperial Court. Star Sea and Star River. Is this the nebulous subworld I have been to? No. My power seems to be suppressed here. The mysterious Zoroastrianism frowned and looked up at the endless countless sky gates. But he was shocked in his heart, because with his strength, he could clearly perceive that the mysterious power beyond the power of stars would rise to a higher level with each level of these ladder-like sky gates. I am Duanshur, the Fire Emperor of the Zoroastrianism. Please tell me why I am here. Duanshur, who had an earnest voice, was somewhat flustered at the moment, but he did not show it on his face. After all, he had lived for 3,000 years, and naturally knew that he should not panic in a dangerous place. No one responded to him in the empty Haitianin, as if this world was dead and silent, which was creepy. Seeing that no one responded to him, Duanshur did not waste words, and directly stood up and crossed the first Tianmin. Behind the Tianmin was another Tianmin. The magnificent sea of stars floated in the void. The afterglow of the sun and the moon at the same time seemed particularly beautiful. Duanshur, who was a little dazed, did not dare to be careless and continued to cross the next Tianmin with his breath held. Time was passing by second. Duanshur, as a strong man in the Sunwheel realm, was naturally the ceiling of the main world. But even so, he found that in this strange world, all kinds of powers such as the fruit ability and the three-colored domineering divine body were restricted. At this moment, he seemed to be climbing mountains and struggling to cross the Tianmin. If the first gate of heaven is a sea of stars, then the 20th gate of heaven is another universe. The mysterious characters that are constantly collapsing flow into space like a vast sea of smoke. I can't recognize these characters at first, but I can see a very profound wisdom from these characters. I was going to go to another place through the portal of the western region. If I was accidentally transferred here, I would not believe it even if I was beaten to death. The only explanation is that a master changed my transmission trajectory. This person's realm is probably higher than mine. Who could it be? The heirs of the evil gods in the western region? Or the Taoists in the eastern region? And then the families in Zhongzhou? After thinking about the people he had offended in the past few hundred years, he couldn't find a clue at first. His skills were limited in this space, and he couldn't find the mysterious person who led him here. After passing through these ancient text oceans, the gate of heaven he experienced was completely numb. Some of the ancient mythological creatures frozen on both sides of the steps of the gate of heaven had long surpassed him in realm. He even saw the top demons close to the realm of the God Emperor that were recorded in ancient books. Even the Fire Emperor of the western regions was shocked along the way. If any one of the creatures he saw along the way was allowed to escape, it would cause a bloody storm in the main world. It is no exaggeration to say that the breath of some creatures has been infinitely close to the God Emperor. Such powerful and ancient creatures can no longer be speculated by common sense. These inhuman mythological creatures are fine, but they have completely lost their composure after he ascended to the 90th layer of the heavenly gate. I saw the saints born from poetry and songs lingering around the sun and moon in the form of clouds and mist, chanting incomprehensible foreign classics. Various visions of heaven and earth continue to grow like a sea of smoke with their chanting. Those worlds piled up by black ink are constantly flowing. When walking in the middle, they can vaguely understand some things under this influence. The old monk Buddha holding the Buddha's scroll and lingering behind him with 3,000 Buddha lamps made a great wish with the power of heaven and earth. I will not become a Buddha until L is empty. The 100 saints show the ancestral dragon veins and evolve the policy of governing the country based on the mountains, rivers, sun, moon and people of all nations. All under heaven is the king's land, and all the people are the king's subjects. There is a Tai-Bai poet who recites poems drunk and his talent soars to the sky. Look up to the sky and laugh loudly. I am not a commoner. Duanshur, who is getting more and more frightened, seemed to have seen the shining points of the top talents in countless worlds. When he passed by those Taoists or monks, he was so shocked by their aura that he could hardly raise his head. Sometimes, he even felt that the people who carried the destiny in the realm of the God Emperor might be just like this. After an unknown amount of time, when he finally arrived at the 99th floor of the heavenly gate, he seemed to be baptized. It was not slow to achieve the Sunwheel realm in 3,000 years. This level of cultivation was enough for him to be proud of. But after seeing so many legendary figures and mythical creatures, he was numb. It seems that I am a frog in the well. 3,000 years of cultivation is just like this. Duanshur, who was a little humble, also followed the trajectory of the sun and the moon after arriving at the 99th floor of the heavenly gate and saw billions of buildings in the sea of clouds. Duanshur had never seen such a magical place. He stepped through the gate carefully and entered the grand conference hall. The mysterious golden power flowed in the hall, as if it was the place where immortals and Buddhas lived. Duanshur, who seemed like a country bumpkin, looked left and right and felt that these buildings were full of mysterious meanings. After looking around, he also found the seats with runes. 99 seats were at the bottom, and the throne at the top was very wide. Just observing the seat, Duansher could not bear the pressure. He was sweating coldly, and found that the power flowing in the hall contained modeled faith. Is the special power here pure faith power? Is this space also shaped by faith power? He was more and more confused and suddenly froze when he passed one of the 99 seats. He didn't know why there was a sense of familiarity in his mind that kept reminding him that it was his seat. Duansher, who was a little hesitant, knew that the person who could lead him here wanted to harm him. So there was no need to do anything unnecessary. In this case, what is he afraid of? Duansher, who sat down, felt that his whole body was bound. Those dusty memories in the dark were awakening. The vague and intermittent memories of the heavenly palace and its current decline were all deeply engraved in his mind. I am Duansher? Also, Dong Wangtai. His body was bound by the seat, revealing a hot black and gold robe. The mask that was originally covering his face was gradually dissolved and turned into a sealed mask with black and gold edges that could cover his entire face. After the birth of the god seed, Duansher felt that he had never been better. Even the realm that had not changed for 1,000 years began to loosen. It seems that you are also a lucky person chosen by the heavenly palace like me. Who? For some reason, the outside of Duansher's body was blocked by white mist at this moment, and people outside could not see his divine movements at all, as if the heavenly palace deliberately blocked his identity information. On the right-hand side near the throne, a burly figure holding a three-pointed double-edged sword was imposing, and was blocked by white mist. You ask who I am? I am a member of the heavenly palace, and my god-name code name is Qingyuan Niaodao Jinjuan. You can also call me Yang Jian. God named Yang Jian? Even when he was blocked by the white fog, he could still feel the opponent's aura, and could not judge his strength at all. He was so invulnerable in front of him, which proved that the opponent must be a strongman in the Sun-Wheel realm. Even a peak strongman in the Sun-Wheel realm. But he had never heard of anyone in the main world using a three-pointed double-edged sword as a weapon. The strong men in the Sun-Wheel realm and the peak strong men in the Sun-Wheel realm are not at the same level. The gap between them is far greater than the gap between the Star Warrior realm and the Sun-Wheel realm. Duansher, who is familiar with those top strong men, can be considered knowledgeable. But just by looking at the other party's weapons, he is 50% sure that he has never seen the other party. You are a member of the Heavenly Palace. So I am also a member of the Heavenly Palace? Duansher wanted to find out whether the memory in his mind was false. But unfortunately, he had no ability to find out, because his strength was blocked here. He couldn't even figure out the speed of time passing here. In a trance, he seemed to have been here for a year. But the next moment he felt that he had been here for only a few seconds. You can sit on one of the 99 thrones. So you are naturally a member of the Heavenly Palace. Your god name is Dong Wangtai. After pointing to the 4 big characters written on the back of the other party's seat, Yang Jian said indifferently, as if it was a great honor to be given a god name. I don't believe it. Unless this Heavenly Palace can let me go back to the main world, I will never believe that it really exists. Seeing that the other party was so persistent, the man who called himself Yang Jian did not obstruct him. Instead, he pointed to the cold throne and said mysteriously, if you want to leave, naturally no one will stop you. But why don't you take a look at the tasks and task rewards of the Heavenly Palace before leaving? Maybe your attitude will be completely different at that time. If you don't go to see the tasks and task rewards that I have built for half a day, wouldn't I have worked in vain? The man who called himself Yang Jian, with his body shrouded in white mist, was moved by, who rushed here without stopping after learning that someone had entered the Heavenly Palace and obtained the name of God. He made up an identity at random to deliberately guide this newcomer. Speaking of the eternal system, how could this Western region Sun-Wheel realm strongman appear in my Heavenly Palace? If I remember correctly, only those who have the Heavenly Palace invitation token can come in. Right? Mu Bai, who asked in his heart, soon got the answer from the eternal system. Ding dong. The Heavenly Palace space has a probability of randomly selecting some people who meet the Heavenly Palace God position to enter it. The selected people will not affect the host's subsequent achievement tasks or all other task rewards of the Heavenly Palace organization. Hearing this, Mu Bai was slightly relieved. This random selection has produced a strong man in the Western region Sun-Wheel realm. This is a bit too exciting. If it were placed in the main world, Mu Bai would definitely not easily contact him. But in this Heavenly Palace space, Mu Bai can control the other party at will like a god. Duansher also came to the throne with doubts at this moment. Sure enough, He received a reminder of the Heavenly Palace mission when he just arrived nearby. Heavenly Palace mission. Go to the western region to plunder the Dongtai Baoyu that will be unearthed in 3 days. And hand it over to the Heavenly Palace to get 3 points. An old voice came out from the void. Duansher looked closely and found 2 options below, accept and reject. When he was hesitating whether to reject, he subconsciously clicked on the Points Redemption Mall. When he opened the mall, even if he had lived for 3,000 years, he was a little dazed at this moment. Heavy Eye 4 Directions Divine Body. 300 points. The Mountain and River Spirit Body. 900 points. The Blood Moon Body. 1,800 points. Duansher had heard of some of the dozen or so godly bodies that caught his eye. He flipped through them, and his expression became more solemn. Because even the godly bodies that had long been lost in ancient times were actually available in the Tiandong Mall. The Human Emperor Universe Body. 1 million points. The Supreme Buddha Body. 990,000 points. The Billion Killings Body. 1.1 million points. The 3 Pure Ones Body. 1.34 million points. Duansher blurted out a few names, all of whom were top-level masters who had carried the destiny and became god emperors of their respective eras. The first few godly bodies were actually all owned by them. As long as the points were enough, a top-level godly body would be directly rewarded. If he could really exchange it, Duansher would be convinced. After closing the Divine Body chapter, he opened the Miscellaneous Items chapter next to it. There were a lot of things in this Miscellaneous Items chapter, and some of them were cheap. Moonwheel Realm Puppet 100,000 points. The Moonwheel Realm Puppet can choose its appearance according to its own preferences, and its combat power is on par with ordinary Moonwheel Realm Strongmen. Soul Devouring Dog 100 points. A dog that can devour ghosts. It can suppress some places with serious dark attributes. Top quality Mountain Splitting Axe 3 points. An axe made of ordinary materials, but it seems to be enchanted by a mysterious stone, and it is invincible when chopping trees. 10,000 to 100,000 points are available, which is an eye-opener for a while. The subsequent Magic Weapon Exchange chapter and Skill Exchange chapter made him lose his temper. The original shock gradually disappeared, and was replaced by a surge of blood in his heart. He was calm in front of Yang Jian, just when he wanted to confirm with the other party whether the exchange was effective. He saw 10 more points at the bottom of his sight inexplicably. The 10 points gift package for new members of Tiangong has been accepted. Please pay attention to the number of points. When the points are negative 100, the negative points will be directly eliminated, no matter where they are or what realm they are in. The old voice sounded again in the void. Duansher, who was shocked by the words, also remembered this rule. In order to test whether the points are useful, he directly exchanged 3 points for a fine steel sword. As soon as he paid the points, a sword with a high steel content fell from the air in front of him. Duansher is also a master of weapons. After carefully observing the sword, he found that it was basically the same as its product introduction. Its high steel content makes it tough in fierce battles, but it is also very easy to crack, creating things out of thin air. Even a strong man at the level of God Emperor cannot do it. Right? Duansher, who had already believed half of it, felt lost, as if some of the ideas he had held on to in his heart were changing. His life was simple and smooth. Born into a famous family, he had a high starting point in the western region. As a bastard in the family, he also overthrew the family's direct lineage after some means. And after that he was unstoppable like a real dragon entering the sea. And it took him 700 years to advance to the Moonwheel Realm. After that, he was promoted to the Sunwheel Realm and co-founded the fire worship cult with 2 close friends. Now his disciples can be regarded as a hegemonic existence in the southern region. Originally, he had no ambition for the illusory higher realm. It's not that he doesn't like to fight, but people as smart as him have understood that if they want to go to the next level, they are not only suppressed by the end-of-law rules of this era, but also restricted by their own talent limit. But now it's different. A great change that has not happened in 10,000 years will take place within 100 years. A new era of spiritual energy revival will descend upon the entire main world. With this favorable wind and the blessing of the power of the Heavenly Palace, he may have the opportunity to unify the southern region and become the real peak power in the world in the future. He did not want to live for 10,000 years. He wanted 10,000 years, or even eternal life. For this goal, he could betray the fire worship cult that he had always built, betray those 2 close friends, and naturally betray himself. Duansher, who had a faint light in his eyes, suddenly jumped up, although he believed it halfway. He still had to test the strength of the members of the Heavenly Palace. He did not want to be fooled. He was not a good person, but the founder of a cult. Naturally, he would not show mercy and directly cast the fire worship magic art towards Yang Jian. The magic fire was raging, and it even had countless star powers. Following Duanshi's momentum, a nebula body was condensed on his head. The so-called nebula body is a unique means of the three realms of the Star Wheel realm, the Moon Wheel realm, and the Sun Wheel realm. The combat power of the combatants who cast the nebula body will be greatly increased. The combatants can also integrate their own abilities, such as the Fruit ability and Divine Body, into it to increase its strength again. Excuse me. Although I trust this Tiangong, I always feel that it is a bit weird. I'm sorry for offending this friend, who calls himself Yang Jian. The magic fire gathered. The nebula body that was very similar to the time seemed to be an absolute magic shadow passing through the void and coming with pressure. Behind the nebula body, with a volume of hundreds of meters, was the overwhelming magic fire. And the dome of the entire Tiangong seemed to be ignited by the vast amount of magic fire. Such means are really unparalleled in the world. Mu Bai, who saw the skills of the strongman in the Sun Wheel realm for the first time, was also shocked in his heart. He thought that the Fire Emperor Zi, who came from the western region and was much less famous than Ziwei Star Lord, was also an unknown person. But today's performance of the opponent undoubtedly overturned his cognition. Perhaps the opponent is not a strongman or opponent in front of the peak Sun Wheel realm strongman like Ziwei Star Lord, but for himself, who is still in the Star Master realm. The opponent is a high wall that cannot be overcome in a short time. Although his peak aura at the Sun Wheel realm was weakened by half, his pressure was still not something that those below the Sun Wheel realm could bear. If it were in the main world, Mu Bai would probably not even have a chance to struggle. But in the Heavenly Palace, he was not afraid at all. Those who bear the name of God can kill each other, but not in the Heavenly Palace. It seems that you still don't understand your own weight. Mu Bai's incarnation Yang Jian has the ability to mobilize the entire Heavenly Palace world. Not to mention the weakened Duanshi. He is not afraid even if there are 100 Duanshi at the peak level here. Heavenly Demon Fire. Go! The nebula body waved his hand. The demon fire behind Duanshi surged. The Heavenly Palace was shaking. But Mu Bai, who was incarnated as Yang Jian, slowly inserted the three-pointed double-edged knife into the ground next to him. I have a glance that can see through all the laws of the world. Even your nebula body is nothing but a passing cloud in front of me. I can disperse it at any time. The cold voice of Yang Jian revealed an absolute confidence in his words without anger or any emotion, as if no one in the world could compete with him. The domineering intention almost gushed out, and the eye on Yang Jian's forehead opened. The dazzling third eye turned its eyeballs and swept across the demon fire and the opponent's nebula body. And the collapse of Duanshi, a strong man in the Sun Wheel realm, happened. All his power, including the nebula body, they were all blocked and eliminated. He was defeated instantly under the sight of the other party's strange third eye. At this moment, even his realm was temporarily suppressed. As weak as a mortal, he raised his head with difficulty, but was unable to look at Yang Jian's figure again. Mu Bai, who was hiding in the incarnation, laughed secretly. He naturally didn't know what Yang Jian's third eye was. Just now, he just used the authority of the Lord of the Heavenly Palace to slightly change the energy law here and turn Duanshi into a mortal in an instant. I am convinced. Duanshi, who knew the situation, immediately knelt on one knee and admitted his mistake with a very sincere attitude. Although his tone was a little guilty, it was obvious that there was still a hint of surprise in his trembling voice. He was extremely sure that the other party must be the peak powerhouses of the Sun Wheel realm in the main world. And it was even very likely that they were the old monsters in the top 10 in the world. Otherwise, they would not have such perverted magical powers. Those peak powerhouses of the Sun Wheel realm were in high positions, and even some of them would join the Heavenly Palace. What complaints and concerns did he have? He might be able to use this opportunity to get close to the other party, so that he can have something to rely on when the world changes in the future. Senior, I sincerely plead guilty. Duanshi, who was about to give his name, was startled when he heard his own voice. Why did his name suddenly become silent? As if it was forcibly erased by some force. Yang Jian walked around the throne leisurely, and his cold voice answered some of Duanshi's confusion. Don't waste your energy. People who are given the name of God by the Heavenly Palace cannot tell each other their names. I am not interested in your name. As long as you abide by the rules here, you will be the greatest help to me. The mysterious Yang Jian boss did not have any anger in his words. As if Duanshu's attack on him, just now, was like an ant waving its tentacles at a dragon. I understand. I will definitely address God by his name in this heavenly palace. Looking at the well-behaved Duanshu, Mubai no longer wanted to keep him. When Duanshu was organizing his words to get close to him, the heavenly palace world suddenly twisted and deformed. Duanshu was also teleported out of this space. Fire worship cult headquarters. Duanshu, who suddenly appeared in his own secret room, looked at the knife in his hand that was teleported with him, and felt that his heart was full of hope. People of his status and position no longer care about money, power, and women. The most important thing is whether they can become stronger in the future. This is hope, and this is the right path. A person makes progress every day, and his progress will make him see hope for the future. Then, he will become stronger, and enter a state of positive cycle. This principle that applies to ordinary people is naturally applicable to strong people like Duanshu in the Sun Wheel realm. The evolution of human nature is slow. No matter how many thousands or tens of thousands of years one has lived, the bad nature and characteristics of human nature will not change much. As time goes by, it is nothing more than a more decisive abandonment of desire. The two direct disciples of the fire worship sect who were practicing in the secret room felt a chill on their backs. Turning around, they found that their master, the Fire Emperor Duanshu, appeared here. The two were shocked and hurriedly knelt down to pay their respects. Duanshu's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't understand whether it was Yang Jian's intention or the intention of the Heavenly Palace itself to teleport him out this time. But there is no doubt that if the Heavenly Palace itself has thoughts, then the other party's huge and mysterious organization has already known his identity on the surface. Otherwise, he would not be able to be teleported back to the branch headquarters of the fire god worship cult in the western region so accurately. Looking at these two direct disciples whom he loved like his own children, he thought a lot for a moment. In the end, he waved his hand with a little helplessness, and the two bloody heads were already in his hands. The shock in the eyes of these two people did not subside until they died. They obviously did not expect why the master who left the western region suddenly came back, and killed them as soon as he came back. I am so good to you. It's a pity that you see me teleporting back this time. What if you say something wrong? You help the master until you die. I will miss your dedication. He swaggered out of the branch headquarters with the heads of the two disciples, and announced sadly in the eyes of all the disciples, these two people who colluded with the enemy and wanted to defect have been executed by me. Now the two vacant direct positions are reselected. Don't let me down. Some disciples woke up from their dreams with sadness on their faces, but they could not hide the joy in their hearts. That's right. This is the effect I want. He wants to strengthen the power in his hands and squeeze out every inch of its resources and strength to help himself achieve that great goal. After Duanshu, one of the three emperors of the fire worship cult, left, Mubai naturally removed his Yangjian disguise. Being in the heavenly palace, looking at the progress of Duanshu's task completion in the heavenly palace task bar in his sight, he always felt like playing a dispatch game. At this moment, no one has completed any heavenly palace task, so Mubai has no idea what system rewards he will get for the heavenly palace members. Give points similar to those of the heavenly palace members or directly give other rewards. Forget it. Don't think about it. Mubai, who was too lazy to think, directly exited the heavenly palace space. When his consciousness returned to the main world, the time he was away seemed to be suspended in space. After his consciousness woke up, the flow of time officially returned to normal. After dealing with this random person who entered the heavenly palace, Mubai also began to meet with the dignitaries on Wanshan Island one after another under the moonlight. Mubai also accepted their gifts. Among them, the gift from the president of the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce was undoubtedly the most valuable. The person who came on behalf of the president of the Chamber of Commerce was his adopted son, Ma Heng, who had the ability of the shining fruit. After driving away the people who wanted to meet him, he sat on the sofa in the hotel and said with emotion, "You are now a big celebrity. I heard that the chambers of commerce of thousands of nearby islands want to see you. This treatment is much better than mine." Mubai, who was sitting opposite the sofa, asked back indifferently, "You are not here to express your feelings today, right? Does the president of Wanshan Chamber of Commerce have anything for you to bring?" "Ha ha. You are a smart man. You really guessed it. My godfather told me to remind you to be more careful." Ma Heng did not regard himself as an outsider. He casually opened a beautifully packaged red wine and began to taste it. His thoughts moved, and he roughly understood what happened during the day. "You are talking about those deep-sea modified people. It seems that the harsh words I said today made them very disgusted. Are they going to unite to deal with me? Mubai said casually, while playing with the century-old coral beads in his hand. Those cyborgs can't accomplish anything great. What's important is the evil gods behind them. The deep-sea evil gods that these cyborgs believe in the southern region are very difficult to deal with. These evil gods are very good at blessing. This kind of blessing is pure blessing for cyborgs. But it is a curse for ordinary people. Ma Hung, who was talking, put away his previous cynical demeanor at this moment. The more serious his tone was, the more Mubai wanted to laugh. It was not because the other party's words were so funny, but because the other party had just reminded him, and the system actually issued a reminder at the same time. Ding dong. The curse of the deep-sea evil god descended, and the blessing of bad luck reduced the luck value of the curse by 10%. Ding dong. The curse of the deep-sea evil god descended, and the blessing of bleeding reduced the recovery and regeneration ability of the curse by 20%. Ding dong. The curse of the deep-sea evil god descended, and the blessing of deformity reduced the vitality of the curse by 10%. And there is a chance that a deformed body will grow in the body in the future. Ding dong. The curse of the deep-sea evil god descended. Language blessing reduced the speaking speed of the curse by 20%, with a chance of causing permanent language shielding. In addition, many curses accompanied by the prompt sound of the eternal system fell fiercely like raindrops in a storm. In just a few dozen seconds, he had received hundreds of curse messages. These curses certainly could not shake his foundation, but they were disgusting. If all of them were to take effect, he would be sickened to death for the rest of his life. Ding dong. The system determines that all are immune. When the curse information was played, the eternal system also began to work. The deep-sea evil god's curse, which was extremely difficult in the eyes of outsiders, was like a drizzle and had no killing power to him. It seems that some deep-sea modified human forces are already very dissatisfied with me. Why do these inhuman monsters have to provoke me? Mubai, who was a little regretful, was somewhat interested in this deep-sea evil god. After all, the forces that could curse in such a group from a distance were probably unique in the entire main world. By the way, your Wanshan Chamber of Commerce has spies all over the southern region. Can you provide me with some coordinates of the evil god? Mubai's request almost made Ma Hung happy. The deep-sea evil gods themselves are not favored by the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce. If Mubai is willing to eliminate the nearby evil gods, that would be the best. If the Wanshan Chamber of Commerce intervenes to eliminate the deep-sea evil gods, it would cause a lot of inconvenience. Of course, I will send someone to deliver the location of the surrounding deep-sea evil gods tomorrow. But don't forget the Southern Region League in 5 days. If you are not on the field, there is really nothing to watch. After saying that, Ma Hung also took an unconventional approach and directly transformed the elements into light along the transparent glass and shot out from the living room, and then disappeared. Looking at the series of information prompts on his vision interface, Mubai also planned to give these deep-sea evil gods a little color. What he likes most is to fight back, since the other party likes to swipe the screen so much. He will also brush their lives well. The next morning, Mubai saw the letter in front of the door. After reading it, he lit it with the Golden Crow Divine Fire. On the bustling streets, he directly transformed into the form of the Great Sun Golden Crow without any scruples and disappeared from people's sight. Wanshan Sea Area. In the deep sea, a dark castle-like building stands deep in the seabed. There is no light or illumination here. If ordinary people can survive here, they may not be able to stay for a long time. It is too depressing, and it is not a place for humans to live. But such a deep sea is now full of deep-sea cyborgs coming and going. They seem to have fled from nearby islands and land in batches. Everyone's face is full of anger and fear. Most of them were forced to leave the island because of Wang Ting Mubai. Originally, the bottom-level deep-sea cyborgs wanted to count on several famous geniuses in this group to challenge Mubai. But they never thought that these cyborg geniuses, who were high-spirited before, would run faster than each other. It is even said that the deep-sea cyborgs, who had signed up for the Southern Region League on Wanshan Island, withdrew collectively because of Mubai's words. It's not because they want to pressure Wanshan Chamber of Commerce to deal with Mubai, but because they are afraid. After all, if this genius kills the cyborgs on the field regardless of everything, Wanshan Chamber of Commerce will definitely not care. Mubai must die a miserable death. He has fully demonstrated the meanness of the entire human race. If there is a chance in the future, I must make him lose his reputation. He is a Star Master level strongman. Will he empathize with us ants? I guess he is eating and drinking on Wanshan Island right now. And what about us? It's really ironic that we have to be exiled to the deep sea because of his words. Most of the people who talked wantonly spoke with resentment. They were originally humans who wanted to live a few more years and take shortcuts to gain some strength after being transformed in the deep sea. This humble wish could not be realized. Most of them hated Mu Bai to the extreme. Let's go! Don't think about it. If that adult sees us nearby, he probably won't let us go. The transformed people who laughed at themselves jokingly swam towards the deep sea with the crowd helplessly. These deep sea transformed people can perfectly adapt to the environment here. They swim towards the castle like fish in water, as if there can give them a sense of security. It's normal to think about it. Other major forces in the deep sea basically don't care. And it's also very easy to move positions. Such movable deep sea castles are also very common in groups, like the deep sea evil god. The major forces don't care about this place. Deep sea beasts won't visit here. And ordinary people won't enter such a deep seabed. Finally, there is the deep sea evil god sitting here. For all these reasons, this is the safest place. As a large number of deep sea transformations swam towards the castle, the gloomy man standing in the room of the castle pounded the floor with some resentment. On his shoulders were two shark head transformation organs, which looked very similar to the shark transformation killed by Mu Bai that day. Have the bishop evil gods taken action? If hundreds of evil gods join forces to curse him, I'm afraid he won't live long. A group of people standing in black robes were muttering something mysteriously, and their tone and voice seemed to be praying. In the center of the room, shrouded in darkness, there was a purple crystal floating in the seawater. If you look closely, you can vaguely see the cracks on it, and the souls howling in it. Hearing the question from the believers next to him, the transformed man of the two-headed shark sighed slightly. It's not that simple. The curse of hundreds of evil gods can only make him uncomfortable in the southern region for a while. Once the other party returns to Zhongzhou, it will be very easy to break these curses with the means of the top masters of the royal court. Does Mu Bai really have as much status in the Zhongzhou royal court as Bishop Wu said? I feel that he is just a young boy. Not to mention that the top young masters of the royal court have always been other sons of gods. I'm afraid that Mu Bai has not yet become a son of gods. Bishop Wu, with a twitching mouth, waved his hand to interrupt him. What do you know? The fact that Mu Bai from a remote area can enter the royal court is to some extent a factional dispute within the royal court. His political status in the royal court is very important. If nothing unexpected happens, he is very likely to inherit the inheritance of Ziwei Star Lord. Ziwei Star Lord. That is a ceiling-level figure in the main world. Bishop Wu, with a hint of envy in his tone, simply popularized the common sense of Zhongzhou to this person. While the two were talking, the door was knocked. Come in. The one who pushed the door in was a deep-sea cyborg whose lower body was transformed into an octopus. As soon as he entered the door, he said reluctantly, Brother Wu, almost all the deep-sea cyborgs around here are coming to us. There is no room for them here. The octopus cyborg was full of resentment towards these cyborg refugees who occupied his luxurious room. These trash did not know how to resist Mu Bai, but instead fled for their lives like dogs who had lost their homes. This inferior cyborg is even lower than ordinary humans. Bishop Wu of the two-headed shark frowned. You only think about your own interests every day. Is this your belief in the evil god? Don't talk about what the church can give you, but think about what you can contribute to the church. If you don't have this kind of awareness, you will be a deputy for the rest of your life. Bishop Wu became more and more angry and almost stepped forward to fight. This scene scared the octopus man so much that he quickly left the room. The senior believer beside him nodded in agreement. He organized his words and said in a good tone, in fact, what he said makes some sense. So many cyborgs have fled here, which is really conspicuous. What if someone wants to sneak in and destroy this place? Bishop Wu sneered with a big hand. And then, he told his purpose. Do you really think I'm a stupid cyborg philanthropist? I agreed to let them come here purely because Lord Evil God needs food. If these wastes are used as nutrients to provide Lord Evil God, who knows? He may be able to reach a higher level in his cultivation. The senior believer who was a little scared in his heart understood what Bishop Wu did. It is said that cyborgs help cyborgs. But now it seems that the price of this help is really high. At this moment, he suddenly regretted abandoning his human identity and voluntarily becoming a cyborg. If he were still an ordinary person, who knows? He might not have to stay in this dark place all day. The sound of prayers in the room gradually ended, and the cracks on the crystal-like thing became bigger. Just when the crystal was about to break, the transformed people in the room knelt on their knees and offered the purest faith to the evil god who dominated their body organs. The naked green-haired man thought about it, and the green hair on his body was wrapped together to form a piece of armor like clothes. He said to Bishop Wu with a somewhat cold look, "Someone is approaching here quickly. If I am not mistaken, it should be Mu Bai. It seems that our curse has not taken effect." Bishop Wu's pupils contracted, and he felt a little uneasy. Although the evil god he served was a peak powerhouse at the level of the Star Master, it was hard to say if he faced Mu Bai. Just as the evil god was sighing, the green hair behind him actually dragged the believers directly, and slowly devoured them, while they were begging for mercy. "Gather everyone to the hall on the first floor of the castle. I want to bless them." Bishop Wu, who bowed his head, nodded and said yes. He was relieved when he left the room. Of course, he knew what blessing meant. Mu Bai, who turned into the form of the Sun Crow, was like a burning sun falling from the sky. His light and high temperature always caused exclamations when he passed through many islands. When he came to the first evil god base provided by Wanshan Chamber of Commerce, he found it empty. Obviously, either the other party knew that he was coming or had just moved away last night. Then let's go to the deep sea castle mentioned in the intelligence. Mu Bai turned around and flew rapidly and arrived at the destination in almost a few minutes. As soon as he entered this sea area, he vaguely felt that someone was watching him. Although it was only fleeting, he still caught it. He looked down and saw that the uninhabited islands nearby were all full of modified people. These modified people also found Mu Bai above their heads. Some people thought it was a meteorite falling, but they didn't know that the meteorite in front of them was the Mu Bai they had just cursed. After listening to the words of the people on the island with interest, Mu Bai suddenly felt that he was deeply sinful. These people called him a devil among devils, and a scum among scum. Some people even made some needle puppets with their own names and sold them. The sales were quite good, which made Mu Bai laugh and cry. If that bastard Mu Bai was in front of me, I would have hit him hard in the face. If my good brother hadn't stopped me yesterday, I would have gone to his place to challenge him face to face. As the best among the cyborgs, I naturally have the obligation to protect you. This young cyborg covered with fish scales was talking to everyone excitedly when he saw from a distance that the flashing object that was originally like a meteorite was falling towards them. "Get out of the way! Everyone! Get out of the way!" A bright golden light shone in all directions, and then gradually extinguished. When the fish-scaled young man saw that he was fine, and was about to step forward to check the source of the flash, he was suddenly struck by lightning. He saw that the person who walked out of the fire was the Mu Bai who he had just mentioned as vulnerable. The other cyborgs were also terrified, and some of them who reacted quickly had already gone into the sea and swam towards the deep sea. "I have heard what you said just now. It is normal for you to have resentment. But what does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with you if I kill you? Just go on your way with peace of mind." The kind-hearted Mu Bai slid his fingers slightly after saying this, and the fish-scaled young man was ignited. The miserable screams made the others flee, as if they had just woken up from a dream. Seeing such a scene, Mu Bai was also very generous and let these people flee. Seeing that none of the thousands of cyborgs dared to challenge him, he just felt a little ridiculous. Just now, before he fell, at least half of them said they would beat him up. "It may not be easy to escape in front of me." After saying this, Mu Bai's arms were bulging with blue veins. The white vibration ball cover exuded a breathtaking pale white light. Mu Bai, who controlled the power of the Tremor fruit, punched the island under his feet. The terrifying extreme power accompanied by the power of the Tremor fruit had split the entire island in less than a second. Squeak! 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 The ruptured void emitted more crisp sounds. His punch was not just about smashing the island, but more importantly, it had layers of resonance. The turbulent sea surface set off hundreds of tsunamis. Those modified humans who had fled into the ocean early had no ability to resist, and were covered in blood as the tsunami shook them. After destroying these cyborgs, Mu Bai also entered the deep sea according to the location given by the intelligence. The vibration above the deep sea castle was naturally felt by everyone in the castle, and everyone woke up in the slight submarine earthquake. The evil god who was giving them blessings was now eating them mercilessly. These cyborgs who were originally stunned would be eaten in their sleep. But this submarine earthquake made everyone conscious. They were powerless, and looked at the monster made of green hair quickly devouring their remains in horror. Bishop Wu, who was serving not far away, bowed his head and said nothing. Even some people asked him for help. He pretended not to see it. In his eyes, these cyborgs are fools. The appearance of the low-level cyborgs is a scam in itself. A scam developed by the high-level cyborgs to protect themselves. Most of the low-level cyborgs, with extended lifespans, cannot survive the next round of sacrificial ceremonies. They are food. And the evil god who gave them deep-sea organs is a diners. After devouring these cyborgs, the evil god was a little dissatisfied. The quality of these modified humans is too low. If you give me these next time, I will eat you first. After casually pointing at Bishop Wu, the evil god suddenly dodged sideways. Following the trace of his dodging just now, the entire deep-sea castle was evenly cut in half. At this moment, Mu Bai, who was holding the supreme forgetful sword outside the castle, also saw him. Are you the evil god? The reason why Mu Bai was so sure that the other party was the so-called evil god was mainly because the fluctuation of the other party's breath was extremely abnormal. Ordinary practitioners fluctuate the power of stars, while the fluctuations of the demons in the dark star world are the power of dark stars. And the breath of the other party was something he had never seen before. You were the one who spied on me when I first entered this sea area. I received your gifts last night, and I came here to return the gifts today. Mu Bai spoke straightforwardly and immediately took action. He used the supreme forgetful sword technique and slashed hundreds of times in succession without giving the other party any time to react. The undercurrents in the entire sea area were almost cut off. And how could a ruined castle withstand such a large-scale attack? Almost in an instant, the power system, water resource circulation system and other internal facilities of the deep-sea castle collapsed together, with the evil god's power running in it. And the smiling evil god was buried by the ruins of the deep sea. I don't know if it was because of good luck, but Bishop Wu, the two-headed shark cyborg, was lucky enough to dodge all the slashes. Floating in the water, he looked at the long hair on his head that was cut off by the sword wave and had the illusion of escaping death. This Mu Bai is simply a monster. The evil god was buried, and he was a little unsure, so he could only take advantage of the muddy seabed to fish in troubled waters and try to slip away from below. Mu Bai, holding the magic sword, saw that he was the most powerful among all the cyborgs and did not kill him casually, but used the chain ability of the 8 desolate prison body to bind him to the position in front of him. Bishop Wu, who was terrified, was almost strangled to death by the chain. It's not that the sealing chain is so tight, but the main reason is that the chain is extremely heavy. If Mu Bai hadn't lightened the pressure, the other party might have been crushed to death. Spare my life. You really can't bear it. Bishop Wu, with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, suddenly lost his high spirits. At this moment, he kept bowing his head and admitting his mistakes like a pug. The breath of this evil god is very strange. I am a little curious about what ability these things used to curse me from a distance last night. If you can explain it clearly, I can spare your life. Mu Bai said softly after loosening the sealing chain, not paying any attention to the movement in the ruined castle. Bishop Wu suddenly turned back and struggled for a moment before replying with a smile. Can you change the question? If I said that, Mu Bai's greatest advantage is that he likes to help others. Seeing Bishop Wu struggling so hard, he also comforted him a few words. Don't have a psychological burden. In the next 3 seconds, if you hesitate, I will dismantle your limbs. Before he finished speaking, the supreme forgetful sword had already crossed the opponent's shoulder. Bishop Wu, who was holding his broken arm, was really afraid at this moment and hurriedly said the energy system of the evil god. You mean the flesh and blood system? Slightly surprised, Mu Bai judged from the other party's heartbeat frequency that the other party was most likely telling the truth. But he had never heard of this flesh and blood system. There were similar legends in the books he read when he was a teenager in the northern borderland. Now that I think about it, these ghost stories are very likely to be fabricated based on the real deeds of the evil gods in the southern region. The collapsed ruin soon made a heartbeat sound similar to that of an organism, and a large amount of green flesh and blood spread on the seabed. The flesh and blood emitting a faint cold light seemed to have life and deeply penetrated into the soul of the deep seabed. Mu Bai, who was somewhat interested, naturally knew that his slashing just now did not kill the opponent. Just now, he slashed a total of 137 slashes, corresponding to the number of 137 heart organs in the opponent's body. Through the observation of the observation hockey, he knew that the hit rate was less than half. Interesting way of survival. It seems that this evil god is very good at saving his life. These flesh and blood are probably the reason why deep-sea cyborgs can appear continuously. Patting Bishop Wu on the shoulder, Mu Bai said with interest. There was surprise and fear in his eyes, but no fear. Bishop Wu in the sea area dared not take up the conversation. At this moment, he wished he could turn into a microorganism and escape from this dangerous environment. He could not afford to offend the two great gods, the evil god and Mu Bai. The evil god walked out slowly from the blooming flesh and blood. It can be seen that he had just undergone some special enhancement. At least in Mubai's eyes. The other party's aura was forcibly improved from the original Star Master realm to the Star Wheel realm. Of course, this improvement is only in terms of breadth. In essence, it is just a limit value that the other party has accumulated in the realm of Star Master with massive energy. At this moment, this evil god is very likely still unable to achieve the nebula body of the Star Wheel realm. As expected of a well-known figure born in Zhongzhou in recent years. Facing me in this state at this moment, I have no fear or intention to escape. What gives you this courage? Is it your fragile strength? This evil god seems to have not taken Mu Bai seriously. After all, across a large realm, one is a human body, and the other is an evil god body. The two are different species and different levels of existence. Mu Bai touched his chin, patted Bishop Wu on the shoulder, and said very kindly, "My friend, your evil god asked me why I have this courage. Tell me why." Bishop Wu, who kept twitching at the corners of his mouth and cursed in his heart, said a word with difficulty after a long time. "Lord Mu Bai, let me go. You guys settle your grudges. I'm just a stinky fish. You keep asking me. I'm under a lot of pressure." The evil god, whose flesh and blood were twisting, didn't even look at Bishop Wu. He had been looking for loopholes in Mu Bai since he started talking. These meaningless words were just an attempt to anger the other party and make him reveal his flaws. But now it seems that the other party will obviously not make such a low-level mistake. Mu Bai, who had also been activating his observation haki, was looking for the hundreds of moving hearts of the other party. The other party's flesh and blood body was very strange. As if it was pieced together. These heart-like organs should be the power source supporting the evil god. As long as they are all broken quickly, the other party should be quickly eliminated. Just when Bishop Wu couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Two rays of light, one white and one green, almost shot at the same time. Mu Bai, with a milky white vibration ball cover on his right hand, crossed the water and smashed the void in the sea. With a creaking sea vibration, the unmatched earthquake power swept towards the direction of the evil god. The shocking fruit shocks the sea. The evil god who was on the front was smiling even more strangely. A hint of blood appeared in his pale green eyes, and his body was infinitely extended like a tentacle. The dense flesh and blood formed a solid twisted shield of flesh and blood. Extreme vibration versus unknown flesh and blood shield. The moment the two came into contact, they directly shocked the entire sea area. The super large tsunami that was surging in all directions on the sea surface was swallowed up by the subsequent larger tsunami waves before it set off the first wave. Countless deep-sea creatures were thrown into the air by the tsunami waves like fish on a chopping board. Bishop Wu, who was closest to the two, was instantly blasted apart by the energy fluctuations, leaving only the deformed shark head that was swept into the unknown area of the deep sea along the tsunami. Ma Heng, who was sunbathing in the villa on Wanshan Island, only felt a vibration in the void. After taking off his blindfold, he immediately realized that the source of the vibration came from the west. With a raised corner of his mouth, he immediately understood that Mu Bai had bumped into a certain evil god. Only a battle of this level could cause such turmoil. He wanted to continue sunbathing, but he immediately noticed that something was wrong with the port near Wanshan Island. Obviously, this was a chain reaction caused by the other party's battle. Ma Heng, who pressed his face hard with both hands, just felt so tired. He actually had to clean up the other party's battle. When he stretched lazily, the Tiangong token on his waist fell out. His hand turned into light, and he casually held the token that was about to fall to the ground with a confused look in his eyes. When he came to the nearby port to clean up the tsunami waves, he was thinking about this token. Although he couldn't see through the two words on the token through the mist, he found that this thing was indeed a scarce commodity, and even out of print after studying the material of the token these days. He looked through ancient books and records, but couldn't find any relevant material information about this thing. In this case, if this is an invitation token from a certain force as Mu Bai said, then the other party is probably also an ancient force inherited from ancient times. Or even from the last era. Good fellow. How many cyborgs did Mu Bai kill? Standing in front of the port and shooting lasers to resist the tsunami with his hands open, Ma Heng clearly saw a large number of cyborg limbs and arms in the tsunami. The scene scared some residents who were watching the excitement outside the port and made them feel sick. And some residents even vomited directly. Flash. Rain of light. With his hands crossed, Ma Heng directly used a big move to flatten the waves in front of him. When the extreme vibration and the extreme flesh and blood shield collided, there was no winner. Mu Bai's vibration was blocked by these twisted flesh and blood shields. But the subsequent resonance power caused the flesh and blood shields to disintegrate. The two people who had a tacit understanding almost tacitly fought again immediately. The two figures kept colliding with each other in the deep sea at an astonishing speed. The Great Sun Golden Crow form. Golden Crow Divine Fire. After more than a dozen rounds, Mu Bai directly transformed into a mythical form and controlled the Golden Crow Divine Fire to ignite this sea area. Ordinary flames falling into the sea will inevitably extinguish in a short time. But this Golden Crow Divine Fire that can burn in the void is different. The temperature of the steaming and boiling seawater increased almost instantly. And the originally cool seawater was also boiled, forming a large area of air mass in the sky. Some monsters flying at low altitude were even burned by the hot air and lost their ability to move and fell into the sea. In the surprised eyes of the evil god, the cold deep sea in front of him was actually ignited. Even his spreading limbs and flesh were ignited in an instant. He had no choice but to cut off his tentacles and swim rapidly on the sea. Mu Bai in the form of the Golden Crow quickly followed with a large area of Golden Crow Divine Fire burning the seawater. The two rushed out of the sea and finally landed on a nearby deserted island. This uniquely shaped evil god is also a ruthless person. Seeing Mu Bai following closely behind him, he directly tore his body and let the twisted flesh and blood spread rapidly to the entire island. Mu Bai would naturally not let the enemy act freely. He condensed a vibration ball cover on his feet the moment before the enemy took action, and crushed the entire island with 1 foot before the flesh and blood tentacles spread. Your strength is a bit foul. Surprised at the pure strength of the opponent, the evil god used his greater flesh and blood ability to forcibly piece the broken island together again, using flesh and blood as a glue. Then, using the extreme pulling force of flesh and blood, the evil god actually lifted up the entire flesh and blood island and smashed it towards Mu Bai in an unparalleled domineering manner. Mu Bai, who was still in the mythical form, had no intention of retreating. Instead, he stepped forward and condensed the flames of the Great Sun Golden Crow on his fist, facing the island with a diameter of several thousand meters. He raised his fist and blasted it. Golden Crow Gilded. Bright Sun Fist. The fist technique recorded in the Golden Crow Divine Canon was performed by him very easily, and the Golden Crow's raging fire wrapped around his arms. The cry of the rising sun resounded through the world, and at the origin where all the flames were gathered and compressed, a shadow of the Great Sun Golden Crow, like a legendary creature in mythology, passed through the constraints of space and pierced through the entire flesh and blood island from the middle. The evil god, whose expression gradually became solemn, realized at this moment that he had underestimated the enemy before. At the same time as he gave up the flesh and blood island, he immediately urged the twisted flesh and blood on his body to continuously condense a biological armor similar to that of a beetle, under the layers of rings. He also changed from a human-shaped creature to a slightly bloated flesh and blood monster. A green single eye appeared at the position of his eyebrows. From a distance, it felt weird, as if multiple creatures were pieced together. This feeling is good. It seems that although those foods are a bit inferior, they are extremely suitable for piecing together this unique flesh and blood enhanced form. There were more than a dozen noises in the voice of the evil god muttering to himself, including the voices of young women, old women, men and children. Obviously, these were the deep-sea modified people he had not devoured before. Following the flesh mountain pit pierced by the other party, he instantly extended his arm and wrapped around Mu Bai's arm in the opposite direction. Before the other party could react, he pushed the flesh mountain in front of him and pressed the other party into the seabed. The evil god, whose flesh and blood power had increased greatly, blocked Mu Bai's actions with overwhelming force across the flesh mountain, and used flesh and blood tentacles to wrap the other party and drag him towards the bottom of the deep sea while he was retreating. Mu Bai, whose movements were temporarily blocked, was directly in contact with the flesh and blood for the first time. He felt that the star power in his body seemed to be contaminated. Some twisted flesh and blood continued to take root and sprout in his body along with his twisted and alienated star power. At this moment, he also understood the opponent's attack routine, which was to grind him to death. The 8 desolate prison body was activated. Mu Bai, who instantly unlocked the divine body, used his high-density body to eliminate the alienated star power in his body, and then reversed the blood and flesh mountain and broke through the sea surface from the deep seabed. The evil god who noticed that Mu Bai's breath was rising did not choose to fight hard, but swam rapidly into the deeper seabed like a marine creature. He was naturally aware of the reputation of the opponent's divine body, He was not a fool and naturally could not play a hard-hitting trick at this moment. The evil god who went deep into the abyss of the sea soon disappeared. Mu Bai, who was chasing after him, was blocked by his observation hockey in this lightless area and fell into chaos. Mu Bai, who was alert to the changes around him, vaguely realized that there seemed to be a huge monster swimming in the deep sea abyss. Feeling the speed of the water flow around him, he guessed that the other party's volume was at least 1,000 meters long. After lighting the golden crow divine fire between his fingers, he finally understood the scene in the deep sea. Below, the alienated body of the evil god in the abyss of flesh and blood is constantly multiplying. And the multiplied flesh and blood is constructing countless strange creatures similar to sharks. And under the group of sharks, the even larger deep-sea beast is opening its gluttonous mouth to devour him. At this moment, Mu Bai understood why the other party wanted to lead him here. Looking at the nearly 100,000 modified human remains below, how could he not understand that these were the other party's flesh and blood reserve power? The green-haired evil god pointed in the direction of Mu Bai, and hundreds of evil gods with similar auras appeared in the abyss in the shadows around him. The only thing in common among the evil gods with different expressions was their greed for Mu Bai's body. These monsters who relied on flesh and blood to increase their strength naturally desired a strong body. Especially for Mu Bai, who had the legendary top-level divine body. This hungry beggar in their eyes met a full banquet. That kind of fatal temptation was enough to make the hundreds of evil gods close to the Star Wheel realm on the scene fight for all their wealth. Mu Bai, who looked slightly cold, did not panic. He followed the movement trajectory of the dense group of flesh and blood shark monsters above his head, and clearly saw that there were many evil gods standing above his head waiting for his arrival. The other party was obviously prepared and waiting for his arrival. This game was set for him. It's funny. If you were cursed by us last night, we might let you leave the South region. But you are immune to these curses, which is very troublesome. If we let you continue to live here, wouldn't it be a slap in the face of us evil gods? Those modified people as our food are not something you can slaughter at will. The confident green-haired evil god's tone gradually became cold. Originally, according to the idea of their evil god school, at least 10 evil gods should be promoted before the start of the great struggle. And at least 3 evil gods should be promoted to the peak of the Sun Wheel realm quietly. Based on the evil gods, they wanted to unify the South region. But Mu Bai accidentally destroyed everything at this critical moment, damaging the fundamental interests of the evil gods. Even if the other party is the king of heaven, they will try every means to kill him. Such a battle formation is too exaggerated to deal with a mere ordinary person in the realm of Star Master. It seems that you are really idle. So idle that you want to jump the queue to die. Holding the supreme forgetful sword, Mu Bai looked around in the form of a divine body. Even the evil gods dared not look at his eyes with terrifying spirit. Arrogant guy. Hundreds of evil gods want to deal with you. But it's easy. I don't believe you can fight 100 at a time. Especially on the basis of crossing a major realm. A grey-robed evil god with a voice like a wild bull licked his lips and said jokingly, with greed in his eyes. Mu Bai, grinning, rushed forward instantly. His tyrannical body went straight through the lower body of the evil god, who had just spoken provocatively. The evil god with the voice of a barbarian bull quickly stretched out his flesh and blood to surround Mu Bai. But he never thought that Mu Bai, who was in the state of a divine body, was no longer extremely strong in strength and flesh, but had become a pervert among perverts, the limit among limits. Mu Bai, with his palms open, smashed the deep-sea turbulence with a slap. He smashed the body of the evil god with amazing force. There was even a big sun golden crow divine fire between his fingers, igniting it in the deep sea. The evil god, who had broken off part of his flesh and blood, had just stepped back a few steps and recondensed his body when he found that Mu Bai had pounced on him like a beast. And his fists hit more than 100 power sources in his body in a dense bombardment like raindrops. The evil god who forcibly split out a power source and was wrapped in flesh and blood splashing out was shattered by Mu Bai's palm in panic. The power source represents the heart of the evil god. And more than 100 power sources are more than 100 hearts. According to common sense, even if the evil god only has 1 power source left, he can recover in a short time. However, if all the power sources in his body are destroyed at the same time, the evil god will surely die. It is very troublesome to kill the evil god. This is one of the reasons why Wanshan Chamber of Commerce has never launched an attack on some of the evil god organizations in the surrounding areas. A few strongmen such as Ma Hung may be able to kill 1 or 2 evil gods in a short time, but it will be very troublesome to let them escape any part of the power source of flesh and blood tissue. and even cause the other party to retaliate in the future. Mu Bai, who was holding the other party's body, clearly sensed that the other party's vitality had disappeared. And then he looked around and said with some doubts, "Is this the vitality of your evil god? It's too weak." In the brief fight just now, Mu Bai also figured out the approximate strength of the other party. It can only be said that he is a star master who has been strengthened at the top level. His combat power is still not comparable to that of a real Star Wheel Realm powerhouse. The difference between the two is not in quantity, but in quality. After Mu Bai killed an evil god, the nearby evil gods watched coldly, as if the other party had just killed someone other than their kind. You can kill one evil god, but what about hundreds? The green-haired evil god and the other evil gods, who had fought with Mu Bai at the beginning, gradually hid in the deep-sea abyss. And countless deep-sea monsters made of twisted flesh and blood attacked like a tide. Mu Bai clenched his fists and his fighting spirit was boiling. He had never met an enemy who could not be killed in his life. If he could not kill the opponent with one punch, then he would use 10 punches. If he could not kill the opponent with 10 punches, then he would use 1,000 punches or 10,000 punches, until the opponent had no place to stand, and could not even have a drop of flesh and blood. This was his fighting principle. So what if there were hundreds of evil gods? The second level of the 8 desolate prison body was activated. The Great Sun Golden Crow form was activated. The Xinjiang fruit fully activated its power. The second level of the Golden Crow Divine Cannon was activated. The Supreme Forgetful Sword Technique and the Supreme Emotional Sword Technique were performed at the same time. The Observation Haki was activated. The Armament Haki was activated. The Overlord Haki was activated. With all his abilities activated, Mu Bai's overall aura rose to a whole new level. The Golden Crow Divine Fire on his left hand merged into his fingers, and the vibrating ball cover on his right hand covered his palm. Thousands of supreme slashes spread across the abyss like a storm. The terrifying sword intent crisscrossed like an airtight net that penetrated all living things from top to bottom. These slashes were divided into 2 types. One was like the cold moonlight that triggered the divine wind to whistle, revealing a ruthless intention when penetrating flesh and blood. And the other slash was like a wandering road. It wiped out everything in the world with a fierce state. When Mu Bai, whose physical condition reached the peak, used 2 top sword techniques at the same time, he had a new feeling. The fusion value of the 2 sword techniques in his task bar increased again. Extreme speed, extreme power, extreme explosive power, extreme reaction ability, extreme spirit. Mu Bai, who instantly threw thousands of punches, destroyed countless flesh monsters. Even hundreds of evil gods attacked from all corners one by one. And he couldn't stop. Often, more than a dozen evil gods were beaten by Mu Bai one moment, and attacked Mu Bai the next moment. But Mu Bai's current body strength was immune to their attacks, not to mention seriously injuring him. At this moment, the evil gods couldn't even pull out a hair of Mu Bai, and countless fierce flesh attacks could hardly reduce his attack speed by 1 point. The evil gods, who took turns to attack, obviously didn't expect that Mu Bai was more like an evil god than them. The originally expected scene of their side joining forces to suppress the enemy did not appear. Instead, Mu Bai, who became more and more eager to fight, used his own body to suppress hundreds of powerful evil gods. The Great Lane Temple in the western regions. The rolling Buddha sound continued to spread in the ancient temple. When you walked into the center of the treasure hall, you could see the monks on the lotus platforms around chanting Buddhist scriptures. Under the monk's gaze, a young monk near the main lotus platform frowned, and half of his face was faintly demonic. On the other side of his face, the Buddha's light was shining. In such a contrast, he seemed to be more like a Buddha than the enshrined Buddha statue. The abbot in charge held a tattered bamboo slip in his hand, and burst into tears after seeing the wonder on the boy's face. No disciples knew why this strong man in the Sun Wheel Realm was crying. Only a few elderly temple elders trembled slightly when they recited the scriptures. There were few things that could make this highly respected figure in the western regions cry like this. You should know that when the Great Lane Temple was tragically destroyed and the scriptures were cut off, he never shed a tear. But now, he seemed to have forgotten that he was a monk and lost his composure. Some young disciples were really curious. After carefully looking at the boy who showed the celestial phenomena, they felt like they were in H.L. It was obviously sunny, but the evil thoughts rising in their hearts could not be stopped. Some disciples had purple lips and looked like crazy in this situation. Several elderly monks saw this and recited the scriptures in reverse. Sure enough, after the scriptures were instilled into their ears, the disciples who were possessed by the devil gradually eased. Disciples, Don't look at the appearance of the previous Buddha. The twin Buddhas and demons are rare in the world. The higher your Buddha nature, the easier it is to be possessed by the devil when you look at the appearance. Don't give birth to the devil's thoughts of Amitabha when you look at your nose and mouth. After the elderly monk said this, he continued to chant the Buddhist scriptures on his own. The disciples under the lotus platform also closed their eyes and dared not easily observe the mysterious boy. Time passed by minute, until a sigh of sorrow slowly came out, and the monks who were silently reciting the scriptures all closed their mouths. Many Buddha statues in the main hall of the ancient temple all shed tears of blood. Such a shocking scene made some disciples lose their souls. The Buddha statue dripping blood is a taboo in the legend. The frowning young man seemed to gradually wake up. The moment he opened his eyes, he looked at the many Buddha statues in the hall. He ignored the bodhisattvas and looked directly at the 3 Buddha statues in the center of the Buddhist hall. There are 3 Buddhas in Buddhism: the past Buddha Dipankara, the present Buddha Sakyamuni, and the past Buddha Mithriya. Ordinary Buddhist halls cannot worship 3 Buddhas at the same time, but only the Great Lane Temple can, because Buddhism in the main world is divided into worldly and otherworldly. Those who enter the world can use the Buddha's merit to guide the world back to the right path, also known as the angry Vajra. And those who leave the world use Buddhism as a guide to spread Buddhism and save all living beings. The Great Lane Temple is the highest hall for those who enter the world. And naturally the 3 Buddhas can be placed without any taboos. The end of Buddhism is coming, and the great struggle will begin in 10 years. At that time, all Buddhas will be extinguished, and only those who enter the world can lead all living beings out of the dead end. The long-haired boy who woke up didn't speak loudly, but the sound of Buddha rolled in his voice, and there was always a sense of indifference when listening to it. The words between his words were like a bolt from the blue to the ears of many monks. You must know that in the mortal world, only when the end of the Dharma era of Buddhism is completely coming will there be only those who enter the world. To some extent, this can also be understood as the whole world has reached a critical moment of survival. The most profound Buddhist scriptures will be misunderstood by the world, and the purest Buddhist teachings will be understood by no one. At that time, no one will pay high respect to the Buddha, and Buddhism will enter the darkest era. The long-haired boy had stars in his eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 Buddha statues in the distance slowly cracked. But the abbot, who was a strong man in the Sunwheel realm, did not notice the interference of external forces at all. The devil Buddha appeared on his face. The Buddha statues cried blood and tears, and the statues of the 3 Buddhas shattered. All of this pointed to the only direction. The Buddhist master of the Dharma ending age has arrived. The brilliant Buddha light behind the boy illuminated the main hall of the Lane Temple. The Buddha light on the holy mountain in the western region spread all over the place with the grand Buddhist sound. Wherever he passed, the Buddha flower grew, with 8 leaves as the main one facing the western sky. I will come in the Dharma ending age, and I will also carry the destiny in this age. Those who cause the extinction of Buddhism will be killed. Those who cause chaos in the world will be killed. Those who cause the great Tao to collapse will be killed. At this point, the shocked Buddhist disciples have realized that the man in front of them is no longer an ordinary person. Looking down at the Buddhist disciples, the young man slowly exhaled a foul breath. Before reincarnation, all Buddhas will be revived. And after reincarnation, all Buddhas will be extinguished. The destiny cannot be interrupted and should continue for thousands of years. I was born in the West and named the Peacock King. The destiny is too short, so I am willing to make a great wish to keep it for hundreds of millions of years. As soon as these words came out, they were heard all over the world. The rolling Buddha sound brought the Buddha's light that soared into the sky and illuminated hundreds of mountains in the western regions. And the Peacock King, who was resurrected by the inconspicuous little monk, gathered the 10,000 demons mountain range in one place with supreme divine power to create the Buddha mountain where the Buddha's light shines forever. The old Tianji Venerable in Zhongzhou Tianji Pavilion showed a trace of indifference in his eyes. He used the destiny of heaven and earth to calculate the fortune, but the results were 3 bad ones. Even his fortune-telling fruit could not calculate the destiny. Will it really be passed down in this generation? The Ziwei Star Lord in the Zhongzhou royal court heard the Buddha's sound from the western regions and shook his head slowly, not knowing what he was denying. The Yu Emperor, who was practicing the 8-9 mysterious art in the God Sun Hall, turned pale, and the Fengdu Ghost King body almost disappeared in the faint Buddha light. If it weren't for his deep foundation, he would have fallen to the ground long ago. This is not to say that the other party's ability is so great that he can suppress him from the western regions. The main thing is that under the other party's great power in the western regions, his 2 Ghost King clones who were secretly completing tasks in the western regions were all destroyed. Such a backlash is not something that even he can easily bear. I underestimated the heroes of the world. Those who failed to fight for destiny with those monsters in the previous era are not ordinary people even if they are reborn in this era. This person is extremely suppressing my divine body. And Mu Bai, who was fighting against the evil god in the deep sea of the southern region, was actually affected by the Peacock King. Mu Bai, who crushed all the evil gods in the deep sea with the strongest form, only felt that the broken weapons in his soul seemed to be emitting unprecedented brilliance after hearing the Sanskrit sound. The broken three-pointed two-edged sword seemed to be repaired by some mysterious power. The star power of the main world has risen. Realizing this, Mu Bai now understood why the Purple Star Lord used the tide to compare the changes in the revival of the star power. But this is different from the 50 years and 100 years predicted by many top forces. The first wave of revived star power actually came like a tide with the resurrection of the Peacock King of the western regions. Mu Bai, who smashed the surrounding seas, turned his head and looked. Those evil gods, who were beaten to blood and flesh, seemed to be forced to gradually merge their flesh and blood. The evil gods affected by the western region Buddha's sound chain seemed to be different from the previous rapid recovery. This time, the complex flesh and blood were flowing to one place. And it seemed that some new life was being born. The wills of many evil gods were reversely cleansed. Amid the chaotic voices, a flesh-colored palm passed through the twisted flesh ball and slowly opened the flesh membrane. This creature that suddenly appeared had wings on its back. He looked at the direction of the Buddha's light and broke through the air. Before leaving, this creature composed of hundreds of twisted flesh and blood of evil gods did not even look at Mu Bai. Mu Bai, who was covered with a face, was about to fall. The vibration ball cover slowly dissipated. He didn't understand why this monster born from the evil god wanted to leave. He thought that this creature with a unique breath was a collection of those evil gods. But now it seems not. When the other party rushed out of the sea, an illusory net covered most of the territory of the southern region. And the mysterious evil god collection stood at the top of the illusory grid and looked down at the regional changes near Wanshan Island. The weird evil god creature with a grin seemed to take out a flesh and blood key from his mouth and threw it into the windless sea. This evil god collection with wings on its back looked at the building under the deep sea with cold eyes, and seemed to be more resentful. You stand under the bright sun, but I can only decay and hide in a dark corner. Everything you left behind should belong to me. The evil god group that rushed into the sea disappeared halfway, and Mu Bai did not notice it when he activated his observation color. Obviously, the other party had left this space. Just as Mu Bai vacated the sea area, the center point of the originally calm and windless sea area gradually rose. Hundreds of billions of tons of sea water were lifted to the surroundings along with the protruding parts of the sea area. In the turbulent waves, Mu Bai was instantly submerged by a tsunami of thousands of meters. The heavy sea water seemed to have special abilities. Mu Bai, who was in it, was unable to move his whole body. Even with full power, he could not move his body at all. Just when he wanted to use the Golden Crow Divine Fire to ignite the sea water, his figure gradually turned into bubbles and disappeared on the spot. Under the rising water surface was the hideous Shura ancient temple. The inscriptions on the ancient inscriptions continued to rise along the building that shocked the gods and ghosts. The residents of the nearby sea area watched the 1,000-meter-high waves surging, and the Shura ancient temple of tens of thousands of meters was also reflected in everyone's eyes. Ma Hung, who was paying attention to this side, came to the sea area as soon as possible. Looking at the ancient building behind the 1,000-meter-high waves, he was stunned. As a native of the southern region, how could he not know the ancient legends of the southern region? Eternal, unparalleled. The top of the road. This is the tomb of the God Emperor. The Shura Temple. Will the God Emperor who carries the destiny in each era of the main world die? Maybe. Maybe not. No one knows where those who achieve the name of the God Emperor in each era will go. But there is no doubt that there will be no real tomb of the God Emperor in the entire main world today, even in billions of times. And the same is true in the South region. It is rumored that the bloodiest era was born in a certain era in ancient times. In that battle of destiny, the person who called himself Shura finally succeeded in ascending to the top of the God Emperor and looked down on all living beings. He is one of the few people who do not believe in the existence of destiny. So the Shura Temple he spent a lot of effort to build in the South region before he became the God Emperor was not used. After all, no one, including himself, would have thought that a cultivator who was less than 1,000 years old would be reborn to fight against death and kill many powerful enemies, stepping on the white bone step by step to become the God Emperor who created an era. As the tomb of the Shura God Emperor, the Shura temple naturally stores a large number of treasures and various rare treasures. You should know that before being promoted to the God Emperor, Shura was already a top-level strongman who suppressed multiple domains for 100 years. He inherited countless legacies from the previous era, not to mention the new era in which he coordinated the world. According to legend, the Shura God Emperor who carried the destiny had already destroyed his carefully arranged tomb to clarify his mind. But it was obviously a rumor. Ma Hung looked at the Shura ancient temple, whose entrance had been opened, with excitement, and felt his blood boiling in his heart. The rumors were half true and half false. But there was no doubt that the other party's mythical Shura fruit, which only existed in the legend, had a great probability of being buried in the Shura ancient temple. The other party's skills and weapons were possible. Shura God Emperor did not destroy his tomb, which meant that the other party still had old thoughts in his mind. Ma Hung, who thought so, had already ignored other things. He changed into the elemental form and rushed towards the entrance of the Shura ancient temple at a high speed. Before he entered the area of more than 10,000 meters of the Shura ancient temple, the waves rolled and swallowed him. The next moment, Ma Hung, whose whole body was blocked, was also transported into another space under the coercion of the strange sea water. Seeing Ma Heng's decisiveness, many of the southern region's Tianjiao, who rushed over urgently, naturally guessed his thoughts. After staring at each other for a long time, the Tianjiu almost rushed into the direction of the Shura ancient temple together. Some even started a ruthless fight before entering the ancient temple. Some old monsters who have lived for thousands of years wanted to enter the ancient temple, but didn't even get close. They died suddenly tens of thousands of meters away. It seemed that the man died in an accident. But the sudden deaths of more than a dozen old monsters made these people understand the rules of the Shura ancient temple. That is age. People under the age of 500 will basically die suddenly when they approach the Shura ancient temple, while those who whispered that they were 500 years old can be teleported into the temple before approaching it. Asshole. This Shura temple is not a story in the storybook to deceive children. This is probably the only tomb of the God Emperor since ancient times. Ha ha ha. I witnessed history. The legend back then was actually true. If we go in, we might even see the living Shura God Emperor. A real God Emperor. Some people complained, while others were amazed. However, as people from various major forces nearby flowed in, the news about the opening of the Shura temple spread rapidly like a plague. Those top bosses in the southern region who were hiding in the dark did not move their own troops. But they also sent many young talents from their own forces to rush into the Shura ancient temple. Most of the people who entered the Shura ancient temple under the 500-year-old rules and taboos were below the level of Star Masters. Occasionally, you can see the existence of Star Masters, and those who have higher cultivation than these Star Masters belong to the top group of people in the southern region. A mythical ability user who turned into a white elephant and stepped on auspicious clouds. A beautiful young woman holding a strange pink ring wave. A cold swordsman wearing golden armor and covered with raging wind. A purple poisonous dragon controlling green poisonous miasma. When the top figures of these major forces in the southern region entered the Shura ancient temple one after another, the entire venue was blocked by the joint efforts of several top forces. Although they could not control the opening of the ancient temple, they could control the people who came out alive. Under the net of heaven and earth, no fly can think of leaving the southern region after coming out of the ancient temple. His head was dizzy, and the cold and damp soil on the ground made Mubai feel as if he had just arrived in this fantasy world. The extreme feeling of powerlessness spread throughout his body along with his bumpy walking posture. Where is this place? Mubai had a strange feeling about the recent events. First, he followed the Jiang brothers and sisters to kill demons, and then fought with demons, and came to the south region through the Dark Star interface. Now, by chance, he came to this strange world because of the battle with evil gods? Is this a coincidence? Mubai didn't think it was a coincidence. After all, he had never encountered such coincidences in the more than 10 years he lived in the main world. It was as if a big hand had been pushing him forward since he set foot in Zhongzhou. After fading these thoughts, Mubai cheered up and looked at the world around him, only to feel inexplicably absurd, because there was no light in this world, and the bright red flowers of the other shore grew along the endless void, as if they were entrusted to this space and existed. There was no moon, stars, or sun above his head. The only thing that illuminated this world was not a trace of light red petals. There was no doubt that this was a world of death. In this gray world, there was no life, no sound, and no breathing. The death at the end of all things seemed to be rampant here, so that Mu Bai suddenly had an inexplicable sense of nostalgia. There was a kind of magic that seemed to be constantly hypnotizing him to remove his bones and plant them in the gray soil, disintegrate his flesh and blood to water the flowers growing in the void. That kind of magic told him to sit to the left. That kind of magic seemed to send a voice telling him to stand and think silently. That kind of magic seemed to be guiding him to recall the darkest and most painful memories in the depths of his memory. It kept talking, never stopping. Mu Bai, who covered his head, naturally discovered the unusualness of this world. The mental barrier seemed to be useless in this world. The anxiety deep in his bones forced Mu Bai to follow those absurd ideas, follow those suggestions that will always be left. Since the mental barrier has been completely lost, I can only numb these sounds through the most primitive human methods, Mu Bai said coldly, breaking his fingers in this dead world. One by one, the clear physical pain really made Mu Bai's mental state gradually return to normal. Others would not be able to do it easily, but he could. Just because his name is Mu Bai, he is a madman who treats himself more cruelly than his enemies. Mu Bai, who suppressed the pain, gradually straightened his fingers, and then walked aimlessly along the nearby gray barren mountains. Along the way, he also saw some bones randomly discarded in the deserted ravines. The more he walked forward, the more perfect the nearby pits were. Mu Bai, who had experienced countless storms, finally stopped in front of a giant pit after going deeper into this world for more than 10 kilometers. It was not that he didn't want to go, but because there were millions of broken bones under the pit in front of him. Mu Bai, who slowly raised his head, finally guessed what this world was for. There were countless pits like this within his sight, which also meant that counting the skeletons in 100 million was already the lowest unit. The further he looked, the larger and more sophisticated the pits became. When he finally saw the first vast plain where corpses were neatly stored after passing through countless rough pits, he was already extremely sure of his guess. Here, people from a world were buried with the dead. Mountains and rivers were used as mausoleums to bury the people of the entire world with the dead. Mu Bai had never seen a cemetery of this scale in his life. The wind was howling. In this burial world shrouded in darkness, there was an indescribable invisible darkness that was instilling into the many skeletons. When the skeletons that were buried with the dead stood up again, the vast army of undead could not see the end. The sea of undead probably cannot describe the situation at this moment. Just as Mu Bai was observing the skeletons and undead, a scorching light and a bright flash collided in the distant sky. Unfortunately, the scorching light was obviously better. With a huge dragon roar, the flash fell like a comet, just less than 50 meters away from Mu Bai. Ma Hung? Looking down, Mu Bai found that it was his old friend Ma Hung, the user of the shining fruit. You are here too. Where is this place? Ma Hung, who stood up in a panic, glanced at Mu Bai with a slightly bitter smile. Obviously, he did not expect Mu Bai to get in. This is the ancient temple of Shura, the tomb of the Shura god emperor. Let's not talk about these things for now. The most urgent thing is whether you and I can join forces to fight the enemy. After all, the guys who came in this time are all perverts among perverts. Before Ma Hung finished speaking, a purple dragon hundreds of meters long was spitting miasma and poison gas and wandering carelessly in the sky. When he saw Mu Bai beside Ma Hung, his eyes flickered for a few seconds, and he obviously recognized Mu Bai's identity. On the surface, a beautiful woman in a cheongsam walked over elegantly. When he saw Ma Hung and Mu Bai, he seemed very happy and kept waving his arms in the distance. Zhongzhou Mu Bai, I have heard about your deeds for a long time, but I didn't expect to meet you here. The purple dragon spoke in a steady tone, without any emotion. But when he mentioned the word deeds, he obviously twitched his dragon nose. Looking at the beautiful woman waving not far away and the poisonous dragon staring at him, Mu Bai understood the other party's intention. Get out of the way. You can't protect Ma Hung. If you leave me today, I can treat you as if you don't exist. After all, we still have Zhongzhou to come. The purple poisonous dragon hadn't finished speaking when it discovered that Mu Bai, who had broken through the air, had actually directly activated the 8 desolate prison body and pressed his huge purple dragon head to smash down towards the gray surface. Fan Lane, the user of the poison dragon fruit of the mystical beast, felt as if a dozen mountains were pressing down on his head, crushing him into the surface of the gray world. Boom! A huge amount of energy shock waves, like a mountain explosion, swept across the earth. Fan Lane's whole body was trembling. Even with such a tenacious dragon body, he was like a little snake and couldn't move at all under Mu Bai's suppression. The beautiful woman in the cheongsam shook the fan in her hand and clapped her hands repeatedly, as if she was also shocked by Mu Bai's move. What a fierce man. Lane. If you die, just make a sound. Although the poisonous dragon with injuries all over his body looked very ugly, and looked like a dead insect when it was smashed into the ground. It was a rare enemy with such high physical strength among Mu Bai's enemies. This bastard. Hearing the laughter of his companions, Van Lane was immediately furious. The deeper he developed the poison dragon fruit of the mystical beast, the more moody he became. How could he endure such humiliation now that he could explode at any time? Van Lane tried his best but couldn't break free from the opponent's huge force. Such a huge difference in strength made him a little unbelievable. You know, he is a strong man in the Star Wheel realm. He is one big realm away from Zhongzhou Mu Bai. What's more, he is also a fantasy beast ability user. And he has practiced many poison-type horizontal training techniques. In the past, he always suppressed the enemy with brute force. When has he ever been suppressed by a person of a lower realm? Mu Bai's power in the divine body state is so terrifying that it can move mountains and seas. Mu Bai's palm, which was almost sunken in Fan Lane's head, was about to exert force again when he saw Fan Lane in the form of a fantasy beast spitting poisonous mist all around. There were still wounds on its bloody head, but his recovery speed in the poisonous mist was also extremely terrifying. He recovered in a few moments. Mu Bai, who did not continue to attack rashly, quickly retreated to the back, and saw that these poisonous mists formed miasma and gave birth to a new poison field. Mu Bai's fingers were already faintly corroded by the poison spreading on his fingertips, because he didn't have time to retract them. Asshole! 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 I'm targeting the son of God of your royal court. Not a rookie like you. Since you don't want to be shameless, I won't hold back either. The purple poisonous dragon stirred all the purple venom in the poisonous field. As it rose and rolled, the vast amount of venom turned into dragons of the same size as it, hanging down the highly toxic liquid. Under the control of Fan Lane, more than a dozen venomous dragons immediately swept down. Poisonous dragon nest. Facing this doomsday-like poisonous dragon attack, Mu Bai was about to use the power of the Xinjiang fruit to break it with a punch. The cheongsam woman who had been watching the show suddenly blew him a kiss. The flying kiss turned into a halo at an amazing speed. When the halo passed over Mu Bai's body, his speed seemed to be slowed down by dozens of times. And it was extremely slow. Ma Heng, who was holding his chest with his hands, was also taken care of by the cheongsam woman. He was already an elemental being, but under this aura of slowness, his movements became extremely slow. Even the light elements on his body moved in a very clear trajectory at this moment. This cheongsam woman would have restrained two geniuses at the same time if she hadn't made a move. Well done, Liji. But don't always watch me make a fuss next time. Van Lane, who controlled the liquid poison dragon, naturally would not miss this good opportunity. The poisonous ability of his whole body burst out and made those liquid poison dragons quickly bombard Mu Bai and Ma Heng. Mu Bai, who was bombarded by the poisonous liquid, could not dodge at all because of his slow movements. Although the effect of the fruit he suffered at the moment of being attacked was reduced a lot, the slow restriction still existed. Ma Heng, who was blown away by the poison, was even more miserable. He was restrained by the woman's slow fruit, and now he was invaded by the poison, which was extremely miserable. His previously invincible sparkling fruit was like a turtle stripped of its disguise under the opponent's slow fruit. When Mu Bai barely raised his arms to resist the erosion of those liquid poison dragons, he slowly moved towards the position of the two people in front of him under the torrent of poison. Not good. After the poison invaded his body, Mu Bai found that the most serious problem was not the continuous damage caused by the opponent's poison, but the effects of the poison dragon and the slow fruit ability of the woman seemed to be superimposed. The poison invaded his body. Not only his physical movement speed was restricted, but now even his thinking speed was seriously slowed down. This slowing down of thinking was very fatal. Even Mu Bai, who had a clear goal, was a little lost in it. As soon as he thought of counterattacking, the poisonous dragon had already whipped his tail. And then the light-footed cheongsam beauty had once again strengthened her ability of the slow fruit. Mu Bai, who was continuously controlled, was really being beaten like a meat shield. That's right. Mu Bai, show me your skills again. Van Lane, who changed into a half-dragon and half-human form, stretched out his thick dragon arms and punched Mu Bai, who was posing with his arms in a parrying posture, but always moving slowly. With a thunderous attack, the violent fists, like a meteor shower, fell on Mu Bai's whole body like raindrops. Mu Bai, who was beaten back thousands of meters, had no room for counterattack. After the Cheongsam woman's unexpected attack, Mu Bai had no spare energy to get rid of the slow control. After fighting for nearly half a minute, Fan Lane's fists were a little numb. At this moment, he had a preliminary understanding of the first-ranked 8 desolate prison body. With his terrifying output ability, he couldn't break the opponent's defense. This was enough to show how unreasonable the opponent's abnormal physique was. Ma Heng, who was knocked aside, wanted to shoot a laser beam to shoot through the Cheongsam beauty. As long as the laser beam of the shining fruit instantly penetrated the opponent, he would have a chance to remove the slow restriction. You young people are so naive and cute. Do you think I will focus all my attention on Mu Bai? I have been observing your actions. The slow fruit ability user called Li Ji was trapped by the new slow halo before the laser beam between Ma Heng's fingers was fired. The laser light that should have penetrated all objects blocking it along the way at the speed of light was as slow as the clouds in the sky. At this speed, Li Ji easily avoided Ma Heng's laser light in an instant, and then used the armed color domineering to pierce Ma Heng's heart with a palm. Ma Heng, with ferocious eyes, felt the pain coming slowly. He was powerless to resist it, and wanted to activate the armament hockey defense. But he never thought that the flow of armament hockey would be extremely slow under the slow aura. The dazzling and charming Li Ji was obviously not a talkative person. She stretched out her jade finger, and gently tapped Ma Heng's forehead. As long as this finger covered with armament hockey pierced Ma Heng's forehead, Ma Heng would probably really die here. Just when Li Ji, the user of the slow fruit, was about to kill Ma Heng, an amazing spirit suddenly erupted on the battlefield not far away. Mu Bai, whose body was bitten by toxins, suppressed the ability of the slow fruit with the ultimate domineering aura. Although the suppression was not thorough enough, Mu Bai, who had recovered 60% of his previous speed, was still able to withstand the violent output of Fan Lane in the half-human and half-dragon form. It's really amazing domineering aura. But it's too late. Fan Lane, who was punching and hitting the flesh, easily resolved Mu Bai's offensive, and was actually in an absolute advantage in martial arts. Mu Bai, whose speed was restricted, did not waste time, and immediately launched the power of his own divine body after the third round of the fight. The moment the 8 desolate prison body was reopened, Mu Bai directly drew out the supreme forgetful sword at his waist, and he slashed Fan Lane's head with an absolute arm strength. Poisonous miasma whip. Fan Lane, who was retreating quickly, immediately mobilized the massive amount of venom around him to continuously combine into a toxic whip to restrict Mu Bai's speed of movement. Unfortunately, he was still too late. When Mu Bai passed through the poison and came in front of him, he hit the opponent's chin with a vibrating iron fist. Squeak! The heavy sound of the void shattering was accompanied by Fan Lane's painful voice. When Mu Bai was about to crush the opponent's head along the vibration trajectory, 2 slow halos attacked again. It was Li Ji who temporarily gave up killing Ma Heng in order to save Fan Lane. You are really a terrifying guy who can disperse the effect of my fruit with the domineering aura of the king. But you may not be able to escape the awakening ability. Li Ji was obviously still a little proud when talking about the awakening of the fruit. As a genius among one of the top forces in the southern region, she is also a rare superhuman fruit awakening ability user. Her slow fruit has the special ability of absolute slowness. But after the fruit awakening, this slow ability has undergone a qualitative change. Fruit awakening. Mu Bai immediately activated the Overlord Haki. But he never thought that the Overlord Haki that was being released would disappear little by little as if time was going backwards. After his Overlord Haki disappeared, the Tai Shan Wang Qing sword on his waist was actually put back into the scabbard at some point. Not only that, even the vibration ball cover in Mu Bai's hand and the 8 desolate prison body that he opened at this moment were gradually closing. Is this time reversal? No. Mu Bai's thoughts were very clear at this moment. After he realized that the opponent's slow halo was closing his previously opened attack methods one by one along the time, he understood that this was not time reversal in a broad sense, but time reversal for individuals. This move seems to have no lethality. But whether in an emergency or in a normal battle, this move is enough to restrict any opponent's moves. In other words, it can be regarded as another enhancement of the slow halo. Mu Bai, whose ability was restricted, wanted to release the observation haki, but got a reverse closure. He wanted to punch, but put away his fist under this reversal. This scene seemed very strange here. As if Mu Bai himself was not smart, and was making a joke. The 3 people who were fighting fiercely did not notice that the nearby undead skeletons were moving. But Ma Heng, who was injured and fell to the ground, saw at this moment a black figure in the group of undead skeletons, who was quickly defeating the skeleton undead. The man holding the strange sickle obviously saw the three people fighting fiercely here. After a little hesitation, he also broke through the group of undead skeletons and headed east. Ma Hung almost vomited blood when he saw the real face of the other party. The man holding the sickle and driving the mantis creature was obviously the Wanchong sect killer who attacked Mu Bai and Nandong caravan in Wanshan Chamber of Commerce that day. He had been trying to find him, but couldn't find him. He didn't expect that he would appear here. Mu Bai, who was doubly suppressed on the battlefield, would definitely be a lie to say that he was not depressed. He had never seen a superhuman ability that lasted so long and had a replenishing effect. Even Mu Bai had to admit that the opponent's auxiliary ability was indeed the pinnacle. "Don't blame us for this. Your bastard body is too strong," Fan Lane said coldly, and then controlled the venom dragon with both hands to wrap around Mu Bai's body, and he himself directly transformed into a venom dragon. The final poison miasma was compressed into a touch of emerald green toxin shock wave that directly bombarded Mu Bai's whole body. Mu Bai's skin, which was continuously attacked by toxins, was ulcerated to varying degrees, and even his internal organs had various problems. If he could activate the Golden Crow Divine Fire at this moment, he could immediately break the poisonous attack. But unfortunately, his Golden Crow Divine Fire would be restrained by the single-person backtracking ability as soon as it was summoned. Sparkling rain of light. A violent flash of light broke out at this moment. Ma Hung, who was enduring the pain, summoned countless lasers in the air to launch a range attack. Because he dragged Mu Bai down, he naturally couldn't just walk away. Even if he was at the risk of being killed, he had to make a last-ditch effort. A trick. A slow halo. Li Ji turned around and released the slow halo directly in the air. The rapid halo immediately reduced the speed of most lasers. But there were still fish that slipped through the net and drilled out of the gap, interrupting Li Ji's ability. It was during this gap that Mu Bai, who had been controlled, finally found an opportunity to break through. Without hesitation, he directly activated the 8 desolate prison body and passed Fan Lane and punched Li Ji, who was slowing down the light rain. The beautiful Li Ji turned around and stretched out her left hand to release the slowing halo towards Mu Bai. Unfortunately, this time was a little different. Mu Bai, who was well prepared, was covered with the armed color domineering as soon as he came up. After reducing most of the effects of the slow fruit, he continuously activated the domineering color domineering and the shock fruit, while shattering the void with a punch to interfere with the opponent's ability. His fist with boundless power stared at the slowing halo and hit Li Ji in front of him. Only 10 centimeters away. Li Ji, with her pupils contracted, gritted her teeth and said coldly to Fan Lane not far away, "Why did you let him come over?" Looking at Mu Bai, who was constantly bound by the slow halo but could not be completely restrained, Li Ji felt unprecedented pressure. Her slow halo needs to be stored in advance before fighting. In the past, the number of slow halos she stored was enough to cope with several high-intensity battles. But today, just to restrain Mu Bai's actions, she had used up most of her slowness aura. After Mu Bai's actions just now, her current storage capacity was almost at the bottom. If Fan Lane didn't come back to help her, she would probably die here, deep inside the Shura temple. At this moment, the evil god gathering has passed through the cemetery worlds and arrived at the bottom of the Shura temple. The key that he originally used to open this place has completely melted into this world. It's all worth it. He slowly raised his head with a crazy look in his eyes, and saw that right in front of him was a bronze building complex that was more than 100,000 meters high. The bronze walls around were covered with patterns representing some kind of ritual or some kind of meaning. These exquisite bronze carvings outline the important mechanisms on the steep part of the cliffs. The evil god gathering looked carefully and immediately found that the nodes of those bronze patterns were all places where corpse chi was stored. 333 nodes stored 333 bronze coffins respectively. When the corpse chi of each node gathers, it will intercept part of it to maintain its own operation. But most of the corpse chi will eventually penetrate into the bottom of the entire bronze space with the gray mist. That is, the only main seat of the Imperial Mausoleum. After walking through the other coffin nodes of the bronze space, the evil god gathering also roughly guessed what creatures were hidden in these hundreds of coffins. The only creature that can survive for 10,000 years in a bronze coffin with such obvious breathing sound must be the legendary Hanba. In the legend of the ancient era, there are examples of Hanba proving the truth and surviving for 10,000 years, as long as the feng shui and the power of the stars are clearly adjusted. Some top feng shui masters can indeed use the lifeline of the region to build an extremely mean place. And if it is assisted by various natural materials and treasures, Hamba can indeed be born here after 10,000 years. However, these all require extremely complex and precious resources. It is so difficult and harsh to give birth to just one Hamba. Not to mention the difficulty of giving birth to hundreds of Hamba here. If all the Hamba here are released, I am afraid that the southern region will fall into the H.L. of corpse gas. These Hamba are indeed good things. But unfortunately, he who forcibly resurrected with the help of the evil god's body did not come for these Hamba, but for the main coffin in this area. The Shura god emperor is also known as the venerable of good and evil. Before he fought for the destiny, he was a world-famous feng shui master. It is rumored that he once cut off the lifeline of heaven and earth to make a dynasty continue for 3,000 years. This place, as the tomb he once prepared, is probably not that simple. In this hollow world, the bronze tombs are arranged in a strange pattern in a neat and uniform manner. If you want to enter the main coffin at the bottom, you must first pass through many nodes. In other words, if he wants to enter the area of the main coffin, he must first open 333 bronze coffins of drought. Let these creatures born in the land of Een corpses return to the world. It seems that the world is not enough. It seems that the body of the evil god that happened to merge is a little unstable. Mubai? The memory of the previous evil god suddenly appeared in his mind. He shook his head and found that the twisted skin on his face was falling off. The evil god gathering seemed to be occupied by another powerful soul. Now the longer the time, the worse his condition is. The hundreds of twisted faces of evil gods on his body kept moving, making him look as terrifying as A.H.L. ghost. I need a more complete body to carry my consciousness. Mubai's body is good. After all, the body of a living person can more easily accept my consciousness. It's a pity that I let him go. After realizing that the first person he saw after his resurrection was Mubai, the evil god group felt a little regretful. After a little regret, his steps did not stop. With split pupils, hundreds of twisted tentacles, like tree roots, spread all over his body. These flesh and blood tentacles quickly hit the nearby bronze coffins. The roar of the drought demon came faintly from the bronze coffins that were hit. The evil god group did not care about what would happen if these drought demons were released. Instead, he used the flesh and blood abilities of the evil god to penetrate those bronze coffins with a decisive attitude. After the bronze coffin made of special materials was penetrated, it was actually forcibly integrated into the body of the evil god group along the tentacles. The strange energy continued to destroy the body tissues in the evil god group. But the wonderful thing was that this destruction seemed to be gradually synchronized with his own collapse. And then the two collapses stopped at the same time. After breaking all the bronze coffins, the evil god group that had fine-tuned its body rushed into the mountain gate that had just opened below without looking back. The final treasure of the entire Shura ancient temple cemetery was all there. Behind him, hundreds of red long-haired monsters that resounded through the sky shook their wings and rushed out of the coffin tomb. The most angry and hungry roaring thunder sound was heard on this land that had been away for 10,000 years. These drought demons were covered with unknown black tattered armor, and outside the armor was some kind of Taoist robe. These yellow robes seemed to be used to suppress the abilities of these drought demons. But now the yellow Taoist robes were already tattered, and the corpse gas that soared into the sky gathered into a huge energy pulse. These top-level Een corpse creatures with skull-like faces and red hair shawls did not repair their bodies there at the first moment of their birth, but flew directly towards the source of life after sensing the life fluctuations in the upper space. The evil god gathering in the mountain gate that was slowly closing after opening a crack sneered. It was just right to use these Hamba to deal with those who wanted to enter the Shura palace to take advantage. He would have time to carry out the next activity. After passing through the gap in the mountain gate, the evil god gathering felt cold all over. Even the flesh and blood body of the evil god could not bear such a heavy evil aura. The evil god gathering, half kneeling on the ground and collapsing, shook excitedly and walked towards the bronze main coffin. When he completely crossed the mountain of bones, the 1,000-meter main coffin covered by white flames also came into his eyes. Sure enough, as expected, the Shura god emperor has him here, the body of a top corpse king. He has an innate divine body and a divine body of bliss. He is a top power that was defeated by the Shura god emperor in that era. If I get this body, it will be enough to turn the tide. In the huge main coffin that was not closed, a mysterious young man with red hair and runes all over his face was lying there quietly, and the top energy of the entire Shura treasure temple was transmitted into his body along the terrain. The body of the evil god gathering gradually disintegrated. And the body wrapped in these flesh and blood was also gradually withering. But he didn't care, because there was a better body in front of him. At the same time, when the evil god gathering released more than 300 drought demons, Mu Bai, who was fighting with the poisonous dragon fruit Fan Lane and Li Ji and had the upper hand, suddenly took Ma Heng out of the battlefield. The alert Fan Lane panted and said in some doubt, "Li Ji, what is he going to do? Escape?" Li Ji, who had also lost most of her physical strength, frowned and looked at the sky of this great burial world. When she activated her observation haki, she also noticed that dozens of auras were approaching here at a very fast speed. Before the two groups of people who were confronting each other took action, Ma Heng had already smelled the heavy corpse gas. Mu Bai looked a little stunned. Although he had long sensed that these upcoming auras would be very strong, he did not expect that these auras were not human. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. Go quickly. After whispering, Mu Bai took the lead and left here in the south direction very quickly. Although he was a little stunned, Ma Heng immediately turned into an element and followed the opponent's trajectory to leave here. Fan Lane, who was about to catch up, suddenly felt his body cold, and the surrounding area was filled with cold air. He looked back suddenly and saw that the two Hamba had already landed with a bang. When they landed, they actually smashed two holes. Yes, Hamba, feeling a little dry in the mouth. Li Ji immediately turned around and ran when she recognized this creature. This speed is simply the highest speed in Li Ji's life. Frowning, Fan Lane was about to test the two Hamba who were emitting corpse odors all over their bodies when the red-haired Hamba actually made a move. Hamba's own black armor actually crushed its bones after resisting Fan Lane's fist. Under the attack of the corpse cold air, Fan Lane was defeated in human form. With his hands cold, he turned over and flew into the air, trying to transform into a half-human, half-dragon form. He did not stop the operation in his hands, for giant venom dragons rolled out and bit the two Hamba at the same time. The ferocious venom dragon was not affected at all by the cold corpse gas of the drought demon. But the venom dragon was a painless attack to the drought demon. The two drought demons that were eroded by the venom did not slow down and came to Fan Lane at almost the same time. At this moment, it was impossible for him to escape like Mu Bai and others. The two red-haired drought demons obviously recognized him. Fight! Fan Lane, who was determined in his heart, immediately spread purple dragon scales all over his body. The terrifying miasma enveloped his whole body as it continued to spread. The huge and rugged dragon tail urged a large amount of venom, and even the saliva liquid hanging from the dragon head was highly toxic. The poisonous dragon returns to its nest. Reincarnation erosion. The venom controlled by him formed hundreds of vortex-like corrupted poisons. Fan Lane was confident that these inhuman monsters would be corrupted if they were hit, and finally withered like the broken branches of a dead tree. Unfortunately, ideals are full but reality is often skinny. The two meteors that pierced through his moves not only survived, but also approached Fan Lane in the form of a phantom beast at a more tricky angle because of the loopholes in his moves. In a flash, Fan Lane just changed into the form of a poisonous dragon, and his huge dragon head was forcibly cut off between Hamba's hands. In such a hurry, Fan Lane, who was at the Star Wheel realm, died tragically on the spot without even releasing his nebula body. On the other hand, Hamba was always like a child playing and didn't give his all at all. He just followed his own fighting habits and attacked casually. The turbidity in the eyes of the drought demon biting the poisonous dragon's head seemed to be much clearer. After replenishing their nutrition, the two drought demons sniffed their noses and followed the delicious smell of the prey and immediately broke through the air and disappeared here. At the same time, hundreds of drought demons in the entire gray space killed as if they were in an empty space. Most of the people who entered were crushed by the drought demon before they could react. Go! The people who witnessed their companions being killed did not even have time to remind them. The team of more than a dozen people dripped with fresh warm blood when the red hair of the drought demon was flying. The last person's eyes blurred when his head rolled on the ground. The first thing he saw was the scene of his body being smashed. Such a terrifying monster can be said to be a god who kills gods and Buddhas who kill Buddhas. No matter what ability you have, you can't kill them. These black armors of the drought demons don't seem to be ordinary treasures. They should have been props to suppress them. But because of the pollution of the Yin corpse's chi over the years, they gradually became props to amplify them. Mu Bai and his partner, who had already escaped from the main graveyard, were still targeted by the lone Hamba. It's Hamba! It seems we have something to worry about. Ma Heng, whose injuries had not yet recovered, said with a wry smile. Mu Bai, who was next to him, had been located by Hanba, who was walking slowly not far away. The opponent seemed to be more comfortable in this gray world. Even Mu Bai and his partner's almost teleporting method could not escape the opponent's pursuit. When Hanba was about to attack, Mu Bai took the lead and suppressed him with his divine body. As the heaviest divine body, the 8 desolate prison body was also very outstanding in the competition of strength. When the skinny and pale fist collided with Mu Bai's iron fist, Mu Bai was surprised to find that he was only comparable to the opponent in terms of strength. Why is this Hanba so tough? Mu Bai shook his wrist and couldn't help sighing. He no longer suppressed his strength and directly opened the second level of the 8 desolate prison body. A huge amount of power was continuously concentrated on Mu Bai, who was as big as a hill. When the two fought again, the red-haired Hanba, who was suppressed in terms of strength, actually used unknown fighting skills to try to resolve Mu Bai's offensive. But he never thought that Mu Bai, who had an absolute advantage in strength and speed, would catch the opponent's fist with his backhand and crush the opponent's hand bones. Then Mu Bai smashed the opponent's leg bones with a vibrating iron fist. After numbing the opponent, he quickly pulled out the magic sword and pierced Hanba's throat. Hanba, whose organs were strong, could not withstand the sharp Tai Shan Hua Qing sword in Mu Bai's hand. However, Hanba was not a human after all. When he held the magic sword inserted into his throat with both hands, Hanba actually did not retreat but advanced to take Mu Bai's magic sword. Jinyu Chain. Mu Bai, who activated the divine body chain ability, held the hilt of the sword and exerted force with both hands at the same time while controlling the opponent's actions. The powerful wrist force that split the sea, accompanied by Mu Bai's roar, followed the trajectory of the supreme forgetful sword and cut the Drought Demon into 2 halves without any difference. However, even with only half of the body left, the Drought Demon was still alive. As the strong Yin Corpse aura spread, the pale eyes of the Drought Demon also exuded a faint blood color. The 2 severed parts of the body were actually recovering rapidly under the Yin Corpse aura. Seeing that the opponent's vitality was so tenacious, Mu Bai was a little speechless. Lifting the opponent's body that was about to recover, Mu Bai directly swung a heavy and destructive vibrating iron fist at the opponent's wound with brute force. Squeak! 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 One punch after another. Each punch was stronger and faster than the previous one. The powerful vibration power, under the effect of resonance, not only blocked the red-haired Drought Demon's body from repairing, but even the strong corpse chi on the opponent's body was suppressed.